Chapter 301. A Massacre. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Enemy attack? Cosmic pirates? Wang Ye subconsciously thought of this. This was because Sun Harmony had the Cosmic Adventurers logo on it, and Cosmic Adventurers only had one enemy, which was the Cosmic Pirates. But normally, Cosmic Pirates would not attack Cosmic Adventurers out of the blue unless there was a huge grudge between them. 3 fighter jets? Wang Ye looked at the display on the radar screen and frowned. Sun Harmony shook violently. Lulu controlled it, trying her best to defend and dodge. However, the enemy was clearly well prepared. They were using hyperspace fighter jets that could only fly for short distances, not a starship. They were not Cosmic Pirates. Wang Ye instantly made a judgment. The other party came prepared, or rather, they had been waiting outside the wormhole for a long time. It's the Red River Cosmic Nation brother-in-law. Lingling saw the logo on the fighter jets. No, it's the 5 Cosmic Nations. Wang Ye quickly deduced the situation. As the Cosmic Nations warriors left with the treasures, the Wuyuan Black Realm no longer had any secrets. To the 5 Cosmic Nations, the only thing left to do was maximize the benefits. Monopoly. Senior Wu Yuan only had a wisp of consciousness left. He could only rely on his Black Realm's energy to barely use his spatial attainments and send people several light years away. At this time, as long as the Cosmic Nations waited outside the key wormholes, they would be able to catch returning starships. They're too despicable. We're Cosmic Adventurers. Lingling was so angry that her face turned pale. They would rather kill the wrong person than let others go, Wang Ye said. In the face of absolute benefits, even a vicious tiger can eat its cubs. Besides, we're just lone Cosmic Adventurers. What do we do now? Lingling looked at Wang Ye anxiously. The alarms in the starship were still blaring. Not only did the continuous attacks consume a lot of energy, but the battle also damaged many parts of it, greatly affecting its performance. Negotiate first. Wang Ye searched for a signal and sent a call request. Zhouchao Planet, Base 167. Red River Cosmic Nation. Sir. The other party has sent a call request. A subordinate reported. Refuse him. The leader of the group was a braid-haired man with a face as big as a basin. He was dressed in a battle suit with a value that was difficult to estimate. He exuded an aura of money and power, which was enough to represent his noble status. Chihu King Lango. He was a superstar-level warrior, a genius warrior of the Chihu family. He, who had traveled thousands of miles to the Black Realm but was rejected at the door, was very displeased. But the other party revealed his identity as a citizen from the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. The subordinate said, according to the rules of the 5 Cosmic Nations, any human from the 5 Cosmic Nations must be allowed to leave. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, his head exploded. Inform the 3 Team Ambers that there is no need to communicate. Kill them without mercy. They're just mere cosmic pirates, and they want to leave after taking the treasure. Chihu King Lango's gaze was cold. How can there be such a good thing? Yes, my lord, his subordinates said hurriedly. Chihu King Lango's eyes were sharp as he read the information sent by his subordinates. Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation, 1-star cosmic citizen, Wang Ye. Lowly people. Chihu King Lango didn't care. The Red River Cosmic Nation and the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation were mortal enemies. By weakening the other's strength, he would be increasing his own, so why not? Moreover, Artificial Wormhole 167 on Zhouchao Planet was one of the few regular routes back to Danhong Planet. At this time, at this location, returning to Danhong Planet, there was most likely something fishy about the other party. Interrogate? What could he get? Killing and searching was the most direct way. It was naturally best if the other party had treasures, but if the other party didn't, he would just treat it as stepping on an ant. Asterisk. Asterisk. Sun Harmony. This is too much. Lingling stomped her feet. All communication attempts failed, and the other party refused to talk. It was obvious that they wanted to accidentally kill them. Can we escape? Wang Ye walked to Lulu's side. I'm sorry, master. Lulu was flustered, and the wings on her back were retracted. Her watery eyes were full of apology. "It's all right, you've already done very well. Send the surrender signal," Wang Ye said to Lulu. "Stop the fight." Huh. Lulu was stunned. "Ah Shang. Hurry up and start repairing," Wang Ye shouted at Ah Shang, who was also extremely busy inside. He then opened the hatch of the starship and left Sun Harmony. In the cosmic, Wang Ye floated in the air and looked around. 3 fighter jets surrounded Sun Harmony. Following the signal of surrender from Sun Harmony, the fighter jets stopped attacking. The hatches opened and 3 teams of Cosmic Nation elites appeared. All of them were at the dark energy level. The 3 in the lead were even advanced dark energy level experts, and their auras were extremely shocking. "Take him down." Their voices were cold. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark energy level experts unsheathed their weapons and quickly rushed toward the lone Wang Ye, not giving him any chance to defend himself. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Ye still stood there quietly. He didn't waste his breath. After all, they were all men. Just do it. Boom. Wang Ye unleashed his strength instantly. The 9-sharp saber and the Thundercloud 4 transformation saber appeared in his hands at the same time. His combat energy and ability resonated. He used the sword-inflicting saber technique, displaying the strength of a dark energy level 2 warrior with a body that was more than 10 times stronger than a cosmic level. Stronger strength, faster speed, and more explosive combat energy surged out in an instant. His saber technique soared, enveloping the surroundings with him as the center. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Ye was on a killing spree. "Kill him, bastard. Everyone, attack together." The dark energy level experts were furious. Their slight contempt was met with a backlash, and several were killed by Wang Ye's sudden outburst. However, the advantage in numbers was still obvious. Even if the 3 captains didn't make a move, they had already surrounded Wang Ye. Combat energy, abilities, weapons, all kinds of attacks landed on Wang Ye. Even a superstar-level expert might not be able to block it. The 3 captains hovered in front of the fighter jets, watching the show with playful smiles. If they could, they naturally wouldn't do anything. They only cared about harvesting. Even if the matter was exposed, they weren't the ones who killed him anyway. Suddenly, buzz, a terrifying white lightning appeared in the chaos. The expressions of the 3 captains instantly changed, and they drew their weapons almost at the same time. However, it was too late. The boundless white lightning spread like wildfire and landed on the bodies of every dark energy level expert. Screams of pain were endless. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the dark energy level experts were killed by the white lightning. Those surrounding Wang Ye quickly fell like dominoes. In just an instant, some were dead and some were injured. The scene was chaotic and tragic. Only Wang Ye, who was besieged, stood proudly. The armor on his body had changed. White lightning danced on him as he controlled the white origin of thunder, and his aura and energy suppressed the scene. He was invincible. Boom! Wang Ye quickly counterattacked and cleaned up the mess. In the blink of an eye, he had killed a few heavily injured dark energy level experts. Then, in the next second, he arrived in front of a black-robed captain. The 9-sharp saber in his hands condensed the white origin of thunder and attacked. Thunder fusion technique. Pong! Weapons clashed and a clanging sound rang out. The black-clothed captain roared angrily. He was extremely fast. As he negated Wang Ye's attack, he landed next to him. Although Wang Ye's body was covered in white lightning, the parts covered by armor were not. Clang! After a strong impact, Wang Ye was unharmed. Impossible! The black-clothed captain's expression changed. Although he did not use his full strength just now, he could not even break the opponent's armor. Rather, the strong recoil made his wrist numb and he retreated. It was too late. The white lightning climbed up his sword onto his arm. What the hell? The black-clothed captain panicked. He finally knew how his subordinates died. The opponent's armor was very special, and it had the effect of anti-injury white lightning. Let alone his subordinates, even he could not withstand it. He resisted with his combat energy and his bloodline erupted. But at this moment, the sharp blade had already landed on his body. Wang Ye arrived. A mere basic dark energy level attack. The captain in black was disdainful. After the first exchange, he had already figured out the opponent's strength. The other party was only relying on the uniqueness of the armor. Boom! The mystical engravings bloomed, and Wang Ye's 9-sharp saber tore through the black-clothed captain's defense and landed on his body. White lightning struck his body and strangled him. One-hit spell. The captain in black died tragically. At this moment, combat energy and abilities erupted from the other two captains behind him. They were both advanced dark energy level experts, and their eyes were filled with greed. They had been waiting for this opportunity. A treasure. The battle armor with white lightning must be a treasure from the Black Realm. They would be rich once they got it. Pa! Pong! The white wheel Oblivion armor easily blocked the sneak attacks of the two. There were no blind spots. It provided an all-round defense. The core of the White Wheel Origin controlled the White Wheel Oblivion armor, while Wang Ye's Stage 2 White Wheel Origin intent controlled the White Wheel Origin. Defense, his once weakest aspect, was now his strongest trump card. Kill him? The opponent had to break through the defense of the White Wheel Oblivion armor first. Swoosh! Swoosh! The expressions of the two captains changed. In an instant, Wang Ye used the virtual image spell and split into two. It was hard to tell which was real or fake. One attacked the ability user captain, and the other attacked the warrior captain. The white lightning resonated as Wang Ye controlled the White Wheel Origin intent freely. Explosive spell. His dark energy level body's combat energy surged and quickly condensed. Wang Ye's true body faced the ability user captain. He ignored the elemental attacks which were blocked by the White Wheel Oblivion armor. The other party wanted to run. Die! Wang Ye's saber descended. The white lightning tore through the dual defense of the dark energy level armor and the ability shield. The mystical engravings of the 9-sharp saber were activated, and the advanced dark energy level ability user was killed in one slash. Absolute suppression. Boom! On the other side, the warrior captain who was entangled by the phantom had extremely strong spatial attainments and controlled the surrounding area. Wang Ye's White Origin of Thunder attacked, but he simply ignored it. The White Wheel Origin intent suppressed the space, and the White Origin of Thunder crushed the space. The Thunder Fusion technique exploded. Boom! 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 Wang Ye's attack was extremely fierce. Help! Sir! Save me! The buff warrior captain was covered in injuries, like a big black bear bathed in blood. His face was filled with panic. The strong body he was proud of was torn into pieces by the white lightning. Blood flowed non-stop as he retreated continuously. He kept sending out distress signals to Chihu King Lango, but Wang Ye, who was like a thunder god, had already arrived. Chi! The sharp blade light was mixed with the might of white lightning. No! The warrior captain screamed in pain, his eyes filled with fear. Wang Ye's saber struck, and his powerful body exploded. The 3 team ambers made up of dark energy level experts were wiped out. Wang Ye, who was holding the 9-sharp saber, floated in the air. White lightning surrounded him, filled with battle intent. Chapter 302. I like both. Is there any conflict? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. In the cosmic. All dead. Chihu King Lango stood on the battlefield, his tiger eyes filled with shock. The silver scales on his battle suit clinked, and his chest rose and fell rapidly as he looked around. The 3 team ambers he had brought with him this time were elites, yet they were all killed in a short period, not even leaving a single survivor. Even he couldn't do it. The dark energy level equipment on the 3 captains was stripped clean, while the equipment of the other team members was intact. Chihu King Lango gritted his teeth, his tightly clenched fists crackling. He had been guarding wormhole N0.167 on Zhouchao planet for nearly 10 cosmic days but had already suffered heavy losses. He had rushed over immediately after receiving the distress message, but it was still too late. He had provoked someone he couldn't this time. This shouldn't be the case. Chihu King Lango frowned deeply. Team Amber had been following him for a long time, so they knew how to act according to the situation. They would never rush up if they encountered someone they couldn't afford to offend. Moreover, he knew the other party's identity. The latter was just a lowly person from the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. It was impossible for him to have such strength. There was only one possibility: a treasure from the Black Realm. Swoosh! Chihu King Lango instantly entered the fighter jet and brought up the recording device. Soon, an unusually brutal video entered the eyes of Chihu King Lango. Seeing Wang Ye kill everyone by himself while the White Thunder killed all elites of the 3 Team Ambers, Chihu King Lango's eyes widened. A super treasure that could control high-dimensional origin energy and completely exceeded the dark energy level. Huff, huff, huff. Even though Chihu King Lango had seen the world and had superstar-level strength, his heart still beat fast when he saw such a treasure. It was too strong. To think a basic dark energy level brat could be invincible with such a treasure. If he got his hands on it, he could even fight for the position of the Chihu family's family leader. What a waste of a treasure. It's too wasteful. Chihu King Lango shook his head, his eyes filled with greed and jealousy. Was a basic dark energy level brat worthy of such a treasure? This white lightning armor is mine. Chihu King Lango's tiger eyes were bright, and his heart was surging. 2 of his subordinates stood respectfully behind him. Did you see it? King Chihu Lango swept his gaze over them. The 2 froze. Then, their necks were grabbed tightly, and with a bang they became 2 corpses. Let's go! Chihu King Lango walked out of the fighter jet expressionlessly. His braids were eye-catching. Prepare the starship. We'll depart immediately. Should we make him wanted? A subordinate asked. No need. I will avenge Team Amber myself. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Chihu King Lango did not hesitate. Yes, my lord. His subordinate answered hesitantly. What about the base? Should we still guard it? Look at the other branches of the Chimeng family, Chihu King Lango said. Which ones are nearby? Pull them over to guard. The faster, the better. Yes, my lord. Asterisk. Asterisk. Sun Harmony. Lingling sat in the pilot seat and activated the automatic flight mode. Ashang couldn't handle the repairs alone, so Lulu went to help. The fierce battle just now had caused a lot of damage to Sun Harmony. Fortunately, Lulu had been defending and dodging the attacks, so Sun Harmony could still fly, but its performance was slightly affected. If Ashang was the one sitting in the driver's seat, he would probably have fired the cannon a long time ago, and then he would have been killed spectacularly. It's a good thing you ended the fight fast, brother-in-law. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble now. Lingling was still in shock. At most, we will fight to the death. Wang Ye could roughly guess that there must be someone more powerful in the base. Since the 5 cosmic nations had the confidence to guard the wormholes, they must naturally have made a comprehensive plan. Ordinary dark energy level experts were not enough. Only superstar level experts. Only powerful beings that suppressed the dark energy level in terms of life level and strength could carry out such a plan. Before this, the 5 cosmic nations might not have been willing to go through so much trouble. However, now that the secrets of the Black Realm have been revealed, the number and value of the treasures were enough to tempt them. What should we do now, brother-in-law? Are we still going back to Danhong Planet? Lingling asked. We can't. Wang Ye shook his head. In the battle just now, he had been forced to reveal his strength and treasures. The White Wheel Oblivion armor was too eye-catching. With the White Wheel origin as the core and the White Origin of Thunder covering it, anyone who wasn't blind would know that this was no ordinary armor. Having a treasure was a crime. Without a backer, it was a headache to obtain such a treasure. Who could he rely on? The only ones who had a good relationship with him were Yumin, Inair, and Jin Xiao. Why are they all women? Wang Yi shook his head. It was not his character to live off women. The main thing was that their legs were not thick enough. They were all thin and tender. As for the others, in the core area of the Black Realm, there were actually many hidden big shots. For example, the young man with the Scorching Sun bloodline who paid him the consultation fee first had a powerful background. However, they had only met by chance. At most, they had made a deal. It was far from being a network. Sensing Lingling's expectant and passionate gaze, Wang Yi smiled. Don't worry. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. The worst-case scenario is that the White Wheel Oblivion armor will be taken. Whoever wants it can have it. They were just fragments. After he handed them over, he could still go to Wuyuan Black Realm to get more. Then, he could wait until he became stronger in the future and think of a way to buy or retrieve the fragments. But he was still a little unwilling to hand them over just like that. And even if he was willing, the 5 cosmic nations might not be willing to let him go. He would be easily gotten rid of. He had long experienced the cruelty of the cosmic. He could not leave his fate in the hands of others. Why does it seem like we have returned to the time when we first left the blue planet? Ling Ling pouted and mumbled. Wang Ye said, "It was much worse than now. At that time, we didn't have any strength or a starship, and we were at a loss for information. We were able to survive even that kind of situation. Now it's just a little tempering." He didn't care about anyone below the superstar level. The 3 pearls of White Wheel origin would replenish the white origin of thunder, which was exhausted. Like charging, it filled up the 3 fragments of White Wheel Oblivion armor. Even an ordinary superstar-level expert might be fightable. He had to rely on himself. Putting aside other thoughts, Wang Ye quickly made a decision. The return trip was most certainly impossible at this time. There was probably more than one return wormhole, but many of them were guarded by the 5 cosmic nations. The only way was to go deeper, take one step at a time and slowly think of a way. The region with the Wuyuan Black Realm was at the forefront of exploration, and nearly 50% of the area had not been explored yet. With so many wormholes, the 5 cosmic nations couldn't possibly guard all of them, especially those that led to the depths of the Milky Way. It was useless for them to guard such wormholes as the return wormholes were the most crucial. Beep! Wang Ye turned on his starry sky bracelet and quickly made a call. What's wrong? A pair of long, slender legs appeared in the virtual image. A red-haired, valiant figure appeared in front of him and greeted him. I missed you. Wang Ye suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from someone in the driver's seat. As if I would believe you. Yumin rolled her eyes, suppressing her joy. Really? I'm worried about you. Wang Yi stopped smiling and said seriously, I was just heading to a wormhole near the Zhouchao planet when my starship was hijacked, and we fought a big battle. Oh! Yumin's expression changed instantly. Which cosmic pirate dares to rob you? I'll help you vent your anger, she said heroically. It's the 5 great cosmic nations, not cosmic pirates. They've formed an alliance, Wang Yi said. They're guarding the return wormholes, waiting for the rabbit. They dare to rob any single starship. This is very important news, kid. Yu Huatong's tall figure appeared in the video. Are you sure? I'm sure. Wang Yi nodded. Why are you telling us? Yu Huatong's tiger eyes shone brightly. Wang Yi said, on the one hand, it's for Minmin. On the other hand, we're all cosmic pirates. I hope we can help each other. The 5 cosmic nations are really going too far. He informed Yu Min, naturally for Yu Huatong. It was difficult to fight alone. Not only in terms of strength, but his information would also be lacking. Having more allies meant more strength. Everyone was in the same boat, so they naturally had to be tied together. He would first find a way to get away from the Wuyuan Black Realm and avoid the first wave of pursuit before slowly thinking of a way to return. He discussed this with Yu Huatong for a while. Not long after, Yu Huatong shared the route and map with him, then went off to contact the other cosmic pirates. Following this, Wang Yi video called Nair. You haven't reached the wormhole yet? Wang Yi asked. Yes, I'm quite far away. I'll be there in 2 cosmic days. Nair looked at Wang Yi happily. Why did you video call me? Do you want to go back to see my dad with me? I'm afraid I can't. I was attacked by an expert from the Red River Cosmic Nation on my way back. Wang Yi said seriously. After recounting the entire process, Nair's wide cherry lips did not close for a long time. It was too shocking. Nair was at a loss. Nair, don't go near the wormhole yet. Contact your father and ask him to think of a way to help you solve it. This is beyond your ability, Wang Yi said. Don't put yourself in danger. Yes. Nair nodded and looked touched. Then what about you? I'm fine. Your safety is more important, Wang Ye said. We're all cosmic adventurers, so we have to unite. We'll form a group and discuss together to find a solution. All right, then you must be careful. I'll inform Dad immediately, Nair said worriedly. The call ended. Wang Ye sighed. As the saying goes, having more girlfriends meant more paths. It was indeed true. It was a pity that Jin Shao hadn't come out yet. Otherwise, he could have mobilized the High Cloud Sword Society as well. Wang Ye raised his head and met Lingling's raised eyebrows. It was as if she was saying two words. Are you a cosmic pirate or a cosmic adventurer? Lingling narrowed her eyes and smiled. Both. Is there a conflict? Wang Ye asked. Lingling pouted. Well, it didn't really seem to conflict. Then between Yu Min and Nair, which one do you like? Lingling asked again. I like both of them. Is there a conflict? Wang Ye glanced at her and smiled. Is this the first day you know me? Lingling was speechless. Chapter 303. You want to turn the tables? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Wang Ye scanned Sun Harmony. Ashang and Lulu were extremely busy. Fortunately, parts and materials had been prepared in prevention of any accidents, so the repair of the starship was carried out in an orderly manner. How is it inside? Lingling turned around and asked when she saw Wang Ye. It hasn't been affected much. Can basically fly at light speed. What's damaged is the starship's offensive and defensive capabilities, Wang Ye said. That's good. They can't catch up to us. Lingling nodded. That might not be the case. Wang Ye activated the radar image and carefully checked it. If it's an advanced origin energy starship, it can surpass the speed of light and catch up to us in the blink of an eye. Lingling's eyes widened. Isn't the fastest speed in the cosmic light speed? To be precise, that's in the low-dimensional cosmic. Once an undying level expert goes all out, they can easily surpass the speed of light, Wang Ye said. It can't be that they can't move an inch in the low-dimensional cosmic, right? Lingling was speechless. The reason why cosmic speed is limited is because of the existence of dark substance and dark energy. The suppression of the high-dimensional cosmic can be surpassed as long as one's strength reaches the high-dimensional level or assimilates with it. Of course, flying faster than light speed will cause space to shake and become unstable. The probability of tearing space and being dragged into space turbulence is quite high. An origin energy starship with a strong defense and stability is thus required. Then what should we do? Lingling was a little flustered. Wang Ye smiled. The starting price of an origin energy starship is 100 million cosmic dollars, which is equivalent to the net worth of a normal superstar-level warrior. It is basically impossible to afford. Moreover, purchasing an origin energy ship also requires qualifications. Ordinary cosmic nations' families don't have this ability. If the base had an origin energy starship, they would have caught up to us already. Lingling heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Wang Ye. Brother-in-law, you keep scaring me. How do you know so much? The information is all in the human virtual cosmic, Wang Ye said. I'm not a cosmic citizen, Lingling mumbled. I'll buy a citizenship for you when we get back, Wang Ye said. He had money now and did not need to use it sparingly. One-star cosmic citizenship was easy to get. According to Xian Ran, 100,000 cosmic dollars was enough. It was slightly harder to get two-star cosmic citizenship, as they needed to be verified after entering the human virtual cosmic. But if he had enough money, he could also get it. With 100 million cosmic dollars, it was a sure deal. He was actually not far away from buying Blue Planet. He only lacked achievement points. In the starry sky, a starship named Red Amber moved forward at light speed. In the huge starship, Chihu King Lango sat in the main control seat. He was fully armed and his aura spread out. His eyes revealed a strong desire and fighting spirit as he stared at Sun Harmony, which was locked on by the radar. The white lightning armor he wanted was right in front of him. An opportunity. Although he did not enter the Black Realm, his opportunity did not slip away. A beginner dark energy level kid was really lucky to get a treasure of this level. It was equivalent to giving it away for free. Luckily, He ignored the rules of the Five Cosmic Nations Alliance and attempted to rob the other party. Otherwise, the opportunity would have slipped away. How long until we arrive at base 166? Chihu King Lango picked up a glass of fine wine on the table, his huge face revealing a confident look. 3 days, a subordinate said. Chihu King Lango nodded and sneered, although he didn't have an Origin Energy starship making it so that he couldn't catch up with the other party. The Red River Cosmic Nation had a base at almost every wormhole in the surroundings, sealing off this entire area. Escape? There was nowhere to run. On the table in Sun Harmony, Wang Ye looked at the projection on the big screen and kept gesturing with his fingers. One by one, the known wormholes were excluded, and their numbers decreased. Next to him, Lingling rested her chin on her hand as she looked at the screen. She glanced at Wang Ye from the corner of her eyes. Although they were surrounded by enemies, she was not worried at all because her brother-in-law would definitely have a way. The current brother-in-law was very handsome. However, playboy. Lingling was already too lazy to ridicule him. His number of girlfriends increased faster than his strength. Was he preparing to spread his love all over the cosmic? Lingling suddenly saw Wang Ye cross the wormhole that they were heading for. She couldn't help but look surprised. Can't we go here, brother-in-law? Of course not. Wang Ye pointed at the route map. This wormhole is a transit wormhole with many other wormholes connecting to other regions. The possibility of the 5 cosmic nations guarding it is quite high. Then where are we going? Lingling said. Wang Ye pointed at a remote wormhole. Go this way. Make a detour and leave the Black Realms region. So far, Lingling was stunned. Wang Ye nodded. The wormholes near us are all very dangerous. Only this one has a higher chance of safety. He didn't want this either. Senior Wu Yuan had thrown him into the wolf's den. Enair and Yuman were both behind the Black Realm, while he was in front. They were several light years apart. Why is this wormhole safe? Lingling was puzzled. Because it's a one-way street. If I were the Red River Cosmic Nation, Wang Ye said, I would only need to guard the wormhole behind it. I can then take care of 3 wormhole routes at the same time and maximize the efficiency. Then I'll change the route now. Lingling understood. Wang Ye shook his head. We can't. There are pursuers behind us. If we change our route too early, we'll expose our destination. They can return through other wormholes, making them faster than us. But we will still be exposed after that. Lingling pursed her lips. That's for the future, Wang Ye said. Take care of the enemy in front of us first. The pursuer behind us must be a superstar-level expert. He's eyeing my treasure, so he won't publicize it or call for reinforcements. As such, if we take care of him, the danger will be greatly reduced. There was no safe plan, especially when facing the encirclement of the 5 cosmic nations. Other than those who had a backer, it would not be easy for the others to get out of here safely. He was not the only one. Luckily, he came out early, and the 5 cosmic nations hadn't finished setting up the encirclement. From the route map Yu Huadong had sent him, he could see that the wormholes behind the Black Realm were basically undefended. Firstly, this wasn't the way back, but the way deep into the ancient battlefield Milky Way. There would be many cosmic humans who wanted to explore and enter, and it would be chaotic. Secondly, the number of superstar-level warriors that the 5 cosmic nations had mobilized was not that many yet. As long as he reached the back of the Black Realm, he would be safe by following the path that Yu Huatong and the others had taken. On the other hand, it would depend on Enair. She was a 2-star adventurer, born in a wealthy family. Whether it was her father's influence or her appeal among the cosmic adventurers, they were both important. The best outcome would naturally be to leave with Enair, but his hopes were not high. However, at the very least, he could gather the strength of the cosmic adventurers and receive a lot of information. Cultivation room. After planning the route, Wang Ye plunged into cultivation. One's strength was the most important factor. I should focus on the White Wheel Oblivion armor to elevate my combat strength. Wang Ye knew what he had to do. The White Wheel Oblivion armor was not only his greatest reliance but also his strongest point. How to unleash the power of the White Wheel Oblivion armor was the key to defeating a superstar-level warrior. At the superstar level, the other party has begun to grasp and use high-dimensional strength. The White Wheel Origin is no longer able to suppress him, and its effect has been greatly reduced. The amount of White Origin of Thunder I can use in each battle is also limited. Wang Ye knew all this very well. How to make good use of the limited White Origin of Thunder was the key at the moment. He opened his interface. Do you want to spend 10 million potential points to upgrade the White Wheel Origin intent? Yes. The stage of the White Wheel Origin intent was the level of comprehension of this path. It was related to cultivation, and it was also related to the control of the White Wheel Origin. Just like his mastery over ability spells, the higher the White Wheel Origin intent stage, the stronger the power of the White Origin of Thunder. In the space of consciousness, Wang Ye was immersed in a white river. Hundreds of millions of White Wheel Origin pearls shone like stars, merging with his body and mind. His comprehension increased sharply, and his realm rose rapidly. An epiphany. White Wheel Origin intent, Stage 3. Wang Ye's eyes were bright. He could feel the White Origin of Thunder moving as if it were a part of his body. His compatibility with the White Wheel Oblivion armor was even better than before, becoming extremely intimate. He even resonated with the White Wheel Origin. It seems that I can use the White Wheel Origin? Wang Ye's heart moved. Asterisk. Zhouchao Planet, Base 167. Monroe Gareth, who was wearing knight armor, led the first team of the Monroe Guards and arrived. His face was filled with joy. He couldn't believe it. He was originally only going to hunt down the wanted criminals of the Monroe family, 2 cosmic-level brats who escaped from Colony Planet 996, Wang Ye and Nanti. In the end, he bumped into a black realm. After that, he entered the black realm with the main group and picked up a few shattered dark crystals. Unfortunately, he came a little late and did not gain much. He had to leave the black realm early and wait for Lord Xingqiu and the elite geniuses of the Monroe family to arrive. They were all prepared to go to the Wuyuan Black Realm to try their luck. Before they could get there, they suddenly received news from the Chihu family, asking them to rush to Base 167 on Zhouchao Planet as soon as possible. Both branches of the Chimeng family, the Chihu family was much stronger than the Monroe family. The Monroe family, which only had one superstar-level expert, had no status in the Chimeng family. They weren't even qualified to carry the shoes of the Chihu family. "Captain, what should we do now?" a team member asked nervously. Looking at the empty base with only staff members left, the pressure on them grew. "You guys go around and familiarize yourselves with the environment." Monroe Gareth pretended to be calm. "No fault is merit. Guard the base well. Wait for the arrival of Lord Xingqiu and hand matters over to her." "Yes, Captain." The team members left. Monroe Gareth calmed down. If nothing unexpected happened, this was another great merit. Lord Xingqiu was delighted. Even if he didn't catch those thieves in the end, the position of head captain would still be his. But then again, the 2 thieves on Colony Planet 996 ran so fast. There was not even a shadow of them. "They're probably dead." Monroe Gareth did not take them seriously. Colony Planet humans? He had seen too many of them. So what if they escaped? The cosmic was far crueler than they had imagined. They even wanted to turn the tables? Extreme stupidity. Going against the Monroe family, only death awaits. Suddenly, the starry sky bracelet vibrated. "Sir, we found 3 fighter jets outside the base. There are also many corpses. They're corpses of dark energy level experts." The team members' shocked and frightened voices came from the bracelet. Monroe Gareth frowned and replied, "Got it. I'll come over now." Chapter 304. Breakthrough. Dark Energy Level Ability User. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. It was shocking. Monroe Gareth looked at the tragic corpses on the ground with an ugly expression. He now knew why his team members sounded scared. These dead dark energy level experts were much stronger than them. Not only did they die miserably, but even their equipment was stripped clean. Who did it? The team members had ugly expressions. "Are the fighter jets damaged?" Monroe Gareth calmed himself down and asked calmly. All three are intact. It's a mystery why they're parked here and not driven back to the base though, a team member said. Because they left in a hurry. Monroe Gareth could basically imagine the scene. A certain expert killed everyone in the base, and then Chihu King Lango led his subordinates to chase after the other party. Therefore, the base was empty, and they had to recruit others nearby to make up the numbers at the base. Phew! Monroe Gareth heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were not sent to their deaths. Should we fly the fighter jets back to the base, Captain? The team member asked. They're all locked. We can't even enter. How can we move them? Monroe Gareth said seriously. Don't touch the corpses or things here. Pretend that you didn't see anything. Go back to the base and don't do anything. Wait for Lord Xingqiu to arrive before making a decision. Yes, Captain. The team members heeded the order. Monroe Gareth also turned around and headed back. As he left, his gaze stopped on the dozens of corpses for a moment as he processed his shock. What terrifying strength! What level of expert was this? If it were the Monroe Guards, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. The cosmic was very dangerous. Asterisk. Sun Harmony. Wang Ye tried to control the White Wheel origin. This was the core of the White Wheel Oblivion armor, the source of energy that could continuously produce the white origin of thunder. It was also a top-rank treasure for elemental ability users. I can't use it directly yet. Wang Ye tried a few times. The high-dimensional energy contained in the White Wheel origin was too strong. He could only control the white origin of thunder through the White Wheel Oblivion armor. To use it directly, he must improve to the dark energy level as an ability user. Then, he would have to master the basic energy control spell of dark energy level ability users. Following this, only by mastering the dark energy level origin core spell exclusive to the elemental system could he manipulate the White Wheel origin. Right now, he had only obtained a higher level of acknowledgement from the White Wheel origin. It triggered a resonance, making him more compatible with the white origin of thunder. That's not all. Wang Ye's heart skipped a beat. Although he could not use the White Wheel origin yet, his consciousness could enter it. If he used the White Wheel origin as a medium to communicate with the cosmic and cultivate his ability user evolution technique, it was absolutely doable. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. His heart moved and he started cultivating the primeval universe evolution technique. As expected, through the White Wheel origin, he could comprehend everything in the cosmic. It was as if his realm had risen by a level. His cultivation efficiency increased tremendously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shocking cosmic energy was absorbed, and his psyche rippled. Wang Ye was pleasantly surprised. This was a top-notch cultivation technique with great training speed, completely ignoring the cosmic level 9 bottleneck. Through the White Wheel origin, he absorbed cosmic energy without restraint, and the endless cosmic energy poured into his psyche. Wang Ye's heart surged. 30%, 40%, 50%. In just one cosmic day, his progress had exceeded 30%. This was incomparably crazy. Although the cultivation speed could not compare to the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique, it was much faster than before. 10 times increase. This is the path I should take as an ability user. Wang Ye gradually got the hang of it. If his innate talent was not enough, he could make up for it with treasures. Those cosmic humans with perfect genes were indeed stronger in terms of their spiritual sense and were more compatible with the cosmic, but so what? He had his cultivation techniques. With top-rank cultivation techniques coupled with top-rank treasures, he could also take off and fly even higher. 3 cosmic days later, 100%. The progress soared all the way. Wang Ye filled his psyche with energy. With this, his level as an ability user reached the cosmic level limit. The next step was to absorb pure dark energy, break through the boundaries of life, step into the dark energy level, and open up the white realm. Direct absorption. He didn't need to consider the success rate as he was already a dark energy life form. As long as he had enough dark energy to absorb, he could open the shackles in his psyche and open a new world. Failure and backlash would only have happened if he hadn't absorbed high-dimensional energy before this. But now, he could already use high-dimensional energy. Wang Ye took out some dark crystal fragments. Ling Ling and the other two had collected many in the outer area of the Black Realm. The dark crystal that contained dark energy was enough to evolve his psyche. Fast absorption. The dark crystals gradually lost their energy luster. Although they still had their shell of dark substance, they were like bodies that had lost their souls. In his psyche, powerful dark energy surged. The light domain spread out and shook incessantly. The shackles on the border started to loosen as the powerful dark energy attacked the psyche. As he absorbed the dark crystal fragments one by one, the dark energy continued to accumulate until it exceeded the limit of the shackles. Boom! Wang Ye's heart trembled and his eyes lit up. His star core was shining brightly, and jade carving light ball N0.6 was emitting endless light. His majestic psyche expanded, and the outer ring was an endless world. It was like passing through the solar system and arriving at the Milky Way. The latter's territory was vast and boundless. Dark energy merged into his psyche, the star core, the jade carving light ball. The numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4 appeared in front of Wang Ye's eyes and flashed by quickly. They were like afterimages, seemingly containing a huge secret that was sealed within. The number 5 appeared for the third time, the human youth with the dragon spear, Xia Yu. He was extremely talented, born on a 9-star life planet. He possessed an ultimate bloodline, the purple cloud lightning body, and had an ultimate talent, space-time traveler. He was born perfect and his comprehension was astonishing. He graduated from the Royal Star Academy at the age of 12. At the age of 18, he comprehended the path of time and broke through the dark energy level. At the age of 25, he merged his black and white realms, breaking through to the superstar level. Then, he refused the recruitment of the Cosmic Bank, one of the 7 human supreme factions. Xia Yu, who advocated freedom, was keen on exploring the cosmic. He was already a 4-star adventurer when he was at the superstar level, and his combat prowess was comparable to a black hole level expert. At the age of 41, he broke through to the black hole level. At the same time, he merged the path of time and space into the 2 realms and transformed his internal world. He was arrogant by nature, so he chose the hardest path to break through the cycle of reincarnation. The 14th path, merging 4 paths into one. At the end of the scenes, Xia Yu threw himself into the super black hole and disappeared. After that, it was pitch black. Then, the number 6 appeared in front of Wang Ye's eyes abruptly, and he jolted awake. It was like a dream. It was too shocking. Wang Ye found it hard to calm down. What was a cosmic genius? What was a true heaven's favored son? Compared with Xia Yu, Wu Yuan was nothing. So he died? Did he fail his reincarnation? Wang Ye couldn't believe it. An expert of such a level died in the process. No, it might just be part of the scene. Wang Ye couldn't make an accurate judgment yet. After all, there were too many possibilities. According to normal logic, Xia Yu was the holder of the jade carving light ball N0.5. After the other party's death, the jade carving light ball became his and was number 6. But there were many other possibilities. If there was more than one jade carving light ball, then what he was seeing now might be the images transmitted between different jade carving light balls. This time, besides number 5, he also saw numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Although they had only been blurry after images and he could not see what was happening clearly, they clearly existed. There are many secrets hidden in the jade carving light ball. Wang Ye sighed. As his life level and strength increased, the tip of the iceberg of the secrets hidden in the jade carving light ball gradually revealed itself. The talent who owned number 5, Xia Yu. Could the super black hole he entered be the one at the center of the Milky Way? Wang Ye pondered. If so, could it be that he was guiding me? Did he leave some things for me? The sudden thought made Wang Ye's heart beat faster. The possibility was very high. This was because no matter whether N0.5 was alive or dead, whether it was the previous owner or the other owners of the jade carving light ball, they were all related to him. The other party might have left something for him, and the password was the jade carving light ball. Looks like I have to go and take a look. Wang Ye's eyes were sharp. It seemed that the only path left for him was to go deeper. Asterisk. Asterisk. Red amber. On the main control seat, Chihu King Lango had a contented smile on his face. He held a wine glass and looked at the radar projection. He had already set up an inescapable net in base 166, waiting for his prey to arrive. At that time, the other party would be captured and the white lightning armor would be his. At this moment, the radar screen suddenly changed. As he watched Sun Harmony approach base 166, it suddenly made a 90-degree turn and sped to the left. Chihu King Lango stood up abruptly, his tiger-like body emitting a terrifying aura. The surrounding subordinates were silent out of fear, staring at the radar screen and seeing Sun Harmony gradually moving away from base 166. Chihu King Lango's face turned ashen. He crushed the wine glass with a bang, and the wine spilled all over the ground. "Where are they going?" Chihu King Lango spat out the cold words through his gritted teeth. "They might have discovered the existence of base 166, so they escaped," a subordinate said shakily. "I'm asking you where they're going." Chihu King Lango's eyes almost popped out. "The other wormholes. There are 3 wormholes around base 166, the subordinate said. "The nearest wormhole is wormhole 183, which can be reached in 4 cosmic days. The farthest wormhole is wormhole 185, which requires 10 cosmic days. Are any of our people there?" Chihu King Lango suppressed his anger. "No." The subordinate felt Chihu King Lango's killing intent and immediately added, "But we can set up a wormhole for the hyperdrive target. We'll definitely be able to intercept them before they arrive." "Are you sure?" Chihu King Lango's breathing eased a little. "But wormhole 185 is very remote, and it's a one-way route," the subordinate said hesitantly. "It's possible that we can't get many people over." "As many as you can." Chihu King Lango's expression was cold. "Yes, my lord." His subordinates didn't dare to be negligent and immediately took action. What a cunning fellow. Chihu King Lango was so angry that his braids flared. It was as if the other party had eyes on the back of his head and knew his next move. However, it was useless, because he had locked onto the other party from day one. "Let's see how long you can run." Chihu King Lango stared at the radar screen, his killing intent revealed. The entire region was the Red River Cosmic Nation's territory. No matter how the other party tried to escape, they would still end up like turtles in a jar. He was determined to get the white lightning armor. Chapter 305. It's been a long time. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Dark Energy Level Warrior, Level 3. After he broke through to the dark energy level as an ability user, Wang Ye continued to work hard. After several days of training, his strength as a dark energy level 2 warrior had increased by another level as well. His physique was stronger, and he had fused more high-dimensional energy. His combat energy was more vigorous. The effect of the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique is starting to weaken. After a few rounds of cultivation, Wang Ye stopped. Advancing from levels 3 to 4 was a small threshold of the dark energy level. At present, the Stage 3 Thunder Ancient Evolution technique, combined with the effect of the White Wheel Origin, only pushed his progress by about 5%. He needed about 20 cosmic days to reach level 4. It was still a little slow. There are about 7 cosmic days left before I reach wormhole 185 on Zhouchao planet. Wang Ye estimated. Even though the unknown superstar-level expert behind him could not catch up for the time being, the other party should be furiously arranging for nearby experts to come and intercept him. Wormhole 185 was quite remote, so he probably couldn't find any experts. Still, he had to be prepared. To be more precise, he had to be prepared for battle every cosmic day. At this point, a battle could break out at any time. I'll first practice the basic ability spell of the dark energy level. Wang Ye quickly identified his target. The energy control spell, the foundation of all dark energy level ability spells. Whether it was the super body spell of the strengthening system, the illusion spell of the release system, or the origin core spell of the elemental system, all had energy control spell as the foundation. What he controlled was not the ordinary ability, but high-dimensional dark energy. The stronger the energy control spell, the stronger and more dark energy he could control. The more exquisite the control, the stronger the power he could unleash. It's not difficult. Wang Ye cultivated swiftly in the human virtual cosmic. He had a solid foundation as an ability user and was proficient in almost all ability spells of the 5 major systems. In addition to the fact that his White Wheel origin intent had reached stage 3, he was very familiar with high-dimensional strength. In just a few cosmic days, he had already grasped the trick. Energy Control Spell, F. After Wang Ye left the virtual cosmic, he opened his interface and his consciousness fell. Do you want to spend 200,000 potential points to upgrade your energy control spell? Yes. Do you want to spend 1 million potential points to upgrade your energy control spell? Yes. Do you want to spend 5 million potential points to upgrade your energy control spell? Yes. 3 consecutive upgrades. With that, his mastery of the dark energy level basic ability spell, the energy control spell, instantly reached stage 4. In the space of consciousness, Wang Ye mastered the energy control spell. Dark energy was at his fingertips, and all the mysteries were absorbed into his core. The White Realm contained a large amount of dark energy, and he could control it easily. Whether it was the manifestation spell, the soul tremble spell, or the one-hit spell, their power could all be greatly enhanced with dark energy. Of course, these ability spells were mostly supportive at the moment. His strongest attack was still the eruption of the White Wheel-bearing armor as the core. The next target, Elemental System, Dark Energy Level Ability Spell, the Origin Core Spell. The core of the Origin Energy. If the Origin Energy was compared to an army, the Origin Core would be the general of the army. The White Wheel Origin contained the White Thunder Origin Core. As long as he comprehended the Origin Core spell, not only would he be able to control the White Thunder Origin Core, but the Thunder Fusion technique would undergo a transformation and its power would increase by another level. He might even be able to use the White Wheel Origin. Zhouchao Planet, Wormhole 185. With a ripple, a starship appeared. The symbol on it represented the Monroe family. It was the first team of the Monroe Guards led by Monroe Gareth. After receiving the order from Chihu King Lango, they traveled a long distance from Base 167 through several wormholes and rushed over. A great merit? Bah! Monroe Gareth hated his luck. Lord Xingqiu had just arrived at Base 167 2 days ago, but he had left early in the morning, so he didn't even have a chance to show off. That bastard Chihu King Lango. Monroe Gareth was furious but did not dare to say anything. After all, even the family leader of the Monroe family had to be polite before Chihu King Lango, let alone that he was only a captain of the Monroe Guards. If Chihu King Lango told him to go east, he wouldn't dare to go west. Now that he was asked to come here, he wouldn't dare to not come. Stall a starship. At the very least, destroy it. This was the order that Monroe Gareth had received. Chihu King Lango had already sent him a picture of the starship. There was a Cosmic Adventurer logo on it, and it looked quite luxurious. That was a cosmic warp starship with a market price of over 10,000 cosmic dollars. Unlike his starship, which belonged to the family and not himself. Captain, do you think this is the expert that Chihu King Lango is after? A team member asked carefully. Nonsense, who doesn't know? Monroe Gareth said snappily. Thinking of the corpses on the ground at the base, he felt a chill down his spine. He could not afford to offend an expert of this level at all. Destroy the starship? Wasn't that sending themselves to war? Even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to die. Monroe Gareth was naturally not stupid. Having become the captain of the first team of the Monroe Guards at a young age, he was brave and resourceful other than his extraordinary strength and talent. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He was different from the pretty boys in Team 3 who only knew how to play with sticks, spew sweet words, and please Lord Xingqiu. He should be here soon. Monroe Gareth knew the time and was a little nervous. He waited anxiously. This cosmic day was rather difficult to pass. Captain, we found the signal. A team member's expression suddenly changed as he hurriedly said. Put it through. Monroe Gareth let out a sigh of relief and calmed down. Sun Harmony. All right, no problem. See you later. Wang Ye smiled and ended the call. In the driver's seat, Lingling looked at Wang Ye and blinked her big eyes. Brother-in-law, do you really believe in that bullshit? That the wormhole has damaged their starship and they need help? I don't. It's fake, of course. How can there be such a coincidence? Wang Ye laughed. Then why are you still going? Lingling asked. To beat the opponent at his own game and probe a little. Wang Ye looked behind him. Our biggest pitfall now is sun harmony. We can't let it get damaged again. If we're unlucky, its performance will be affected and will be in trouble once it can't reach light speed. The invisible superstar-level pursuer behind him was the real threat. As for the petty ones outside the wormhole, they were most likely cowards sent by the perpetrator. They might be cowards, but they still had a cosmic warp starship that could attack, and it was very likely that it would destroy sun harmony. He had to be on guard. Be careful, Lingling said to Wang Ye. Don't worry, I'm very strong now. Wang Ye smiled. Although he hadn't comprehended the origin core spell, he had broken through to the dark energy level as an ability user and reached stage 4 for the energy control spell. He could also unleash his power with various other ability spells. At the same time, he had increased by another level as a dark energy level warrior. He was currently much stronger than when he massacred those dark energy level experts at the base. Arriving at Zhouchao Planet's wormhole 185, Wang Ye could already see a starship from afar. The symbol on it looked familiar. An old acquaintance? Enemies are bound to meet. Wang Ye flew out of Sun Harmony's cabin door. Wasn't this the Monroe family that pursued him and gave him equipment and money? It's been a long time. With a smile on his face, Monroe Gareth flew out of the hatch that had just opened. He was nervous and hesitant. After all, he was going to face a super expert who had slaughtered 3 Team Ambers in the base. If he was not careful, he would die. He absolutely could not offend this senior. If he let the other party go, he would be punished by Chihu King Lango and also removed from his post by Lord Xingqiu. But that was fine. His life was the most important. Looking at the handsome figure in front of him, Monroe Gareth was full of envy. This senior was really young and promising. Compared to him, who lived under someone else's roof and compromised, the other party was tens of thousands of times stronger. When would he be able to become like this senior? But why did the other party look so familiar? He seemed to have seen this senior somewhere before. The closer he got, the more confused Monroe Gareth became. A face suddenly popped up in his mind, and his core trembled. Colony planet human Wang Ye. Impossible. How could an expert of this level be an inferior human from a colony planet? The two should only be alike in appearances. It's been a long time. Wang Ye greeted him with a smile. Oh? Monroe Gareth's head was full of question marks. Have we met before, senior? No, but I'm familiar with the Monroe guards, Wang Ye said. Is that so? Monroe Gareth was delighted, and he instantly felt that the distance between him and his senior had shortened significantly. The other party must be Lord Xingqiu's guest. He knew that Lord Xingqiu had a wide social circle and often hung out with pretty boys at night. With the senior's handsome looks, it was very likely that he was one of them. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. Senior is very similar to a friend we've been looking for. Monroe Gareth laughed. Friend? Shouldn't they be wanted enemies? Wang Ye replied with a smile. The atmosphere instantly turned cold. Monroe Gareth widened his eyes in shock. This, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Monroe Gareth mumbled. Although he kept thinking about it, he didn't want to believe that this senior with unfathomable strength in front of him was the one they had been pursuing. The colony planet human. You're right. I'm Wang Ye. A dark energy weapon appeared in Wang Ye's hand. The white origin of thunder suddenly appeared and attacked. Chi! Monroe Gareth hurriedly parried. The mystical engravings on his dark energy level armor lit up, and his bloodline resisted at the same time. However, Wang Ye's thunder fusion technique was on a completely different level. No! Monroe Gareth's face was filled with fear, and he was powerless to resist. Wang Ye was too terrifying. Combat energy exploded as white lightning surged. Boom! It exploded and Monroe Gareth died tragically. At the instant of the kill, Wang Ye charged into the starship with a whoosh. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning rolled and rumbled as those who were killed wailed. The huge starship was destroyed, and all the members of the first team of the Monroe Guards were killed. Following this, Wang Ye flew out of the cabin door and returned to Sun Harmony. The whole fight took less than dozens of seconds. Let's go. Wang Ye was relaxed. Compared to the dark energy level elites of the cosmic nations in the Wuyuan Black Realm, the Monroe Guards were too weak. He recalled the time when he had just left Blue Planet. The Monroe Guards had caused him great pressure and threat. Now they were nothing to him. He could easily crush them with a raise of his hand. It was not that they had become weaker, but that he had grown. Now, he was no longer a colony planet human who could be bullied by others. He was very strong. Chapter 306. Now he can get rid of the tail. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Zhouchao Planet, Wormhole 185. After a while, the Chihu family's starship arrived. Chihu King Lango's majestic figure floated in the air, looking at the dead Monroe Gareth, as well as the destroyed Monroe family starship. His face was ashen. A bunch of trash. Chihu King Lango was furious. To think they couldn't even stop or delay the other party. The Monroe family only raised useless trash. Swoosh! Chihu King Lango returned to the starship, his majestic figure emitting an unapproachable aura, his grim face staring straight at the radar projection. Sun Harmony was not far ahead, but it was difficult to shorten the distance. Where else can we intercept them? Chihu King Lango's voice was cold. Wormhole 185 is a one-way passage, sir. A subordinate reported. Only after leaving the Zhouchao galaxy will there be diverging wormholes. Wormhole 258 goes in the direction of the Wuyuan Black Realm, while Wormhole 257 goes to the Yongshi galaxy. Get to the point, Chihu King Lango shouted. The target will definitely choose Wormhole 257 and enter the Yongshi galaxy. Although that place is almost completely occupied by the Devil race as the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation has been defeated. The land is vast and there are many wormholes. They will have many choices. Whether it's going deep into the center of the Milky Way to continue exploring or taking a detour back. Both can be done. 11. Did I ask you to think of a way for the enemy? Chihu King Lango kicked his subordinate. The latter wailed and lay on the ground, unable to get up. He stared at wormholes 257 and 258, the critical forks. Chihu King Lango understood. Even his stupid subordinate knew to choose wormhole 257. That cunning human would never miss it, especially since he was a citizen of the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. Once he entered the Yongshi galaxy with the protection of the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation, it would be difficult to kill him. Get rid of him at wormhole 257. Chihu King Lango drew a cross on the target. This time, he had to use his connections. He had to think of a way to transfer some experts from the Yongshi galaxy who were fighting the Devil race over. He would besiege the other party. Asterisk. Sun Harmony. Yes, I received it. Wang Ye looked at the information. Nair was the most reliable. She quickly used her connections to find out more about King Chihu Lango. A superstar level 2 warrior, he was the son of the Chihu family's family leader's 17th wife. After killing Monroe Gareth, Wang Ye used the spirit spell to check his remaining memories. After breaking through to the dark energy level as an ability user, his soul level advanced as well, and thus his consciousness was able to probe the dark energy level. The one coming after him was Chihu King Lango. By the way, how are you now? Are you okay? Wang Ye asked with concern. Thank goodness you informed me in advance. Many of the cosmic adventurers in the group are missing in action. They might have been killed, Nair said with lingering fear. I know. Wang Ye also joined the group created by Nair. All the cosmic adventurers were discussing how to deal with the situation, but they couldn't come up with a good idea. The human sanctuary had never cared about the grudges in the cosmic, nor could it. The Taisher starfield itself was in chaos, to begin with the 105 cosmic nations wanting to annex each other. Furthermore, snatching treasures was something that happened all the time in the cosmic. My dad told me to stay where I was. He's coming to pick me up. The 5 cosmic nations bully the weak and fear the strong. They won't dare to provoke my dad, Nair said. They couldn't afford to offend a higher-up of Planet Energy Company. In comparison, the Cosmic Adventurer Association was just a faction under the Human Alliance and had a loose structure. At the critical moment, no one would come forward. All cosmic adventurers could only work together. It was good to have a backer. After this ordeal, he had to find one himself. Which of the 7 supreme human factions should he choose? He chatted with Nair for a while before ending the call. Even though she told him to wait there for her father to pick him up after she was safe, was he the kind of person who would hug his father-in-law's thigh? Of course not. It was impossible for him to stay where he was. Behind him, Chihu King Lango had already locked onto him and was coming after him relentlessly. A superstar level 2 warrior is quite tricky, Wang Ye estimated. With his current strength, it would still be a little difficult for him to really fight the other party. Even with the White Wheel Oblivion armor, he only had a 50% chance of winning. He opened the radar map and projected it in front of him. Wang Ye pondered carefully. A small head popped up behind him, and Lingling pointed at the entrance of the forked worm. Brother-in-law, are we going left or right? What do you think? Wang Ye laughed. Lingling placed a slender finger on her lips. She racked her brains. We should go to wormhole 257, which leads straight to the Yongshi galaxy. As long as we pass this threshold, we will have many more options. Chihu King Lango thinks so too, Wang Ye said. Even if he knows, he can't do anything to us. Lingling snorted. You underestimate the 5 Cosmic Nations Alliance, Wang Ye said. There are many experts from the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation in the Yongshi galaxy. They have been fighting with the Devil Race for a long time. One may not be able to make it to wormhole 257 from elsewhere, but one can make it if they're already in the Yongshi galaxy. But aren't we citizens of the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation? Lingling was puzzled. Don't be naive. It's useless, Wang Ye said. Don't pin your hopes on the kindness of others. Chihu King Lango must have deployed a large number of troops to wormhole 257. He'll be lying in ambush from all sides. Then should we enter wormhole 258? Lingling frowned. But further ahead is the Wuyuan Black Realm, the headquarters of the 5 Great Cosmic Nations Alliance. Aren't we sending ourselves into the tiger's mouth, too? Right, this is also a dead end. Wang Ye nodded. Then what should we do? Lingling was dazed. Looking at the one-way Y-like street with 2 forks, she was at a loss. The cosmic was so vast yet they didn't know where to go. Wang Ye reached out his hand and drew an X on the radar map. It's very simple. Can't we just take care of him? Lingling's beautiful eyes lit up. That's right. Why did they have to escape? Wouldn't it be fine if they killed the pursuers behind them? I've asked Nair to investigate. The 5 Cosmic Nations Alliance currently doesn't have a bounty on me. This means that only Chihu King Lango and his group know that I have the White Wheel Oblivion armor. He's very greedy and wants to keep this treasure for himself, Wang Ye said. Chihu King Lango must die. Otherwise, we will never be able to sleep or eat in peace if he keeps following us. Even if we go deep into the Milky Way, we will still be locked on to by him. We are now 15 cosmic days away from the wormhole's fork. As long as I break through another level and become stronger, I'll be able to get rid of him and avoid future trouble. What if you can't break through? Lingling asked. Wang Ye smiled. Then let's keep him on the run for a while longer. I'll make a move when I'm confident. Either way, as long as we don't enter the wormhole, he can't do anything to me. Lingling's beautiful eyes sparkled as she beamed with joy. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Cultivation room. Wang Ye continued to cultivate the Origin Core spell in the Human Virtual Cosmics Ability Tower of Babel. Myself as the source and the White Realm as the core. Wang Ye had long mastered the mysteries of the Origin Core spell, but it was not that easy to cast, especially since he was only a Dark Energy Level 1 ability user. His newly established White Realm was far from strong enough. It was completely different from his Black Realm, which was now stable and had begun to take shape. There's not enough time. Wang Ye calculated. If he continued cultivating the primeval universe evolving technique, he would need around 9 cosmic days to break through to dark energy level 2. There was no need for that. After all, there was not much difference between dark energy levels 1 and 2. He could still comprehend the origin core spell. It would be fine as long as he reached the beginner stage. Time passed day by day, and Wang Ye cultivated tirelessly in the ability tower of Babel. Around him were ability users from different starfields who were practicing different levels of elemental-type ability spells. So that's how it is. I understand. The key was compatibility. Wang Ye left the ability tower of Babel. With his new comprehension, his consciousness seeped into the White Wheel origin. Stage 3 White Wheel origin intent was unleashed, and his compatibility with the White origin of Thunder instantly reached its peak. The fruits of comprehension and cultivation during these several cosmic days appeared at this moment. The White Realm was stable and did not move. Although it was small, it had all the vital parts. It did not need to release too much dark energy. It only served as the backbone and core. His consciousness spread out, and his mind continued to fuse with the White Wheel origin. Whoosh! Origin core spell. F. Buzz. 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 White lightning merged, and he could control it freely. It was as if he had transformed into the White Wheel origin, perfectly fusing all the white origins of Thunder into one. Arrange, condense, compress, and explode. When the origin core spell was used, the power of the White origin of Thunder increased exponentially. Wang Ye opened his interface. Do you want to spend 100,000 potential points to upgrade the origin core spell? Yes. Do you want to spend 1.5 million potential points to upgrade the origin core spell? Yes. Similarly, he raised its stage by 3 times. After spending a total of 2 million potential points, Wang Ye instantly upgraded the origin core spell to stage 4, in parallel with the energy control spell. A great transformation. Wang Ye's consciousness entered the White Wheel origin again. The increase in his mastery of the origin core spell allowed him to have a better understanding of the White Wheel origin. In the White Wheel origin, there were dozens of White Thunder origin cores. They formed a stable cycle in a unique order and revolved around the White Wheel in the middle. It was like planets revolving around a star, giving birth to a large number of lives. Each pearl of White Wheel origin was a small world where white lightning was born. I should be able to use the White Wheel origin now. Wang Ye tried to control the White Wheel origin, with the energy control spell controlling the origin energy and the origin core. Spell controlling the White Wheel origin, he exercised full control on the stage 3 White Wheel origin intent. Whoosh! A pearl of White Wheel origin came out of the White Wheel annihilating armor and floated in the air. It contained monstrous energy. It didn't fly very fast, but its attack power was astonishing. Wang Ye's eyes were bright. If he released a pearl of White Wheel origin to attack his enemy during a close-range battle, the White origin of Thunder contained in the origin core would explode instantly once it hit the enemy. This power was terrifying. Even a superstar-level expert would probably not be able to handle it. Moreover, he had a total of 3. Chihu King Lango was in big trouble. Now I can get rid of the tail. Wang Ye revealed a satisfied smile. The 3 pearls of White Wheel origin contained astonishing energy, revolving around him like stars. With Warrior's defense and ability user's attack, the current White Wheel Oblivion armor was both offensive and defensive. Chapter 307. Aren't you good at running? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. After mastering the origin core spell and controlling the White Wheel origin, Wang Ye had the confidence to deal with Chihu King Lango. Strength was the foundation. With enough strength, he could both attack and defend. After mastering the origin core spell, Wang Ye immediately began to cultivate the primeval universe evolution spell. The remaining 7 cosmic days meant that the success rate in learning other dark energy level ability spells was not high. It would be better to increase his strength as an ability user and strengthen his White Realm so that the execution and control of the origin core spell would be more stable. The disadvantages of going to battle early outweighed the advantages. As such, there was no need for that. 7 cosmic days later. Dark Energy Level 1 Ability User, 83%. Wang Ye ended his cultivation. He was still 2 cosmic days away from breaking through to the next level. But he didn't wait. Sun Harmony was about to reach the mouth of the wormhole fork. This was the best place to fight. The white wheel Oblivion armor covered his entire body, and the white origin of thunder revolved around him, the two perfectly fusing into one. Now, he could easily control each white origin of thunder through the origin core spell. His combat prowess had greatly increased. "You must win, brother-in-law." Lingling clenched her fists tightly, her voice slightly lacking in confidence. Although she had always been confident in her brother-in-law, this time was different. Her brother-in-law was aiming to kill a legendary superstar-level expert. "Wait for me to come back." Wang Ye opened the cabin door and walked out with a smile. Asterisk. In the cosmic, the Chihu family starship was flying at light speed. Chihu King Lango sat on the main control seat, drinking wine expressionlessly. Arriving at wormhole 256. "Prepare for warp." The AL's voice sounded. Suddenly, Chihu King Lango was surprised. On the radar screen, Sun Harmony, which they had been unable to catch up to, stopped moving. "Reporting. The target ship has stopped after passing through the wormhole," the subordinate reported. Chihu King Lango's eyes lit up, and his spirit was roused. Had it stopped? This time, even the heavens were helping him. What happened? Chihu King Lango stood up, tall and sturdy. It should be that the starship was damaged when it passed through the wormhole, causing it to be unable to fly. The subordinate replied. Performing cosmic jumps and passing through wormholes had very high requirements for starships. Whether it was a cosmic jump or a wormhole, there was a considerable risk. Damage was a common occurrence, so starships often needed maintenance personnel. Otherwise, it would be difficult to stay flying in the cosmic for a long time. Good. Very good. Chihu King Lango laughed heartily. He had already used his connections to set up an inescapable net in wormhole 257, just lying in wait for Wang Ye's arrival. However, it would be best if they could kill the other party here. The heavens were helping him. Cosmic jump. The starship shook and the radar image changed. Chihu King Lango stared at the screen in front of him, where the radar waves were spreading out. He quickly searched for life forms in the surroundings and locked onto Sun Harmony and Wang Ye in an instant. Run. Wasn't he good at that? Ha 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 ha. Chihu King Lango was arrogant. He was like a hunter who had finally caught his exhausted prey. Wang Ye had nowhere to run. Open the hatch. Chihu King Lango was in high spirits. His silver-scale armor shone with exquisite light, and the mystical engravings released powerful power. The 2-meter-long roaring tiger saber in his hand exuded an oppressive aura and killing intent. Swoosh! Chihu King Lango jumped out of the hatch. He floated in the air and looked at Wang Ye in the distance. He looked at the white lightning armor on Wang Ye's body and did not hide the desire in his eyes. Soon, this treasure would be his. You're quite lucky. Chihu King Lango looked at Wang Ye arrogantly. What a pity. The cosmic has never been about luck. It's about strength. You don't have the right to own such a treasure. Boom! Chihu King Lango was bursting with fighting spirit as he shot toward Wang Ye like an arrow. With a superstar-level physique and perfect control over space, he was like a king in the low-dimensional cosmic. The other party was just an ant. He could simply slaughter it. The surrounding space was sealed as Chihu King Lango's crushing strength was displayed without a doubt. White lightning roared. The locked space was instantly destroyed by the high-dimensional energy. Wang Ye released his lightning to break the spatial restraints. At the same time, he used the energy control spell and his body split into two with the virtual image spell. Small tricks. Chihu King Lango ignored all this. He couldn't even be bothered to care which one was real and which one was fake. Was there any difference between an ant and 2 ants? Just kill them all. The saber swept across, his physique shocking. Chihu King Lango knew about the special effect of the white lightning armor on Wang Ye, but he was confident that he would only suffer minor injuries. Once Wang Ye took his attack head-on, the former would die without a doubt. Wang Ye was crushed by the terrifying force. The white origin of thunder wrapped around the roaring tiger saber and injured Chihu King Lango. Boom! Chihu King Lango shouted. The silver scale armor was covered in specks of light, intertwining with the white origin of thunder. Strange. Logically speaking, he had killed Wang Ye's virtual image, but why would he still suffer a backlash from the white lightning? There was no time to think. On the right, Wang Ye's attack instantly erupted. One-hit spell. The attack spell was driven by dark energy, and the energy contained in the white realm surged out. Wang Ye controlled the white wheel origin intent with ease. His stage for attainments in the origin core spell were quite high, so he could naturally control the white lightning to appear on the virtual image. Boom! The attack with astonishing power caused Chihu King Lango to suffer a loss. The gap between attacks was extremely uncomfortable, and the backlash from the white lightning forced him to divert his energy to resist. Against a mere dark energy level attack, to think Chihu King Lango was injured. Bastard! Chihu King Lango was extremely furious and retreated. Wang Ye cast the virtual image spell again. Dark energy was quickly consumed, and his white realm was empty. Boom! Chihu King Lango fiercely slashed his saber at Wang Ye. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Foolish ant. I can tell if it's real or fake at a glance. Chihu King Lango sneered. He was a superstar-level expert. The absolute attack of a tyrannical physical body, the power of condensed dark substance, and the high-dimensional power were difficult to resist. Go to hell. Chi. The mystical engravings on the roaring tiger saber were fully activated, and the ferocious tiger saber intent that was bursting with killing intent swallowed Wang Ye. Superstar-level strength was crushing. Boom! The roaring tiger saber tore through Wang Ye's defense. Although the white wheel oblivion armor was firmly protecting Wang Ye, the terrifying force and combat energy inside his body exploded like a nuclear bomb. Rumbling sounds rang out as he was madly strangled, his physical body crushed by high-dimensional energy. Even if the Chihu King Lango's talent in the Path of Time was mediocre and he could not unleash the power of the Path of Time, he was still able to deal with a mere dark energy level being. He was more than enough. Seeing Wang Ye die on the spot, the white lightning armor falling apart, and even the core scattered, the corners of Chihu King Lango's mouth curled up into a smile. But suddenly he was startled. Behind him, Wang Ye's virtual image appeared once again. With the might of the white lightning, his saber came crashing down. What's going on? Chihu King Lango was a little confused. Was the Wang Ye that he had just killed a virtual image? Something wasn't right. There was no time for Chihu King Lango to react. He quickly turned around and attacked again while resisting the backlash of the white lightning. Combat energy burst out and he roared as he counterattacked. The violent strike once again tore Wang Ye apart like a piece of paper. Virtual image. This was a virtual image. Then the Wang Ye that he had just killed. No, he was not dead. Chihu King Lango's pupils constricted, but it was too late. Just as he tore apart Wang Ye's virtual image, an abnormally terrifying high-dimensional power penetrated his body and ignored his defense. The white wheel origin. It was the scattered core of the white wheel oblivion armor. It was only the size of a marble and looked inconspicuous. But, rumble, rumble. Chihu King Lango's dark energy level 7 armor was destroyed from the inside. His physical body was also heavily injured, but this was only a part of it. Boom! Without the protection of his silver scale armor, Chihu King Lango's strongest defense was instantly gone. The second white wheel origin went straight for the head. Bang! With the control of the origin core spell, the white origin of thunder exploded like a nuclear bomb. No! Chihu King Lango roared in his heart. However, it was so close that he could not stop the terrifying power of the white wheel origin. The moment his defense collapsed, the death knell sounded. Boom! With a terrifying explosion and white lightning devouring his body, Chihu King Lango reached the finish line. The people in the Chihu family starship watched in disbelief as they saw their lord, a superstar-level warrior, explode in the void. A dark energy-level human reassembled with a calm expression. He turned around and seemed to be smiling. Then his figure disappeared. Close the hatch. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Just as the voice rang out, an uninvited guest had arrived in the starship. The dark energy level human who killed their lord. A monster. Wang Ye swept his gaze across the terrified crowd and released the White Thunder origin. The Chihu family would be wiped out together. After a while, Sun Harmony's cabin door opened, and Wang Ye walked in as if nothing had happened. It didn't look like he had just experienced an intense battle. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." Lingling could not hide the admiration in her eyes. The opponent had been a superstar-level expert. In a cosmic nation, he could already be considered a ruthless character. The various cosmic nations' families and factions were all fighting over these talents, who could even build their own families. Before this, the other party was definitely a much-respected big shot. But now, his brother-in-law had killed him with his own hands. The Monroe family, which had chased them to the end of the world, only had one superstar-level expert, which was their family leader. The two slaves looked at Wang Ye from afar with reverence and respect. Their master was too strong. At the dark energy level, he was able to kill a superstar-level warrior, making him much more terrifying than a superstar-level warrior. This is just the beginning. Wang Ye was nonchalant. The killing of Chihu King Lango had opened the curtains. Originally, only Chihu King Lango knew that he had the White Wheel Oblivion armor. However, after his death, it wouldn't be long before the news of him possessing a treasure would spread to the Red River Cosmic Nation, or even the 5 Cosmic Nations Alliance. If the news couldn't be concealed, the storm would come sooner or later. Whether or not they could withstand this storm depended on their strength and confidence. Come on. Wang Ye was fearless. He was not a pushover. The price to pay for attempting to kill him was not small. The next step, Wormhole 258? Lingling's eyes widened in shock. She thought that her brother-in-law would turn back after killing Chihu King Lango. She did not expect that her brother-in-law would make such a choice. Further ahead was the Wuyuan Black Realm, the headquarters of the 5 Great Cosmic Nations Alliance. Was her brother-in-law crazy? Chapter 308. This can't be real. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. To be honest, we don't have many choices, Wang Ye said to Lingling. We're currently at a Y-shaped fork. We can just rule out turning back. Based on the current situation, we can't go back. Once things get worse, we'll definitely be trapped on the way back. On the upper left is Wormhole 257, leading deep into the Yongshi Galaxy. Chihu King Lango must have set up an inescapable net there. Even if he's dead now, we still can't escape a fierce battle there. Furthermore, it will be very difficult for us to advance further into the Yongshi Galaxy, as we'll still be surrounded by the 5 Great Cosmic Nations Alliance. To the upper right is Wormhole 258, the path that the 5 Cosmic Nations sealed off the Black Realm, where their base camp is located. The reason why I chose this route is because once we cross this threshold, we can break through the encirclement of the 5 Cosmic Nations and enter the center of the Milky Way. What he was thinking about was not the present. Currently, the 3 paths were not very different. Rather, Wormhole 258 was the most dangerous. However, once they crossed this threshold, Wormhole 258 was the safest route. Plus, it led straight to the center of the Milky Way. I don't understand. Even if we go through Wormhole 258, aren't we still surrounded by the 5 Cosmic Nations? How do we break through? Lingling pointed at the location of the Black Realm. Rather, this area has the strongest defense. Once trapped, there's no way to escape. Wang Ye pointed at the center of the encirclement. You've forgotten a key point. We've been to the Wuyuan Black Realm. Are we going to hide in the Wuyuan Black Realm? Lingling felt enlightened. No, Wang Ye shook his head. We're using it as a transit route to leave. The 5 Cosmic Nations Alliance has only explored 60% to 80% of the area around the Black Realm. They haven't explored the area that leads to the depths of the Milky Way, much less sealed it. The direction Yu Min left. He had gone to the Cosmic Adventurers group to ask and also checked in the Human Virtual Cosmic. That area had yet to be fully explored, but he had the route map sent by Yu Huotong so he could leave safely. How do we transit? Lingling was stunned. We'll ask Senior Wu Yuan to send us off. While we're at it, I also want to ask him for something, Wang Yi said with a smile. The White Wheel Origin. Now that he had broken through to the dark energy level, and his energy control spell and origin core spell had both reached stage 4-, he could control more than 3 pearls of the White Wheel origin. It was naturally better to have more of such a treasure that could both attack and defend. Lingling understood, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Her brother-in-law was amazing. He found a path in an instant. But the 5 cosmic nations' alliances have sealed off the entrance to the Black Realm. How do we enter? Lingling hesitated. Have you forgotten who we are? Wang Ye laughed. We are citizens of the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. Breakthrough. Dark Energy Level 2 ability user. A new layer opened up in the White Realm, which absorbed more dark energy. While it was stable, his ability as an ability user also increased. Wang Ye didn't continue cultivating the primeval universe evolution technique. Reaching level 2 as an ability user, the cultivation speed was on par with his progress as a level 3 warrior. Naturally, the efficiency of training as a warrior was higher. Moreover, there was still some time before he entered the Wuyuan Black Realm. If his physique improved by another level during this period, he might be able to fuse with the 4th fragment of the White Wheel Oblivion armor, and his strength would increase by another level. He focused on cultivation. At the same time, through Enire, Wang Ye paid attention to the movements of the 5 cosmic nations, as well as the ripples caused by the death of Chihu King Lango. The news had yet to spread. In other words, he was still safe. They passed through wormhole 258. Wang Ye quickly got on the right track. It was no secret that this area had long been explored. The difference was that there were now many checkpoints along the way, and all of them were guarded by the 5 cosmic nations. It was not easy to enter the Wuyuan Black Realm. I'll have to trouble you to make it convenient for me. Lingling discreetly stuffed 1 cosmic dollar into the bearded captain's hand. Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. 1-star cosmic citizen. Yu Ling. After the bearded captain performed the verification process, he did not ask any more questions. He then waved his hand. Let them pass. Thank you, sir. Lingling thanked him. Although you have guards, you should still be careful. The Black Realm is not as simple as you think. The bearded captain looked at Wang Ye, Lulu, and Ashang, not paying much attention to them. 2 cosmic level 9 slaves and 1 dark energy level guard. These days, some too many little fellows did not know the immensity of heaven and earth who went to the Black Realm to try their luck. Did they really think that treasures were that easy to obtain? Foolish. Understood. Lingling smiled and said goodbye to the bearded captain. They passed through the wormhole and headed towards the Black Realm. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I was scared to death. Lingling sighed. It wasn't that difficult to begin with. Wang Ye smiled. It's been a long time since we entered the Black Realm. Families from the 5 cosmic nations have entered in batches. There's basically no profit in the Black Realm now unless we can enter the core area. As long as one is a citizen of the 5 cosmic nations, one can basically enter. If we bribe more, the investigation will be even more relaxed. Wang Ye was well-versed in all this. Different times, different scales. In the beginning, when the defense was tight, one could not bribe even if one wanted to. But now that the checkups were much looser, it was easier to bribe. Just to be safe though, he still spent 100,000 cosmic dollars and asked Yunlai Yi to help Lingling get a 1-star citizenship of the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. This money was nothing to him now. Hee. They surely won't think that we've already been to the Black Realm and obtained treasures. Lingling smiled proudly. Conventional thinking. The most dangerous place is sometimes the safest, Wang Ye said. Asterisk. Zhouchao Planet, Base 167. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu wore a phoenix crown and a long yellow dress. 2 extraordinarily handsome male pets followed her. They were elegant and luxurious as they patrolled the operation of the base. She had been in the base for a while. When she had nothing to do, she would test her male pet's spear skills, and her days were carefree. With the name of the Chihu family, not only was the mission easy, but she could also make contributions on behalf of the Monroe family. Suddenly, the starry sky bracelet lit up. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu was slightly puzzled and answered the call. What? This, it can't be, right? Okay, I got it. I'll check it out immediately. Her breathing was a little hurried. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu ended the call, feeling a little dizzy. The person who contacted her was someone from the Qihu family. Lord, are you feeling unwell? Let me massage you. A handsome male pet flattered her. Get lost. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu slapped him hard, her mood extremely terrible. Qihu King Lango was dead. At the center of the base, head captain Monroe Hantong was busy working. As a senior employee, he had no time to relax. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded. Greetings, Lord Xingqiu. The members of the Monroe Guards said respectfully. Monroe Hantong bowed slightly. What are your orders, Lord Xingqiu? Qihu King Lango is dead. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu went straight to the point. The main person in charge of Base 167 was dead? Monroe Hantong was very surprised. In particular, Qihu King Lango was a superstar-level expert. His strength was not much different from their family leader. How could such an expert die just like that? The Qihu family wants us to check the base to see if there are any clues, Monroe Emperor Xingqiu said. Clues? What clues could there be in the base? Although Monroe Hantong was shocked by the death of Qihu King Lango, he was extremely concerned about the Qihu family's inquiry because he couldn't afford to offend them. Clues? Monroe Hantong pondered for a moment. He sorted out what he had seen and heard in the base over and over again. Suddenly, he slammed his left palm with his right fist. Right, those 3 fighter jets outside. Where the dead members of Team Amber are? Monroe Emperor Xingqiu was deep in thought. Yes, there should be clues inside. Monroe Hantong nodded. There's a recorder on the fighter jet, and it probably recorded what happened. Qihu King Lango was after a person who seems to have obtained a treasure. If we can confirm the identity of the person who obtained this treasure, we can basically lock onto the identity of the murderer who killed Qihu King Lango. Then what are we waiting for? Monroe Emperor Xingqiu urged. It's locked. We can't get in. Monroe Hantong spread his hands. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu nodded. Bring some people over first. I'll contact the Qihu family. We'll be able to open the lock very quickly through the supernet. Yes, my lord. On the fighter jet, Monroe Hantong looked at the scenes on the recorder and rubbed his eyes hard to make sure that he was not seeing things. This was too ridiculous. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. However, the recorder would not lie. Did you find anything? The voice of Monroe Emperor Xingqiu sounded behind him. Monroe Hantong turned his head, his expression as complicated as if he was constipated. He nodded. Please take a look for yourself. Although Monroe Emperor Xingqiu was puzzled, she didn't ask further. She sat down and carefully watched the video. Her beautiful eyes lit up. This young man was quite good-looking. But very quickly, Monroe Emperor Xingqiu's expression changed from admiration to surprise. Her red lips parted and her pupils dilated. Very powerful. In just a few breaths, the other party massacred 3 Team Ambers with 30 dark energy level powerhouses in one go. Extremely terrifying strength. Was he the target that Qihu King Lango had left the base to pursue? Monroe Emperor Xingqiu quickly understood the intentions of Qihu King Lango. It was obvious that the latter wanted to take the priceless treasure from the handsome young man. Unfortunately, he was killed instead. Greed was the cause of this disaster. However, this young man who was more handsome than her 2 male pets seemed to only be at the dark energy level. How could he kill the superstar-level Qihu King Lango? He might be even stronger than in the video. Wait a minute. She seemed to have seen this handsome young man somewhere before. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu's dark red eyeshadow crinkled slightly as she recalled carefully. There was a figure in the blur. She seemed to have an impression of the other party, but she couldn't remember who he was. Hantong, have I seen him before? Monroe Emperor Xingqiu turned around and asked. Monroe Hantong wanted to say something but hesitated. He only opened his mouth to speak after a while. My lord, he is Wang Ye. Wang Ye? Who is Wang Ye? Monroe Emperor Xingqiu was stunned. Suddenly, her pupils widened, her expression changed, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. She turned her head and stared at the figure on the recording screen. Her head was in chaos. This couldn't be real. Chapter 309. Sweep through the wormhole base. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Shock, fear, and regret. All sorts of emotions flooded Monroe Emperor Xingqiu, and her expression was extremely complicated. Was this the brat from the colony planet that she had ordered to be hunted down? Dark energy level. To think he was already a dark energy level expert. Moreover, his combat prowess was exaggerated to such an extent that he had single-handedly wiped out 3 Team Ambers, who were the elites of the Chihu family. Even the Monroe family didn't have many teams like that. But the most terrifying thing was, the superstar-level expert, Chihu King Lango, might have died in his hands. Idiot. Monroe Hantong looked at Monroe Emperor Xingqiu and cursed in his heart. Wouldn't it have been better if she had listened to him earlier? Recruiting the other party was far better than eliminating him. But he understood Lord Xingqiu. She was born a noble and had imperial blood flowing in her veins. She looked down on the colony planet humans from the bottom of her heart, believing that they were born to be lowly slaves. What should we do? Monroe Emperor Xingqiu mumbled. She was at a loss. It's not too late to mend the fold. Monroe Hantong thought to himself. However, as a senior employee, he knew what to say and do. Especially when dealing with a powerful descendant of the imperial family, going along with the other party was the best choice. The more one said, the more mistakes one would make. Beep, beep. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu's starry sky bracelet rang out once again. Her expression was complicated. She hesitated for a moment before picking up the call. Ah yes, I found some clues. They're on the fighter jet. All right, I'll send it to you immediately. Monroe Hantong sighed softly in his heart. It was hopeless. Lord Xingqiu was too stupid. Was there any benefit in doing so? The Chihu family would not be grateful at all. On the contrary, they had completely pushed Wang Ye to the opposite side, and there was no possibility of them interacting peacefully with each other anymore. In fact, they had tied a dead knot in their hostile relationship. If the Chihu family can't kill Wang Ye. Monroe Hantong was also a little flustered. This colony planet human was too terrifying. It had only been 10 years since the other party escaped from colony planet 996, but he had changed so greatly. Back then, even the Great Net could not trap him. Instead, it forced him to become increasingly brave, and his strength increased rapidly. Now, could the Chihu family really kill him? If they couldn't, the Monroe family might have offended an enemy that they could not afford to. I've got to find an opportunity to resign and work elsewhere. Monroe Hantong muttered in his heart. Asterisk. Asterisk. Sun Harmony's journey was smooth. Under Lingling's bribery, the guards of the 5 cosmic nations were practically non-existent. 10 cosmic days later. Dark Energy Level 3, 75%. Wang Ye ended his cultivation. The growth of the dark substance in his physique began to encounter a bottleneck, and his cultivation slowed down slightly. However, with the top-rank cultivation effect of the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique, it would not be a problem to cross the first bottleneck of the dark energy level. They were about to reach the last wormhole before the Black Realm. Brother-in-law, the checks ahead seemed to have become stricter. Looking at the wormhole base through the hatch, Lingling's voice was filled with worry. It's all right, relax. Wang Ye looked ahead. The atmosphere there was completely different from that in the previous wormhole bases. Not only were the guards more, but the inspection was also more detailed. Starships lined up and slowly passed through. Each ship was inspected extremely slowly. This was the final hurdle before entering the black hole. Soon it was his turn. I'll have to trouble you to make it convenient for me. Lingling stuffed $1 cosmic dollar into the hands of the black-armored captain. Stop! Everyone on the starship, come down and have your identities verified. The captain showed no mercy. Even slaves. Lingling smiled, but she was really nervous. She was not worried about the slaves, of course, but her brother-in-law. Are you deaf? Get down here. The black-armored captain glared and shouted. All of you, get down here. All right, Lingling immediately replied. The identity check was very detailed. comparing, screening, and finally verification. Every step was done with extreme precision, and they would only be allowed to pass when their identities were completely verified. Pass, pass, pass. Lingling and the other two completed their identity checks and reboarded the starship. Wang Ye gave her a look and nodded. His identity was naturally not suspicious, as he was also a citizen of the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. Although he was wanted by the Monroe family, this was a personal grudge. The only possible problem was, he had killed Chihu King Lango. 2. Beep! The supernet suddenly lit up with a red light. The pupils of the leader of the black armored warriors lit up. The guards quickly drew their weapons and surrounded Wang Ye fearfully. Wang Ye spread his hands innocently, showing no intention of resisting. Catch him! The black armored warrior shouted, and the guards instantly charged forward. A faint smile hung on Wang Ye's face. He drew his dual blades and his combat energy exploded. He used the sword-inflicting saber technique, and layers of mystical engravings lit up on the 9-sharp saber. Wherever the blade light went, there was a new corpse. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the weak guards were cleared. Faced with the dark energy-level warrior's powerful blade, Wang Ye's hands flashed with lightning, and he quickly used the thunder fusion technique. His absolute combat prowess crushed the other party and killed him mercilessly. 2. I'm wanted again. Wang Ye looked at the interface on the supernet. His killing of Chihu King Lango was exposed. The ones who wanted him were the 5 cosmic nations. Clearly, after the Chihu family confirmed the death of Chihu King Lango, they had classified him in the treasure possessor category. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been wanted by the 5 cosmic nations. Good Lord! How ruthless! The Chihu family was not greedy and did not care about the treasures on him. Beep! Beep beep! The sirens blared as countless guards swarmed in. Since he had been exposed, Wang Ye did not hold back anymore. His 9-sharp saber buzzed as he started a massacre. Boom! 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 One by one, the dark energy-level guards were slaughtered. The current Wang Ye could kill normal dark energy-level experts as if he was slaughtering cows and sheep. He was too strong. He's here. Wang Ye had already sensed the arrival of an unusually powerful aura. 2. A superstar-level expert. The strongest person in the wormhole base. Boom! It was a man with plates holding a giant axe, his muscles bulging. The giant axe's attack seemed extremely slow, but it appeared in front of him in an instant. It was unstoppable. The path of time. Chi. Wang Ye avoided the fatal attack. The giant axe shattered the bones of his left arm but was blocked by the defense of the White Wheel Oblivion armor. The white origin of thunder seemed to have found an outlet and surged out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Like a dancing elf. Its power was astonishing. What is this? The plate's man's expression changed as he retreated. At this moment, Wang Ye had already closed in quickly. The White Realm's dark energy condensed into the 9-sharp saber, and his combat energy instantly erupted. Bang! The explosive attack broke through the defense. Die! The plate's man sneered. That was just a flaw he had intentionally exposed. He had absolute confidence in his defense and physique. He took this opportunity to swing his giant axe, intending to cut Wang Ye in half. Suddenly, a white wheel origin shone brightly. The moment the man with plates attacked, it penetrated his broken defense. It was extremely accurate. Z. The white origin of thunder exploded in his body. The terrifying energy made it impossible for the man with the huge axe and plates to dodge. His expression changed drastically. The sounds of explosions were endless as his skin and flesh were torn apart, and he wailed endlessly. Clang! With the other white origin of thunder as the core of defense, Wang Ye blocked the plates man's attack. Buzz! 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 The reverse damage effect of the white origin of thunder appeared once again. The man with the giant axe and plates was attacked repeatedly. His bloodline was unleashed, and his body expanded rapidly, his aura increasing greatly. However, the third white wheel origin had already appeared. Boom! Chain attack! The 2 pearls of white wheel origin intersected. Wang Ye controlled them precisely with his consciousness as if there was an invisible line connecting them. The crazy white origin of thunder raged in the body of the plate's man. No matter how strong his defense and bloodline were, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Thunder fusion technique. Wang Ye's dark energy exploded again. Combined with the one-hit spell, the vast power of the third white wheel origin dealt a fatal blow to the man with the huge axe and plates. Boom! The fusion of combat energy and the white origin of thunder blew his body into pieces. Wang Ye didn't stop. He didn't hide the power of the white wheel origin the moment he started killing. Facing the panicked guards around him, he swept in all directions. Boom! 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 He had no qualms about doing a clean job. When it was time to act, Wang Ye would not hesitate. Unable to resist, all the guards died. 11. Done. Wang Ye recklessly destroyed the supernet. He was very familiar with this operation. The starships that were still waiting in line were all stunned, completely unaware of what had happened. They only saw a dark energy-level human show his might and destroy the entire base alone. It was extremely fast and efficient. Then, the other party boarded the starship and headed straight for the wormhole. Those behind him were so scared that they did not dare to move. It was too terrifying. They had crossed the last obstacle. Sun Harmony headed straight for the Wuan Black Realm, flying at light speed. What a pity we were still exposed, Lingling said regretfully. One cannot swathe flames in paper. The news of Chihu King Lango's death will inevitably spread. The Chihu family might have deduced my identity through the base's surveillance or the fighter jet recorder, Wang Ye said. There wasn't enough time at that time. Otherwise, he would have destroyed the base too. It was not very useful though. After all, his images had been shared on the supernet. Either way, I'm used to being wanted. Lingling did not care. We're only wanted by the 5 Cosmic Nations Alliance in the Black Realm, and the influence is limited. After leaving the Black Realm, we can still freely enter and leave the 5 Cosmic Nations, Wang Ye said. Wanted? Pursuers? Wang Ye didn't care at all. The Cosmic was a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. If they were weak, they would be oppressed wherever they went. If he was strong, even if there were many pursuers, he could just kill them all. There were no more obstacles ahead, as there were no wormholes for the 5 Cosmic Nations to build bases. In the vast Cosmic, the probability of another starship catching up to them was too small. Wang Ye simply ignored the pursuers behind him. In less than half a cosmic day, they arrived at a familiar place. Wuan Black Realm. 11. I'm back. Wang Ye looked ahead. The cosmic vortex that was densely covered in lightning had an aura that he was extremely familiar with. The starships of the 5 Cosmic Nations appeared around them and flew over to attack. Sun Harmony's shield was fully activated to resist the attack. It sped towards the cosmic vortex at the speed of light, the vortex magnifying before their eyes. The awe-inspiring aura and powerful energy quickly enveloped the area. Whoosh! Sun Harmony entered the Black Realm again. Chapter 310. Heaven's Will. This is Heaven's Will. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. There are so many people. Lingling was dumbfounded. The current Black Realm was completely different from what she had seen before. There were people everywhere, just like a scenic spot. No matter where she went, there were humans from the 5 great cosmic nations. There were more than 10 times more people than when she left. Just picking up a dark crystal fragment is already worth the price of the entrance ticket to them, Wang Ye said. Basic dark energy level experts usually only have a few hundred cosmic dollars. A piece of dark crystal fragment is worth more than what they have. Who wouldn't be envious? Some poor dark energy level experts might only have a few cosmic dollars. For example, the weak guards. Now that there was a chance to make a fortune, they naturally swarmed in, especially since the risk was greatly reduced after the 5 cosmic nations monopolized the place. What should we do now? Will they come after us? Lingling was a little worried. Maybe, but they won't be able to find us, Wang Ye said. The space at the entrance of the Black Realm is changing all the time. In just half a second, they'll be teleported to a different location. In addition, they can't communicate with each other here, and there's no human virtual cosmic. It'll be very difficult for them to find us. He was not afraid even if they did find him. After all, he could kill ordinary superstar-level experts all the same. Wang Ye was very confident in his current strength. In particular, the Wuyuan Black Realm was very compatible with him. He had a geographical advantage when fighting here. Lingling was relieved. You guys stay close to the starship. I can travel faster alone and their target is me, Wang Ye said. They can't verify our identities in the Black Realm, so you're safe. Be careful, brother-in-law, Lingling reminded. Wang Ye nodded and set off. The lightning strikes in the Black Realm continued, but he could ignore them now. This was not only because his White Wheel origin intent had reached stage 2, allowing him to sense the location of the lightning strikes, but also because he was wearing the White Wheel Oblivion armor. Lightning? How could an ordinary origin of thunder compare to white thunder? It was like scratching an itch. A bounty was put on the murderer Wang Ye. He wore white lightning armor, which was suspected to be a treasure from the Black Realm. He should be killed on sight. The families of the 5 cosmic nations that monopolized the Black Realm spread Wang Ye's information. Every wormhole base and every superstar-level expert received it. This person was extremely dangerous and cruel. He killed Chihu King Lango and slaughtered the entire wormhole base. None of the guards were spared. Are you kidding me? Even Chihu King Lango died in his hands. How are we supposed to fight him? That's right. Although the treasure is important, it's also vital to see if it's dangerous to get. Life is the most important. He's most certainly a lunatic. Let me give everyone a piece of advice. Don't be greedy. Chihu King Lango is a good example. Messages flooded the group chats. Even though Wang Ye was wanted, the elites of the 5 cosmic nations weren't interested. There weren't many superstar-level experts to begin with, and half of them had strength that was on par with Chihu King Lango. After all, the ones who were still in the Black Realm were only basic superstar-level experts. Those powerful advanced superstar-level experts could not enter the Black Realm, so they naturally would not waste time waiting for the rabbit. Kill the murderer Wang Ye? It also depended on whether they had the ability. Asterisk. In the Black Realm, Wang Ye arrived at the Thunder Origin Core Barrier. With dark energy level speed and the ability to be unafraid of lightning, the journey was smooth. To the current him, the Black Realm was like flat ground. This included the Thunder Origin Core Barrier. Buzz! The white origin of thunder was with him, and Wang Ye went straight in under everyone's watchful eyes. The surrounding dark energy level experts were dumbfounded, not knowing what expression to make. The origin of thunder of the Thunder Origin Core Barrier didn't dare to attack the white origin of thunder and dodged 3 feet away. Wang Ye easily passed through it and disappeared without a trace. Which cosmic nation is this monster from? He's too strong. Is that white lightning from earlier his bloodline? I'm afraid it's a top-rank bloodline or above. It's a treasure. What terrifying strength. To be able to control a treasure of this level, it's an eye-opener. Unfortunately, he came too late. The treasures in the Black Realm have basically been swept clean. There aren't many left. The discussions continued, but Wang Ye heard none of it. After passing through the Thunder Origin Core Barrier, what he saw was different from before. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The white lightning leaped, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity descended. Wang Ye looked around and walked forward. After breaking through the Thunder Origin Core Barrier, Senior Wu Yuan had already noticed his arrival and teleported him to his lair, the White Lightning Ball. To be precise, he was now inside the other party's star core. After breaking through the dark energy level, Wang Ye had a deeper understanding of the life level, and his understanding of the Black Realm and the White Realm was also more thorough. After all, he had already opened up both realms. Although they had just been established, the essence was the same. To be precise, Senior Wu Yuan's place couldn't be considered a Black Realm. It should be an internal world that was formed from the fusion of the Black Realm, the White Realm, and the Path of Space. Among the black hole-level experts, he was indeed considered one of the best. After all, fusing 3 great paths to transcend reincarnation was an extremely difficult path. However, compared to Xia Yu, the real proud son of heaven and the owner of Jade Carving Light Ball number 5, They were not at the same level. Greetings, Senior Wu Yuan. Wang Ye lowered his head. The surrounding white lightning gathered and instantly formed Wu Yuan's original appearance. His aura was still strong, and the huge white lightning enveloped him, but he was calm now. Why are you back? Wu Yuan's afterimage looked at Wang Ye impatiently. Then he exclaimed, You've improved quite a bit. You've also broken through to the dark energy level. Wang Ye nodded. It's all thanks to the white wheel origin you gave me. Not bad. Wu Yuan's voice was calm as he summoned pearls of white wheel origin in his hand. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. Whoosh! The fourth white wheel origin landed. The moment it entered his body, a huge amount of origin energy flowed and formed a chaotic connection with the other 3 pearls of white wheel origin. Wang Ye was fully focused and had clear control over the stage 2 white wheel origin intent. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more pearls in a row and Wang Ye gradually felt some pressure. However, the stage 4 energy control spell and origin core spell allowed him to have excellent control over the white wheel origin. Oh! Wu Yuan's afterimage felt somewhat unexpected. He could tell that Wang Ye's control over the ability spells was quite high. The 7th one. The 8th. Phew! Wang Ye let out a breath and bowed slightly. Thank you for the gift. This was his limit. Going too far was as bad as falling short. From 3 to 8 pearls of white wheel origin, both the abundance of energy and the instantaneous explosive power of the white lightning had greatly increased. This included his cultivation comprehension of the primeval universe evolution technique. I was wrong before. I didn't expect you to be so talented as an ability user. Wu Yuan's afterimage praised. After all, Senior is a warrior. Wang Ye laughed. Although Senior Wu Yuan had fused 3 paths into one, it was not a true fusion. Instead, it was based on the Black Realm. It was akin to taking a shortcut, but individuals were good at different things, after all. Not everyone was as talented as Xiaoyu. The path that suited him was the best. Can you fuse with the 4th fragment of the White Wheel Oblivion armor? Wu Yuan asked. Sure. Wang Ye was ready. He was only 1 step away from being an intermediate dark energy level being. Although he wasn't fully confident, he could give it a try. Boom! Different from fusing with the White Wheel origin, it was rather taxing to fuse the fragments of the White Wheel Oblivion armor, and it had extremely high requirements for one's physical body and physique. Wang Ye was in pain again. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, wanting to crush his body into pieces. It was quite terrifying. Willpower. His control of the White Wheel origin intent had reached its limit. What was left was the strength of his body and the maintenance of his willpower. After a while, Wang Ye's distorted face returned to normal. The 4th fragment of the White Wheel annihilating armor was fused with the other 3 fragments, and its power was immense. Each piece of the White Wheel Oblivion armor was embedded with 2 pearls of White Wheel origin, which contained the powerful white origin of thunder energy. Thank you, Senior. Although Wang Ye looked a little tired, he was in a good mood. His defense had increased by another level. Coupled with his control over the 8 pearls of White Wheel origin, he was almost immune to attacks below the superstar level. Combined with his talent of immortality, he could practically do whatever he wanted at the dark energy level. Furthermore, the 4 fragments of the White Wheel Oblivion armor had made his thunder physique even more outstanding, and his efficiency in cultivating the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique had increased by another level. With your personality, you shouldn't just be here for the White Wheel Oblivion armor and the White Wheel origin, right? Wu Yuan's afterimage slowly asked. His voice was much gentler than before. It was obvious that Senior Wu Yuan was very satisfied with the increase in his strength. Senior, you are indeed smart, Wang Ye said. I won't hide it from you. The Black Realm is now under the full control of the 5 cosmic nations. They have sealed off the entrance to the wormholes and are hunting down the cosmic humans who have obtained the treasures. There was a brief silence. There's nothing I can do about it, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. That's why I divided the treasure into countless parts. That way I would have more chances. You were chased by them until you had nowhere to run. So you came here to hide. Wang Ye didn't try to be brave. He nodded and pointed to the northeast. Please send me that way. Wu Yuan's afterimage looked at Wang Ye. The brat seemed to be hiding something. Was that just a casual direction? Or, what are you going there for? Wu Yuan asked. To look for treasures. Wang Ye naturally didn't just casually point. He pointed to the place where the bloodline's treasure perception was the strongest, and it was also the place where Xia Yu had indicated him to go. Senior Wu Yuan was indeed capable, but it was not easy to pry something out of his mouth. How did you know there are treasures there? Wu Yuan asked again. I won't hide it from you, Senior. I was born with the bloodline of treasure hunting, so one have a strong perception of treasures. That's why when I first entered the Black Realm, one felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and closeness. Wang Yi said seriously. When I see Senior, it's like seeing my family. It must be because Senior has a lot of treasures. Bloodline treasure hunting? Wu Yuan's afterimage was dumbfounded. He had never thought that this little fellow, whom he had once looked down on, actually had the same bloodline as him. No wonder he performed so well in the trial. No wonder he had always respected him and paid his respects several times. No wonder. Heaven's will. This was heaven's will. Ha 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 ha. Wu Yuan's afterimage laughed heartily. His loud voice was filled with strong emotion, comfort, and endless joy. Child, why didn't you say so earlier? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Wu Yuan's afterimage smiled kindly. Huh? Wang Yi feigned surprise. He had been waiting for him for a long time too. Chapter 311. The Successor. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. It was useless to have said so earlier. Wang Yi knew very well that the trump card had to be revealed at the critical moment to be effective. Previously, when he had obtained the treasure and left the Black Realm, he had neither strength nor potential. Even if he had the bloodline of treasure hunting, Wu Yuan would think that he was just lucky enough to get it. Things were different now. Killing a superstar-level expert proved his strength. His energy control spell and origin core spell had reached stage 4. Plus, he broke through to the dark energy level as an ability user. Both displayed his amazing talent. His return to the black hole seemed like fate to Wu Yuan. We, the pirates, don't accept disciples like the human factions do, and we don't have any family inheritances. Instead, at our deaths, we will choose a successor and give some of our treasures, starships, and pirate group to the chosen one. Wu Yuan's afterimage said, Since you are a cosmic pirate, are you willing to join and inherit my treasure trove pirates? Only a fool wouldn't want to inherit it. Wang Yi muttered in his heart. My strength is meager. I'm afraid it's difficult for me to take on this great responsibility, Wang Yi said. My younger brother Wu Tan will help you. Back then, the two of us founded the Treasure Trove Pirates with the aim of becoming cosmic pirate kings. Wu Yuan's afterimage said. Unfortunately, I was harmed by a traitor and died midway. My brother Wu Tan, on the other hand, was born intelligent. After thousands of years, the Treasure Trove Pirates should be at the peak of their powers under his leadership. Thousands of years? A lot of things could happen between that. Wang Yi calculated in his heart and calmly said, It won't be too late to inherit the Treasure Trove Pirates after I improve my strength and avenge my senior. Thank you. Wu Yuan's afterimage was gratified. He found Wang Yi pleasing to the eye. Revenge is not a matter of urgency. You came from a colony planet and have no background to rely on. It's difficult for you to walk in the cosmic. Join the Treasure Trove Pirates and obtain my brother Wu Tan's protection. Only then can you grow quickly. That might not be the case. Cosmic pirates were a high-risk occupation. The senior has been dead for thousands of years, and the outside world has already changed drastically. Whether the Treasure Trove Pirates existed or not was another matter. Even if it did, Wu Tan may not find him pleasing to the eye. After all, the other party was doing well as the leader. Who would be happy if a successor suddenly appeared? This is my keepsake. The other half is in the hands of Wu Tan. Once combined, you can open the treasure stored in the Cosmic Pirate King's place. Inside is the accumulation of treasures my brother and I have collected over the years. Wu Yuan's afterimage flashed with white lightning and suddenly, a huge bronze key was thrown over. Wang Yi reached out to take it. It was heavy. There were faint mystical engravings on it, as well as the half-complete symbol of the cosmic pirate king. A wisp of my will is stored in the key. It can only be opened when you reach the black hole level, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. Good heavens, such a round pie. My aptitude is mediocre. I'm afraid I won't be able to break through to the black hole level in my lifetime, Wang Ye said. Wu Yuan's afterimage laughed. You want to get some benefits from me right away, don't you? What else? Wait till he reached the black hole level? At that point, his child would even know how to run errands, all right? Senior, please help me. Wang Ye was very honest. He understood Wu Yuan's personality. Although he was chosen to be the successor, the other party's pirate personality was engraved in his bones. He would always come after. It was normal. It was already not bad that someone was willing to help him. I'm afraid I can't help your progress as an ability user with my capabilities, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. At first, I was ambitious. With a treasure like the White Wheel Oblivion armor, I wanted to fuse the three great paths. However, I encountered a bottleneck after that. Even at the black hole level, I couldn't completely fuse with the White Wheel Oblivion armor. My talent as an ability user was not enough to support the path. In the end, I could only use my Black Realm as the source to merge with the White Realm. The effect was thus greatly reduced. Are you finally willing to admit your weakness? Wang Ye complained in his heart. I'm weakest in the path of time, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. Although I have collected treasures of this path, I sold them very quickly. Since he couldn't use them, he sold them. There was nothing wrong with it. However, I can help you with the path of space and physical body. I don't want you to criticize me in your heart for being an elder who only talks and does nothing, said Wu Yuan's afterimage. He knew that too? I wouldn't dare, Wang Ye said respectfully. It was here. The benefits had finally arrived. Swoosh! Too. Suddenly, a transparent saber appeared in Wu Yuan's hand. Mystical engravings swirled on it, filled with mysterious power. The Spacelock Saber, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. It contains the spatial suborigin. It is a combination of attack, control, and cultivation. This is the last treasure in Passage 8. Take it. Thank you, Senior. Wang Ye accepted it without hesitation. There were only 2 treasures in Passage 8, and one of them had obviously been taken away. There's still 1 treasure left in Passage 9. However, since you already have the White Wheel Oblivion armor, the effects of the treasures will overlap, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. Passage 9 was a path that fused space and lightning. The treasure that Senior Wu Yuan mentioned should have a different origin of thunder, which was why their effects overlapped. The most suitable treasure for you is actually in Passage 6. Wu Yuan's afterimage condensed a mystical item that looked like a flower bud in his hand. The tightly shut red flower bud emitted a sweet fragrance that contained pure energy. Wang Ye's heart moved. Passage 6 was a path of pure physical strength. Flower of Goddess Luo, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. It needs to be harvested and scaled before it blooms. Only then can the essence of the Goddess Luo be locked in it. It's not very useful to the innately perfect cosmic humans, but to you, an imperfect cosmic human who came from a colony planet, its mending effects are great. It will allow you to transform. After absorbing the essence of the flower of Goddess Luo, your genes and body conditions will almost be the same as a perfect cosmic human. If you want to walk the path of a warrior and train your body, this is definitely the most suitable treasure for you at this stage. Thank you, Senior. Wang Ye was overjoyed. Back in the Martial Extreme Dojo, the martial instructor had pointed out the problem with his innate genes. After that, he absorbed the dark substance origin in the Black Realm and improved a lot. In particular, his physical body foundation had been greatly improved, allowing him to cross the threshold of dark energy level. However, this was only at the dark energy level. If he wanted to continue walking the path of the physical body at the superstar level and the black hole level, the foundation of his physical body and imperfect innate genes were still a great problem. A great harvest. Wang Ye took the flower of Goddess Luo and held the Spacelock Saber. He looked up at Wu Yuan's afterimage. Was there more? The other treasures might not be of much use to you, or they might not be suitable for you. A person's energy is limited, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. Spending too much time and effort on treasures will affect one's cultivation. To be honest, he still wanted to spread his investments, right? Wang Ye knew Wu Yuan too well. However, it was already a huge profit for him to be able to obtain 2 more treasures. As for the strongest treasure in my black realm, you still can't control it, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. Come back and try again when you break through the superstar level. The one in passage 10? Wang Ye's eyes lit up. Wu Yuan nodded. Yes, your physical strength, spatial attainments, and cultivation of the great path of thunder are far from the requirements. Understood. Wang Ye nodded. Cultivate well. When you break through to the superstar level, I'll prepare a big gift for you, Wu Yuan's afterimage said kindly. Big gift? From the sound of it, it didn't seem to be the super treasure from passage 10. Senior, do you still have a stash? Wang Ye was also stunned. How many treasures had Wu Yuan dug up over the years? The ones with the Cosmic Pirate King were official. On the surface, he also had a lot of scattered treasures in the Black Realm. Yet in the end, he still had a secret stash? Was the bloodline of treasure hunting that powerful? Could it be that he had dug out other people's hidden money? Ha 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 ha. Wu Yuan's afterimage laughed heartily. He seemed to be very pleased with Wang Ye's surprise. The treasures in the Black Realm are just some rewards to attract people to work for me. They're nothing. Even if you add them all up, they still can't compare to the big gift I'll give you in the future. Wu Yuan's afterimage flashed. Of course, my most valuable treasure is hidden in the treasure vault that can be opened by the half key in your hand. Its value is hard to estimate. Although it's only a part of it, it's a treasure that even undying level experts would fight for. Wang Ye's heart was beating fast. Good God, the other party was good at this. Even a professional like him was moved. Wu Yuan's afterimage sighed. What's wrong? Wang Ye asked. People die for wealth. Too many treasures may not be a good thing, Wu Yuan said. If I hadn't gone deep into the center of the Milky Way for another part of this supreme treasure, I wouldn't have died. Wang Ye was stunned. Hidden in the center of the Milky Way was a component of a supreme treasure? But what was most shocking was that Senior Wu Yuan already had a component of the same value. Is that supreme treasure still in the center of the Milky Way? Wang Ye asked. I don't know, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. Back then, I was betrayed and involved in the war. I died before I even saw the treasure. Now that I think about it, sigh, regret. Wang Ye spoke for Wu Yuan. The other party's journey had been too smooth sailing. He had obtained many treasures through the bloodline of treasure hunting, many of which had far exceeded his strength. How could one not wet their shoes if they often walked by the river? In the cosmic, countless experts die in the fight for treasures every day. Senior, don't worry. If I succeed, I will definitely settle this grudge for you. Wang Ye was sincere this time. He would remember the kindness he received. After receiving so many gifts from Senior Wu Yuan, it would be too much if he was not even willing to avenge the other party. All right, Wu Yuan smiled. He seemed to have experienced a lot and was helpless. Don't force yourself. Wait until you break through to the black hole level. As for the bloodline of treasure hunting, I'm sure you'll be wary after my experience. Don't try to snatch an opportunity that doesn't belong to you. If you lose your life, it's useless no matter how many treasures you have. Understood, Wang Ye replied. However, he did not agree. If the opportunity was right in front of him, he would try his best to get it just like this time. Didn't he also obtain an opportunity that didn't belong to him? A forced melon was not sweet, but it could quench one's thirst. Right, Senior. I want to ask about someone. Wang Ye looked at Senior Wu Yuan and his heart tightened. The colony planet human who came with you? Wu Yuan said. Yes. Wang Ye's gaze was sharp. Chapter 312. I want to be a good person too. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. I spared his life, Wu Yuan's afterimage said. His talent in space is outstanding. It's a pity if he dies. Thank you, Senior. Wang Ye heaved a sigh of relief. He and Nanti had left the blue planet and gone through countless hardships together. Although they were not brothers, their relationship was better than brothers. He supported Nanti to walk the path he wanted to, but it would be a lie to say that he was not worried. Regardless of whether Senior Wu Yuan was truly doing it on his behalf or because of Nanti's outstanding spatial talent, it was fine as long as the other party was alive. Nothing else was important. "I'll send you out together later," Wu Yuan's afterimage said. "Senior, can I leave him here to cultivate for the time being?" Wang Ye said. "Oh," Wu Yuan's afterimage was surprised. "The human girl who came in with me too," Wang Ye said. "If you don't mind, I hope they can stay with you for a while. You want to enter the center of the Milky Way?" Wu Yuan's afterimage understood. Wang Ye nodded. "This trip will be extremely dangerous. It'll be more convenient for me to go alone. At least they won't have to worry about anything if I leave them here. If he were to die, at least Nanti and Lingling would still be alive. With the assets he had left for them, they could buy Blue Planet back and let it regain its freedom when Xian Ran graduated from the Supreme Human Academy and accumulated enough achievement points." Wu Yuan's afterimage laughed heartily. "Sure, you're my type. Go. I'll take care of them and wait for your triumphant return." As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh, the space in front of Wang Ye became chaotic. A familiar feeling assaulted him as a powerful energy enveloped him. It was as if he had passed through another dimension as he was sent out. The surrounding starry sky was filled with boundless cosmic energy, but it was very quiet. Soon, the huge hull of Sun Harmony appeared. Wang Ye's figure flashed. After facial recognition, the cabin door opened and he entered. As expected, Lingling wasn't inside. There were only Lulu and Sheng. "Let's go." Wang Ye was ambitious. Asterisk. Zhouchao Planet, Base 167. Another wormhole base. After Monroe Emperor Xingqiu received the news, her body went limp. The two male pets behind her scrambled to support her. Arrogant. Fearless. Even if the other party knew that he was wanted by 5 cosmic nations, he didn't care. Not only did he not escape, but he even charged toward the Black Realm. What was this? A blatant provocation. He slaughtered an entire wormhole base of guards and killed countless dark energy level guards, including a guard commander at the superstar level. He used his actions to tell everyone that they could come if they had the ability. How arrogant and tyrannical. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu suddenly felt that the colony planet human was not that annoying anymore. If he could be so aggressive towards her. "Milord, the family leader is here." Monroe Hantong pushed open the door and entered. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the 2 pretty boys who were fighting over Monroe Emperor Xingqiu's fancy with disdain. "My brother is here?" Monroe Emperor Xingqiu immediately stood up. With a fierce wave of her sleeve, she threw the 2 male pets onto the ground. Scram! Then she hurried out. In the main hall of the base, Monroe King Zongtu stood straight, emitting a cold aura. At this moment, he was watching the video on the fighter jet's recorder. Wang Ye had single-handedly eliminated 3 Team Ambers. He was unexcelled. "Brother!" Monroe Emperor Xingqiu was overjoyed. Monroe King Zongtu glanced at her. "He's the dark energy level kid who killed Chihu King Lango? Right, not long ago. He even slaughtered a wormhole base of guards outside the Black Realm and declared war on the 5 great cosmic nations. He's very bold." Monroe Emperor Xingqiu snorted. Monroe Emperor Zongtu's gaze was deep. It said that he came from a colony planet. He's a talent. It would be great if we could recruit him. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu wanted to say something but hesitated. After a long while, she mumbled, "Yeah." Monroe Hantong, who was standing at the side, sneered coldly in his heart. Lord Xingqiu was obviously choked and didn't dare to tell the truth. If the family leader knew that Wang Ye was born on the Monroe family's colony planet, who knew what he would think? Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to snitch. Too bad. Offending the 5 cosmic nations, he's doomed to die. Monroe King Zongtu said coldly. An inferior human is still too short-sighted and can't be of much use. Yeah. Monroe Emperor Xingqiu could only respond. The treasures on him are pretty good. This is a good opportunity for the Monroe family, Monroe King Zongtu said. If we can kill him, not only will we be able to obtain this indestructible artifact, but we can also take revenge for Chihu King Lango and gain the goodwill of the Chihu family. This is a great opportunity for the Monroe family to rise. As the family leader, Monroe King Zongtu had great ambitions. As the Monroe family was gradually being sidelined in the Chimeng family, he wanted to lead it back to glory. He had used all sorts of methods. He didn't even hesitate to marry his sister Monroe Emperor Xingqiu to a distant royal descendant as a concubine. Unfortunately, his luck was not good. Brother, are you confident? Monroe Emperor Xingqiu's eyes lit up. Of course. Monroe King Zongtu smiled confidently. He's relying on an indestructible artifact which he has only fused with the surface. As long as we can restrain this treasure, his dark energy level power is nothing. Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Sun Harmony. The coordinates of the wormhole were set. Wang Ye planned the route before giving full control to Lulu. Senior Wu Yuan didn't play any tricks this time by teleporting him to the enemy's lair. Instead, he had been sent to the area where Yi Nair and Yumin were. Although the coordinates weren't very clear, it wasn't difficult to determine the direction with Yu Huatong's map. 5 cosmic days later, we will reach the route of fire chimes. Wang Ye was very satisfied. Since the departure of fire chimes, it had not encountered any danger and was now heading towards the center of the Milky Way. The 5 cosmic countries had yet to surround and monopolize the place. There was a huge gap to be taken advantage of. The long journey has begun. Wang Ye looked at the route shared by fire chimes. After passing through the last natural wormhole, Fire Chimes was about to embark on a new journey of exploration. No map, no clues. The map of the Milky Way from 50 million years ago was useless. That explosion destroyed a large number of natural wormholes and almost all artificial wormholes. To go further, they needed to constantly explore. That was why he didn't want to be a pioneer. However, he had no other choice with the 5 cosmic nations waiting to catch him outside. He could only head inside for now. He wanted to see if he could encounter any opportunities. Perhaps encounter is not the right word. Wang Ye used his bloodline of treasure hunting, and his perception of his surroundings was extremely clear. The degree of perception of distant and nearby treasures was greatly different. However, there was no map. Just based on the speed of light of the starship itself, even if the target was only a light year away, it would still take a year to fly. That being said, he had to leave sooner or later. After all, in the center of the Milky Way there might be something left by Xia Yu. Or perhaps it was what Senior Wu Yuan had sensed previously, a component of a supreme treasure that even undying-level experts would fight over crazily. I finally got rid of those greedy pursuers from the 5 cosmic nations. Wang Ye was very relaxed. After the starship was on the right track, he entered the cultivation room. First, he happily took stock of his gains. The Spacelock Blade. It's a combination of attack, control, and cultivation. Wang Ye took it out and looked at it. Product of Passage 8. It didn't look as valuable as the White Wheel Oblivion armor. It should be similar to the treasure and Jinshao had found on the first stairway. Perhaps it was only worth 1,000,000 dark crystals? Ordinary goods. Wang Ye immediately threw it aside. Then, he took out the flower of Goddess Luo, which contained pure origin energy. A bud waiting to bloom. This is good. Wang Ye entered the human virtual cosmic to check. The flower of Goddess Luo was divided into grades. The ordinary ones were hundreds to thousands of dark crystals, while the good ones were in the tens of thousands. For example, the one in Senior Wu Yuan's collection was valued at a minimum of 200,000 dark crystals. Just as the other party had said, it was most suitable for him now. The other is the White Wheel Oblivion armor. Wang Ye sensed the massive energy of the White Wheel origin. Now, he had a total of 8 pearls. He could control them freely, and the total amount of energy he could use was almost 3 times that of before. With the addition of the White Wheel Oblivion armor's 4th fragment, both his defense and his thunder physique had improved significantly. Coupled with the effect of the flower of Goddess Luo, he had made a huge profit this time. However, what he really earned was the future. Although he still did not have a backer, the identity of a successor was enough for him to cultivate peacefully and not have to worry about money. When he reached the superstar level, he could obtain the treasure in Passage 10, the most valuable treasure in the Black Realm. And a huge gift, although he did not know what it was. This gift was much more valuable than all the treasures in the Black Realm combined. Senior Wu Yuan's private money was surely not just for show. By the time he reached the black hole level, there was even a 4-star cosmic pirate group waiting for him to take over. Yumin's father was just a pirate who controlled a 3-star pirate group. He was like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Not to mention, after taking over the treasure trove pirates, he still had Senior Wu Yuan's entire fortune, including a priceless treasure component. Even though there was the unpredictable factor of the other party's younger brother Wu Tan, the future was promising. He had been jumping back and forth between being a cosmic adventurer and a cosmic pirate. Now, it seemed that he had to follow his heart. I also want to be a good person, but the heavens do not allow me to do so. Wang Ye leisurely picked up the flower of Goddess Luo. The pink flower bud contained vigorous energy, and the green leaves that were about to bloom were filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Crack. Wang Ye chewed and swallowed it. In an instant, a cool energy aura emerged from his body, so comfortable that it made people want to moan. Wang Ye's body relaxed as the innate energy fused with his skin cells. He could feel the surging aura in his body. From the inside to the outside, then from the outside to the inside, his genes, cells, skin, and internal organs were all absorbing the innate energy. His perception of the cosmic was constantly changing. It was as if he had returned to the origin, to the beginning of his life, and his level of consciousness had sublimated. The flower of Goddess Luo in his body seemed to be in full bloom. The red color of the stamen was charming and dazzling. His heart moved, and his soul trembled. He became even more intimate with the cosmic and gained more insights. The absorption of energy strengthened his body. The contact with high-dimensional energy, the compatibility with the paths of space and time, everything was constantly evolving. His foundation of life transformed. Chapter 313. Rapid Growth. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Wang Ye's physical body had transformed. Although there was no change in his interface, he could feel that he was different. The difference was in his foundation of life and the increase in his upper limit. Like the foundation of a building, the stronger and more stable it was, the better its load-bearing capacity and the higher the building could be built. The foundations and geological structures of the colony planet humans were poor. They needed to strengthen the foundation manually and spend more manpower and resources to achieve the breakthrough. Therefore, he often encountered bottlenecks in the past. Ultimately, it was because his foundation was not firm. In contrast, the foundations of those humans with perfect genes were naturally strong. Breaking through was easy, and the upper limit was extremely high. The current him was no longer inferior to those perfect cosmic humans. As expected, this is the most suitable treasure for me. Wang Ye praised repeatedly. Senior Wu Yuan didn't deceive him. The innate perfect gene made him more compatible with the cosmic. After the transformation, whether he cultivated his evolution techniques or comprehended the paths, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. This was an improvement in the fundamental nature of life. No wonder the cosmic humans have such a clear hierarchy. Wang Yi sighed. There was a huge difference between being born perfect and becoming perfect after birth. It was not without reason that the colony planet humans could not rise to power and turn the tables. Compared to the perfect cosmic humans, the colony planet humans needed to work a lot more and pay more to reach the starting line of others. Under the same conditions, the various top factions would naturally choose the innately perfect humans. But the paths we have taken will not be in vain. Wang Yi understood. The bumpier and more rugged the road was, the more training one would have undergone. Therefore, the colony planet humans were usually more determined, more tenacious, and more able to endure hardships. Compared to the cosmic humans who lived like kings, they would have more motivation and perform better in adversity. With my current body and life foundation, There won't be any bottlenecks at the dark energy level. As long as I'm capable enough, it's entirely possible for me to break through to the superstar level. Wang Ye moved around. His new body was tougher and stronger. It felt like heavy armor being replaced with a light battlesuit. The new feeling of transformation was indescribable. Because he had absorbed a supreme-grade flower of goddess Luo, the transformation was close to 100%. His current life foundation and genetic perfection were comparable to the most outstanding cosmic humans on a 6-star life planet. The Monroe family only had a 6-star life planet. Let's try the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique. Wang Ye started cultivating. It was completely different. His new body was more compatible with the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique to begin with. The transformation had made his fusion with the White Wheel origin better since his Thunder physique had improved by another level. Dark Energy Level 3 Warrior, 88%. In just one cosmic day, his progress had increased by about 13%. This was the first threshold of the Dark Energy level, but unlike before, he didn't feel any binding pressure at all. There was no bottleneck. It's almost 3 times stronger. Wang Ye sighed. Previously, cultivation as a Dark Energy Level 3 warrior had an efficiency of about 5%. The improvement was too great. On top of that, the improvement was only because the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique was dominated by the Thunder physique. It was more related to the White Wheel origin and the evolution technique itself. If he used his physique as the source, the improvement would be even more shocking. Wang Ye advanced by leaps and bounds. On the second cosmic day after absorbing the flower of goddess Luo, Wang Ye underwent a breakthrough. Dark Energy Level 4 Warrior. The dark substance in his body condensed, and the transformation was shocking. His black realm gradually took shape. After gradually adapting to the high-dimensional energy, his life level slowly changed. The Dark Energy level was a crucial step in the evolution of life. It was like the absorption of the flower of goddess Luo. He shed the mortal dust of the postnatal realm and stepped into the innate natal realm. 3 cosmic days later. Dark Energy Level 4 Warrior, 20%. Wang Ye ended his cultivation. The benefits of cultivating the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique were much higher than cultivating the Primeval Universe Evolution technique. It could even be said that his current warrior aptitude was even better than that of an ability user. He left the cultivation room. Ashang was still busy with repairs in the empty cabin. Normal starships would have a group of maintenance staff which would help him save a lot of money. Work hard. Wang Ye patted him on the shoulder. I'll get you some subordinates when we get back. Yes, master. Ashang worked even harder. Indeed, it was endless. Wang Ye walked towards Lulu. We're almost there. Wang Ye looked at the radar screen. As they neared the route of fire chimes, they were not far from the next wormhole. As long as this wormhole wasn't guarded by the 5 cosmic nations, the first hurdle to leave the Black Realm would be considered safe. After that, they would continue to fly in the direction of fire chimes, which was extremely safe. Soon, they would reach the frontier wasteland. On the other hand, if a wormhole base had already been established at the next wormhole, things would be troublesome. Wang Ye waited patiently, ready to fight at any moment. Taking advantage of his free time, he entered the human virtual cosmic to investigate. The treasure trove pirates are still around. Not bad. Wu Tan had some skills. After his brother's death, not only was he able to suppress the other cosmic pirates, but he was also able to maintain a 4-star pirate group for thousands of years. He was truly strong. After all, the treasure trove pirates were famous and had an extremely high bounty. There were quite a number of cosmic adventurers who had designs on them. Judging from Wu Yuan's trust and evaluation of his brother, the latter was definitely an ambitious person. To go to Wu Tan for protection, it was not a smart decision unless there was no other way. Just the identity of the successor was like tattooing the word danger on his forehead. There were indeed many loyal cosmic pirates, but most of them respected the strong. Without strength, who would give a damn? Wu Tan had already changed from being the deputy commander of the treasure trove pirates to the commander. Although Wu Yuan's death was a fact, if their brotherhood was deep enough, he would still maintain Wu Yuan's title of commander. After all, Senior Wu Yuan had said that their greatest wish was to become cosmic pirate kings. If the treasure trove pirates continued to improve in the future and advance to become a 5-star pirate group or even higher, Wu Yuan would no longer be in the picture. The world would only remember Wu Tan. When my strength is enough to wrestle with Wu Tan, I will go and meet him. Wang Ye and Wu Yuan had very different personalities. Wu Yuan was loyal and easily trusted others. That was why he was betrayed and died in the end. As for him, he specialized in dealing with traitors. It was a man's nature to value relationships and loyalty, and so did he. However, one must be wary of others. Wu Tan was very likely a dangerous person. Asterisk. Outside the natural wormhole in the cosmic, a wormhole base was quickly built. Haha. These cosmic pirates are really stupid. What alliance? Map sharing? Have they forgotten what kind of people are in their groups? They don't learn their lessons. How many cosmic pirates have been betrayed and killed? Do they really think that they are good brothers just because they swear an oath of blood? In the face of huge profit, good brothers are meant to be sold out. This wave will bring huge gains. The pirates that have joined forces all have Black Realm treasures on them. We'll be rich if we catch them. It's mainly because we were lucky. The military camp happened to find a natural wormhole that wasn't destroyed by the big explosion. Otherwise, with the fact that we haven't explored the area behind the Black Realm, we would have been escaped by those stinky pirates. According to our intelligence, they're about to arrive. The modding pirates are in the lead, followed by the Shadow Pirates, the Fire Chimes Pirates, and 2 other 2-star pirate groups. They have at least 5 Black Realm treasures, just enough for us to split. Surround all the key wormholes. This time, they won't be able to escape even if they have wings. They're just a few pirates. The cosmic adventurers can't do anything to them, but our 5 great cosmic nations have the numbers and strength. We can easily destroy them. Sun Harmony successfully passed through the wormhole. Wang Ye was relieved. The map route shared by Fire Chimes was real. And just as expected, the claws of the 5 cosmic nations had yet to reach this place. Following the flight path of Fire Chimes, they would soon reach the center of the Milky Way galaxy and begin exploring. There were still 4 cosmic days before the next wormhole. After Wang Ye gave Lulu instructions, he returned to the cultivation room to continue cultivating. He took out the spacelock saber, the ordinary treasure Wu Yuan had given him, which was also one of the 2 precious treasures in Passage 8. On the transparent saber, mystical engravings circled. They were the engravings of space. Wang Ye could already see a thing or two, but he was still far from comprehending them. If he could understand all kinds of mystical engravings in the cosmic, wouldn't his comprehension be sky-high? How do I use this thing? Wang Ye waved it twice. He could faintly feel the spatial fluctuations. The transparent saber contained great power. However, he couldn't unleash its power. Attack, control, cultivation. Wang Ye carefully pondered over Wu Yuan's introduction of the spacelock saber. This was a treasure that he could use. Otherwise, Wu Yuan wouldn't have given it to him. However, his spatial attainments were very ordinary. It couldn't be that the weapon was to help him comprehend the path of space, right? If it's to comprehend the path of space, it should be the treasure in Passage for which Nanti entered. This is a treasure from Passage 8, so it combines the physical body and space. Battle domain. These 2 words instantly popped up in Wang Ye's mind. It suited the name of the spacelock saber. A treasure with a battle domain? That was why he could attack and control all at once. Wang Ye was enlightened. But what about cultivation? The battle domain could be used to attack and control, but how could one cultivate with the spacelock saber? Spatial suborigin. Wang Ye muttered to himself. Senior Wu Yuan had mentioned it before when he gave the weapon to him. The spatial suborigin belonged to the same category as the white wheel origin. It was a high-dimensional existence and one of the categories of origins. However, the spacelock saber was a dark energy-level equipment, not an indestructible artifact. The spatial suborigin had been integrated into the dark energy-level equipment through a special method, becoming the core. Unlike the lively white wheel origin of his white wheel oblivion armor, the spacelock saber's spatial suborigin was lifeless. It was impossible to make the spacelock saber stand on its own, and it was also impossible to control the spatial suborigin and unleash its power as an ability user. I understand. Wang Ye quickly understood. It was the exact opposite of the White Wheel Oblivion armor. With the White Wheel Oblivion armor, he had to obtain the acknowledgement of the White Wheel origin before he could fuse with the armor and unleash its power. In contrast, for the spacelock saber, he had to first form a connection with the spatial suborigin through the saber. This was because every spatial suborigin contained the great path of space. Through the establishment of a connection, he could easily comprehend the great path of space in the spatial suborigin to make up for his lack of spatial attainments. Senior Wu Yuan had put in a lot of effort. Wang Ye sighed. This identity as the successor was quite impressive. Just as he was about to establish a connection with the spacelock saber, the starry sky bracelet lit up and vibrated gently. You Min? Wang Ye was surprised and immediately answered the call. Chapter 314. Kill to the point of turning the heavens upside down. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Wang Ye, hurry up and leave. Don't come over. Yu Min's slender legs appeared on the projection screen, and her fiery red hair was extremely eye-catching. Her beautiful face was filled with panic as her chest rose and fell rapidly. The scene seemed to be shaking. At this time, Fire Chimes was in chaos, with never-ending shouts. Thud. Wang Ye's heart skipped a beat. What happened? Tell me slowly, Wang Ye said calmly. I don't know either. Everything happened all of a sudden, Yu Min panted. Not long ago, we received news that the modding pirates were annihilated. My brother and the others were discussing countermeasures when the starships of the 5 great cosmic nations appeared. The modding pirates? Wang Ye had an impression of them. They had pressed their fingerprints. No, they had established a human sanctuary contract with him. They died before handing over the treasure's profit? How are you guys doing? Wang Ye asked. My brother is contacting the other pirate groups and thinking of a way together. We're not the only ones being attacked. We've been tracked down by the 5 cosmic nations and they're after us right now. Yu Min said. There was a traitor. Wang Ye instantly understood. For example, on Fire Chimes, only Yu Huatong and Yu Min had entered the Black Realms to obtain treasures. Since they had come out alive, it naturally meant that they had succeeded in obtaining treasures. The other people on the ship couldn't help but feel jealous. At this time, as long as the 5 cosmic nations extended an olive branch, it would be easy to drive a wedge between them. Even blood brothers could turn against each other, let alone these cosmic pirates who danced on the line of life and death. Furthermore, Yu Huatong had also allied with other pirate groups. This made things even easier for the enemy. As long as there was a traitor in one pirate group, all the pirate groups would be caught in one fell swoop. Did these cosmic pirates not use their brains? The 5 cosmic nations weren't good-for-nothings. Don't go into the wormhole. Think of a way to escape. Wang Ye said seriously. Since the 5 cosmic nations dare to come after you, it means that there are likely ambushes in the surrounding wormholes. When that happens, you won't be able to survive if you're attacked from both sides. We can't escape. We're finished. Yu Min pursed her thin lips, her eyes dazed. She suddenly stared at Wang Ye. Run. Quickly run. Wang Ye, don't come over. After saying that, she hurriedly ended the call. Even the location sharing was cut off. She seemed heartless. This woman. Wang Ye frowned. He understood Yu Min's personality. She wouldn't escape alone. She would definitely stay to die together with Yu Huatong. She did not want to implicate him, so she acted very decisively. She was warning him because she didn't want him to follow in their footsteps and be ambushed by the 5 cosmic nations. Share Yu Min's location with me. If you die, I'll find a way to save her. Wang Ye sent a message to Yu Huatong. He was the only breakthrough point at the moment. All right. Yu Huatong's reply was concise. He was busy dealing with the huge crisis in front of him. As the commander of the Fire Chimes pirates, he was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. This time, he would probably be doomed. The shared location soon appeared. Wang Ye quickly checked through the radar. This area has not been explored. Wang Ye's heart skipped a beat. The 5 cosmic nations had obviously found a wormhole that hadn't been destroyed after the big explosion. In addition to the route of the pirates provided by the traitor, they had set up an ambush in advance. That was why the modding pirates were wiped out and the Fire Chimes pirates were pursued. While everyone was attracted by the Wuyuan Black Realm and fought to enter, the military camp did not stop exploring. This is troublesome. Wang Ye's expression was grave. The 5 great cosmic nations could obtain the latest map and wormhole locations from the Human War military camp. Although they did not surround the Black Realm, they could disperse their forces through the known natural wormholes. They could surround the Black Realm in an area further out like a cage. It wasn't just the Fire Chimes pirates. Even he would have difficulty moving forward. The 5 cosmic nations' families want to capture all of them in one fell swoop. Wang Ye could understand their thoughts. It was their nature to maximize their benefits. The various large families also sought survival and development. Even the cosmic nations that protected them needed to strengthen themselves to avoid being swallowed by other cosmic nations. There would only be 2 endings in Taisher Starfield. 1, they would be unified by the demon race or the devil race. 2, they would be unified by one of the human cosmic nations and become a new eternal kingdom. It seems that there will be a fierce battle. Wang Ye wasn't afraid of fighting. After all, he was currently notorious within the 5 cosmic nations' families. Slaughtering the guards of the wormhole base and killing 2 superstar-level experts in a row. His bounty was probably many times higher than Yu Huatong's. Wasn't it just breaking out of the encirclement? Since he could enter, he was naturally confident that he could leave. There was nothing to worry about when he was alone. Just do it. Cultivation room. Wang Ye became compatible with the Spacelock Saber. With the spatial suborigin as the core, this was a special dark energy weapon, different from the ordinary ones that had requirements. Special dark energy weapons were between dark energy level equipment and indestructible artifacts. They could be used as long as one was compatible with them. The difference in the upper and lower limits of power was huge though. The power of ordinary dark energy weapons could be unleashed as long as one could use them. In contrast, if one's comprehension of the path and control was insufficient, the power one could unleash with a special dark energy weapon would be far inferior to that of an ordinary dark energy weapon. Of course, if one's comprehension of the path was high enough, its power could even match that of an indestructible artifact. That was the upper limit. The foundation of the spatial suborigin is spatial control. Wang Ye's consciousness landed and easily established a connection with the core spatial suborigin. With Stage 5 spatial control, he could control the Spacelock Saber with ease. Whoosh! Chi! Wang Ye's attack with the Spacelock Saber was quite smooth. The weapon's material was excellent. Could be used as an ordinary dark energy weapon. It was much better than the Thundercloud 4 Transformation Saber. Its sharpness and weight could be considered top grade. The mystical engravings were the embodiment of the Spacelock Saber's true power. Spacelock Battle Domain. The perfect fusion of space and physical body. The higher the stage of the battle domain, the stronger the Spacelock Saber. The stronger the spatial lock, the stronger the Spacelock Saber. Through the spatial suborigin, Wang Ye controlled the Spacelock Saber. His perception was clear. Senior Wu Yuan knows me too well. Wang Ye was very satisfied. This weapon was very suitable for him. In the early stages, he could use the Spacelock Saber to cultivate and comprehend the battle domain and spatial lock. After successfully comprehending it, the Spacelock Saber would become a powerful weapon that could unleash the power of one's attacks. Moreover, its attack and control would be extremely comprehensive. If his attainments in the battle domain and spatial lock were further improved, the saber could even become a divine artifact with an upper limit comparable to an indestructible artifact. Spatial lock is a little difficult for me at the moment. I'll first comprehend the battle domain. Wang Ye quickly immersed himself in it. His physical body had transformed, and he had reached stage 8 combat energy. He had already touched the threshold of the battle domain. Now, he could further comprehend it through the Spacelock Saber. He was improving rapidly every day. 10 days later, bang! Wang Ye released his combat energy. A battle domain with him as the center spread out, forming a world. He could control this world freely, and his combat prowess increased exponentially. It was a little like spatial control, but it wasn't. The core of a battle domain was combat energy, followed by space. An ordinary battle domain is not powerful unless one's combat energy is strong enough. Wang Ye finally understood why warriors didn't like to use the battle domain. This was because a warrior's attack and defense required combat energy, and the consumption of combat energy in a battle domain was too great. Even though the explosive power was strong, the endurance was poor. In comparison, the easier and more durable paths of space and time, combined with explosive combat energy, were the mainstream close-range attacks of warriors. But it's different when using dark energy-level equipment. Wang Ye's consciousness connected to the spatial suborigin. The mystical engravings on the spacelock saber lit up, and the powerful energy contained within it instantly exploded. Combat energy erupted, and space shackles appeared. Spacelock battle domain. I can finally use it. Wang Ye felt that the battle domain was different from his. The spacelock battle domain was a fusion of an ordinary battle domain and the path of space. For warriors who cultivated the fusion of the physical body and the great path of space, this was the combat technique they were best at. Other than the battle domain's powerful strength and its special effect of spatial lock, it could also be used to control the battlefield, disturb the enemy, or deal with cultivators who were proficient in the path of space. Unfortunately, it's currently very difficult for me to comprehend spatial lock. Wang Ye knew his limits. He had not even comprehended the advanced path of space, so trying to comprehend a skill of the advanced path of space was truly overestimating himself. That being said, the power of the spacelock saber could still be greatly increased. Do you want to spend 200,000 potential points to upgrade the battle domain? Yes. Do you want to spend 5 million potential points to upgrade the battle domain? Yes. 3 consecutive upgrades. The consumption to upgrade the battle domain was the same as that of the energy control spell. To advance from stages 1 to 4, he consumed a total of 6.2 million potential points. It was more than enough. Stage for battle domain is too overbearing. Wang Ye, who had exited the space of consciousness and was comprehending the stage for battle domain, sighed. Its explosive effect of combat energy was too shocking. He estimated that it would clear his combat energy in 1 round. For a pure warrior, the moment the stage for battle domain erupted, it was either the opponent who died or one who died. Fortunately, he had the spacelock saber. Boom! Once again, he used the spacelock battle domain. The spatial lock effect remained the same, but the mystical engravings on the spacelock saber were much brighter than before. The burst of energy was increased by dozens of times. With the spacelock saber as the core, its energy burst out to the extreme. The monstrous power was far stronger than the ordinary battle domain he had cast. If this is used in the wormhole base, Wang Ye couldn't help but sigh. None of the enemy could escape. He could probably even crush a superstar-level expert. It would be even more incredible if he comprehended spatial lock. It's enough, though. I don't need a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Wang Ye retracted the spacelock saber. The mystical engravings dimmed and the energy was withdrawn. The spatial suborigin absorbed cosmic energy on its own to recover the consumed energy. The energy was limited, but it was not his own. This is enough. Wang Ye was quite confident in his current strength. The 8 pearls of White Wheel origin were his trump cards. And now, he had a super dark energy level weapon like the spacelock saber. In addition to his talent of immortality, he could be said to be omnipotent. Based on what he knew of the current experts of the 5 great cosmic nations' families and those cowards waiting outside the Black Realm, he wasn't afraid of a single one of them. Rather, he was prepared to break through the encirclement and kill to the point of turning the world upside down. Chapter 3:15. As You Wish. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Cultivate and cultivate again. Wang Ye knew very well what kind of battle he was about to face. A battle to break out of the encirclement. He didn't know if he could succeed. After all, it was still unknown how much combat prowess the 5 cosmic nation families had. However, it would surely be the crudest battle he had experienced since he came to the starry sky of the cosmic. He had to increase his strength as much as possible in the limited time he had. Wang Ye didn't choose to continue comprehending. With the sudden change in the battlefield and situation, it was not suitable for him to focus on comprehending. Cultivating the evolution technique to increase his combat prowess was a safer choice. The primeval universe evolution technique. After absorbing the flower of goddess Luo, the transformation of his body wasn't just limited to the physical body, but also the foundation of his life. Of course, compared to the transformation of the physical body, the transformation of the soul was more on the level of consciousness. The biggest improvement was the increase in the number of white wheel origin pearls from 3 to 8. Through the white wheel origin and the enhancement effect of his life foundation, the cultivation speed of the primeval universe evolution technique increased from about 5% per cosmic day to nearly 12%. There was still a gap between the cultivation efficiency of the primeval universe evolution technique and the Thunder Ancient evolution technique, but at this stage, the improvement in cultivation speed was visible to the naked eye. 9 cosmic days later. Breakthrough. Dark Energy Level 3 Ability User. Wang Ye's psyche shook, his star core shone, and his consciousness strengthened. His white realm became increasingly stable and the dark energy it contained was increasing day by day. Not only did the power of his ability spells increase, but they also lasted longer. His mastery over the white wheel origin had also improved. The daily progress is less than 6% now. Wang Ye continued to cultivate for a cosmic day before he stopped. Compared to the 6.5% daily increase rate at Dark Energy Level 4 as a warrior, the Primeval Universe Evolution technique was currently inferior. Of course, compared to the other Dark Energy Level ability users, it was still far superior. A Dark Energy Level 3 ability user would laugh in their sleep if they could increase their efficiency by 1% every day. With that, they could be considered geniuses on Monroe Planet. This was a top-rank evolution technique. Let alone the Monroe family, even in the Chimeng family, any clansman who could comprehend a top-rank evolution technique would be heavily nurtured by the family and become the family's face. And now, Wang Ye had 2 top-rank evolution techniques. Sun Harmony, Main Control Room. I can't contact him. Wang Ye looked at the starry sky bracelet with a grim expression. The map sharing from Fire Chimes had been cut off, and Yu Huadong had been uncontactable for the past few days. If his guess was correct, facing the pursuit of the families of the 5 great cosmic nations, Fire Chimes had ultimately been defeated and disappeared from the cosmic. A 2-star cosmic pirate group was as insignificant as a speck of dust in the cosmic. However, there was still a signal from Yu Min's real-time map location. She might still be alive. From his interaction with Yu Huatong, this rough cosmic pirate had a meticulous side and loved his sister very much. No matter what, he would arrange a way out for Yu Min. But with Yu Min's personality, the location of the map hasn't changed for 2 days. Wang Ye shivered. 3 possibilities. One was that Yu Min was dead, but the map was still there. Second, Yu Min escaped and was hidden on an uninhabited planet by Yu Huatong. Third, Yu Min was captured alive. As long as it's not the first possibility, it's fine. Wang Ye looked at the radar map. He had been on the road for days now, and he was getting closer and closer to the area where Fire Chimes had been destroyed. Distance, 2 wormholes. Wearing the White Wheel Oblivion armor and holding the 9-sharp saber as well as the Spacelock saber, Wang Ye was filled with fighting spirit. He was ready for battle. Asterisk. Hanta Galaxy. Wormhole Base 37. Zongtu. Good news. The Silver Jade Cosmic Nation has taken care of the Ruman pirates. A short and muscular man whose neck could not be seen walked over with a smile. His legs were like giant pillars, and he was extremely muscular. The strongest warrior of the Aiming family, Aiming King Doi. We've already received the news, Doi. You found out too late. 2.5-meter tall woman wearing a tricolored robe turned around and smiled, exuding charm. Lady Chinga, the number 1 ability user of the Mengnan family. It has nothing to do with us. In this operation, the 5 great cosmic nation families will each get a treasure. We've already earned more than enough by taking down the Fire Chimes pirates. Monroe King Zongtu smiled. Why did you spare that little girl's life then? Do you want to take another concubine? Lady Chinga giggled. Why don't you give her to me? I haven't had meat in a long time. Ha ha ha. Aiming King Doi laughed heartily, but he glanced at Lady Chinga from the corner of his eyes, hinting at something. The relationship between the three superstar-level warriors was pretty good as they were all from the Red River Cosmic Nation's Chimeng family. In this operation against cosmic pirates, they were on the same path. Sure. Monroe King Zongtu smiled at Doi. But you have to wait until I lure out another prey. At that time, the girl will no longer be of any use. You can do whatever you want with her. It's just a shared location. Can it really lure out the prey? Lady Chinga raised her eyebrows. Oh, the little girl has a lover? Eming King Doi's muscles trembled as he clenched his fists. She's not aware of the location-sharing function hidden in her necklace. Monroe King Zongtu's gaze was sharp. Yu Huatong must have done it secretly. He left a chance for someone to come and save her. Based on the current situation, there might be some fish that have escaped the net and obtained the Black Realm's treasures. If we can lure out that big fish, we can make another profit. Lady Chinga and Aiming King Doi's eyes lit up. Every Black Realm treasure was worth at least 100 million cosmic dollars. Who would find it too much? If it wasn't for the clear division of labor between the 5 cosmic nations and the fact that they couldn't snatch the prey of other cosmic nations, they would have made a move long ago. Now that there was such an opportunity, they naturally could not miss it. Of course, this is just a possibility, Monroe King Zongtu said. People who are afraid of death and forsake righteousness for the sake of profit are everywhere. Even husband and wife will go their own ways when facing calamities. Whether or not someone will come to save that girl is still uncertain. If he does come, he would definitely be a sentimental wolf, hee. Lady Chinga laughed. Come quickly. I can't wait to have a good fight. Eming King Doi twisted his neck and made a crackling sound. Let's just wait. Anyways, as long as he comes. Monroe King Zongtu smiled confidently. I'll definitely make sure he doesn't return. Sun Harmony. Arriving at the wormhole. The AL's voice sounded. Wang Ye looked at the radar screen. There was still one more wormhole and 3 cosmic days of flying distance to Yu Min's location. As long as he passed through this wormhole, buzz, buzz, buzz. Sun Harmony quickly passed through the artificial wormhole, and the darkness in front of them began to break apart. Suddenly, a loud boom rang in his eardrums. Sun Harmony shook violently. The energy of the protective shield was quickly consumed, and the alarm sounded. Not good, Master. There's an ambush. Lulu's panicked voice sounded, and her wings trembled. Ashung hurriedly started the emergency maintenance. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He had just repaired the starship. The radar screen showed that the wormhole base ahead was clearly visible. Wang Ye's heart skipped a beat and he frowned. Naturally, he was not afraid of battle or his current enemy. But, Yu Min, there were enemies lying in ambush in this wormhole. The next wormhole that Yu Min had located could be imagined. She had probably been caught. He didn't have time to think about those miscellaneous things. The hatch opened, and Wang Ye instantly turned into a flash of light and flew toward the attacking starship. The doors of the enemy starship opened at the same time, and dark energy-level experts rushed out and surrounded Wang Ye. Boom! Wang Ye swung his spacelock saber. His aura was fully unleashed, and he was invincible. Sharp combat energy surged out, and his huge battle domain released powerful power. Stage 8 combat energy and the Stage 4 battle domain covered the area with the support of the spacelock saber. While it restrained the dark energy-level opponents, the combat energy attacks attacked from all directions. The first battlefield appeared in the spacelock battle domain. Clang! Clang! Wang Ye's combat prowess increased exponentially as he used both sabers. His transformed physical body had improved both in speed and strength, and his killing intent was boiling. Wang Ye quickly shuttled back and forth. The aura of all the dark energy-level experts in the spacelock battle domain was locked onto. Even spatial control in this world was sealed, let alone escape. Unless one's attainments in space were strong or they had a treasure that could break the energy cage of the spacelock battle domain. Otherwise, they were just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chi, chi, chi. Swift and ruthless. Wang Ye's power was no longer something that ordinary dark energy level experts could deal with. The difference was huge. He crushed the opponents who were engulfed by the battle domain. With a roar, the spacelock saber shattered the cabin door, and Wang Ye shot in like a sharp arrow. Inside the starship, explosions sounded. The attack quickly stopped. The starship that had been firing at full power just now became a useless ship in the blink of an eye, without a sound. All the dark energy level experts in the starship had been killed. Wang Ye did not stop for even a moment. He flew toward the wormhole base not far away without fear. Kill! He barged in forcefully. Boom! 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 Firearms, combat energy, dark energy, and dark energy level equipment were unleashed the moment Wang Ye entered the wormhole base. Chi! Wang Ye responded with the saber in his hand. His cold fighting spirit swept across the place as if the Grim Reaper had barged into the wormhole base. Wherever he passed, corpses were everywhere, and the enemy could not even last a single round. Dark energy level warriors and ability users died on the spot, blood and corpses all over the ground. When their aura dissipated and there was no longer any sign of life, Wang Ye controlled the white wheel origin, and the white lightning instantly blasted out. Bang! The wormhole base modified from a starship exploded. Wang Ye floated in the cosmic. The fight hadn't been satisfying. This wormhole base didn't even have a decent expert. He had only warmed himself up. A battle without a superstar-level expert was no threat to him now. Looks like the 5 great cosmic nation families have laid down a trap. Wang Ye returned to Sun Harmony with a calm expression. His gaze fell on the radar screen. The location of the next wormhole almost overlapped with Yu Min's location. Trying to lure me over? Wang Ye already knew Yu Min's current situation. Fire chimes had been destroyed, and she was captured. The reason why the 5 cosmic nations didn't kill her was that they wanted to use her real-time location to lure the others out, thus obtaining the treasures of the Black Realm. As you wish. Wang Ye steered Sun Harmony precisely, heading straight toward the next wormhole. They would know the outcome 3 cosmic days later. Chapter 316. Crush It. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Hanta Galaxy. Wormhole Base 37. Monroe King Zongtu stared at the video screen with bright eyes. The screen was showing the battle that happened at Wormhole Base 39 2 cosmic days ago. It was shared through the Supernet. Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation, Wang Ye. Monroe King Zongtu's gaze was focused on the white lightning armor on Wang Ye. He did not hide the desire in his eyes. This was a supreme treasure, an indestructible artifact. Compared to it, the treasures he had obtained from the Yu Huatong were simply trash. He didn't expect that the female pirate he captured from the fire chimes would catch such a big fish. He's the person the 5 cosmic nations families are looking for. I didn't expect him to be here. Monroe King Zongtu placed his hand by his lips and pondered carefully. Although he had the female pirate, he knew that Wang Ye was very cunning. Now that he thought about it, the other party probably already knew that the female pirate was in his hands, so he might not show himself. However, since he was in this area, Wang Ye had nowhere to run. It was only a matter of time before they narrowed the encirclement and caught him. And if he knew that it was a trap and still came without hesitation, then just like what Lady Chinga said, he is an amorous wolf. The corners of Monroe King Zongtu's mouth curled up. When the time came, he would use the female pirate to threaten him. He wouldn't have to worry that the other party wouldn't give in. As for a direct confrontation, without the white lightning armor, he's just an ordinary dark energy level warrior. Killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Monroe King Zongtu was filled with ambition as he rubbed the amber ring on his right hand. Suddenly, the starry sky bracelet lit up. The fish has taken the bait. Standing up, Monroe King Zongtu clenched his fists tightly, his tall and imposing body exuding a majestic aura. Time to retract the net. Asterisk. Asterisk. In front of the wormhole, Sun Harmony, which had a smooth journey, slowly stopped. The hatch opened and Wang Ye appeared. It's so quiet. There's no movement at all. Wang Ye smiled. Are they afraid of alerting the enemy? He was here though he knew it was a trap. It was because of friendship, commitment, and confidence. When he left Blue Planet, Yumin took him in without hesitation and asked for nothing. Today, he would also save Yumin and ask for nothing. Whoosh! Wang Ye sped forward. The wormhole base gradually appeared in his eyes. The huge building was like a castle in the cosmic, guarding the wormhole tightly, not allowing anyone to enter. There was only one way to enter the wormhole. Barge in. Come out! Wang Ye shouted. Boom! White lightning condensed on the 9-sharp saber and blasted toward the wormhole base. He used the most barbaric and domineering way to start the battle. Buzz! 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 The white lightning wreaked havoc, and the wormhole base's alarm instantly sounded. A great group of dark energy-level experts rushed out of the base. Their reactions were fast and their auras were fierce. It was obvious that they had long been lying in wait. 2 superstar-level experts who were much stronger than the others appeared one after the other. One was a short, muscular man holding a black light giant hammer. The muscles on his body bulged, and the red light was dazzling. The other, a woman, was almost twice as tall as the short man. She wore a green, blue, and red robe and held a short rod with 2 round ends. It did not look like an ordinary weapon. A superstar-level warrior and a superstar-level ability user. Haha! This kid's Black Realm treasure is mine. Aiming King Doi took the lead. Black light shot out from the giant hammer, and the dark substance power was heavy. Although he was short, his aura was strong, crushing the surrounding dark energy-level experts. An incomparably pure warrior. His physical body had been refined by the dark substance over and over again, making him akin to the toughest metal in the cosmic. Surging combat energy instantly surged into the sky, forming a natural battle domain that was fearless of wear and tear. Boom! Wang Ye was unable to dodge. Every corner of the battle domain was aiming King Doi's territory. Come! With the white wheel Oblivion armor, Wang Ye was fearless as his combat energy surged. Like heavenly lightning triggered by earth fire, the white origin of thunder seemed to have been provoked. The terrifying power quickly spread out from the black light giant hammer and then attacked Aiming King Doi. Roar! Aiming King Doi shouted angrily. His face was ruddy, and his body was even more refined and sturdy. A totem tattoo was deep on his forehead, and his bloodline erupted. He ignored the white lightning's attack and took it head-on with his body. A warrior who specialized in the path of the physical body. Impressive! Wang Ye secretly praised. Cosmic humans rarely focused on the path of the physical body, which required one to temper their bodies with dark substance over and over again. After all, not only was it difficult, but it also had extremely high requirements for one's bloodline and physical body. Unfortunately, the other party was not his match. Wang Ye was about to finish him off quickly when his heart trembled. It was as if he had fallen into a dream. His eyes were dazzled. Countless beautiful women appeared in the surroundings, seemingly from paradise. In a beautiful spring garden, paths led to unknown places and water flowed. The sweet fragrance of flowers permeated the air, making people intoxicated. The illusion spell. No, it was not an ordinary illusion spell. It was also combined with a superstar-level release-type ability spell, the Realm Item spell. Fused with the illusion spell, real life forms with consciousness were formed with the White Realm's energy. With Wang Ye's rich experience, these beautiful women were all real. Each had a small part of the tall woman's consciousness. Not only did they know how to serve people, but they also had a lot of experience. Unfortunately, this was useless against him, who had a firm heart and shocking willpower. It's not even as good as the Myriad Race Brothel. As a regular guest, Wang Ye went regularly in attempts to cultivate his heart and not be moved by women. His star core shone brightly, and the dark energy in his white realm blasted out. The illusion in front of him dissipated with a bang. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. What? Lady Chinga's expression changed slightly. She didn't think that she could kill this human youth with the illusion spell, but as long as he hesitated for a moment, it would be enough for Aiming King Doi to finish him off. Unexpectedly, this human youth was so devoted. He turned a blind eye to the beauty and even took a huge risk to save the female pirate. How enviable! Lady Chinga's eyes were filled with jealousy. The ability user weapon in her hand emitted flames, and the fire core emitted light. Dark energy condensed, and the origin of fire energy surged. The fire lit up the intense battle between Wang Ye and aiming King Doi. Wang Ye, who had escaped the illusion spell, was no longer bound. Battle domain against battle domain. The combat energy of the spacelock battle domain suppressed the battle domain of aiming King Doi. Regardless of whether it was the level, realm, or energy of the battle domain, Wang Ye had the absolute upper hand. Aiming King Doi's battle domain, which he was most proficient in, was destroyed. Despicable brat! Aiming King Doi's face flushed. Not only was his bloodline inferior, but he was also humiliated. A dark energy-level kid had suppressed him in just a few rounds. The other party was 2F** King strong. If not for his strong body, he would have been killed long ago. And now he could not resist for too long either. The terrifying white origin of thunder was eating away at his physical defense with every attack. When his bloodline power was exhausted, he would soon fall into a desperate situation. Chinga's young fire array is here. Aiming King Doi and Lady Chinga had a tacit understanding of each other, and the former knew the latter's unique skill. Other than the illusion spell and the realm item spell, Lady Chinga was proud of the young fire rod in her hand. Once one was entangled by the young fire array, one would be unable to escape as the flames would be like maggots to the bones. With just one small flaw, the young fire would enter the target's body. Not only would it destroy his internal world, but it would also burn his soul. It was extremely terrifying. The only flaw was that the attack was slow and the condensation time was too long. Get him! Aiming King Doi raised his black light giant hammer and met the incoming attack once again. He disregarded the spatial lock in Wang Ye's spacelock battle domain, using his bloodline to resist it. Not to mention this short while even a little longer than this would not be a problem. Although this human youth had a black realm treasure, his attack power was nothing. With his body and defense, Aiming King Doi widened his eyes in shock. Before the giant hammer could land, the armor on his chest had been pierced through. A white dot of light that looked like a jade bead appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, the terrifying white origin of thunder seemed to have found an outlet and exploded in his body. Massive tremors sounded out as terrifying power rumbled continuously. Chi! In the blink of an eye, another 3 pearls of white wheel origin poured into his body. Wang Ye walked past aiming King Doi as his white wheel oblivion armor emitted a brilliant light. For pearls of white wheel origin maintained the basic effect of the armor, while 4 others turned into deadly weapons controlled by the white wheel origin intent. Origin energy erupted. Bang! A terrifying explosion accompanied by white lightning shattered aiming King Doi, who specialized in the path of the physical body. Blood splattered everywhere. Even if he had a perfect bloodline, he wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying power. His body was shattered into pieces and he was dead. Impossible! Lady Chinga's beautiful face changed and her body trembled. As she saw aiming King Doi killed, the young fire rod in her hand finished condensing its origin of fire and exploded. Who? The young fire array attacked Wang Ye, who was surrounded by dark energy level guards. Ignoring friend and foe, the young fire descended. Countless dark energy level guards let out miserable cries. The young fire was everywhere, and even their souls were burned into nothingness. Yet the flames found it difficult to get close to Wang Ye. Boom! 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 The white lightning and the young fire collided, and a violent explosion sounded. All the dark energy level experts died on the spot. A battle of this level was not something they could withstand. No matter how strong their defense was, they couldn't handle even one of 2 elements. Faced with both, even God couldn't save them. Whoosh! The young fire was extinguished. Faced with the white lightning's vast energy and powerful origin, the young fire array that Lady Chinga was so proud of was destroyed before it could even build up. In a battle between elemental ability users, the one with the strongest element would win. Suppression with high-dimensional energy. This is an indestructible artifact. When Wang Ye killed Aiming King Doi, Lady Chinga had already guessed it. And at this moment, she was 100% sure. Panic appeared in her eyes. She wanted to escape, but it was already difficult for her to move an inch. Pong! Spacelock battle domain. The surrounding space was sealed. The terrifying human youth appeared before Lady Chinga, and the white lightning in his hands shone brightly. Die! Wang Ye's voice entered her ears. Her tricolored robe was unable to stop the white origin of thunder from entering her body. The light dimmed and she turned into dust. Boom! Lady Chinga's body exploded. The spacelock battle domain disappeared. Wang Ye stood in the starry sky, and the surroundings were quiet. He raised his hand, and the 4 pearls of White Wheel origin returned to the White Wheel Oblivion armor. He was alone, suppressing the scene with his aura. Trap? Ambush? As long as he was strong enough, he could just crush it. Wang Ye stepped into the wormhole base fearlessly. Chapter 317. Just OSO 1. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Wah! What? Monroe King Zongtu was stunned. Looking at the surveillance video, his thoughts were in a mess. Whether it was Aiming King Doi's powerful body or Lady Chinga's ability spell, they were supposed to be able to restrain Wang Ye. Yet, the two were easily killed even after they joined forces. Was he really at the dark energy level? Another Black Realm treasure. Monroe King Zongtu could not hide the jealousy in his eyes. He was both greedy and fearful. Even the best treasure of the Monroe family couldn't compare to any of Wang Ye's treasures. He's much stronger than when he killed Team Amber. Monroe King Zongtu was very hesitant. He was originally very confident, but after Wang Ye killed 2 superstar-level experts, he began to waver. Should he take the risk? On the surveillance screen, Wang Ye barged into the wormhole base alone and slaughtered everyone. Monroe King Zongtu clenched his jaw and fists. He then opened the door and walked out in large strides. As the family leader, if he were to run away like this, how would he have the face to stand in the Chimkin family in the future? This humiliation would make him a laughingstock for the rest of his life. Most importantly, the rewards of killing Wang Ye were too great. Let alone 50%, even if he only had 30% or 40% confidence, he should still try and take down Wang Ye. In the wormhole base, dark energy level experts charged forward one by one. Wang Ye showed no mercy, each slash clean. Bang! 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 The base's firearms were fired, but Wang Ye continued to wreak havoc, turning the wormhole base upside down. These ordinary guards of the Chimeng family were like ants that could not withstand a single blow. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood permeated the air in the wormhole base, mixed with the charred smell from firearms. It was like a living hell. Only when there was no one left did the battle slowly stop. Wang Ye looked ahead. A man with an imposing aura stood tall and straight on the 2nd floor of the base. His tiger-like eyes were bright. Next to him was Yu Min, who was bound by special shackles, and her mouth was sealed. Seeing Wang Ye, Yu Min's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She was both touched and worried, full of blame for herself that was mixed with a hint of sweetness. Her emotions were extremely complicated. A superstar-level expert wouldn't think of using such a despicable and childish method, right? Wang Ye laughed. As long as the methods are useful, there's no such thing as good or bad, neither such thing as despicable. You're not that childish, are you? Monroe King Zongtu's voice was low. Let her go, and I'll let you live, Wang Ye said calmly. Monroe King Zongtu looked over. You don't seem to understand the situation. Right now, I'm the one in power, not you. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation. Wang Ye scoffed. Survival in the cosmic depends on strength. I'm already doing you a great favor by letting you live. Crack. Monroe King Zongtu's sword landed on Yu Min's long and fair neck, and blood droplets oozed out. Are you really not afraid that I will kill her? Monroe King Zongtu stared at Wang Ye as if he wanted to see something from his expression. If you have the ability, then kill her, Wang Ye said. Not only will you die, But your family and clansmen will also die. I will kill my way to Monroe Planet and destroy your Monroe family, to be buried with her. His indifferent voice was filled with incomparable confidence, causing Monroe King Zongtu's hand to tighten inexplicably. You know me? Monroe King Zongtu's tiger eyes were sharp. Of course, the family leader of the Monroe family, Monroe King Zongtu. You sent your clansmen to hunt me down time and time again, Wang Ye said. How could I not know you? Monroe King Zongtu? However, with your status, it's normal for you to not know about my existence. After all, Wang Ye said, I'm just an inferior human from a small colony planet under the rule of the Monroe family. Monroe King Zongtu was stunned. Wang Ye was a colony planet human. Furthermore, he was from the Monroe family's colony planet? What a joke. Why didn't he know? Boom! In the instant Monroe King Zongtu was shocked, Wang Ye quickly launched an attack. White lightning filled the air as the 9-sharp saber pierced through the air. The space-lock saber in his right hand emitted a huge amount of energy, and its mystical engravings were bright. At the same time, White Realm dark energy appeared and landed on Yumin, forming a barrier. Unless Monroe King Zongtu really did not care about his own safety and wanted to perish together with Yumin, he would definitely give up the hostage and fight with him. No matter what, he was still a superstar-level warrior. Humph! After hesitating for a moment, Monroe King Zongtu decisively abandoned Yumin. Sword light condensed dark substance while light and shadow intersected. The seemingly slow attack reached instantly. The path of time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The white wheel oblivion armor lit up, and Wang Ye responded decisively. The thunder fusion technique was a frontal attack, and the spacelock saber's battle domain appeared. Boom! Combat energy exploded, and the spacelock battle domain spread out. It did not affect Monroe King Zongtu much, as he was not skilled in the path of space. The sword shadows overlapped, and the vigorous power was mixed with the path of time. The sword technique's concept was profound, like an unfolding painting. After another clash, Wang Ye suddenly realized something. The backlash from the white origin of thunder couldn't affect Monroe King Zongtu. The other party was different from the short and strong man he had killed before, who had used his bloodline and dark substance body to withstand the attack. Monroe King Zongtu relied on the amber ring on his hand, which could seemingly absorb the white lightning's origin energy. Monroe King Zongtu's sword technique had gained the upper hand. In just 3 rounds of exchange, he had already found out where the white wheel oblivion armor's flaw was. Boom! The moment Monroe King Zongtu's sword landed on his body, Wang Ye controlled the white wheel origin precisely, and it suddenly shot out, heading straight for the former. Chapter 318. Just SOSO 2. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Whoosh! Monroe King Zongtu's figure was like a ghost, and he actually dodged it. His attainments in the path of time were extremely high. Unfortunately, even if the path of time could not be sealed within the battle domain, the other party's location was clear to Wang Ye. With the virtual image spell, Wang Ye split into 2 and went straight for Monroe King Zongtu, who was forced to resist. The sword technique pierced through the virtual image, and the sharp sword energy destroyed it. The white origin of Thunder's anti-damage effect was triggered once again, attacking Monroe King Zongtu. Having extremely exquisite movement technique and the path of time, Monroe King Zongtu easily dodged it. Wang Ye understood. If the amber ring on the other party's finger could really absorb the white origin of thunder, he wouldn't need to dodge at all. There were restrictions, or rather, there was a limit. Boom! 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 Wang Ye released the white origin of thunder without restraint and no longer held back. Within the battle domain, the 8 pearls of white origin released boundless white lightning, covering the area where Monroe King Zongtu was. They were everywhere and there was nowhere to hide. Wang Ye closed in step by step. The white lightning combined with the thunder fusion technique made his attacks even more fierce. He had the upper hand against the Monroe family's family leader. Even though Monroe King Zongtu's swordsmanship was extremely profound, he was helpless against Wang Ye, who had the white wheel oblivion armor protecting him, allowing him to ignore his attacks. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz. White lightning pierced through his body. The amber ring on his hand shone brightly, but it could no longer absorb even a little bit of the white origin of thunder. It had reached its limit. Pong! Monroe King Zongtu was struck by the thunder fusion technique. The white origin of thunder crawled onto Monroe King Zongtu's battle armor, depleting his combat energy and power. His face turned pale and extremely ugly. He had also reached his limit. He's too strong. Monroe King Zongtu was flustered. Wang Ye was much stronger than what he had seen in the video. He had the combat skills, willpower, and an indomitable will to kill without fear. Not only did he have the talent of a high-grade human, but he also had the unyielding willpower of a colony planet human. He was extremely difficult to deal with. Saber light enveloped the battle domain. Monroe King Zongtu grunted and revealed a pained expression. His superstar-level body couldn't withstand the terrifying white origin of thunder, making him injured and forced back. Chi! Monroe King Zongtu's sword broke through Wang Ye's defense and shattered him, but the white origin of thunder attacked at the same time. In an instant, the white wheel origin on the white wheel oblivion armor penetrated the former's body, and the terrifying white origin of thunder exploded in his body. Monroe King Zongtu let out a shrill cry as blood splattered everywhere. He was heavily injured. Swoosh! Wang Ye's shattered body recovered. At the same time, another 2 pearls of white wheel origin fell into Monroe King Zongtu's body. Boom! Boom! The double cannon exploded. Monroe King Zongtu's face was covered in blood as he fell to the ground. Utter defeat. Monroe King Zongtu was filled with unwillingness and despair. Wang Ye arrived with his saber. He hovered in the air and looked at the Monroe family's family leader. The other party used to be high and mighty, but now he was as lowly as mud. To the blue planet, the Monroe family was too powerful. Never mind the family leader, even the ordinary clansmen and cosmic humans were existences that were seemingly out of reach. But now, just as so, Wang Ye stepped on Monroe King Zongtu's chest. Playing with the blue planet? He could die now. You can't run, Wang Ye. Monroe King Zongtu was hysterical as if he had gone mad. His face was covered in blood as he shrieked, "The 5 great cosmic nations' families will avenge me." Wang Ye expressionlessly raised his hand. In that instant, the 3 pearls of white wheel origin in Monroe King Zongtu's body shone brightly as the white origin of thunder erupted. Boom! 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 The white lightning engulfed Monroe King Zongtu's body and shattered it. Wang Ye put away his treasure and immediately released Yumin. The latter's pretty face was still filled with shock as she looked at Wang Ye as if she didn't know him. Was this Wang Ye, the human youth who escaped from a colony planet and was then hunted by the Monroe family? He had told a superstar-level expert. Even her 16th brother had died in the hands of Monroe King Zongtu and she was imprisoned. Not only was there no hope for revenge, but she was also doomed. She never thought that she would see the light of day again. To think the person who saved her was Wang Ye. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Wang Ye cleaned up the fish that slipped through the net. He swept through the wormhole base and told all the guards of the Chimeng family, destroying the entire base. After a round of looting, he left with Yumin. Buzz! 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 The white origin of thunder exploded the wormhole base. Wang Ye returned nonchalantly to Sun Harmony with a shocked Yumin. Continue. The 5 cosmic nations' families were furious, especially the Red River Cosmic Nation, whose superstar-level warriors had been killed consecutively. They felt particularly humiliated. Damn it! Don't let him escape. He's treating us 5 cosmic nations like nothing. If we let him escape like this, we can forget about raising our heads in the future. He can't run. Our people are all outside. The military camp has explored the haunted galaxy almost entirely. As long as the natural wormhole is sealed, he will not be able to escape. At most, he can wander around the artificial wormholes. Sooner or later, he will be caught by us. But have you thought about a problem? Although he can't escape from our sight, with his current strength, which of the superstar-level experts sealing the wormholes is confident in stopping him? The heads of the 5 cosmic nations' families looked at each other and fell silent. Indeed, This dark energy-level human was too terrifying, especially after fusing with the indestructible artifact. His strength was even more explosive. The ones in charge of guarding the wormhole bases were only ordinary superstar-level experts. They couldn't stop him. Normally speaking, these superstar-level experts were enough to deal with the dark energy-level humans from the Black Realm. They did not expect such a monster to appear. Get someone over here immediately. There are plenty of experts in the family, but it will take time for them to get here. Don't worry. Surround him first. The surrounding galaxies have just been explored by the military camp. He can't leave without a map. Right? The military camp is nearby. Which of you have a good relationship with them? Go and borrow some people from them. 10 cosmic days later. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the haunted galaxy, wormhole base 45 exploded. Wang Ye left without looking back. He returned to Sun Harmony, adding many more pieces of dark energy-level equipment to his Black Realm. At this point, he had become numb to his gains after sweeping through the wormhole bases time and time again. The cabin door opened, revealing a tall red-haired Yumin with a faint smile on her face. She gave Wang Ye a thumbs up. 10 days had passed, and she had gradually walked out of her grief of her 16th brother's death. Master is so awesome. Shang, who was repairing Sun Harmony, flattered him. Wang Ye smiled and opened the radar map. Yumin quietly leaned over and sat beside him. Didn't you win? What are you worried about? Yumin looked at Wang Ye with admiration in her beautiful eyes. Cosmic pirates worshipped the strong, not to mention that Wang Ye was her savior. Yumin had long fallen in love with him. He was too amazing. In just 10 cosmic days, Wang Ye had single-handedly swept through 3 wormhole bases and killed another 5 superstar-level experts. There's too little information, Wang Ye said. The network of the wormhole bases requires identification, so we can't enter. The information collected by the spirit spell is too sparse. We're in huge trouble now. Ha! Yumin didn't understand. What trouble? The 5 cosmic nations' besiegement? Can't we just toll them all? Cosmic pirates were simple-minded. Wang Ye said, the problem is that we can't toll them all. The families of the 5 cosmic nations have information from the military camp. The encirclement is bigger than we expected. We've swept through 3 wormhole bases in a row, and they're all guarded. This means that the wormholes behind are likely the same. But if they know our whereabouts, why didn't they capture us? Yumin did not understand. It's not that they don't want to, but they don't have the ability to. The guards that the 5 cosmic nations families have set up so far can't toll me, Wang Ye said. Should we take another route? Yumin asked. Wang Ye shook his head. It's no use. We're in the open, and they're in the dark. The 5 cosmic nations know where we are. If they chose a different path, the enemy could totally change their direction of defense. Unless there was an area around the Black Realm that they had yet to explore, and he knew all the information about this area, otherwise he would be like a fish swimming in a net. No matter where he swam, the net would still be there. Moreover, this net was shrinking, wanting to capture him. They did not draw in the net because they lacked an expert who could crush him. Time is running out. Wang Ye knew very well. Chapter 319 White Lightning Yama. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Haunted Galaxy. Wormhole Base 77. Those cowards from the Red River Cosmic Nation are actually afraid of a dark energy level kid. How embarrassing. Lu Xiaoyong, a Silver Jade Cosmic Nation's superstar-level warrior, sneered as he patrolled the base. 4 superstar-level experts and nearly 100 dark energy-level guards followed him in a great formation. Aren't you the same? A subordinate retorted in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that you were forced to guard this base due to the lot you drew, would you have come? With such a formation and equipment, it was enough to fight the demons and devils at the front line, let alone annihilate a dark energy-level human. Suddenly, beep, 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 the alarm of the base suddenly sounded. Lu Xiaoyong's expression changed drastically. His voice had become hoarse at some point as he roared. Be on guard. Be on guard immediately. Kill the trespassers without mercy. Boom, boom, boom. The base's defensive firearms automatically detected intruders and opened fire. Artillery fire and laser beams were fired nonstop, but the screams of the dark energy-level guards were endless. The wormhole base was a sea of fire. Lightning flashed, and the superstar-level experts, led by Lu Xiaoyong, had a drastic change in expression. White origin of thunder. The white lightning Yama's signature. Go! All of you attack! Lu Xiaoyong's face was flushed. Amidst the smoke and fire in front of him, a figure covered in white lightning charged out with 2 sabers in his hands. The dark energy-level guards fell one after another, and no one survived. White Lightning Yama. It was unknown when this title had started to spread among the families of the 5 cosmic nations. The person holding this title had slaughtered more than 10 wormhole bases of various sizes, as well as countless superstar-level experts. No matter which cosmic nation family the experts were from, they could not escape. A dark energy-level human had killed superstar-level experts one after another, causing these families, who were usually high and mighty, to lose face. In the very beginning, they sent powerful superstar-level warriors to intercept the other party. And now, the families of the 5 cosmic nations take turns to guard the wormhole bases. Everyone looked at Wang Ye as if they were looking at the king of hell. They had tried to recruit him, but Wang Ye would not budge and they were ultimately killed. Everyone, hold on for just a little longer. He can't escape. The Xiongdan family's intermediate superstar-level expert, Xiongba, will arrive in another 10 cosmic days. An intermediate superstar-level expert? Is he enough? My Inhang family has sent an advanced superstar-level expert just to kill the White Lightning Yama. He will take at least 7 cosmic days. What's the use of having an advanced superstar-level expert who's useless? The White Lightning Yama is only at the dark energy level, but isn't he killing across levels just the same? This time, the Hurut family has sent a 100-star dark energy level expert from the arena to compete with Wang Ye. The families of the 5 cosmic nations were full of confidence. They couldn't do anything to Wang Ye for the time being, but that didn't mean they were at their wits' end. If not for the military camp's merciless rejection, how could the other party be so arrogant if they sent a few generals over? Compared to the experts in the military camp who had been trained on the battlefield for a long time, the White Lightning Yama was nothing. It was just that the cat was away, so the mice played. As long as their people arrived soon. Not good. The White Lightning Yama has appeared again. Wormhole Base 91 has fallen. There's no signal. We can't contact them at all. They've all been killed again. The faces of the people in charge were ashen. This was too much. Sun Harmony. You're back. Yu Min, who was cultivating, saw the hatch open and smiled at Wang Ye. She was already used to it. Just as Wang Ye had said, none of the families in the 5 cosmic nations could fight. No matter which wormhole base it was, no matter how many superstar-level experts there were, none of them could stop him. Currently, he had already collected countless dark energy-level equipment. Yes. Wang Ye nodded at Yu Min and opened the radar view. He entered the fragment of information he obtained from the spirit spell and looked at the map on the radar screen. He fell into deep thought. The air was quiet, and only the sound of Yu Min practicing her sword could be heard. Suddenly, Wang Ye tapped his fingers and the radar view changed. He stood up and walked towards the control console. Turn around and head 37 degrees north to the west. Wang Ye's voice was decisive and his expression was calm. Yes, master, Lulu replied. Yu Min's sword trembled and stopped. She looked over in surprise with her big eyes. Then, she sheathed her sword and walked over. Why did you suddenly change direction? She looked at Wang Ye with her beautiful eyes. If we continue down this path, it will be a dead end. This area is unknown, Wang Ye said. The information we obtained about it is also that it is a one-way route. If experts block the path ahead, we can only retreat. However, the map information of the 5 cosmic nations far exceeds ours. As long as they surround us from behind, it will make it difficult for us. This is enough probing. With limited information, it's impossible for us to break through the encirclement of the 5 cosmic nations. or rather, it's impossible in a short time. But didn't you say that the 5 cosmic nations don't have any superstar-level experts who can stop you? Yumin nodded. Won't it be fine if we continue to move forward? When we reach an area that even the military camp hasn't explored, won't we have a chance if everyone has the same amount of information? It was doable before, but not now, Wang Ye said. Why? Yumin asked. Because from the time we broke out until now, more than 20 cosmic days have passed, Wang Ye said. The families of the 5 cosmic nations are naturally not good-for-nothings. They must have gotten reinforcements early on. That's why they're dragging us down at the expense of casualties. At that time, a true expert would definitely appear. The other party was probably the best among the dark energy level or an intermediate or advanced superstar level expert. Or perhaps they had a treasure that could restrain him. The videos of him slaughtering the wormhole bases and killing superstar level experts were not a secret. The 5 cosmic nations all had them. In the eyes of an experienced expert, it was easy to determine the level of his combat prowess and formulate a strategy. The only reason why they weren't here now was because the journey was far. Even the shortest route from Teicher Starfield would take more than 10 or 20 days. Nearing 30 cosmic days, the danger level was increasing. Once they exceeded 30 cosmic days, powerful enemies would appear at any time. Then what should we do? Yumin was dazed. This feeling reminded her of her 16th brother and the former Fire Chimes pirates. Facing the invulnerable wormhole base, there was a natural moat in front and pursuers behind. There was no way to escape in the vast starry sky. In the end, they were caught in a pincer attack, which ended in a crushing defeat. Was history going to repeat itself? There are many ways. Wang Ye wasn't just boasting to comfort Yumin. When he left the Black Realm, Senior Wu Yuan had actually pointed out a path for him. To look for the other party's younger brother, Wu Tan, a black hole-level expert. He was the ambitious man who led the 4-star treasure trove pirates. The cosmic nations families that were surrounding him now seemed strong, but in truth, they were just normal small to medium-sized families or branches of large families in the cosmic nations. There were no major families or superfamilies involved. After all, those families all had many black hole-level experts and even undying-level experts. They did not care about mere Black Realm treasures. If he went to Wu Tan, he would be able to overcome the current crisis, but it was very likely that he would also lose control over the situation. His fate would depend on what kind of person Wu Tan was. In comparison, he would rather contact the Supreme Human Academy. Going to school was not scary. At most, he would be locked up for 100 years with leave. With outstanding performance, he could even graduate early. After he graduated, he would have no problem finding a job, and his status would be high. All the cosmic nations would fight to recruit him too. Currently, he had money as well as strength. With enough achievement points accumulated over time, it was almost certain that he would be able to purchase Blue Planet. However, for someone who had only lived for a few decades, being locked up for 100 years was really a little difficult for him mentally. Or should he go to Enire and have a taste of being a live-in son-in-law? These few days, Wang Ye had been planning his escape routes. So, what you plan to do now is... Yumin was stunned. When her 16th brother was in a hopeless situation, he couldn't think of a solution. But now, Wang Ye actually had many? However, she knew that Wang Ye wasn't lying to her. Enter the military camp. Wang Ye's words were sonorous. This was the best solution he had chosen after considering all the options. The full name of the military camp was the Human Race's War Military Camp. It was an incomparably huge human alliance faction. It was even more powerful than the Cosmic Adventurer Association and the Cosmic Pirate Kings, which were also human alliance factions. It fought demons and devils all year round and was governed by the human sanctuary. The military camp was not the enemy. It was a neutral alliance faction that didn't target any cosmic humans. Currently, the 5 cosmic nation families that were surrounding him had almost no relation to the military camp. If they were stretching it, some of the clansmen of the various families might be in the military camp. But that was all. The reason why he chose the military camp was primarily because of safety. After entering the military camp and being protected by the human sanctuary, even if the undying level warriors from the 5 cosmic nations came, it would be useless. Secondly, the military camp had a lot of information and a lot of people, so their degree of exploration was definitely the highest. If he wanted to enter the deepest part of the Milky Way, search for treasures, and even find information about the Great War 5,000 years ago, entering the military camp was the best choice. Finally, his initial goal had been to enter the military camp to begin with. It was just that he wasn't strong enough back then. If he joined at the cosmic level, he might have ended up as cannon fodder. Things were different now. With his current strength, he would surely be able to achieve something if he joined the military camp. Fighting the demons and devils was also the fastest way for him to earn achievement points. There was no other. Ha! 1 foot Yumin was stunned. It was indeed a feasible path. She was no stranger to the military camp. Many cosmic pirates could not enter the military camp and had no choice but to become bandits. However, it was not easy to join the military camp. One had to have strong combat prowess and the ability to kill enemies on the battlefield. I know of a military camp encampment in the haunted galaxy. If everything goes well, Wang Ye said, we can reach it in 5 cosmic days after passing through 2 wormholes. The method is feasible, but you can't just enter the military camp encampment, Yumin said hesitantly. Besides, there's a unified test for entering the military camp. I've never heard of anyone joining halfway. Just because we haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not possible. Wang Ye laughed. Yumin looked at Wang Ye. What if the military camp refuses to take us in? Wouldn't we have nowhere to go? Nowhere to go? There were many paths. Don't worry. We will definitely enter the military camp. Wang Ye's eyes were bright. Chapter 320. What do you take me for? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. 5 Cosmic Nations Family Alliance. That's strange. Why hasn't the White Lightning Yama appeared at Wormhole Base 109 yet? Yeah, it's been 3 cosmic days. Logically speaking, he should have arrived long ago. That brat is very cunning. He might have hidden himself when he heard the news. Hehe. Is he afraid now? The Inhang family's advanced superstar-level expert will be here soon. It'll be easy to kill him then. The Xiongdan family's Xiongba will be here soon too. It's useless for him to hide. We know all the wormholes in this area. The nearby wormholes have bases or spies. No matter where he goes, he won't be able to escape our eyes. He won't be arrogant in a few days. Soon, we'll be able to close the net. The 5 persons in charge smiled confidently. These days, they had been tormented by Wang Ye, and they had suffered heavy losses. After expending a large amount of manpower and energy, they still obtained nothing. The anger was really suffocating, and now they could finally vent it. White Lightning Yama, wasn't he still afraid? Wasn't he very good at fighting? Come out then. The thought of killing Wang Ye and obtaining all his equipment and belongings was like digging a small gold mine. When the time came, all of them would earn a lot of money. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The situation was under control. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the radar screen, and all the persons in charge were stunned. Why was the White Lightning Yama there? Something's not right. Why did he suddenly appear in this wormhole? Sir, Wang Ye's starship appeared near Wormhole Base 55. It's unguarded. A staff member reported. Soon, the little red dot passed through the wormhole and continued to head northwest. The crowd was stunned. What was the White Lightning Yama up to this time? He changed routes. No, there's a natural wormhole there. Where does it lead to? It seems to be Haunted Galaxy's military camp encampment N0.3. All the persons in charge gasped. It was like cutting the ground from under one's foot. Was there a need for that? What was he doing? If he couldn't beat them, he would join them. This was too much. We absolutely cannot let him join the military camp. The heads of the 5 cosmic nations said in unison. They knew that once Wang Ye joined the camp, the situation would be out of their control. With the meager strength of their families, they didn't even have a say in their respective cosmic nations, much less the huge human race's war military camp. Don't worry, the military camp has its rules. It's not like he can join just because he wants to. That's right. Even the military camp's assessment is not conducted in the encampment. The military camp recruits soldiers uniformly. If he wants to join, he has to follow the proper procedures no matter what. Don't worry, he can't enter the military camp. He's just desperate and wants to try this method. That's right. When he's rejected by the military camp, our family's experts will have almost arrived. At that time, we'll deal with him properly. We'll let him have a taste of being humiliated. Damn it! Asterisk. Asterisk. Buzz. Space distorted and a starship appeared. Sun Harmony passed through the last natural wormhole and entered the Hanta galaxy. Next to the natural wormhole was a huge energy planet that had been modified. It was the Hantu star system's military camp encampment number 3. The surroundings were filled with bases, cargo starships, and fighter jets. It was very lively. The entire small galaxy was a part of the encampment. Compared to the simple wormhole bases set up by the 5 cosmic nations' families, the difference was like heaven and earth. The military camp is a restricted area. Wang Ye naturally couldn't enter the military camp encampment. Outside the natural wormhole there were guards of the military camp. Never mind him, even if the 5 cosmic nations' families came, they would have to cooperate. Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation, Wang Ye. The military camp soldiers meticulously checked Wang Ye's identity. The identities of the 2 slaves and Yumin were also checked to prevent spies from the demon race and devil race from sneaking in. Only after confirming that there were no mistakes would they begin the next step of questioning. What are you doing here? To join the military camp and kill devils and demons. I want to do my part in the cosmic. Wang Ye's face was filled with righteousness. The soldiers looked at each other. Although the soldiers knew that he was lying, it was difficult to refute as the other party was a dark energy level expert. Wait a moment. I'll go and ask the officer. A soldier then left. After a while, an expressionless bearded officer walked over. Wang Ye. He was wearing armor and holding a halberd. He sized up Wang Ye. You want to join the camp? Do make it convenient for me. Wang Ye discreetly stuffed $1 cosmic dollar into the bearded officer's hands. What kind of person do you take me for? The bearded officer's bell-like eyes widened and he barked. This is a military camp encampment, not a recruit camp. Don't think that you can break the rules just because you're at the dark energy level. Let me tell you, there are as many dark energy level warriors as there are hairs on an ox in the military camp. Even if you dash. The bearded officer suddenly felt that the number of cosmic dollars in his hands had increased by a lot. He felt his mouth go dry. If you sincerely want to join the military camp, you have to apply first. After passing the examination, you can head to the military camp's testing point to undergo a unified screening. After that, you can enter the recruit camp for training before you can become an official soldier. Everyone has been through this. The soldiers were all surprised. Their superior usually roared at the top of his lungs. What was wrong with him today? Was his throat inflamed? Can you make an exception? Wang Ye increased the amount. The bearded officer's expression was a little strange. However, he did not accept Wang Ye's cosmic dollars this time. This is not something I can decide. I need your help. Wang Ye took out a dark crystal fragment and stuffed it over. But seeing that you are so sincere, I have to give it a try. With that, the bearded officer turned around, clenched his fists, and glared at the soldiers behind him. What are you looking at? This is my distant nephew who came to seek refuge with me. All of you fish in troubled waters every day. You lost to the devils and still don't strive for self-improvement. You only think about the little girls of the brothel every day. Go and train. Yes, sir. The soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. This was the commanding officer they knew. However, was the newcomer really the commander's nephew? They didn't look alike at all. After scolding the soldiers away, the bearded officer immediately dialed a number on his starry sky bracelet. Yes, sir. He is my distant nephew. Can you make an exception for my sake? Oh, is that so? Okay. I'll send him over now. Thank you, my lord. After saying that, the bearded officer heaved a sigh of relief, and he felt much more at ease holding the dark crystal fragment in his hand. If he really couldn't help, he would be too embarrassed to accept so many gifts. Follow me. I'll bring you to see a lord I'm familiar with. This legate Su Zhongkai, Lord Su. Did you hear what I said to him just now? The bearded officer whispered. I heard you. I'm your nephew, a distant relative. Wang Ye laughed. Ha ha. The bearded officer laughed awkwardly. It's just a temporary measure. We've hit it off at first sight. Consider it a friendship. My pleasure. The two took the military camp's fighter jet and headed to Encampment 3. Along the way, Wang Ye asked a lot of questions about the military camp and encampment to deepen his understanding. The bearded officer's surname was Li Gangzheng, which meant upright. The fighter jet stopped outside the encampment. Then they walked over. The military camp was heavily guarded and there were many checkpoints. Without Brother Li leading the way, it would be difficult to move forward. The atmosphere of martial arts in the encampment was very strong, and there were many fierce battles. Cosmic-level experts and dark energy-level experts mixed, and all of them had extraordinary combat prowess. Compared to the good-for-nothing guards of the 5 cosmic nations, they were many times stronger. Almost every soldier had experienced the battlefield. Some came from the recruit camp while some survived the battlefield. Each had their strengths. He had made the right choice back then. Coming here at the cosmic level, he would be nothing. Go in. Lord Su is inside. Li Gangzheng patted Wang Ye's shoulder and said earnestly, Brother Li can only help you up to this point. Whether you succeed or not depends on yourself. All right. Wang Ye smiled. Seeing Wang Ye enter, Li Gangzheng took out the dark crystal fragment and weighed it. This small piece was worth at least several hundred cosmic dollars. It was several times more than his net worth. He had struck it rich. This kid must have entered the Black Realm before and became rich. Li Gangzheng sighed. If he had known earlier, he would have gone as well. Unfortunately, he was fighting devils at that time and could not leave. It was useless to apply for leave now even if he could. The Black Realm had long been monopolized by the 5 great cosmic nations' families, and its treasures were almost divided up. Time did not wait. The tent was filled with a solemn atmosphere. On both sides stood a team of dark energy-level personal guards. They were expressionless and meticulous, like bronze men. In the middle of the tent, a rough-looking man was staring at him with a faint smile on his face. Wang Ye bowed and was about to move forward when suddenly, clang, clang, the personal guards on both sides suddenly crossed their halberds, their killing intent surging. It really was the 18 bronze men. Wang Ye's expression didn't change. He stood still and looked ahead. Hey, don't be so rude. You're Xiao Li's distant nephew, Su Zhongkai asked arrogantly. Xiao Li? What a unique way of addressing him. Yes, my lord, Wang Ye said. You really don't look it, Su Zhongkai sneered. We're distant relatives. Wang Ye lied through his teeth. It's not important. Su Zhongkai held his chin and said, the military camp has its rules. They can't be broken so easily. However, since you have Xiao Li's recommendation, I'll give you 30 seconds to convince me. I can fight. Wang Ye went straight to the point. Su Zhongkai sneered. The surrounding personal guards also sneered. Who in the military camp could not? They were all honed on the line of life and death. A dark energy-level expert's combat prowess could not exceed the superstar level. 20 seconds left. Su Zhongkai looked over. I have a lot of resources. Wang Ye changed his method. What do you think the military camp is? Su Zhongkai said disdainfully. This move is effective on Xiao Li, but it's useless on me. Is there any other reason? If not, you can get lost. The personal guards revealed looks of disdain. He was a rich descendant who was here to gain experience. Wang Ye looked at Su Zhongkai. He was not afraid of the latter's aura at all. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. I'm a student of the Supreme Human Academy's Military Science Department. Wang Ye used his ultimate move. The tent fell silent. The personal guards were stunned. Su Zhongkai widened his eyes and stood up. Chapter 321. A scholar's face is thicker than a city wall. 1. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. To the human race's war military camp, it didn't matter if the soldiers who joined could fight or not. After all, there were too many soldiers in the military camp who could fight. If it were a superstar-level expert, then they could consider it. But the dark energy level? Unless they were cosmic geniuses who could be recruited by the 7 supreme factions. Of course, that kind of genius wouldn't come to the human race's war military camp to suffer. Whether or not they had money or brought resources into the camp was even less important. The human race's war military camp had huge cosmic nations providing resources, and the human sanctuary was responsible for all the expenses. To the soldiers in the military camp, the more battle credits they obtained, the more money they would have. This was because the battle achievements in the military camp could be exchanged for almost everything. Therefore, although the 2 conditions mentioned by Wang Ye were bonus points for Su Zhongkai and were useful in the selection of recruits, it was a different matter if he were to make an exception. After all, without rules, all would be chaotic. If he wanted to be an outstanding general, he had to set rules and not break them casually. But a student from the Military Strategy Department of the Supreme Human Academy. This title was too great. Even General Ku, who commanded the 100,000 soldiers of Encampment N0.3, had the same thirst for students of the Military Strategy Department, let alone him, a prefect. Unfortunately, they had no such luck. Oftentimes, before the students of the Military Strategy Department even graduated, they were already being fought over by the various cosmic nations and starfield empires that offered unimaginable conditions. Unless they were dispatched by the human sanctuary or the cosmic nations, one could find few military strategy department students in the military camp. After all, there was no reason for them to not enjoy their wealth and status and rather come to the military camp to suffer. "Aren't you serious?" Su Zhongkai instantly appeared in front of Wang Ye. His huge hands grabbed the other party's shoulders tightly, seeming thirsty for talent. "I've been accepted, but I haven't enrolled yet," Wang Ye said truthfully. There was no need to hide it since all this could be found out online. "Is that so?" Su Zhongkai's eyes showed a hint of disappointment which soon disappeared. If it was a graduated military strategy department student, the other party wouldn't even be standing here. Having been accepted meant that there was no problem with the other party's ability. If he graduated successfully in the future, wouldn't he be a living military advisor? "When do you plan to enroll?" Su Zhongkai was secretly delighted when he confirmed Wang Ye's identity. This was a treasure falling from the sky. Even a tribune might not have a military strategy department student as his military strategist. He had just been promoted to prefect, and he already had one? The heavens were watching over him. After completing the exploration of the ancient battlefield Milky Way, Wang Ye replied, "Oh," Su Zhongkai said softly, "I'm afraid you don't have enough time. Even if we are lucky enough to find a cosmic wormhole that leads to the depths of the Milky Way, it will take at least 10 years. By then, you will have missed the enrollment time. I can just take the test again." Wang Ye's calm voice was like a hammer in the hearts of the personal guards. What confidence! However, he had the strength and ability to do so. After passing the exam, instead of studying, he came to the military camp to explore unknown territories. He could take the exam when he was done. Heh, wasn't it fun? Is joining the military camp to explore the ancient battlefield that important to you? Su Zhongkai was a little suspicious. "To be honest with you, my ancestor died in the Great War 5,000 years ago. I want to find his relics and fulfill his wish," Wang Ye said. Su Zhongkai understood. He nodded in appreciation. "Good. Furthermore, it was my first time taking the Supreme Human Academy's assessment, so I didn't have much experience and my results weren't too good. I'll take the exam again when the time limit is up." Wang Ye's voice was nonchalant, but everyone was shocked. In his first attempt, he had already been admitted to the Supreme Human Academy's Military Strategy Department, which was extremely hard to get into. Su Zhongkai was obviously stunned. After a while, he said, "One try." Wang Ye nodded. "I can only get into a rank 1 Supreme Academy. I don't want to study for 100 years before one get promoted. I want to directly get into a rank 2 Supreme Academy or even a rank 3 Supreme Academy. F***CK. What kind of unworldly statement was this? With such bragging, a scholar's skin was really thicker than a city wall. The personal guards scolded angrily in their hearts. Why didn't he just go straight to a rank 4 Supreme Academy? Or just get full marks? It was simply ridiculous, but they couldn't refute it. If he had already passed once, he would only do better the second time. Indeed, this possibility could not be ruled out. Su Zhongkai narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. God bless. Regardless of whether Wang Ye was bragging or not, at least his foundation was already there, and his upper limit was even harder to estimate. Take him in. There was no need to even think about it. Rules were meant to be broken. Zhang Yi, Su Zhongkai shouted. Your subordinate is here. A robust young man walked out from the left side. He walked like a dragon, wise and arrogant. He cupped his fists and bowed. Bring Wang Ye to the advisor department. Su Zhongkai waved his hand. Yes, my lord. Zhang Yi's voice was loud and clear. Wait a minute. Wang Ye interrupted. What's wrong? Su Zhongkai asked in surprise. Can I go somewhere else? I don't want to be an advisor. Wang Ye was straightforward. On the way here, he had already asked Li Gangjing about the military camp situation. Encampment N0.3 was under the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. There were 100,000 troops within, led by General Ku Yuanba. There were a total of 10 prefects under him, each leading an army. General Su was one of them, and he had just been promoted. Prefects were already at the general level. As such, not only could they have advisors, but they could also have 100 personal guards. It was not bad to be an advisor as it was safe. However, if the scale of the war was small, it would be difficult to obtain a large number of achievement points. He had just joined and would not be put in an important position. He was not in charge of the advisor department either and would be limited everywhere. Although he would be protected by the human sanctuary and the military camp and could also obtain information, it was inconvenient for him to move around and achievement points would be scarce. In comparison, going to the front line to fight the devil race and demon race, or even exploring uncharted lands was better. Chapter 322. A scholar's face is thicker than a city wall. 2. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. You can't join the army. Su Zhongkai shook his head. Soldiers need to be registered by going through the formal procedures. Also, you can't enter when the quota is full. I can't do anything about it. I don't want to join the army either, Wang Ye thought. The army spent a lot of time on special training, array formation rehearsals, battlefield drills, and actual combat sparring every day. How could he have time to cultivate? He might as well join the advisor department. General Su, I want to join your personal guard team, the Su Wolf Guard. Wang Ye's gaze swept across the awe-inspiring personal guards in the tent. In an instant, sharp gazes shot over with a sense of hostility. Joining the personal guards not only gave one high benefits but also a high status. One would have holidays and time to cultivate as well. Furthermore, he could carry out more missions and obtain more information. Whether it was exploring the Milky Way or accumulating achievement points, it would be faster. Ha 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 ha. Su Zhongkai laughed out loud and looked at Wang Ye. You can't join the Su Wolf Guard just because you want to. It's useless for me to agree. You have to ask them if they agree. Swoosh. In an instant, all the personal guards released their auras and were filled with killing intent. It was as if he was on a battlefield, faced with weapons and steel horses. Every personal guard was experienced and their hands were stained with the blood of demons and devils. Some had made great contributions to the army, and their positions were above that of a centurion. Some had outstanding combat prowess and stood out in the recruit training camp before being selected. None of the Su Wolf Guard were weak. The soldiers in the camp were elites who could easily kill cosmic-level humans, but the members of the Su Wolf Guard were the elites in the military camp. The rules of the military camp are to see the real deal. Wang Ye remained calm, fearless of the crowd's pressure. I'm willing to fight 3 rounds in a row. If I am lucky enough to win all of them, I hope General can make an exception and let me join. Good. You have guts. Su Zhongkai looked straight at Wang Ye. I'll say this first. This is not a dojo. Actual combat is the priority in the military camp. Life and death are not a concern in a duel. Of course. Wang Ye smiled. Who is willing to fight? Su Zhongkai said loudly, his eyes sharp. Clang, clang, clang. The personal guards of the Su Wolf Guard showed their weapons without hesitation, expressing their attitude with their actions. The tent was filled with a blood-boiling killing intent, and the air was scorching hot. I'll give you a special treatment. Choose one yourself. Su Zhongkai raised his head and said to Wang Ye, there's no need for 3 rounds. As long as you can defeat any one of them and prove your strength, I'll allow you to join the Su Wolf Guard. Then let's go with him. Wang Ye pointed at Zhang Yi, who had just stepped out. There was an uproar. Zhang Yi furrowed his brows and looked at Wang Ye coldly. Think carefully. Su Zhongkai's tiger eyes flashed. He reminded him, Zhang Yi is a rising star among the Su Wolf Guard. It is hard to find a match for him among the dark energy level. Few people below the captain level can defeat him. Please, Wang Ye said to Zhang Yi. He couldn't pick a weak one, but the strongest ones were not choices either. He wouldn't be confident if the other party was at the superstar level, but he was sure if the opponent was at the dark energy level. It was a good opportunity to understand his current strength level and his position in the military camp. Zhang Yi glanced at General Su. After getting his approval, he nodded. Go to the martial arts field, Su Zhongkai shouted. The Su Wolf Guard's martial arts field. The personal guards who were originally cultivating bowed when they saw General Su. They curiously sized up Wang Ye, whom they had never met before, wondering what had happened. Disperse, Su Zhongkai roared. The personal guards scattered and whispered to each other. Only Wang Ye and Zhang Yi were left in the center of the huge martial arts field. Their auras were balanced, like a dragon and tiger fighting. Don't underestimate the military camp. Zhang Yi's gaze was cold as he drew his saber. With a roar, his battle domain was activated. Like a gust of strong wind, combat energy condensed and enveloped Wang Ye. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. Good fellow. There were indeed crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the military camp. A random personal guard of the Su Wolf Guard could have a stage 5 battle domain? This was much more powerful than the number 1 expert of a family that he had killed previously. The other party was at the superstar level and had specialized in cultivating the path of the physical body, yet his battle domain was only stage 4. He had been crushed by his spacelock battle domain. Boom! At the same time, Wang Ye released his spacelock battle domain, a completely different type of battle domain. The spacelock saber was extremely bright. Even though Wang Ye's battle domain was weaker, the fusion with space and the release of energy were stronger than Zhang Yi's. Humph! Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with disdain, and his figure instantly disappeared from where he was. The saber tore through space and headed straight for Wang Ye in an imposing manner. Cultivating the path of the physical body made him extremely tough. He was fast, and his movements were experienced. He had been honed on the battlefield for a long time. One could tell his strength from the moment he attacked. Clang! Weapons clashed. The two crossed paths and exchanged blows. Even though Wang Ye had the advantage in terms of battle domain and used dual sabers, Zhang Yi's attacks were fiercer. Zhang Yi's body was as strong as steel, and it was full of explosive power. Dark substance was condensed layer by layer. Not only was his body strong, but his fighting spirit was also high. Boom! 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 Every attack carried a strong fighting spirit and a decisive aura. The pressure of the spacelock battle domain was practically ineffective against him. He is indeed powerful. Wang Ye soon realized his shortcomings. Relying too much on the white origin of thunder and the rapid growth of his strength had caused his saber technique cultivation to fall behind. Even though it was not bad at this level, it could not be compared to a true dark energy level expert. Zhang Yi's saber technique was very powerful. If he didn't have the spacelock saber, he would have been killed in an instant. Energy control spell. Origin core spell. After testing the waters, Wang Ye began his counterattack. The dark energy in his white realm was released, and the origin core spell gathered the origin of thunder. Combat energy stacked and combined layer by layer. The power of the thunder fusion technique was beginning to show. The originally one-sided situation was instantly balanced. Although Wang Ye still had a slight advantage, that was only because his attacks were decisive and fast, and he was like a tiger. Faced with Wang Ye's impregnable defense and the counterattack of the origin of thunder, Wang Ye, who didn't have the advantage in the battle domain, was beginning to be restrained. This kid is not bad. To be able to fight with Brother E to this point, he's passable. His thunder fusion technique is alright, but his saber technique is too lousy. It's useless even if he's good with saber techniques. Brother E hasn't even used his real skills yet. Once he unleashes his Black War bloodline, this kid will definitely lose. Speaking of which, have you guys noticed that although this kid doesn't have the temperament of someone who has been through many wars, his combat experience isn't bad? He's not much inferior to Brother E. The personal guards of the Su Wolf Guard discussed animatedly. Su Zhongkai stood on the side with his arms crossed. He stared at the battlefield with a hint of joy. Talent. A talent he had always dreamed of. How could a student from the military strategy department have such attainments in actual combat? It was quite amazing. Of course, he could tell that Wang Ye had a lot of combat experience. The other party's combat energy, battle domain, and even his cultivation as an ability user were all extraordinary. Although his saber techniques were not that good, no one was perfect. One was bound to have flaws. The flaws did not obscure his strengths, though. It was already very rare that they could be evenly matched, and Wang Ye even had the upper hand before Wang Ye unleashed his bloodline. With a little nurturing, he could become his right-hand man in the future. However, I seem to have heard of the Spacelock battle domain somewhere recently. Su Zhongkai frowned and thought carefully. He also seemed to have an impression of the name Wang Ye, though he couldn't remember from where he heard it now. All of a sudden, the situation in the martial arts field changed. Wang Ye, who had been injured by Wang Ye's counterattack, was furious. He roared and his bloodline erupted. A black flame surrounded him. Not only did his injured body recover, but a black dragon also appeared and broke through all defenses. Wherever it went, it was unstoppable. The Black War bloodline, the Spacelock battle domain and spatial control were all broken by the Black Dragon's flame. Wang Ye's battle domain surged over and enveloped the battlefield. Wang Ye's thunder fusion technique was instantly broken. His origin of thunder and combat energy was also instantly torn apart by the Black Dragon. It was difficult to resist the great killing weapon. Along with Wang Ye's saber, the Black Dragon opened its bloody mouth and bit at Wang Ye's head. Su Zhongkai's eyes were sharp and he was ready to make a move at any time. He would not allow Wang Ye to be killed. This was a top-notch talent who was skilled in both martial arts and military strategy. Suddenly, boom! An even more terrifying power appeared. White lightning spread out from Wang Ye's saber. The appearance of the high-dimensional energy devoured the Black Dragon's flames. It was a ray of white light that contained the energy of a weak thunderbolt. It lit up the martial arts field and made Su Zhongkai's eyes widen. Wang Ye, the White Lightning Yama. Chapter 323. He has indeed mastered the essence of military strategies. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. This liar. He said that he wanted to kill demons and devils to contribute to cosmic humanity, and also mentioned wanting to find his ancestors' relics and fulfilling the latter's long-cherished wish. But he was clearly here to hide from the pursuers. Su Zhongkai closed his eyes and shook his head. He naturally knew about the incident in Wuyuan Black Realm which had caused a huge ruckus. He had also heard of the White Lightning Yama who had become famous recently. However, he did not expect that the other party had actually come to him. Damn it! He played with his feelings. That was not right. Wang Ye's identity as a student of the Supreme Human Academy's Military Strategy Department was indeed authentic. Su Zhongkai's heart was in a mess. He felt like an honest man who had married a goddess, only to find out that the goddess had a F***king glorious history. On the other hand, the goddess was good-looking, had a great figure, and was skilled in her movements. Although the other party was not sincere, should he take him or accept him? It was too difficult to choose. While Su Zhongkai was in a trance, The battle on the martial arts field had already ended. Facing Wang Ye's white wheel oblivion armor, Zhang Yi could not resist it. The black dragon's flame was extinguished, and he was defeated. Even though his combat prowess was comparable to a superstar-level expert, Wang Ye was just too strong. In fact, even if Wang Ye did not use the white wheel oblivion armor, his combat prowess was not inferior to Zhang Yi's. Once he did, there was no suspense. The personal guards of the Su Wolf Guard were all shocked. Zhang Yi was one of the most ruthless people under the 10 superstar-level captains and deputy captains. Yet, he was severely injured in a single exchange. It was enough to show the newcomer's strength. "Welcome to the Su Wolf Guard." Commander Yu Renjia glanced at General Su and announced the result expressionlessly. The surrounding personal guards were stunned. But soon, thunderous applause sounded as they looked at Wang Ye in a new light. In the military camp, only strength mattered. By defeating Zhang Yi in this battle, Wang Ye used his strength to gain the approval of the Su Wolf Guard. "Old Tu, take him to go through the procedures," Commander Yu Renjia said to an experienced man. "Me?" Tu Yufang chuckled. "You are the most experienced in the Su Wolf Guard. You have superb saber skills too, so take him with you," Yu Renzi said. "All right then." Tu Yufang stretched and stood up. He walked to Wang Ye's side and chuckled. "Let's go, kid. Let's settle the procedures first. Then, I'll bring you around the camp." "All right." Wang Ye had no objections. He glanced at General Su from the corner of his eye and understood. Some things did not need to be stated openly. Since General Su did not object, then, after joining the Su Wolf Guard, he wouldn't need to worry about anything else. Tu Yufang left with Wang Ye. The martial arts field quickly regained its liveliness. The personal guards sparred and cultivated, just like how they trained in the past. Only Commander Yu Renjia left with Su Zhongkai. He was the latter's most trusted subordinate. "General, what do you plan to do?" Yu Renjia was straightforward. "What do you mean?" Su Zhongkai couldn't help but laugh. "He has joined the Su Wolf Guard. How can he be chased away? Do we need to report this to General Ku?" Yu Renzi asked. "It's just taking in a person. It's a small matter. There's no need to specially report it. Do you think the mere families from the 5 great cosmic nations can come here and cause trouble?" Su Zhongkai sneered. "They don't have the guts," Yu Renzi said. Su Zhongkai suddenly smiled. "It's all good. It means that this kid is really capable and didn't just memorize military strategies to get into the military strategy department. Just at the dark energy level, he has the families of the 5 great cosmic nations jumping around like birds, toying them in circles, but they can't do anything to him. I've received news that they've gathered their family's experts to deal with Wang Yi. They'll be arriving soon," Yu Renzi said. Su Zhongkai was stunned, and then he laughed. "No wonder this kid came to me. Won't this further anger the families of the 5 cosmic nations?" Yu Renzi's rigid face revealed a strange expression, as if he could imagine their furious expressions. This kid didn't show any mercy when he killed people in the base, but when he was no match, he fled faster than anyone else. He had indeed grasped the essence of military strategy. Scholars were indeed different, unlike them who only knew how to fight. "He's a good seedling. Cultivate him well. I'll take responsibility for the trouble he has caused outside," Su Zhongkai said. "There's no need to care about those useless people from the 5 great cosmic nations' families." "Yes, General," Yu Renzi replied. Wang Yi and Tu Yufang quickly completed the procedures. The human race's war military camp was under the unified supervision of the Human Sanctuary. The 7 supreme factions of the cosmic provided funding and jointly managed them. After all, the military camp was essential. The 8 great races of the cosmic were at war. The sky race and the dark race were constantly at war, while the humans, demons, and devils were in a never-ending fight for territory. In the cosmic where war played out, the human race's war military camp was indispensable. There is a set of formal procedures for soldiers to join the army, where one has to undergo verification of the human virtual cosmic. Let alone General Su. Even the highest-ranking General Ku can't escape the procedure, Tu Yufang said. The Su Wolf Guard are personal guards. Together with the advisor department, we are considered General Su's personal staff. That's why we can take a shortcut. Normally, you have to go through the process too. But General Su gave you a recommendation and saved us a lot of effort. Wang Ye nodded. Although a prefect was the lowest level of the 3 general ranks, they still had a lot of power. Are you here to take refuge? Tu Yufang smiled at Wang Ye. Brother Tu is amazing. Wang Ye praised. Tu Yufang chuckled. Recently, your name has been the most famous in the Haunted Galaxy. Many are talking about you. They are all waiting to see you get caught. I didn't expect you to come to the military camp to take refuge. A great faction can accommodate me. Wang Ye laughed. Smart. Tu Yufang gave him a thumbs up. If you continue fighting, you'll definitely suffer. It doesn't matter if they lose 10 or 20 superstar level experts, nor does it matter how many times you manage to escape after their encirclement fails. It's enough as long as they succeed once. Yeah. Wang Ye sighed. In comparison, his fault tolerance was too low. Don't think too much. Move on. Tu Yufang laughed without a care. Join the Su Wolf Guard and you're one of us. If the 5 great cosmic nations' families dare to touch you, we'll destroy them together. Of course, I don't think they have the guts. However, even without the threat of the 5 great cosmic nations' families, the military camp itself is still quite dangerous. You should understand, right? Understand didn't even cover it. After all, he had thought of joining the military camp countless times. Back then, his cosmic level strength was insufficient, causing the possibility of his death to skyrocket. Hence, he had temporarily put it aside. After going around in circles, he still ended up here. It's mainly to fight against the demons and the devils, right? Wang Ye said. Tu Yufang nodded. Yes, the casualties of the soldiers are basically due to that. There will be some danger in exploration as well, especially for the Su Wolf Guard. As an elite force, we are often sent to carry out high-risk missions. Brother Tu, you seem very experienced. Wang Ye could tell from the other party's weathered face. I'm just lucky. Tu Yufang sighed with emotion. By being more attentive than others and not being greedy, one can naturally live longer. Of course, the most important thing in the military camp is still strength. Only when you are strong enough can you protect yourself and have a chance of survival in the face of despair. Do tell me more. Wang Ye was thirsty for knowledge. Along the way, Tu Yufang shared his experiences in the military camp. Wang Ye listened intently. Older people liked to be mentors. When they met outstanding young people who were willing to listen and learn, they would often give a few pointers. Soon, they returned to the encampment of the Su Wolf Guard. When they passed by the martial arts field, many of the personal guards greeted Wang Ye with a smile. We're all on the same side now, Tu Yufang said. The Su Wolf Guard carries out General Su's ideology such that the strong are respected. There is no distinction between superior and subordinate here. It all depends on strength. Captain and deputy captain are just empty titles, nannies. Tu Yufang said to Wang Ye. All battle credits are earned by yourself. It's faster to accumulate them on the battlefield. However, we just suffered a defeat, so we should be resting for a while. You can take this time to get used to the pace of the military camp and improve your saber skills. Your saber technique sucks. Wang Ye laughed. Brother Tu, please give me some pointers then. No problem. Tu Yufang agreed readily. It's not difficult to practice saber techniques. It's just practice, comprehension, and combat. If you have time, you can practice more. Go to the martial arts field and spar with our brothers. You'll improve faster. Understood. Wang Ye nodded. Including you, there are 97 people in total, Tu Yufang said. We lost 1/3 of our troops in the last battle. Many are newly promoted. As newcomers, there should be some tempering missions for you guys. Prepare well. What kind of mission? Wang Ye was curious. I don't know about that. Tu Yufang shrugged. It won't be easy though. I'll inform you when I have news. All right, brother Tu, Wang Ye said. There's nothing else. I've already told you everything I need to. Tu Yufang pointed ahead. Those are the barracks of Team 3. There are 7 men and 3 women in total. 2 of them are new here. We'll go and get to know them. All right. Wang Ye nodded. Oh right. Don't mess around. Tu Yufeng reminded. Don't worry, Brother Tuesday. I'm not that kind of person, Wang Ye said righteously. In the human race's war military camp, there was not much distinction between men and women, just like the cosmic adventurers and the cosmic pirate kings. It only depended on battle results and strength. Still, although they lived under the same roof, they lived separately. Entering the barracks of Encampment 3, the central hall was spacious. 10 rooms were scattered in various locations, and there were room plates marked with names outside the rooms. Wang Ye's gaze swept across the area and found his room, the only empty one. The living conditions of the Sioux Wolf Guard were pretty good, and they had their independent cultivation rooms. The soldiers in the camp lived in connecting rooms, however, since cosmic levels didn't need sleep anymore. The only downside of shared rooms was the reduced privacy. Besides, male soldiers were not allowed to be alone with female soldiers, closing the distance at any time. Okay, you stay there for now. It's very safe here. Wang Ye called Yu Min. Naturally, she could not enter the military camp with him. Not even family members were allowed to enter, let alone a bed warmer. However, she could stay in Sun Harmony just outside of encampment N0.3. After all, the entire small galaxy was the military camp's area, and it was huge. Let's get to know the teammates of Team 3. After ending the call, Wang Ye returned to the lobby. His gaze swept across the rooms and soon landed on a room plate with a beautiful name in pleasant handwriting. Zhu Bairua. Chapter 324. Zhu Bairua and Yen Sanchi. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Knock, knock. Wang Ye knocked on the door twice. Please come in. A gentle voice came from inside the room, and the door opened with a click. Wang Ye gently pushed it open. The fragrance of flowers and plants assailed his nose. The owner of the room seemed to be a leisurely woman. The room was clean and tidy. The tables and chairs were arranged neatly. Even the angle was not deviated at all. The other party was very particular. Wang Ye stepped into the room, hovering and keeping his feet off the ground to avoid dirtying it. In the room, a smiling young man in white looked over and nodded at Wang Ye. Wang Ye froze. He looked around and didn't see anyone else. Then, he flew out of the room and looked at the room plate to confirm that there was no mistake. I'm Zhu Bairua. Hello, Brother Wang Ye. The young man in white broke the awkwardness and smiled at Wang Ye. His voice was gentle, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. His movements were subtle and gentle, very elegant, as if he came from a rich family. Even his appearance was a little androgynous, and his delicate body was very similar to a woman's. Other than his gender being male, he was almost like a female in all other aspects. Hello? Do you know me? Wang Ye was surprised. White Lightning Yama, Wang Ye, isn't it? You defeated Zhang Yi on the field, Zhu Bairua said with an elegant smile. You caused quite a stir in the Sioux Wolf Guard. Now, everyone knows about you. Is that so? Wang Ye smiled. I heard from Brother Tu that there are 2 rookies just like me, a man and a woman. I thought you were the woman judging from the name. Bairua is the white in a lotus's stem that enters the mud. Zhu Bairua smiled. Zhu is my surname. The name is neutral. If he said it was neutral, then so be it. This guy seemed like someone who would obsess over every detail and argue to the end. So, the other newcomer, Yen Sanchi, is a woman? Wang Ye thought to himself. When did you join the Sioux Wolf Guard? Wang Ye changed the topic. I just arrived a few days ago, Zhu Bairua said. Just arrived. Wang Ye was surprised. Zhu Bairua hummed softly. I was selected at the recruit training camp. Then, I took a starship and was sent all the way here. Wang Ye nodded. The Sioux Wolf Guard had suffered many casualties in the battle against the Devil race in the Yongshi Galaxy. In addition, after General Su rose from a captain lieutenant to a prefect, the number of members on his Sioux Wolf Guard increased. So many new members were added. It wasn't enough to rely solely on the military camp selection, so he went to the recruit training camp to select quite a few. From what Brother Tu said, teams 5 to 10 all consisted of newcomers apart from the captain. There were still quite a few seniors in the third team that he was in, especially the captain, Brother Two, who was the most experienced among the Sioux Wolf Guard. The other party joined in the same batch as Urenja, the commander of the Sioux Wolf Guard. As they chatted, hurried footsteps suddenly came from the distance. The door was kicked open with a bang, and Wang Ye saw Zhu Bairua's handsome face distort. "Xiao Bai, I heard that the guy has joined Team 3. A hasty short-haired woman appeared in the room. She was extremely eye-catching in her tight female armor. Her carving-like face and sharp eyes instantly locked onto Wang Ye. Wang Ye glanced at her military boots, which were covered in sand and mud. He then looked at the Zhu Bairua. Although the other party was still wearing a smile, the small movements of his hands behind his back could not fool anyone. He was probably already greeting the girl's elders in his heart. A slave? Wang Ye's heart skipped a beat. There was a clear slave mark on the short-haired woman's forehead, representing her identity. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." The short-haired woman didn't hold back and glared at Wang Ye. "Hello, I'm the newcomer Wang Ye. Please take care of me in the future." Wang Ye retracted his gaze and smiled at the short-haired woman. "Ensign, Yen Sanchi." Yen Sanchi raised her chin arrogantly. Her voice was sonorous. "I was promoted from the military camp. Your combat prowess is not bad. Let's have a match when we have time." "You're not his match, Sanchi," Zhu Bairua said with a smile. "Bullshit." Yen Sanchi widened her eyes. "Zhang Yi is only strong on the outside. I, Yen Sanchi, have killed countless demons ever since I joined the military camp. We'll only know who's stronger after fighting." "You're really not a match for him," Zhu Bairua chuckled. Wang Yi glanced at him. As expected, he had a vengeful personality. It seemed that they were on good terms. He seemed to be taking revenge on Yen Sanchi for dirtying his room. "Such a scheming boy. Come on, let's go out and fight." Yen Sanchi grabbed Wang Ye's wrist and pulled him out. Wang Yi was slightly stunned as he felt the force coming from his wrist. The other party was quite powerful. Zhu Bairua was full of smiles. He watched Yen Sanchi pull Wang Yi out and followed them. Before closing the door, water rippled and cleaned the floor and door that had been dirted by Yen Sanchi. Only then did he close the door in satisfaction. The Sioux Wolf Guard's martial arts field. Sanchi has a fiery personality, but she doesn't have any bad intentions. "Brother Wang Yi, please show mercy." Zhu Bairua sent a telepathic message. "Sure." Wang Yi glanced at Zhu Bairua and nodded. It seemed that punishing Yen Sanchi was not his only goal. This guy was so scheming. "Quick, quick, quick. You're a man. Don't dawdle." Yen Sanchi urged impatiently from afar. "If you want to fight, do it quickly." Wang Ye's mouth twitched, as expected of a woman from the military camp. She was so rude. Yumin was much more civilized than her. But in terms of strength, Yen Sanchi completely surpassed Yumin. An ensign. The ranks of the military camp were clear and could be exchanged with battle merits. An ensign was above a centurion, and their combat prowess was at least at the advanced dark energy level or even beyond the superstar level. The other party was at the same level as Zhang Yi. "Fight!" Yen Sanchi attacked quickly. The battle sword in her hand burst out with a blazing light. The fire fusion technique? No, Yen Sanchi was not that accomplished. She started her attack with the special effect of her battle sword, supplemented by the exquisite sword technique. She took the initiative to test his strength. She looked headstrong and reckless, but she was meticulous in battle, as expected of an ensign who had climbed all the way from the lowest level of soldiers. Wang Yi didn't use the White Wheel Oblivion armor and relied on his combat prowess to deal with the other party. He also wanted to know Yen Sanchi's true combat prowess. "They're all using their sword techniques to suppress me." After exchanging blows, Wang Yi felt the limitations of the sword-inflicting saber technique. In the military camp that valued individual combat skills, his current weakness was undoubtedly exposed. Other than the elemental fusion technique, it was difficult for him to gain an advantage in a battle in the military camp with his combat skills. However, with the help of his strength as an ability user, it was not a problem. Virtual image spell. Wang Ye instantly split into two and used the thunder fusion technique. Although he didn't use the white origin of thunder, the dark energy, the strengthening from the energy control spell, and the characteristics of the virtual image spell quickly turned the situation around. Small tricks. Yen Sanchi's short hair flew in the wind, and her swordsmanship was like a waterfall. Her speed abruptly changed, and her sword technique instantly brought him into a conception that enveloped him. Sword intent was overflowing. The power of intent. It was as if she had given a soul to the sword technique. Just like how the white wheel origin could only be effective with the white wheel origin intent, a sword technique would only be complete with sword intent. Spacelock Battle Domain. Wang Ye responded with his battle domain. If his realm was insufficient, he would make up for it with treasures. This move is useless against me. Yen Sanchi didn't care at all. She condensed combat energy to protect herself. She ignored the Spacelock Battle Domain and focused on her sword technique's concept and attack. Even so, the existence of the Spacelock Battle Domain still affected her movements, and her dark substance energy was weakened. The continuous attacks were blocked by Wang Ye. Ha! Yen Sanchi got serious. Her ability circulated and her combat energy burst out. Sword intent was complemented by the power of combat energy, and its power reached a new peak. The explosive spell. She's indeed proficient in the strengthening system. Wang Ye had already sensed the energy of Yen Sanchi's white realm. The two of them could barely be considered the same type of warrior, but he was no longer at the cosmic level. Explosive spell against explosive spell. Wang Ye didn't lose out at all. As a perfect life form, he contained even more combat energy. Rather, his stage 8 attainment was even better than Yen Sanchi's. Even though he was suppressed in terms of saber techniques, with the cooperation of the Spacelock Battle Domain, he could strike back. Boom! Like a falling meteor, Yen Sanchi's explosive attack came crashing down. The power of her one-height spell was extremely terrifying. However, it was still blocked. Wang Ye has learned a lot. Zhu Bairuo watched the battle from the side. He was well aware of Yen Sanchi's abilities, but he didn't expect Wang Ye to be so powerful. He had shown that he was proficient in many ability spells. Even if he didn't use his killer move now, Yen Sanchi still didn't have the upper hand. However, the next move might be a little difficult. Zhu Bairuo knew Yen Sanchi's personality very well. Having been defeated by Wang Ye once again, her fighting spirit had reached its peak. She was going to use her ultimate move. Boom! Yen Sanchi's face was flushed, and her short hair stood on end. She activated all the dark energy in her white realm and pushed her energy control spell to the maximum. A powerful and terrifying power spread through her body. She clenched her jaw and her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Her physical body changed like steel being refined. Her body that had fused with dark substance was once again infused with dark energy. Then her aura was fully released. The super body spell. A dark energy level strengthening type ability spell. It allowed one to surpass the original limits of the body and erupt with even more power. Swoosh! Wang Ye's eyes were bright. He gripped both blades, and white lightning flashed as he controlled the white wheel origin intent and condensed his combat energy. Faced with Yen Sanchi's surging fighting spirit and attacks, the best response he could give her as an opponent was to unleash his full strength too. Buzz! 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 The super body spell versus the thunder fusion technique. The powerful energy fluctuation also attracted the attention of the other Su Wolfguard in the martial arts field, who exclaimed in surprise. It was extremely rare to see such a level of sparring and actual combat. In the crowd, a sharp gaze was fixed on Wang Ye's white wheel oblivion armor. Boom! Boom! It was like a diamond against a diamond. Yen Sanchi's attack was not stronger than Zhang Yi's, but her fighting spirit and even her bloodlust surpassed the latter. It was a kind of stubbornness and unyielding, a strength deep in her heart. Bang! Yen Sanchi's face turned pale as she was knocked back again. Blood trickled down a corner of her mouth, and her body was trembling violently. The energy of her white realm was almost depleted, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Although she did not want to admit it, the current her was indeed inferior to Wang Ye. Let's go all out. Yen Sanchi looked as if she had gone mad. In her dictionary, there was no such thing as giving up. Even if she was no match for him, she would fight to the end. At this moment, Wang Ye's attack descended from the sky. White lightning surged, and he was invincible. Suddenly, water rippled. It covered Yen Sanchi's body like a gurgling spring, giving her protection and recovery. At the same time, layers of ripples appeared in front of Wang Ye, like a bucket of cold water doused on the fiery battlefield. "You're both very strong. How about a draw?" Zhu Bairuo said with a smile. Chapter 325. The military camp is such a good place. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. A loss is a loss. Can't I take defeat? Yen Sanchi raised her eyebrows. She slashed the water before her with her sword and glared at Wang Ye. "Just you wait. I'll win next time." After saying that, she dragged her bloody arm and turned to leave, ignoring the dripping blood. Unyielding, Wang Ye looked at Yen Sanchi's back as she left and secretly praised her. Everything about her was good, just that she was a tad vulgar. She was definitely the type that would ask the man to speed up when they were working. That's just her personality. Don't mind her. Zhu Bairuo smiled bitterly at Wang Ye. It's just that she has a bad temper. She's not a bad person. Rather, she's very loyal. During the war with the devil race, she was always at the forefront. She was even willing to take the blade for her subordinates. You seem to know her very well. Wang Ye raised his eyebrows. The other party had only joined the Su Wolf Guard for a few days, but he had already figured out Yen Sanchi's personality. It's the same for you. Zhu Bairuo smiled at Wang Ye. We're rookies on the same team. We'll have many opportunities to fight side by side. We have to figure out each other's personalities and strengths so that we can work together better. So you provoked Sanchi to fight me, Wang Ye said. I can't hide it from brother Wang Ye. Zhu Bairuo was very honest. As far as I know, there will be training missions for us rookies very soon. Although I don't know what type it is, Sanchi, you and I are on the same team. The probability of us having to work together is very high. You think quite far ahead. Wang Ye looked at Zhu Bairuo in a different light. This scheming boy was not only meticulous and far-sighted. His strength was unfathomable. Although he had only shown a corner of it, from the fact that he could separate the intense battle between him and Yen Sanchi, it could be seen that he was hiding very deeply. Zhu Bairuo smiled and changed the topic. Brother Wang Ye, you haven't learned the super body spell yet? No, Wang Ye said truthfully. Strengthening type ability spells were always simple, crude, and effective. The super body spell was an ability spell of the dark energy level, and Yen Sanchi's performance just now had shown its power. However, it didn't fit his current fighting style. To increase his combat prowess as quickly as possible, he had chosen to cultivate things that would allow him to use the White Wheel Oblivion armor and the White Wheel Origin better. With those two as the core, he added other supplementary cultivation techniques. Including the Energy Control spell and the Origin Core spell, everything else revolved around the White Wheel Origin. The effect was very obvious. Although, in the eyes of others, he had only borrowed the power of the treasure to have such strength, it didn't matter. In terms of one combat prowess, there were only two possible results. Strong or not strong. The result was the most important. To return to the normal path of cultivation, he needed to pick up the super body spell, saber technique cultivation, saber intent comprehension, and spatial attainment step by step. He needed a considerable amount of time and practice. The military camp was a good place. The power of the White Wheel Oblivion armor was only temporary. Only by laying a foundation and improving one's ability step by step would one become stronger. Hanta Galaxy, Bohan Planet. The heads of the 5 cosmic nations families gathered, their expressions ugly. They had already received the news. The White Lightning Yama had successfully joined the military camp. How could this be? What about the rules of the military camp? Can he join just because he wants to? The head of the Red River Cosmic Nation was furious. They were the ones who suffered the greatest losses in the encirclement of the White Lightning Yama. Nearly 10 of their superstar-level experts had been killed. Rules are just shackles for mediocre people. The Silver Jade Cosmic Nation's head said leisurely. The White Lightning Yama's abilities are there for all to see. Naturally, there will be generals who value him and are willing to make an exception for him. It's already a fact. What's the use of saying this? What should we do now? Our family members have all arrived, and we're going to ask them to head back now. Exactly. We can't say that. It's too much to make a wasted trip. Then what else can we do? Go to the military camp to find Wang Ye? I don't have any objections, but ask your family's superstar-level experts. Do they dare? Everyone fell silent. Dare? Who would? Not to mention how great the backing of the human race's war military camp was. Just the strength of each senior general was extremely shocking. Each of them had black hole-level combat prowess. Wouldn't killing their family's experts be as easy as ABC for them? Wang Ye was currently in the Su Wolf Guard, the new prefect Su Zhongkai's personal guards. Who was Su Zhongkai? A super protective general. In the Battle of the Yongshi Galaxy, he killed all the superstar-level devil generals and obtained many battle credits. He was even on par with the Black Hole-level devil commander-in-chief, and his name shook the camp. Even though the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation lost to the devil race in the end and was defeated in the Haunted Galaxy, his performance and battle credits were still extremely eye-catching. In the end, he replaced Senior General Cheng Feng, who was killed by the devil race, and was promoted to be the new prefect. There was also Yu Renzhe, the commander of Su Zhongkai's personal guards who had always been by his side. He had already reached the rank of captain lieutenant and could lead 5,000 soldiers. Yet, he still stayed by Su Zhongkai's side and served as the commander of the Su Wolf Guard, extremely loyal. Then, there was Tu Yufeng, the captain of the Su Wolf Guard's third team that Wang Ye belonged to. His military rank was second lieutenant, and his combat prowess was also unfathomable. Killing Wang Ye in the military camp? What a joke. But I can't just let it go like this. The head of the Red River Cosmic Nation clenched his fists, veins popping out. He had been played by a dark energy-level brat, and now they were about to become the laughingstock of their respective cosmic nations. Most importantly, Wang Ye had many treasures on him. Not only his own, but all the Black Realm treasures plundered by the superstar-level experts had all ended up in his pocket. He also had an indestructible artifact like the White Lightning armor. He was simply a moving treasure vault. If they really couldn't beat him, then so be it. But now they were just one step away. The meat was already in their mouths, but they couldn't swallow it. This was the most uncomfortable thing. I've received news that the newcomers of the Su Wolf Guard will soon receive a mission to hone themselves. This might be our chance, the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation's head said. What mission? Is there a chance to interfere? Everyone's hope was immediately ignited, and they were filled with desire. Each of them was like an extra in a small movie who wanted to fight with a gun. I don't know yet. Let's wait. How long do we have to wait? Around 30 cosmic days. Asterisk. In the camp of the Su Wolf Guard, Barracks 3. Wang Ye had only joined the Su Wolf Guard for a few days, but he was already familiar with his teammates. Captain Tu, Deputy Captain Hong, the cute Lilith, the male teammates whose names he couldn't name, as well as himself, Yen Sanchi, and the scheming boy. Brother Tu and Sister Hong had followed General Su for a long time, from when the latter was a second lieutenant, captain lieutenant, and finally a prefect after the Battle of Yongshi Galaxy. The others had varying qualifications. The death rate of the military camp was high after all, and the members of the Su Wolf Guard had changed batch after batch. Phew. Wang Ye ended his cultivation. Dark Energy Level 5 Warrior, 3%. Dark Energy Level 3 Ability User, 80%. His advancement as a Dark Energy Level Warrior was made when he was besieged by the 5 Cosmic Nations families. During that period, he couldn't calm down to cultivate ability spells or comprehend other things, so he could only cultivate the evolution techniques. With the white origin of thunder, his strength increased very quickly. With a 6% daily increase in efficiency, he quickly broke through to level 5. However, the progress was slow from levels 5 to 6. With progress of only 3% per day, reaching level 6 required 30 cosmic days, which was close to a cosmic year. From level 6 to 7, the second threshold of the dark energy level, time was far from enough. As such, he began to cultivate as an ability user instead, and now he was close to breaking through. He would first cross the first hurdle and let his white realm undergo a minor transformation. 3 to 4 cosmic days should be enough. Wang Ye didn't immediately practice his saber technique or ability spells. There was no harm in stabilizing his strength first. He got up and walked out of the door. The atmosphere of cultivation outside was very thick. Right outside the barracks was the martial arts field. Members of the Sioux Wolf Guard could be seen sparring all the time to improve their individual combat prowess. They knew very well that the battlefield had always been about strength. The 5 great cosmic nations' families seemed to have given up. There's no movement. Wang Ye contacted Yumin every day. The 5 cosmic nations' families were quiet. They didn't even come to the military camp, as if they had given up. If he were in their shoes, the 5 cosmic nations' families indeed couldn't think of any good ideas. However, the blockade and pursuit outside the Black Realm did not stop. Even with one less prey, there were still many fish that escaped the net. Many were hiding in the space between 2 wormhole bases, waiting for the 5 cosmic nations' families to leave. They were too naive. Every Black Realm treasure was worth more than 100 million. Even if the 5 great cosmic nations' families dug 3 feet into the ground, they wouldn't miss it. They were just waiting for death. Suddenly, Wang Ye's heart stirred and he looked over. From afar, a charming woman dressed in red with an extraordinary aura walked over. She smiled and waved at him. "There you are, Xiao Yi. I was just about to go to your room to look for you." Jiagu Hongye, also known as Sister Hong, was the deputy captain of Team 3 and a sub-lieutenant. She was huge at nearly 1.9 meters tall. She had an explosive figure. Her light and soft armor accentuated her exaggerated curves, making people forget her age at a glance. She was already over 10,000 years old. However, for dark energy level beings who could live up to 100,000 years and had an average lifespan of more than 50,000 years, she was at the prime of her youth and the most passionate age. Wang Ye didn't mind at all. When he was training in the Myriad Races brothel, he had even encountered a 9,000-year-old elf. Wasn't she just as petite? Age was just a number to experts. "Sister Hong, is there something you need from me?" Wang Ye smiled and went over. Compared to Lilith, who was cute, and Sanchi, who would rather break than bend, he had the best impression of Sister Hong. She exuded the charm of a mature woman. Her title of deputy captain and sub-lieutenant made her even more unique. "Your badge." Jiagu Hongye held a shiny badge between her fingers. She took Wang Ye's hand and put the badge into his palm with a smile. "Here. The identity verification has passed." Jiagu Hongye's eyes flickered as she drew a line on his palm, seemingly hinting at something. "You can go check your battle credits and enter the battle credit vault now. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come and ask me tonight." After saying that, Jiagu Hongye's red lips curved into a smile and she turned around to leave. Wang Ye held the badge in his hand, the soft touch lingering on his palm. He looked at the ripe peach that was gradually leaving and instantly understood, revealing a smile. He finally understood why Brother Tu had told him that the military camp was such a good place. Chapter 326, Battle Credit Vault. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. In the camp's battle credit office, many members of the Sioux Wolf Guard came and went. The soldier badge contained a special chip from the human virtual cosmic, allowing one to enter the human race's war military camp's small virtual world without the need for identity verification. Of course, the chip itself had an identification function. When entering the human virtual cosmic, their identities would be verified again. In addition to the verification after filling in the information, there were 3 stages of identity verification. The cosmic humans were meticulous about the verification of every soldier's identity in the military camp to prevent spies from other races from sneaking in. Wang Ye had reported his information 2 days ago. Even with General Su's recommendation, he still had to go through the process. Crack. The door to a separate room opened. Wang Ye entered, and the door automatically closed before locking. The entire process of entering the battle credit vault was private. Wang Ye took out his badge and placed it in the dent of the machine before him. In addition to the lowest soldier badge, there was also the commander signet, the general token, the tiger talisman, and the commander-in-chief seal. They corresponded to the 5 major titles in the human race's war military camp. Beep dash. The machine started the verification process. A transparent light appeared around him, sealing the cylindrical area and enveloping Wang Ye. The screen in front of him displayed the identity information comparison, and then green words appeared, indicating that the authentication was successful. A holographic helmet slowly descended and Wang Ye put it on. The light around him soon brought him into the virtual world of the human race's war military camp. Wang Ye, male. Citizenship: Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. Job title: Soldier. Battle credit: Oh. A series of personal information was displayed, and Wang Ye checked it carefully. The information included his resume, battle participation, mission completion, and so on. It would record all his performances in the human race's war military camp as a measure of promotion. In the human race's war military camp, everything was based on battle credits, including one's title. The titles were divided into the soldier level, soldier, sergeant, decurion, lieutenant level, centurion, ensign, sub-lieutenant, general level, second lieutenant, captain lieutenant, lieutenant colonel, senior general level, prefect, tribune, legate, and commander-in-chief level, admiral, marshal, grand marshal. Among the 3 lower levels of the soldier level, lieutenant level, and general level, they did not need to be reviewed. As long as one had enough battle credits, one could apply for a title. However, to advance from soldier to lieutenant required experience. To advance from lieutenant to general, one needed experience in leading troops. When a general became a senior general, all aspects would be weighed. In encampment number 3, quite several people had reached the rank of lieutenant colonel, but there were only 10 senior generals who could lead troops independently and dominate an area. 10,000 battle credits can be exchanged for 1 achievement point. Wang Ye saw it in the exchange window. There was also a notification above, which read one-way exchange. In other words, achievement points could not be exchanged for battle credits. If I can participate in war with my current strength, it won't be difficult for me to obtain 10,000 battle credits. Wang Ye now knew a lot about the military camp. Those who participated in battles or missions would receive battle credits, which would be calculated uniformly based on the difficulty and danger of the mission. Take a battle. For instance, the battle credits were divided into 3 types: basic battle credits, additional battle credits, and reward battle credits. As long as one returned alive, they would be able to obtain basic battle credits, even if they did not kill any enemies. The additional battle credits were the ones that really determined the total of battle credits obtained, and they were obtained from killing. For example, in the war against the Devil race in the Yongshire Galaxy, killing a cosmic-level demon warrior would give 1 to 10 battle credits, a dark energy level would give 100 to 10,000 battle credits, and a superstar level would give 100,000 to 10 million battle credits. As long as one wore the badge, the human virtual cosmic would give one the appropriate battle credits based on the devil warriors one killed, as well as a comprehensive evaluation of one's strength, status, and influence on the battle. If a few killed one target, the battle credits would be split between them. If one assisted in killing, one would receive a portion of the battle credits. 1,000 battle credits will allow one to be promoted to centurion. 1 million battle credits to second lieutenant. Wang Ye didn't count on it. It was not difficult for him to obtain battle credits, but the additional requirements were not so simple. For example, the promotion from a decurion to a centurion involved the transition from a soldier to a lieutenant. The large increase in the number of soldiers one led required a certain amount of experience and the number of times one had participated in battles. His qualifications were simply not enough. From the lieutenant level to the general level, one needed experience in commanding troops. Basically, one had to rely on being a troop-leading centurion to work up the ladder before one would qualify. If he stayed in the Sioux Wolf Guard, he could at most be a sub-lieutenant. There was no hope of being promoted to the general level. That being said, he didn't plan on staying in the military camp for long, nor did he want to become a senior general who commanded soldiers, or a grand marshal who roamed the galaxy. Achievement points were his true goal. To buy Blue Planet, the achievement points needed were 10,000 points. In terms of battle credits, that's 100 million battle credits. Wang Ye sighed. It was a near impossible mission. 2 million battle credits. He could already get a lieutenant colonel title with that, which was the highest position below the senior general level. General Su was only a lieutenant colonel before the battle at the Yongshi Galaxy. I'll accumulate as many battle credits as I can. I'll think of other ways when the time comes. Wang Ye wasn't greedy. On this trip to the ancient battlefield Milky Way, he just needed to achieve 10% of his goal. 10 million battle credits. Then, he would smoothly enter the depths of the Milky Way, get the treasure, or find the guidance of Xiaoyu. That was enough. Wang Ye wasn't very interested in the treasures in the battle credit vault. What was so rare about something that could be bought with money? He refused to buy them with battle credits. Of course, for most soldiers, exchanging for cultivation techniques, treasures, or money was the best use of battle credits. If they got achievement points, what was the use? Saving battle credits and not turning them into combat strength or cultivation techniques to increase one's strength was the stupidest thing to do. If one died, one would have nowhere to regret it. Wang Ye then took a stroll around the small world of the human race's war military camp. There were many places for cultivation and combat simulation, but there were no entertainment activities, and there was no entrance to the myriad race's brothel. Bad review. To him, who had the identity of a cosmic citizen, it was completely unattractive. Of course, he was referring to the cultivation conditions. Whether it was in the Primordial Star, Martial Extreme Dojo, the Ability Tower of Babel, or main virtual world N0.1, the efficiency of cultivation there was much higher than staying here. My holographic helmet is still in Sun Harmony. I'll ask Brother Li to send it over. In the military camp, Wang Ye planned to practice his ability spells and saber techniques, including saber intent, space perception, and so on. Entering the human virtual cosmic could allow him to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After leaving the battle credit office, Wang Ye sent a message to Li Gangjing. After joining the military camp, one could not leave the encampment at will. Asterisk. Night fell. Time flew as Wang Ye cultivated. Soon, it was time for Sister Hong to meet him. Wang Ye sighed and looked out the window. The martial arts field was still brightly lit. Every member of the Su Wolf Guard practiced day and night to improve their strength. The atmosphere in the camp was very strong. It was too suitable for cultivation. Sister Hong. Wang Ye smiled. It was such an obvious hint. He was not a fledgling, so he naturally knew. But it was too fake. If it weren't for Brother Tu's earlier hint, perhaps he would have thought that Sister Hong was unable to endure the thirst, or perhaps she couldn't resist a fresh and handsome young hunk. But was that really the case? The possibility was very small. This was the military camp, and the other party was a personal guard of General Su. The responsibilities and tasks assigned to them were often the most crucial. It was just a weakness test. Most importantly, Sister Hong's actions were a little too deliberate. A real hint was not like this. TL. However, Sister Hong is indeed a stunner. Peaches appeared in Wang Ye's mind and he felt deeply regretful. If only it was true. He really wanted to test the abilities of someone who was 10,000 years old. There would always be a chance though. Barracks 3. Jagu Hongye, who was wearing a red robe, looked at the time. Sensing the movements in each room, she smiled knowingly. Wang Ye had passed. Jagu Hongye rested her chin on her hand and leaned against the bed. Her beautiful eyes looked out of the window, and her red lips curled up. General Su thinks highly of Wang Ye. He seems to want to nurture him as a trusted aide. Jagu Hongye smiled. He's so young yet so tactful. He keeps a low profile. In addition, he has such potential and talent in military strategy. Since he can turn a blind eye to beauty, he can naturally resist the temptation of succubi and fox demons in the future. He is indeed a rare talent. That being said, Jagu Hongye pouted her red lips. A strange light appeared in her hand, reflecting her beautiful face like a mirror. She was a little puzzled and felt somewhat disconcerted. Am I getting old? Or am I still not pretty enough? Humph. It was as if nothing had happened. There was no awkwardness when they met again, and the two of them did not mention this matter again. Wang Ye and Jaguhongye were still the same. Rather, they got along even better. Life in the Su Wolfguard camp was simple and fulfilling. Other than cultivating, he was still cultivating. After 4 cosmic days, Wang Ye successfully broke through to level 4 as a dark energy level ability user. His white realm transformed and the dark energy increased. The white realm that had advanced by another level was more stable and perfect, and the star core was also refined and strengthened. The effect and Wang Ye's control over the energy control spell increased. His psyche's ability to sense and absorb dark energy was closer to the high-dimensional level. He could now grasp dark energy level ability spells even faster. Wang Ye had a plan for his cultivation. The super body spell of the strengthening system could only be cultivated after he mastered his saber techniques. Only then would it have a complementary effect. The dark power spell of the transformation system had overlapping effects with the elemental system, so he would not choose it for the time being. The control-type enslavement spell had little effect on increasing combat strength, so he ruled it out. The release system's illusion spell. It was based on the manifestation spell. The stronger the willpower, the stronger the power it could unleash. Against enemies whose willpower was not strong enough, it could unleash an unexpected effect. As a support attack, it worked best when he was with other teammates. Secluded cultivation. Wang Ye entered the human virtual cosmic. In the ability Tower of Babel, he comprehended the illusion spell. Among the release system's ability spells, the difficulty of comprehending the illusion spell was not small as it was a brand new branch. The superstar level realm item spell and the illusion spell were similar, and the combination of the two was even more powerful. Still, his talent was peerless. With the breakthrough, his control of dark energy reached a new level. The illusion spell was mainly a combination of the energy control spell, dark energy, and willpower. It was not difficult for the current him. In 3 days, the framework of the illusion spell had been established. 5 days later, his willpower was merged into it. 7 days later, the illusion spell started to show its effects. On the 10th day, a whole new world appeared before his eyes. It was illusory yet real. It was like the white realm constructed by dark energy, filled with dark energy and willpower. Wang Ye's eyes flashed as he sighed. Illusion spell, beginner stage. After 10 days of continuous consumption, he was mentally exhausted. Just as he was about to take a nap, he opened his starry sky bracelet, and several messages flooded in. Wang Ye exclaimed in puzzlement and stood up. What happened? Chapter 327. He's a good devoted man. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. Ju Bairua. The mission is out. Lilith. I'm so envious of you guys. You guys can go out and play. Jagu Hongye. Kid. Ensure a good start. Remember to drop by before you leave. Tu Yufong. Come quickly. Wang Yi scanned through all the messages. The amount of information was already very complete. Could be summarized in 2 words. Rookie mission. It's finally here. Wang Yi stood up. The rookies of the personal guards and the special forces were different from the soldiers in the military camp. The soldiers in the military camp went through 3 steps. The recruit training camp, the battlefield drill, and finally they went directly to the battlefield. Survival of the fittest was simple and practical. Those who could survive naturally passed the threshold of being a newcomer. The strength of the new personal guards was far greater than that of ordinary soldiers. The minimum requirement was the dark energy level, and there were even many superstar-level existences in the special forces. A soldier who was promoted would usually be a centurion or above, and he would have a lot of experience. They were all elites in the military camp. Therefore, missions of suitable difficulty would often be arranged for them to gradually adapt to the environment and proceed step by step. They would not be sent to fight demons and devils immediately, as that would be a waste. Let's go see Brother Tu first. Wang Yi had a better relationship with Sister Hong, but he had to be scrupulous in separating public from private interests. He still had to see his superior first. He opened the door and put away the "in secluded cultivation, do not disturb" sign. Then Wang Ye activated his Starry Sky bracelet and contacted Brother Tu. On the edge of the martial arts field, Tu Feng, who had his hands in his pockets, walked over with a satisfied expression. "You're finally out. If you were any later, I would have kicked the door open." Tu Yufeng looked at Wang Ye with satisfaction. "Very good. You took my words to heart. Young people should have such an attitude." Wang Ye smiled. He knew what Brother Tu meant. Cultivate hard, get familiar with teammates, adapt to life in the military camp, and then, don't mess around. "What's the rookie mission, Brother Tu?" Wang Ye went straight to the point. "It's not too shabby exploring the galaxy. Although the battle credits aren't high, the difficulty and danger are moderate," Tu Yufeng said. "It's most suitable for inexperienced recruits like you." It did sound good. There were many missions in the military camp, and they were basically exclusive to the special forces and personal guards. A soldier's duty was to fight, attack, defense, support, and so on. The personal guards had many responsibilities such as scouting, clearing land, exploring, searching, saving people, and so on. Military camp missions often required strong individual combat ability. Of course, the corresponding battle credits were often quite a lot. "Hatua Galaxy?" Wang Yi asked. "Oh, you even did your homework?" Tu Feng was surprised. Wang Yi smiled. The Hanta Galaxy is adjacent to the 4 galaxies. The Yongshi Galaxy has been occupied by the Devils. The Pabla Galaxy is on the path of the darning Milky Way army. Only the Hatua Galaxy and the Utatata Galaxy arc left. The Utatata Galaxy is connected to the Yongshi Galaxy and the Aotua Galaxy. One is guarded by the Devil Army, and the other is guarded by the Demon Army. It's extremely dangerous. They can't possibly let us go there to explore, right? Tu Yufeng praised, as expected of a student from the Military Strategy Department. 7 cosmic days ago, the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army's Nkthirblue team, who was responsible for scouting the way, arrived at Hatua planet. However, this once 7-star life planet was destroyed in a big explosion 5,000 years ago. Wang Yi sighed in his heart. What kind of battle happened 5,000 years ago? Of the 10 7-star life planets in the Milky Way, more than half had been destroyed. At present, artificial wormholes have been established one after another. The Nkthirblue team has searched a large area centered around Hatua planet and has not found any danger yet. Senior General Ku has ordered the entire army to prepare to occupy the Hatua galaxy 3 days ago, Tu Yufeng said. The coordinates of the original 128 6-star life planets in the Hatua galaxy have been confirmed. The division of regions has been completed. They are divided between the 1st Army to the 10th Army. The Su Wolf Guard is responsible for the 10 6-star life galaxies from regions 99 to 108. Team 3 is mainly exploring the 6-star life galaxy number 101, the Pepino Galaxy. Yu Jubairua and Yen Sanchi will be in charge. You're the captain. Wang Yi was stunned. There were only 3 rookies in the Su Wolf Guard's 3rd team. However, in terms of seniority, title, and familiarity with the military camp, Yen Sanchi, who had been promoted from Centurion to Ensign, was obviously the more suitable captain for this mission. Why him? Tu Yufeng seemed to have seen through Wang Ye's confusion. He said meaningfully, "There will naturally be rewards for your good performance. Your position as captain was personally appointed by General Su. He is very satisfied with your performance." Wang Yi understood. No wonder. He was still surprised by the matter with Sister Hong because Brother Tu didn't seem like he would test him. Moreover, wasn't it unnecessary to give him a heads-up before testing him? So it was General Su's doing. With his thick eyebrows and big eyes, he had quite a lot of thoughts. "General Su wants you to see him later." Tu Yufeng patted Wang Ye's shoulder. "Do a good job. If you perform well in this rookie mission, General Su will definitely entrust you with important tasks. Your future is boundless. Brother Tu, please give me some pointers." Wang Yi laughed. He chatted with Brother Tu as they walked and asked about the details of the mission. Then Wang Yi immediately went to the main tent of the Su Wolf Guard. In the huge tent, only General Su and Commander Yu were discussing something. Seeing that he had arrived, they immediately stopped chatting. "General, Commander." Wang Yi bowed. You're leaving in a few days. How are the preparations going? General Su smiled. There was no oppressive pressure and he felt very close. It was completely different from the first time they met. I've mentally prepared myself, but I'm still inexperienced and a little hesitant. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, General Su, Wang Ye said. General Su laughed heartily. A land reclamation mission is not complicated. You just have to complete it step by step. The only difference is the completion rate. This is just a small test. Relax and don't take it too seriously. If you have any questions about the mission, you can ask Zhu Bairua. She's very smart and extremely talented. She's a talent that Zhe found in the recruit training camp. Commander Yu Renjia nodded. His expression was stiff and unsmiling. You can ask Yen Sanchi about the other aspects of the military camp. Although she is a slave, she has been in the military camp for decades and has climbed from the lowest level of soldiers. She is brave and has experience in commanding troops. She is a talent for actual combat. General Su looked at Wang Ye with a smile. Use these two well. They will be your left and right hands in the future, just like Zhe and Wenhan to me. Thank you, General Su. Wang Ye's heart warmed. It turned out that ever since he joined the third team, General Su had already made arrangements for him. No need to thank me. I'm just paving the way for you. Whether you can become a talent or not depends on yourself. General Su's eyes were filled with admiration. I've seen your performance during this period. It's not bad. Continue to maintain it. Yes, General. Wang Ye lowered his head. Commander Yu has something for you, General Su then said. Wang Ye was surprised. The meticulous Commander Yu walked over slowly and took out an ancient book. I wrote this book when I first joined the Su Wolf Guard. There are some notes in it. You can read it if you are interested. Thank you, Commander. Wang Ye took it and thanked him. To him, this was much more practical than giving him weapons and equipment. The only thing he lacked now was experience. After a few words, Wang Ye left. What do you think about him? Su Zhongkai looked at his trusted subordinate. Humble, not arrogant, tactful and principled. Although I can't see his talent in military strategies, his ability is excellent. He's definitely worth nurturing, Yu Renjia commented. Su Zhongkai looked at Wang Ye's leaving back and narrowed his eyes. He was able to single-handedly fight his way out of the encirclement of the 5 great cosmic nations. He has both strategy and strength. He has great potential and is skilled in both martial arts and studies. He is very similar to me. Was he studious? Yu Renjia glanced at Su Zhongkai and said nothing. At this stage, let him temper himself in the ancient battlefield Milky Way. After that, send him to the military strategy department. 100 years later, Wang Ye will graduate from the Supreme Human Academy. At that time, I will definitely become a tribune, and he will be my military advisor. Su Zhongkai was ambitious. What about Wenhan? Yu Renjia asked. He has no resistance to beauty. Su Zhongkai was slightly disappointed. He shook his head and said, in the future war with the demons and devils, he is likely to become the weakness that the enemy targets. He is not qualified to be a military advisor thither. His upper limit is not high. Wang Ye is different. He dares to charge into the wormhole base alone to save his sweetheart, even though the other party is a cosmic pirate. After entering the military camp, he is indifferent to temptation and keeps his integrity. He's just like me, a devoted person. What a loyal man. I agree. Yu Renjia nodded. What do you disagree with? Su Zhongkai glanced at him. Yu Renjia was speechless. Asterisk. At night, Wang Ye left Sister Hong's room. The experienced Sister Hong had taught him a lot of knowledge, allowing him to grow a lot in an instant. As for land reclamation, as a newcomer he had 0 experience. Yet, he had to take on the position of captain. It would be a lie to say that he was not worried at all. That was why he needed to catch up on knowledge. However, Wang Ye had never been afraid of challenges. Since General Su was willing to give him a chance, he would dare to grasp it. Although it's just a land reclamation mission, it's still a huge mission. Wang Ye learned a lot from Sister Hong. The Azure Mountain Milky Way army had suffered a crushing defeat in the Yongshi Galaxy, and they were suffocating with pent-up anger. This time, they were determined to obtain the Hatua galaxy. The entire army was mobilized. The third team of the Sioux Wolf Guard that he led would not only face competition from the other teams of the Sioux Wolf Guard but also inevitably compete with the personal guards of other armies. He couldn't lose face. If the completion rate and ranking were high, there would be additional rewards in addition to the rewards from the exploration. Take down the first battle of the military camp. Wang Ye's eyes were sharp. This was both a mission and a test given by General Su. Not only did he have to complete it, he had to do it very well. The next day, the Sioux Wolf Guard's starship docked. Wang Ye bid farewell to the third team and boarded the starship with the refreshed Zhu Bairua and the frosty Yen Sanchi. The hatch closed and the coordinates were confirmed. The cabin was equipped with pilots, maintenance personnel, and other basic workers. It was very complete. Rumble, rumble. The starship rose into the air. Wang Ye stood in the main control position, looking energetic. Set off, Hatua Galaxy. Chapter 328. Isn't this what you should do? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Hanta Galaxy, Bohan Planet. The leaders of the 5 cosmic nations families gathered once again. There's news about Wang Ye. The leader of the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation said calmly. The Azure Mountain Milky Way Army is exploring the Hatua Galaxy. The third team of the Sioux Wolf Guard, which Wang Ye belongs to, is in charge of the 6-star life galaxy number 101, the Pepino Galaxy. Galaxy points and coordinates appeared on the screen, shrinking to form a radar image. The eyes of the other 4 cosmic nation leaders couldn't help but light up. The Pepino Galaxy is located in the outer circle of the Hatua Galaxy in the southwest direction. It is 685 light-years away from the original Hatua planet and adjacent to the Wtatata Galaxy. The leader of the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation pointed at the light spot. A portion of the Wtatata Galaxy has been explored, where natural wormholes have been found. We can bypass Hatua planet and go around the Wtatata Galaxy without anyone noticing. The leaders discussed heatedly. It was obvious that this was an opportunity, although there was a huge risk and uncertainty. If they wanted the extraordinary treasures of Wang Ye, they had to take a gamble. Will it anger the military camp? The leader of End Mountain Cosmic Nation asked. We're heading over from the Wtatata Galaxy, not the military camp route. It was just a coincidence that we met Wang Ye. The Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation representative replied. Then how do we kill Wang Ye? We only need to ambush on a 5-star life planet and wait for Wang Ye to arrive. What if this 5-star life planet has already been explored? We have more than one expert. We'll split up into 4 groups and set up an ambush. We'll surely be able to catch Wang Ye. Our luck won't be that bad. 4 groups. To avoid suspicion, Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation will not participate in this operation. Everyone nodded. It was reasonable. After all, the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation had already provided the information. If they were to pursue the matter in the future, it would be very troublesome. It's decided then. We'll discuss the details later. Gather the experts of the 4 families and set off immediately. This time we must kill Wang Ye. Asterisk. Allwolf N0.3. So this is an Origin Energy starship. Wang Ye was familiar with the controls. A starship that was 1 level higher than the Cosmic Warp starship, the Origin Energy starship contained pure dark substance. Not only was the ship stable, but its defense was also extremely strong, able to withstand space turbulence. The assimilation of it with high-dimensional energy allowed it to surpass the speed of light in the cosmic in a short time. It was a limited starship with a starting price of 1 dark crystal. Yes, Zhu Bairua was busy at the moment. His expression was a little ugly and not elegant at all. He had just finished cleaning the corners of the starship and was now using his ability to organize the items on the ship. Too many, too messy, and they were all not aligned. The pilot and navigator sat in their seats, not daring to move. Wang Ye looked at Zhu Bairua, who seemed to be in a bad mood. The starship was actually quite clean. However, for perfectionists with obsessive-compulsive disorder, there were too many flaws. The fan was dark. There was dust in every corner. After the fluorescent screen dimmed, there was a thin layer of dust. The worst thing was that there was only one driver's seat in the main control room, which was extremely unbalanced. "Don't move!" Zhu Bairua suddenly turned his head and barked. His gaze could kill. The engineer and maintenance personnel who were about to inspect the starship's energy cabin were so frightened that they staggered. They leaned against the cabin door as if their legs were filled with cement, not daring to move. "Go put on shoe covers," Wang Ye suggested. "Yes, sir." The engineer and the repairman felt as if they had been pardoned. They wiped their sweat and ran away. "What shoe covers?" The bedroom door opened. Yen Sanchi, who had changed into a light female combat suit, walked out. Her face was still cold and her tone was a little unfriendly. Wang Yi glanced over and saw Yen Sanchi wearing black combat boots. The soles of her boots were covered in sand and dust as she stomped on the floor, which was as clean as a mirror. It was as if she was stepping on Zhu Bairua's heart. "Nothing. Xiao Bai is looking for you." Wang Yi chuckled. "What is it?" Yen Sanchi strode over. With every step, Zhu Bairua's face turned a little livid. The footprints were accompanied by sand, making him grit his teeth. Zhu Bairua glared at Wang Yi and turned to Yen Sanchi. "Aren't you very dissatisfied with Wang Yi? It's just the three of us now. We can talk things out." Good fellow, he was really unwilling to suffer a loss. Wang Yi cursed in his heart. However, this matter had to be resolved sooner or later. Everyone was in the same boat. They couldn't just keep their thoughts to themselves. It was better to talk about it. Dissatisfied with what? What right do I have to be dissatisfied? Yen Sanchi sneered as if she was mocking herself. "I'm not as strong, nor as powerful as him. What's wrong with choosing him as the captain?" But the word "wrong" was clearly written on her face. Wang Yi saw through it at a glance. It was normal. No one in her shoes would be convinced. Yen Sanchi was an ensign who commanded 300 soldiers in the military camp and could be considered a small leader. She had been on the battlefield for decades, killed countless enemies, and had rich experience. Other than her identity as a slave, she had no black marks. Yet, a soldier who joined out of nowhere took the captain position. It was already good enough that she did not fall out with him. "Let me ask you, what is the sequence of exploration for a 6-star life galaxy?" Wang Yi didn't explain but asked Yen Sanchi directly. "Sequence? What sequence?" Yen Sanchi was stumped. Wang Yi continued, "Are we going to start from the main planet, Pepino Planet, or the 5-star life planet at the edge?" "Pepino Planet?" Yen Sanchi frowned and said tentatively, "How do we get there without a wormhole? Do we fly straight there?" "The Pepino galaxy is 123 light-years in diameter," Wang Yi said. "It's estimated that there are 155 5-star life planets. If you were the captain, what would the plan be? What's your time frame for completing the exploration?" Yen Sanchi's expression froze. She grew up in the military camp, so it was not a problem for her to go into battle and kill the enemy. She knew a thing or two about military strategies, formations, and training, but for her to do these, she knew nothing. "Don't tell me you already know." Yen Sanchi had a proud personality and was still a little unconvinced. "Of course," Wang Yi answered without hesitation. His confident expression made Yen Sanchi's heart skip a beat. "I admit that you have more experience in leading troops. If we were to kill enemies on the battlefield now, you would naturally be the captain among the three of us. But I'm more suitable than you for a mission," Wang Yi said. Straightforward. Wang Yi didn't hesitate. He had to be more authoritative than the domineering Yen Sanchi while giving her some leeway. "Humph!" Yen Sanchi gritted her teeth and stopped arguing. She turned around and sauntered to the cultivation room. Although she didn't want to admit it, Wang Yi was right. She was better at leading troops into battle. She was no different from a newbie in the land reclamation mission. Zhu Bairua glanced at Wang Yi, seemingly impressed. "You just came out of secluded cultivation yesterday and got the mission content, but you've already planned the entire route today? Isn't this what you should be doing?" Wang Yi looked at him. "Zhu Bairua?" Allwolf number 3 flew towards Hatua Planet, the main planet. Artificial wormholes, as well as natural wormholes, were built with the original Hatua planet as the center. The roads of Hatua Galaxy were like a spiderweb, extending outward from the center. It was extremely efficient. In addition to the teams exploring the area and working together, they could soon cover an entire galaxy. This was the ability of the human race's war aelitary camp. He would have never been able to do this by himself and by sheer luck. If it was just a region, then it was possible to rely on heaven-defying luck to reach the key region first, but the ancient battlefield was so vast that the fastest way was to fight steadily. There are still 18 cosmic days before we reach Hatua planet. After resolving the internal conflict and planning the path, Wang Ye had nothing to do. Once they started exploring, they would not have much time left. Now that he was free, he should upgrade the ones that should be upgraded. The stronger one was the better. Saber techniques. Wang Ye entered the human virtual cosmic. His goal was clear. The two battles he had fought after entering the military camp, whether against Zhang Yi or Yen Sanqi, had exposed his shortcomings in his saber techniques. As a warrior who had to be proficient in close combat, this kind of shortcoming was not good. Martial Extreme Dojo's world of saber techniques. The world of saber intent was filled with countless humans, immersed in the world of saber techniques. In the sky, on the ground, and the stone walls, saber marks were everywhere, flashing with mystical engravings. The second time he came, the feeling was completely different. It was clearer and closer. He could even vaguely feel the saber intent contained in the saber marks. The symbol of dark energy-level saber techniques was intent. The intent reflected the high-dimensional energy, illusory yet real. It came from the increase in his life level and realm. This was especially true for the body that had fused with dark substance. It was even closer to high-dimensional energy. The saber intent that he couldn't comprehend before was now within reach. However, seeing it was one thing and comprehending it was another. Saber intent, like the white wheel origin intent, is the soul of saber techniques. Wang Ye wandered around. He looked up at the sky and was attracted by a saber technique's mystical engraving. Lowering his head, water flowed from the spring's eye, forming a unique saber intent. As he walked, the unique saber intent in a spatial rift also left a deep impression on him. However, none of them were what he wanted. They were pure intent. No matter how compatible they were, it was useless. If they could not be fused into the thunder fusion technique and unleash the power of the elemental white origin of thunder, no matter how strong his comprehension was or if he cultivated it to the limit, it would just be an additional attack method that was comparable to the white wheel origin. It would be meaningless. What he was looking for was either a saber technique that could allow him to comprehend the path, one that could be combined with his combat prowess and surpass the saber technique of the white wheel origin, a unique saber technique, or a saber technique that could unleash the power of the white origin of thunder. Combat prowess was the number one criterion. Everything else was negligible. There were many martial techniques to choose from in the Martial Extreme Dojo. He might not even be able to pick among all the trillions of saber techniques even if he took 100 years. In this place, one could not pursue perfection. This time, Wang Ye had set a limit of 3 cosmic days. During this period, he would try his best to comprehend as many different saber techniques as possible and then choose the one most suitable for him. Quality over quantity. Immersed in the world of saber techniques, Wang Ye tried them one by one. This process was not only of choosing a saber technique but also of familiarizing oneself with various saber intents. At the same time, he gained a clearer understanding of what he was good at. The final decision was made. This is it. Wang Ye made his decision. Chapter 329. Never seen such a shameless person. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. In these 3 cosmic days, Wang Ye came into contact with many saber intents, including those related to the path of space and the path of time. He had to admit that he was still quite a distance away from the path of time. As for the path of space, even though his spatial control had reached stage 5, his talent in it was not outstanding. If he wanted to cultivate a saber technique that fused with the path of space, the first thing he had to do was to comprehend it through the spacelock saber. The 2 paths were put aside, limiting the range of the remaining saber intent. The upper limit of a saber technique that relied on the body's dark substance, pure combat energy eruption, or battle domain integration was obviously not as effective as a saber technique which was a combination of dark substance and dark energy. Since it was difficult to surpass the white wheel origin, he would just have to conform to it. A saber technique that combined his elemental type ability, the origin of thunder, and the origin core was the choice Wang Ye had reached in the last 2 cosmic days. Combat prowess was his priority. It didn't matter if it was difficult to comprehend saber intent. Perhaps other cultivators would consider this factor. After all, it was already difficult to comprehend saber intent in the early stages. The second and third stages would only be even more difficult. The higher they went, the harder it was to advance. And in the end, they could not move forward. As such, the losses outweighed the gains. But he didn't have such concerns. As long as he could sense saber intent, even if it was just a trace, it was fine. Getting to the beginner stage was his only hurdle. The road that followed was broad and smooth. 6 intents of the Kuei cattle. Wang Ye's mind was immersed in the chaotic saber marks and engravings. It was as if he could see a green hornless divine beast with only one hoof jumping around. A storm raged and lightning flashed as the sun and moon shone on it. A natural divine beast. The attack that originated from instinct was extremely compatible with heaven and earth and had the same frequency as lightning. Its powerful body condensed the origin of thunder, like the incarnation of the thunder god. One of the 8 great races of the cosmic beast race. No one performed a saber technique in the mystical engravings. This was the purest saber intent. The person who carved the saber mark might have just observed the Kuei cattle's behavior and made it according to its nature. It was also possible that it was only a record of the divine beast Kuei cattle, or perhaps the other party hadn't managed to create a saber technique and only had saber intent. Still, it was very strong. This was the strongest saber intent that Wang Ye had comprehended among all the saber techniques he could sense in the past 2 cosmic days. Its power was enough to rank in the top 10, or even the top 3. The combination of saber intent and lightning was flawless. It's not just the origin of thunder. The Kuei cattle is the origin core and controls the origin of thunder. Wang Ye was fully immersed in it. The sense of compatibility made his blood vessels surge. The Kuei cattle was a natural divine beast and did not cultivate the thunder fusion technique. Yet, its every move contained the strongest attainments of the thunder fusion technique. There were no saber techniques because the Kuei cattle was irreplicable. Its actions were irregular and unpredictable. By comprehending saber intent, the saber technique would be self-formed. A long period of comprehension. The comprehension of saber intent was different from cultivating evolution techniques. Entering a state and immersing oneself in it was the most efficient, especially in the martial extreme dojo's world of saber techniques. The start was not smooth as their races were different. Just Wang Ye's transformation into the divine beast Kuei cattle had taken him a total of 3 cosmic days. In the next 7 cosmic days, he didn't comprehend the saber intent. Instead, he fused with the divine beast Kuei cattle. In the endless cosmic, he became an innate being. He assimilated with the origin of thunder and was one with the cosmic. It felt peaceful and comfortable as if he existed naturally in the cosmic. Cosmic beasts are truly blessed by the heavens. Wang Ye sighed. If it wasn't for the lack of numbers with the talent abilities of the cosmic beasts, they would be able to compete with humans, demons, and devils. On the 10th cosmic day, Wang Ye transformed into the divine beast Kuei cattle. From jumping and galloping, he gradually transitioned to attacking and defending. Then, it was the fusion and usage of the origin of thunder, and the eruption of physical strength. Step by step, he improved. On the 13th cosmic day, the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle began to take shape. On the 15th cosmic day, Wang Ye gradually comprehended the first intent. 17th cosmic day. Swoosh! Wang Ye jolted awake from his comprehension of the intent. It was as if lightning flashed across his mind, and the comprehension across 17 cosmic days was integrated. He assimilated with the divine beast Kuei cattle and entered the rhythm of the thunder fusion technique in a breath. The origin of thunder instantly appeared, extremely fast. It was even faster than when he used the thunder fusion technique previously. It was like an instinctive reaction. It didn't require any thought or assistance. Wang Ye moved. The lightning turned into a sharp blade and landed in his hand. His attacks were like a thunderous divine beast Kuei cattle, overbearing and domineering. The origin of thunder came from the same source, and thunder rumbled. 6 intents of the Kuei cattle, J. Light and shadow appeared in front of him. Wang Ye opened his interface and pressed the plus button. Continue to improve. Do you wish to spend 150,000 potential points to upgrade the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle? Yes. In the space of consciousness, Wang Ye started cultivating again. A deeper level of integration, a stronger sense and control of the origin of thunder, and a perfect fit with the second intent. In just an instant, the upgrade was completed. Do you wish to spend 800,000 potential points to upgrade the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle? Yes. 6 times the cost. Wang Ye was delighted. The higher the cost of the upgrade for each stage, the better. The 2 basics of the dark energy level, the energy control spell and his battle domain, both had a 5 times increase in cost for each upgrade. It was enough to show that the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle was a top-notch saber technique at the dark energy level. Unfortunately, it only had 6 intents. There was a high chance that it would reach the limit at stage 6. Let's see if there's a chance for a limit break. Wang Ye wasn't worried. With his talent, as long as he comprehended the complete 6 intents of the Kuei cattle, he would be able to create the 7th intent. Asterisk. Allwolf N0.3. The pilots, navigators, and engineers all wore shoe covers and masks as they busied themselves. Zhu Bairua sat in his seat. The completed route map shone on the screen in front of him. It accurately corresponded to every coordinate point in the Pepino galaxy and listed out all kinds of possibilities. The radar projection kept changing. Zhu Bairua looked at it calmly and scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision. Looking at the spotless floor, the neatly arranged spacecraft objects, and the submissive staff who were afraid of making mistakes, he revealed a slightly satisfied expression. But in an instant, his elegant face changed slightly. Seeing Yen Sanchi, who was wearing tattered armor and boots and had a head of messy hair that looked like a bird's nest, Zhu Bairua subconsciously turned his head. He wished he could help Yen Sanchi bathe and smooth out her hair right now. Xiao Bai. How long until we reach Hatua planet? Yen Sanchi sat down casually. She couldn't be bothered to care about whether Zhu Bairua liked it or not. Everyone in the military camp was like this. They didn't even have time for battle training. Who would clean up all day? Immediately, Zhu Bairua looked at the time. Oh, Yen Sanchi said. She looked around and suddenly asked, "Where's that guy?" "Who?" Zhu Bairua said. Yen Sanchi rolled her eyes. "The guy who's captain but does nothing." "There." Zhu Bairua pointed at the cultivation room. "He never came out?" Yen Sanchi frowned. Zhu Bairua shook its head. "This fellow?" Yen Sanchi looked at the cultivation room and her impression of Wang Ye improved. Although she wasn't happy that General Su had taken a liking to Wang Ye, she was quite comfortable with the 18 days of cooperation. Although the other party was the captain, Wang Ye didn't order her around. He didn't use the captain's name to do anything to her, allowing her to cultivate without distractions for 18 cosmic days. She had come out 5 times during this process, but she had never seen Wang Ye. This guy was even more hardworking than her in cultivation. No matter whether he was capable or not, Yen Sanchi admired his cultivation. As a slave from a colony planet, she despised cosmic humans who were born perfect and talented, but didn't cherish it or work hard. Wang Ye looked like he had an extraordinary background and was naturally talented. It was rare for him to have such a strong fighting spirit. After a while, crack, the door to the cultivation room opened and Wang Ye walked out. Yen Sanchi exclaimed and stared at him. Something seemed different. "Good timing," Zhu Bairua said with a smile. "I set an alarm." Wang Ye walked over and nodded at Yen Sanchi. He then walked to the radar projection screen. They were less than 0.001 light-years away from the last artificial wormhole on Hatua planet. "As expected of the captain in charge," Zhu Bairua said with a smile. Wang Ye ignored his teasing and asked, "Have you planned the route?" "Of course," Zhu Bairua said confidently. Yen Sanqi was stunned. She looked at Wang Ye in confusion. "Didn't you already have a plan?" "One more route, one more choice. We can choose the best one." Wang Ye's expression didn't change. "At the same time, I can also train Xiao Bai's ability so that he can be independent in the future." Yen Sanqi was enlightened. It sounded reasonable. "Captain, what's the route you've planned?" Zhu Bairua asked with a smile. "Let me see yours." Wang Ye looked at him. Zhu Bairua immediately turned on the screen and displayed the complete drawing of the Pepino galaxy. Dots of light represented the 5-star life planets that had existed before. The natural wormholes that might exist were all marked. The complete route was connected in a serpentine manner, and it was very complicated. Yen Sanqi stuck her head over and looked, but she felt as if she was reading a book from heaven. She could not understand it at all. Wang Ye observed the map and couldn't help but praise in his heart. General Su was right, Zhu Bairua was indeed a talent. His meticulous and perfect personality made him very suitable for such work. Not only did he plan the route in an orderly manner, but every possibility was also listed in a table. Even if there were any accidents, there would be countermeasures. "Yes, it's basically the same as my route map," Wang Ye praised. Zhu Bairua rolled his eyes. He had never seen such a shameless person. "Since you've already planned it, we'll use your plan. You'll be in charge of the entire exploration process." Wang Ye stood up and looked at Yen Sanqi. "You'll be in charge of all the battles. Is that okay, Sanqi?" "Of course." Yen Sanqi raised her chin arrogantly. She might not be as good as Wang Ye and Xiao Bai in terms of mission planning, but when it came to fighting, she was not afraid of anyone. This was her job. "Then what will you be doing?" Zhu Bairua looked at Wang Ye. "Overall planning," Wang Ye said concisely. "Which cosmic company did this guy come from?" Zhu Bairua retorted in his heart. "Prepare for cosmic jump dash." The AL's voice sounded. 3, 2, 1. Swoosh. Space rippled. There was almost no vibration. The material and stability of the Origin energy ship made the wormhole feel like flat ground. A light soon appeared, and the radar image changed. Wang Ye looked straight ahead. Arriving at the first destination, Hatua Planet. Chapter 330. I was born on a colony planet. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The former Hatua planet no longer existed. The current Hatua planet was an energy planet that the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army had modified to serve as their encampment. Before finding a new main planet, this was the hub and transit point to the other regions of the Hatua galaxy. Many starships came and went, and the place was bustling with activity. The Hatua galaxy was listed as the next target by Senior General Ku Yuanba. 10 armies of 10,000 soldiers had already seized the time to train and prepare for the possible war. As for the personal guards and special forces, they began to explore the land. 1st Army, 7th Army, 10th Army. Wang Ye looked at the starships that were docked. They were from different armies of 10,000 people. A total of 10 armies of 10,000 soldiers, 100 personal guard teams, and the 3 special forces of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army were jointly exploring 128 6-star life galaxies. After their identities were verified, the starship docked. Wang Ye and the other 2 entered the Azure Mountain encampment to receive their mission. The routes and wormholes leading to the various galaxies were all confidential and could only be known after receiving the mission. The 3rd team of the Su Wolf Guard is in charge of the N0.101 land reclamation mission, Pepino Galaxy. The staff in the mission center quickly completed the registration test. He then immediately distributed the military camp SuperNet radar with the route and coordinates, as well as the mission recorder. Attached with the former was a route map, which included all the first-hand information currently known about the Hatua galaxy. The latter allowed them to check the completion rate of the mission. Time limit 108 cosmic days. Basic battle credits 100. Mission battle credit factor 10. Wang Ye took his badge. Just as Sister Hong had said, it was a standard exploration mission suitable for newcomers. The mission's battle credits were divided into 3 parts. basic battle credits, mission completion rate, and mission rewards. The first two were already known when one accepted the mission. Basic battle credits were equivalent to war. As long as one accepted the mission, one would receive them. The mission completion rate was equal to the mission battle credit factor multiplied by the completion points. For example, if his final completion percentage was 60%, he would have 60 completion points. In that case, the final reward for completing the mission would be 600 battle credits. As for the mission rewards, they were divided into individual mission rewards and total mission rewards. They would only be calculated after all the missions were completed. For example, finding a new 7-star life planet, new Hatua planet. The teams that discovered them would be able to obtain a considerable amount of individual mission rewards, while the other teams would also receive a total mission reward. The probability is 1/128, Wang Ye said with a smile. That is, if the new Hatua planet exists. It's only a matter of time before the new Hatua planet appears. When a 7-star life planet disappears, a new 7-star life planet will be born, Zhu Bairua said. It's just that we don't know if it'll be born within these 5,000 years, within the Hatua galaxy. Our luck isn't that good. Let's just focus on clearing the land and try our best to complete the mission, Wang Ye said. Yes. Zhu Bairua nodded and smiled elegantly. Based on my route plan, we should be able to explore more than 80% of Pepino Planet within the time limit. I'm confident that we'll be ranked in the top 10 among the two teams. Wang Ye's eyes lit up. The journey isn't short. The Pepino galaxy was already in the outer circle, 685 light-years away from the center, adjacent to the Watatata galaxy. To get to the center took 12 cosmic days, which did not account for the return time. They had 10% less time than other competitors. Zhu Bairua hummed. That's why I said top 10. Otherwise, it would be top 3. He was very confident. It was a good thing. Wang Ye liked this kind of talent because confidence often represented ability. They left the Azure Mountain encampment. After installing the SuperNet radar on the Allwolf No. 3, the navigator and the pilot confirmed the route and they set off. Wang Ye continued with the next round of seclusion. 6 intents of the Kuei cattle, Stage 4. Advancing to Stage 5 required 32 million potential points, and he couldn't afford it at the moment. The effect was excellent. Other than the increase in attack power, the effect of combining it with the origin of thunder was even more surprising. However, this was still not the strongest form of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle. 2 more steps. First, fuse the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle with the white origin of thunder. Then, through the intent, I'll create a saber technique that fits me and the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle the best. Wang Ye was very clear about his cultivation direction. The power and difficulty between fusing with the normal origin of thunder and fusing with the white origin of thunder were worlds apart. The 6 intents of the Kuei cattle might not have been able to fuse with the advanced white origin of thunder when it was only at Stage 1. But now that it had reached Stage 4, he could try. As for the saber technique, it would allow him to unleash his saber intent and white origin of thunder at a higher level. The first step was quickly completed. After reaching Stage 2 white wheel origin intent, Wang Ye could control the white origin of thunder as he pleased. In addition to the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle's high compatibility with the lightning element, the improvement was quite easily done. In just 3 cosmic days, he had succeeded. Now, whether it's against Zhang Yi or Sanchi, I won't be at a disadvantage in terms of saber techniques. Wang Ye was very satisfied with the increase in his combat prowess. As a warrior, how could he be at a disadvantage when it came to close combat? The 6 intents of the Kuei cattle had forcefully raised his strength by almost 1 level on the basis of his original thunder fusion technique, allowing his combat prowess to rise to another level. Now, he was no weaker than an intermediate superstar level expert. That was not all. He was still lacking a saber technique he had yet to create so that he could unleash the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle even better. 12 cosmic days passed very quickly and they arrived at the Pepino galaxy. Wang Ye pushed open the door to the cultivation room. Zhu Bairua looked at the time and gave him a thumbs up. Not too early, not too late, just right. We have passed through the wormhole and entered the Pepino galaxy. The first destination is the Outua Galaxy, said Zhu Bairua to Wang Ye. We'll arrive soon. Wang Ye nodded and observed the radar projection. The naming and division of galaxies were based on their life planets' levels. For example, the Hatua Galaxy was a 7-star life galaxy. With the 7-star life planet Hatua planet as the core and a region with a diameter of 1,500 light-years, it contained 128 6-star life galaxies similar to the Pepino Galaxy. The Pepino Galaxy was a 6-star life galaxy with a diameter of 123 light-years. It contained 155 5-star life galaxies. The Outua Galaxy was a 5-star life galaxy. With the 5-star life planet Outua planet as the core, it contained nearly 100 4-star life planets. A 4-star life planet was a colony planet, forming the smallest galaxy. There was no name, only a serial number. The military camp SuperNet radar installed on the starship emitted waves of magnetic waves to detect the surrounding energy. It examined life planets, mineral planets, energy planets, and even special planets. These were the contents of the exploration. If they found a 4-star life planet, they had to write down its serial number and coordinates. The following process was to investigate if the colony planet had a civilization and whether there was life. It was a series of processes. Wang Ye didn't have to worry about it as all the work was handed over to Zhu Bairua. What an elementary energy absorption method. The starship engineer looked at the Dyson sphere outside the distant star and sneered. Wang Ye looked into the distance and saw many starships traveling to and from the stars. A blue planet was emitting bright light, surrounded by satellites and space stations. It was very similar to the blue planet, but its technology was more advanced. However, they couldn't SEC the Allwolf N0.3 at all. The difference in energy levels was too great, just like how humans in the low-dimensional cosmic could not touch dark substance. It's still a 4-star life planet now. It won't be long before it becomes a colony planet. It's funny that they don't know any of this, and think that their civilization is very advanced. A maintenance worker said with a laugh. Bang! Before the maintenance worker could finish speaking, his chest was pierced through and blood spilled all over the ground. He fell to the ground with a bang and died on the spot. Zhu Bairua frowned. Water flowed in his hand, washing away the blood. Wang Ye turned around. In the distance was Yen Sanqi, whose face was filled with killing intent. Her phoenix eyes were filled with coldness. Continue with your work, Wang Ye said. As expected of someone from the military camp, this violent temper, killing at the slightest disagreement. Trash with bad breath. Yen Sanqi spat and her face turned cold. Her gaze fell on Wang Ye. Looking at his calm expression, Yen Sanqi felt a sense of inferiority. She raised her head and said, I was born on a 4-star colony planet. What's wrong? Are you looking down on me? No, I understand, Wang Ye said. Hearing Wang Ye's calm words, Yen Sanqi was even more displeased. How could you people of noble birth understand the status of inferior people like us in the cosmic? You're just like a cat crying over a mouse. You care too much about what others think of you, Wang Ye said to Yen Sanqi. This will be very tiring. Yen Sanqi sneered. That's easy for you to say. Why don't you try branding yourself with a slave mark? If you're so great, you should be born on a colony planet and see the ugly faces of those superior humans. I don't need to do that, Wang Ye said with a smile. I was born on a colony planet. As soon as he said that, the entire starship fell silent. Even Zhu Bairua, who was cleaning the ground, was stunned. He had never expected that Wang Ye, who was so highly regarded by General Su, was actually a human from a colony planet. What a joke! Yen Sanqi felt humiliated. Her chest heaved up and down, and her face turned red. I don't believe it, and I don't need your comfort. No one would joke about such things. Zhu Bairua looked at Wang Ye with a deep gaze. Although he didn't know how the other party got to where he was now, the hardships and dangers along the way must have been beyond imagination. Wang Ye walked up to Yen Sanqi and looked at her. Don't look down on yourself. We're all cosmic humans now. We're not inferior to them. In the cosmic, bloodline is important, but ultimately, strength speaks for itself. Yen Sanqi clenched her jaw. Her face was gloomy. and her breathing gradually calmed. She looked at Wang Ye with a complicated expression. At this point, her impression of him took a U-turn. Pursing her lips tightly, she naturally wouldn't admit it. With a cold snort, she turned around and left. When she reached the cabin door, Yen Sanchi suddenly turned around and looked at Wang Ye. "I'll cultivate first. Call me when you need to fight." "Captain." Crack. The hatch closed and Yen Sanchi disappeared. Wang Ye smiled. He turned to look at the surprised Ju Bairua. He raised his eyebrows. "What are you looking at? So what if you're a superior human? Hurry up and get to work." After saying that, Wang Ye opened the cabin door and walked towards Yen Sanchi's cultivation room. "What are you going to do?" Ju Bairua asked suspiciously. "I'm going to ask Sanchi for advice on saber techniques." Wang Ye didn't even turn his head. This kind of opportunity was rare. He had to strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 331. She was tempted. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. In the cultivation room, saber lights intersected as the battle continued. A battle of dark substance bodies and saber intent. Yen Sanchi didn't use her strengthening type ability, and Wang Ye didn't use the white origin of thunder either. Just by using the weapons in their hands, their combat energy rumbled and they were still very powerful. If the two had not controlled their strength, the cultivation room would have been torn down long ago. After a while, the figures separated. "Good swordsmanship," Wang Ye praised. The battle last time had been too fast and he couldn't savor it carefully. Yen Sanchi's sword intent and combat techniques were top-notch as expected of someone who had been in the military camp for decades. She was quite experienced and full of fighting spirit, reminding him of Rue. However, there was still a huge difference in their physiques. Yen Sanchi was the type who had nothing. Other than her face, she had nothing else. It didn't matter. Either way, he loved beauties. "Your saber technique?" Yen Sanchi looked at Wang Ye in surprise. She asked in disbelief, "Why didn't I see you use it the last time we fought?" "What do you think?" Wang Ye asked. "You just comprehended it?" Yen Sanchi blurted out almost instinctively. She shook her head and said, "Impossible. Even if you can comprehend the concept of a saber technique at this level and reach the beginner stage quickly, you need to go through countless battles and experiences to reach stage 4. He did actually just comprehend it. Wang Ye naturally wouldn't expose himself though. "You were giving in to me earlier?" "Why?" Yen Sanchi immediately reacted. "Because we are the same kind of people." Wang Ye looked at Yen Sanchi and said seriously, "The first time I saw you, you seemed familiar and I felt an intimacy. Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way." "I know." Yen Sanchi mumbled and avoided Wang Ye's gaze. "To be honest, I also think that you feel quite close." Now that she knew his origins, how could he not be? "You are the first person to know my identity as a colony planet human." Wang Ye approached Yen Sanchi naturally and sighed softly. "You might not know this, but I almost became a slave too." "Ah? How did you escape?" Yen Sanchi was shocked. "It's a long story." They had a long talk. Unknowingly, the distance between the two shortened. Not only physically, but also spiritually. Yen Sanchi also shared her experience with Wang Ye. She came from the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation's colony planet number 1772 under the Woya family and was born a slave. Fortunately, she had a good talent for cultivation and was arranged to enter the furnace of the colony planet to temper herself. 10 years later, she came out alive and changed her name to Yen Sanchi. Then, she entered the death planet of the Woya family. For the past 3 decades, she had been risking her life to survive. In the end, she successfully passed the screening of the military camp and became a soldier, opening a window for her destiny. "You're the most determined woman I've ever seen." Wang Ye sighed. "So, why are you hugging me?" Yen Sanchi glanced at her right shoulder and noticed that there was a hand on it. "I'm sorry. I might have been moved by your experience. My hand couldn't help but resonate with your emotions." Wang Ye didn't have any intention of moving his hand away. Instead, he changed the topic. "What do you plan to do next?" Yen Sanchi lifted her chin proudly. There was a hint of longing in her eyes. My parents died a long time ago. I'm the only one left. Living for the sake of living is meaningless. I'll always be a slave of the Woya family. Forever. Have you ever thought of escaping this fate? Wang Ye looked at Yen Sanchi, who had a proud personality but a deep sense of inferiority. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Yen Sanchi's face. Escaping fate? Is that possible? Once the slave mark is imprinted, it can never be removed. I can help by your contract and return your freedom, Wang Ye said. A dark energy level 9 slave was expensive, but he could afford it now. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to and whether it was worth it. What is your motive? Yen Sanchi was almost on guard subconsciously. Then her brows relaxed. Thanks. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Just take it that I'm lending it to you. Although the slave mark can't be removed for the time being, Wang Ye said, at least you can be free now. You can do whatever you want and live the life you want. One day, if you can break through the black hole level and transcend reincarnation, the slave mark will naturally disappear and you will obtain true freedom. Yen Sanchi pursed her lips and looked at Wang Ye with a complicated expression. She was tempted. Asterisk. Allwolf number 3, main control room. Zhu Bairua, who was staring at the radar projection and detection image, heard the door of the cultivation room open and glanced over. Then his pupils constricted and his jaw dropped. Wang Ye and Yen Sanchi were walking side by side, talking and laughing like they were a pair. There was no sense of estrangement or distance between the two. It was as if they had known each other for many years. Were they boyfriend and girlfriend? Zhu Bairua understood Yen Sanchi's personality too well. This unyielding woman had never put anyone in her eyes, nor was she ever nice. In fact, he had never seen Yen Sanchi smile before. But now, was this still the Yen Sanchi he knew? What did Wang Ye do to her? For the first time, Zhu Bairua felt like he had lost to Wang Ye. He couldn't see through the ladder. If he was the captain, he definitely wouldn't be able to do this. Wang Ye couldn't really be an executive from some cosmic company, right? Zhu Bairua muttered to himself. He was too good at setting empty but believable goals and buying people's hearts. How's the progress? Wang Ye opened the mission recorder. The progress and rewards of their team were recorded in real time. The screen lit up and the data was displayed. Mission time limit, 95 cosmic days. Mission progress, 0.02%. Mission reward, 3 battle credits. Wang Ye was surprised. He opened the record details. While he and Yen Sanchi were imagining their beautiful lives in the future, Zhu Bairua had already discovered 11 4-star life planets in the Aotua galaxy. 3 of them were level 1 civilizations and 1 was a level 2 civilization. The other life planets had not been born for long and had yet to become level 1 civilizations. This was part of the mission progress and not part of the mission reward. On average, there were close to 100 4-star life planets in every 5-star life galaxy. Through death and rebirth, the number of planets remained the same. We've just discovered a 3-star energy planet, Zhu Bairua said as he took notes. Yes, Wang Ye noticed that. As a pioneer team, they only carried out preliminary reconnaissance and investigation. The specific exploration was not their job. They didn't have that much time. Energy planets were planets that produced energy stones and energy crystals. Cosmic energy gathered and condensed into energy crystals, used by cosmic civilizations. A 3-star energy planet referred to a planet that only had 3-star energy crystals at the moment. Each 3-star energy crystal was worth 10,000 star points, which wasn't much. However, if it were an entire planet, its value would be terrifying. As a pioneer team, after discovering a planet, then recording the coordinates and uploading them to the mission recorder, they could obtain additional battle credit rewards. Well done, Xiao Bai. Wang Ye praised. In the limited time limit of the mission, it was still unknown whether they could find the main planet of the 5-star life galaxy, let alone explore the entire 5-star life galaxy and discover other valuable existences. How to obtain more mission completion and rewards in a short time was a measure of the exploration team's ability. We still haven't found Aotua planet. Zhu Bairua was meticulous. The original Aotua planet has exploded. right? Wang Ye said. Yes, we just passed the coordinates. Zhu Bairua looked at the general map of the Aotuo galaxy. There were many markings on it, crisscrossed like a railway. The marks of different colors were dazzling. What are we looking at now? Yen Sanchi asked Wang Ye. We're using the galaxy map to find the possible location of the new Aotuo planet. Wang Ye looked at Zhu Bairua. This was hard work. Other than a huge knowledge structure, it also required a considerable amount of brain and experience. It was not his forte. There are 7 points on the map. Do we need to go to all of them? Yen Sanchi said. We don't have that much time, Wang Ye said. By the time they finished all 7 points, they would have already explored more than 50% of the entire Aotuo galaxy. That would take at least 3 to 5 cosmic days. It was impossible to spend so much time on a 5-star life galaxy. After all, the entire Pepino galaxy contained 155 5-star life galaxies. On average, they could not take more than 1 cosmic day to explore each 5-star life galaxy. Pa. On the map of the Aotuo galaxy, 2 of the 7 light dots lit up. Zhu Bairua turned his head. According to the shift in energy conservation and the reaction between dark substance and energy, there is a 44% chance that Aotuo planet exists at one of these 2 coordinates. We will only go to these 2. Yen Sanchi pointed at a red dot below. This shows 27%. It's the highest among the 7 dots. Why aren't we going there? Because of the wormhole. Wang Ye looked at the map. This place is too far away from the possible wormhole. It's very likely to waste more than half a cosmic day, affecting the exploration of the next 5-star life system. On the contrary, although the total of these 2 dots is only 44%, the wormhole is on the upper right. We only need to walk AZ to enter the next Tali galaxy. The estimated total time spent in the Aotuo galaxy will then be within the planned time. Yen Sanchi nodded in realization. She looked at the general map of the Aotuo galaxy and studied the new knowledge seriously. Zhu Bairua looked at Wang Ye with a certain look in his eyes and continued working. This captain was quite knowledgeable. The first target was soon explored. The military camp's supernet radar did not detect any 5-star life force, which meant that there was no 5-star life planet. Zhu Bairua gave up decisively. He took a detour along the way and found another 2-star energy planet before heading straight for the last target. Whether or not they could find the new Aotuo planet, this was their last attempt. They could not affect the overall situation. It's here. Zhu Bairua had an elegant expression. He did not seem surprised by the discovery of the new Aotuo planet. He calmly drew the coordinates on the galaxy map and recorded them. Wang Ye looked at the mission recorder. The progress of the mission soared from 0.03% to 0.28%. Aotuo planet was the core of the entire 5-star life system. Finding it meant that the mission progress of the galaxy was 80%. It was a smooth start. Suddenly, beep! The SuperNet AL's voice sounded and a red light lit up. Detected cosmic level energy reaction. Chapter 332. Is this punishment from heaven? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The military camp's SuperNet radar had the most advanced detection system in the cosmic. There were many possibilities for a cosmic-level energy reaction. Treasures, minerals, energy, firearms, and cosmic-level experts. Of course, it was not difficult to avoid detection by the SuperNet radar. For example, treasures could be stored in energy-isolating devices. The energy reaction of firearms could be shut down. Cosmic-level warriors could isolate their auras. However, Aotuo planet, which knew nothing about the outside world, naturally would not do such a thing. It's my turn. Yen Sanchi quickly changed into her battle armor and stood in front of the cabin door. There was no expression on her cold and arrogant face. To her, who was used to seeing big scenes, this was just a trivial task. No matter if it was a cosmic-level weapon or a cosmic-level expert, they were no threat to her. The cabin door of the Allwolf N0.3 opened as it approached the planet. I'll go with you. Wang Ye walked to Yen Sanchi's side. Yen Sanchi nodded slightly and did not refuse. She exited the cabin with Wang Ye following closely behind. Seeing the leave, Zhu Bairua retracted his gaze and shook his head. Yen Sanchi had changed. If it was the Yen Sanchi of the past, she would probably only say 2 words. Get lost. Asterisk. Asterisk. On Aotua planet, a temple stood tall and soared into the sky. In front of the temple, a 100-meter-tall statue of a stalwart man had his arms open, exuding a powerful aura. It was as if he was telling everyone that this was his world. The surroundings were filled with devout believers. They put their palms together and surrounded the statue. The scene was spectacular and grand. This was the only god on the planet, Domu. He was the same age as the planet. He was immortal and had eternal youth. He had billions of believers, and his seeds were scattered all over the land. He was beaten in his temple. The apostles in the temple widened their eyes in shock as they watched the invincible and high and mighty God being kicked to the ground by a woman with a terrifying mark on her forehead. His face was smashed into the ground with blood, and even his teeth were broken. What happened? Did God lose his divine power? Was this the wrath of heaven? Then, another young man descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, the temple was destroyed and the statue shattered into pieces. With a lift of his finger, the god they revered floated into the air like a defenseless sheep, his face filled with panic and shock. Crack! With shackles on his hands, he was caught like a prey. Then he disappeared before their eyes. The apostles in the temple felt suffocated and were dumbfounded. All this had happened in a short time. Before they even had time to react, it was already over. Domu was also confused. He was the strongest god on the planet. He had created a battle energy system, and his battle energy was unrivaled across the planet. The battle god temple that he had built ruled the planet. No matter how the various factions changed, his battle god temple would never fall because he was very strong. He had power that surpassed everything. He had been in a good mood today. Just as he was about to look for apostles to sow his seeds and spread the divine decree, a couple unexpectedly descended from the sky. They were ridiculously strong and had beaten him in a few moves. The battle energy that he was so proud of couldn't even break his opponent's defense. He was crushed. Even the female warrior's body was stronger than his, while the man was like a real god, restraining him with an invisible strength. The shackles on his hands sealed all of his battle energy, making him extremely terrified. What was happening? Domu was brought to the starship with a dumbfounded expression. He looked at this huge object that he had never seen before, gaping in disbelief. Humans were coming and going. He felt as if he had transmigrated, and his mind was in a mess. Then he was locked in a sealed room with water, food, and a strange helmet. After putting the helmet on, he entered a new world. Allwolf N0.3 flew towards the wormhole. Jubairua was still busy. Wang Ye and Yen Sanchi were much more relaxed now. Only when they reached the next 5-star life galaxy would there be another battle. Will he be sent to the military camp next? Wang Ye didn't know much about this. It depends on his aptitude, Yen Sanchi said. Those with good aptitude will be trained to see if they can pass the preliminary screening of the military camp. Those with poor aptitude will be thrown into the battlefield to fend for themselves or become slaves. It was very cruel. Wang Ye looked at the detention room. The other party was currently learning the cosmic common language. Inside the helmet was a small virtual world provided by the humans in the virtual cosmic, allowing one to quickly adapt and understand the cosmic. Language was the first hurdle. This charlatan reminded him of Yao. Of course, it had nothing to do with looks or personality. It was the circumstances. Yao was the first to be taken away from Blue Planet. After that, he seemed to have been thrown directly into the battlefield to fend for himself. He wondered if he was still alive. This huckster had it a little better. He was even given time to learn the language and struggle a little. He was, after all, born on a 5-star life planet, so he had better conditions in all aspects. However, the outcome would not change much. If I enslave him, what will happen? Wang Ye asked. You want this kind of trash? Yen Sanchi frowned. Wang Ye smiled. It's memorable. It's also fate. I can bring him along to do odd jobs. He can remind me at any time how cruel the cosmic is. I'm not sure about that. Yen Sanchi shook her head. Just report it and pass the review. The busy Jew Bairuwa said, cosmic-level beings are usually not a problem, but for dark energy level or cosmic-level beings with good aptitude, battle credits are needed. All right, Wang Ye nodded. The land reclamation mission proceeded smoothly. 10 cosmic days passed very quickly. 1/10 of the mission time limit had passed. Wang Ye paid attention to the progress of the mission and Yen Sanchi's mental health. At the same time, he seized the time to cultivate the evolution technique to increase his strength. Dark Energy Level 5 Warrior, 20%. With his current progress, he would be able to advance to Level 6 as a Dark Energy Level Warrior by the halfway point of the exploration mission. Xiao Bai should take the first credit. Without him taking care of everything and carrying out the mission in an orderly manner, he would probably be very busy now. After all, with Yen Sanchi's blockhead, she couldn't do such delicate work. Even if he did it himself, he might not be able to do better than Xiao Bai. Mission progress, 3.96%. Currently, 17 5-star life galaxies have been explored and 15 5-star life planets have been discovered. The discovery rate of nearly 90% was very high. With 155 5-star life planets, their current progress was slightly ahead, so there was more room for error. After all, to find the main planet of the Pepino galaxy, the only 6-star life planet, Pepino Planet, was the main part of the exploration mission. If they could find it, the mission completion rate would be at least 50%. If they couldn't, the highest completion rate would be no higher than 50%. A 6-star life planet was worth more than the other 155 5-star life planets combined. Similarly, the discovery of the only main planet of the Hatua galaxy, a 7-star life planet, the new Hatua planet, was also very important. Based on the current route, they would arrive at the original Pepino planet in about 25 cosmic days. At that time, it would depend on luck. Crack. The door of the detention room opened. Wang Ye slowly walked in and lifted his hand to take off Domu's helmet. After leaving the small virtual world, Domu saw Wang Ye in front of him, and his pupils constricted. A cosmic human who was an ability user and a dark energy level expert. This was a big shot that he could only dream of reaching. After 10 days of learning the cosmic language, Domu, a frog at the bottom of a well, had come into contact with a whole new world. He had been too ignorant. He had once thought that he was destined to be the greatest. It turned out that this world and this cosmic was far from what he had imagined. What's your name? Wang Ye unlocked his shackles. A cosmic level being couldn't escape from the palm of his hand. Domu greets Senior. Domu no longer looked like a god. He was humble and respectful. What is your understanding of the cosmic? Wang Ye asked. It's beyond imagination. Domu heaved a long sigh. There was still shock in his eyes, but he was no longer confused. Very good. Wang Ye nodded. Domu's attitude was acceptable. Never mind his aptitude, he was able to adapt to the change of identity in a short time. He did not complain and had a good mental state. Senior, where are you taking me? Domu hesitated for a moment before asking. It depends on your luck, Wang Ye said. After the mission is over, you will be sent to the military camp along with the other cosmic-level humans. Your aptitude will be tested and graded according to your innate ability and aptitude. What's the worst outcome? Domu was once very confident, but now his worldview had collapsed. What he thought of as talent was just the basics of the basics in the cosmic. Battle energy? In the cosmic, it was called combat energy. As for him, he was only at stage 5. The female warrior who captured him was at least at stage 7. The male ability user in front of him, who didn't show his abilities, had even more terrifying combat energy fluctuations. There was bound to be someone better. You will be enslaved and thrown to a mineral planet to mine, Wang Ye said. What? Domu's face changed. He suddenly remembered the slave mark on the female warrior's head. Did she come here like me? He asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. She's different. Wang Ye glanced at him. I'm sorry, Domu said in fear. He looked up with a complicated expression. Please teach me, Senior. Wang Ye looked at him. You have 2 choices now. You can either go to the military camp and try your luck or become my servant. You can choose freely. I won't force you. I'm willing to become your servant. Domu didn't hesitate. At this point, he knew exactly what kind of place the military camp was. Even if he passed the screening, what awaited him would be a path of 9 deaths. If he didn't pass, he would die. Only by surviving would he have a chance. At the very least, servants had a higher status than slaves. All right. Wang Ye looked at Domu. A servant didn't need to have a good aptitude. The key to being a servant was to be flexible and know how to do things as well as when to advance and retreat. Domu was very fitting. Furthermore, he was able to climb from nothing to the top of a newborn 5-star life planet. Domu was the same as him. Other than the fact that the former might be lacking in innate conditions, he was definitely not bad in other aspects. The rain spell. Wang Ye used his pressure to control the other party. Compared to the spirit spell, the rain spell retained most of Domu's willpower and beliefs. You are my first servant. From now on, you will be called Wang Ye. Let go of the past and start anew. Wang Ye looked at him. Yes, master. Wang Ye bowed. Chapter 333. Pepino Planet. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. In front of a cosmic wormhole in the Watatata Galaxy, 4 starships stopped. They were from the 5 Cosmic Nations Families Alliance. Hurud Ols, Inhang Zwahu, Xiongdan King Xiongba, and Chihu King Akai. For super experts had come from afar and gathered for the same purpose, kill Wang Ye. It was not a big deal to earn back the family's reputation, but the treasure was a big deal. Wang Ye had too many treasures on him. What he had was the Black Realm treasures he had taken from the families of the 5 great cosmic nations. The total value was hard to estimate. Even superstar-level experts would fight to the death for such treasures. Fortunately, only the 5 great cosmic nations families alliance knew about the other party's movements and information. After entering the Pepino Galaxy, kill Wang Ye with your own abilities. Inhang Zwahu, a superstar-level warrior, had the strongest aura among everyone. Remember, don't expose your identity. We just lost our way in the Watatata Galaxy and happened to enter the Pepino Galaxy. Then, we happened to meet our enemy, Wang Ye. If it wasn't that the Pepino Galaxy happened to be at the edge of the southwest region of the Hatua Galaxy, the 5 cosmic nations families wouldn't dare to go against the military camp even if they had the guts. Still, it was extremely risky as the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army had officially given the order to occupy and explore the Hatua Galaxy. Don't worry, we know what to do. The superstar level 6 Xiongdan King Xiongba had a strong physique, and his voice was filled with power. Although he was tall and strong, he was not stupid. After killing Wang Ye, we will leave immediately. Chihu King Akai's expression was cold. Everyone, keep in touch. The blonde Hewart Goals had a smile on his face. Compared to the 3 superstar-level experts, he, a dark energy level 9 expert, seemed somewhat out of place. However, in terms of reputation and hidden combat prowess, he wasn't afraid at all. In fact, he may even be better than the others. After all, he was a 100-star expert from the infinite world of Slaughter's arena, the best among the dark energy level. That was not all. He was also one of the future leaders of the family. He had received elite training since young, and his intelligence, strategy, and judgment were all superior. The Hurut family sent him out to seek the greatest benefits. Seeing the 3 starships enter the wormhole one after another, Hurut Ol's lips curled into a smile. He parked his starship without any intention of moving. 3 foolish fellows. There was disdain in Hurut Ol's eyes. He would not risk offending the military camp. Moreover, Wang Ye was quite powerful. No one knew what trump cards he had hidden. He would let the 3 idiots probe. If they could kill Wang Ye, they would return to the Watatata Galaxy through the only cosmic wormhole here. At that time, he would kill them. If others were to investigate, he could say that they had been pursued by the military camp and were wiped out. If the 3 of them couldn't kill Wang Ye, there was no need for him to take the risk. This was what a truly smart person would do. It'll take at least dozens of cosmic days. There's nothing to do even if I just wait. Let's explore the surrounding galaxies and see if there are any valuable planets. Hurut Ols immediately set off. The Watata galaxy was currently in the middle of the territories of the devil race, the demon race, and the human race. All the races were carefully probing. Any single small accident would affect the whole situation. Even though starships were going in and out from time to time, they didn't explore much. If he found anything good, he could definitely make a fortune. Asterisk. Allwolf number 3, cultivation room. Wang Ye was cultivating and a slight transformation happened to his body. In the cosmic, tiny particles that could not be seen penetrated a layer of invisible membrane and fused into his body, containing powerful energy. Dark substance. His physical body and black realm were both improving. His aura had improved as well. Wang Ye opened his eyes, and his interface appeared in front of him. Breakthrough. Dark energy level 6 warrior. It had already been 36 cosmic days since they had set off for the mission, which was exactly 1 cosmic year. In that time, he had crossed the last threshold of an intermediate dark energy level warrior and reached the peak of his current life level and strength. My body is perfect now. There shouldn't be a second threshold of the dark energy level for me. Even if there is, it will only bring a small decrease in my cultivation efficiency. Wang Ye thought to himself. However, he still had a long way to go before he could become a dark energy level 7 warrior. Unless the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique was upgraded by another stage, it would take at least 80 cosmic days. Before the completion of the land reclamation mission, it was impossible to improve. The next step is to raise my level as an ability user to dark energy level 5. Wang Ye stood up. As the captain, he had to pay attention to the mission at all times. Although he didn't need to go through the tedious process of exploring since Xiao Bai was in charge of the mission while Sanchi was in charge of the battles, he still had to appear every cosmic day. Even if he didn't do anything, he had to put on an act. Occasionally, he would accompany Sanchi and descend on a 5-star life planet like a god, which also allowed him to gain a lot of knowledge. There were all kinds of life planets. There were civilizations that took the path of cultivation, civilizations that walked the path of combat energy, and civilizations that took the path of technology. The most ridiculous thing was that there were even civilizations still stuck in the primitive era. Different life planets would give birth to different intelligent life forms. In fact, the life forms that were born each time would be different. I wonder how many generations of civilization the blue planet has. The more Wang Ye explored the cosmic, the smaller he felt. When one was strong enough, one could easily destroy a civilization that was thousands of years old. Their advanced technology made them seem like gods, overlooking the civilizations of the life planets without being discovered. In just 36 cosmic days, Allwolf N0.3 had discovered thousands of 4-star life planets. However, he did not descend or disturb them. He only quietly did a preliminary survey, then recorded the coordinates and uploaded them to the mission recorder. After Hatua Galaxy was completely occupied and confirmed to be safe, the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation would sell the planets one by one or entrust them to the various families to manage, just like the solar system back then. One never knew who was watching silently in the unknown sky, in the invisible cosmic. Sometimes, even the price of the planet had already been marked, and its fate was decided. Arriving at the location of the main planet, the AL's voice sounded. Wang Ye stood in front of the radar projection and looked at the image. The pilot, engineer, and the others were all nervous. Whether or not they could discover Pepino Planet would affect the progress bar of the exploration mission and determine their salary. Yet, it was still unknown whether Pepino Planet still existed after the explosion. The main planet of the Hatua Galaxy, for instance, had already been destroyed. Beep, beep. The military camp's radar emitted a detection sound, and the green light flashed. It meant that it had successfully discovered an energy reaction and locked onto the target. Zhu Bairuo was calm and collected as he gracefully completed the mission record. He did not show any excitement at all. Yen Sanchi clenched her fists and looked at Wang Ye. She nodded heavily. They found it. They were pretty lucky. The first exploration mission was basically completed. The crew members were relieved, and their faces were filled with smiles. Congratulations, Captain. Come, let's open a bottle of wine to celebrate. I won't go to bed until I'm drunk today. The crew members were already on good terms with Wang Ye. This approachable captain did not put on any airs and was especially easy to get along with. Cough, cough. Behind Wang Ye, his servant, Wang Ye, coughed a few times and reminded the others. The crew members immediately shut their mouths and retracted their heads to continue working. The captain was easy to get along with, but the team members were not so, especially that seemingly gentle and refined young man. He was simply obsessed with cleanliness. If they dared to drink on the ship, it would be strange if he didn't tear them apart. Mission progress at 55%. We're in 23rd place. Yen Sanchi's eyes lit up. We're second among the Sioux Wolf Guard. Only the 6th team is higher than us. The galaxy they explored is closer than ours, and there are 8 rookies in Team 6, Jubairua said calmly. It's all right. When we have completely explored and occupied Pepino Planet, our mission completion rate will reach 68%. We will surpass them and enter the top 10. Wang Ye looked at Jubairua. This kid looked weak, but his pride was extremely strong, even stronger than Yen Sanchi, who was an iron plate from head to toe. Pepino Planet wasn't destroyed in the last explosion, meaning it's not easy to deal with. The military camp's supernet radar shows an energy reaction of the superstar level, Wang Ye said. It's very likely that it's a superstar level expert. Do you want to take the risk? Jubairua looked at Wang Ye. As the exploration team, they had the right to choose. They could investigate or report directly. The specific decision was made by the team leader. However, if they gave up on the exploration, the completion rate of the mission would be reduced by 10% to 15%. Sure. Wang Ye nodded. Leave it to me. There was no fear on Yen Sanchi's face. As a member of the military camp, her dark energy level 9 combat strength was not inferior to that of a superstar level. Such an isolated superstar level expert on a 5-star life planet was like a native. The other party was not that strong. One person is not enough. Let's go together and take care of each other. Jubairua stood up elegantly. He had already made his preparations as he had already guessed Wang Ye's decision. Let's go. Wang Ye gave the final order. The cabin door opened. Wang Ye and the other 2 flew out. Servant Wang Ye guarded the starship, managing the crew. After a while, the 3 approached their destination. 6-star life planet, Pepino Planet. They didn't develop technology? Jubairua was surprised. Wang Ye scanned the area with Pepino Planet as the core. The surrounding planets and satellites had no signs of development. It was empty and quiet. If Pepino Planet was a new life planet after the explosion, nothing would seem out of place. However, if it was a life planet left behind by the battle 5,000 years ago, everything seemed very fishy. Even if technology stagnated, humanity would still use resources to develop themselves. Unless Wang Ye's heart moved. Boom! Yen Sanchi instantly unleashed her aura and headed straight for Pepino Planet. As she shouted, a huge amount of combat energy rumbled. In an instant, the earth cracked and Pepino Planet trembled. Jubairua was speechless. She was too reckless. Wang Ye knew her personality and followed her. The moment he landed on Pepino Planet, he sensed the aura around him and saw all kinds of strange buildings. Boom! 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 Native experts on Pepino Planet had appeared. The other party's physiques were shocking. They were covered in scales and had tails. Many even had horns. Their transparent black bodies were tempered to the extreme, releasing a completely different aura. Devils! Come! Wang Ye's battle intent burst forth. A large number of potential points had appeared. Chapter 334. He is the notorious White Lightning Yama. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Boom! Wang Ye's combat energy exploded in an instant. A tall and mighty devil race expert with a strong physique raised his battle axe and slashed. His eyes suddenly widened as he watched a saber light break through the pure devilish energy and cut him in half. Killed dark energy level 4 devil race commander. Potential points 33.05 million. 33.3 million. There it was. Light flashed before Wang Ye's eyes, which were filled with passion. After several years, He could finally kill devils on the battlefield and earn potential points. Who knew how much he had suffered? He could only kill those devil race slaves all day long. There was no resistance at all, nor any challenge. He was even treated as a sick, bloodthirsty, and perverted human by the slave owners. Although he earned a lot of potential points, he had only killed cosmic-level devil race slaves. After all, dark energy-level slaves were extremely expensive. Moreover, the stronger the slaves were, the fewer they were, especially the devil race. This was because devils were similar to humans. After their genes reached perfection at the cosmic level, a devil race warrior's soul and body would be perfectly compatible, able to stimulate soul power and achieve the effects of various strengthening systems. The use of the soul and the strengthening of the body for devils at the dark energy level and superstar level only got increasingly extreme. Boom! The devil race expert in front of Wang Ye had a ferocious expression. His eyes were blood red, and he seemed to be burning. Every attack carried a soul-shaking power, and the explosive attacks shook the heavens and earth. Thunder fusion technique. Wang Ye used the energy control spell and fused it with the origin of thunder. The mystical engravings of the 9-sharp saber shone brightly, breaking the tough scales of the devil race expert. However, the latter's body seemed to be made of extremely refined dark substance and was difficult to tear. In an instant, the terrifying power landed on Wang Ye's shoulder. Bang! When the white wheel oblivion armor appeared, it blocked the attack of the devil race expert, and at the same time the white origin of thunder sent out a backlash. The devil race expert let out a painful roar. In the next moment, a saber light flashed and his head fell to the ground. Killed Dark Energy Level 7 Devil Race Commander. Potential points, 33.3 million-34.7 million. Whoosh! A layer of watery ripples landed on Wang Ye, and he instantly felt comfortable. His shoulder, which had been injured by the powerful impact of the devil race expert, recovered in the blink of an eye. Zhu Bairuo was very proficient in the elemental system. Without stopping, Wang Ye continued to kill. There were countless potential points in front of him. Not bad. Zhu Bairuo stayed at the back and did not participate in the battle. Instead, he watched the overall situation and assisted Wang Ye and Yan Sanqi. He did not like to fight because blood was dirty. Although he's usually not serious, he's like a captain when he fights. Zhu Bairuo's impression of Wang Ye improved. The other party was a completely different person on the battlefield. Decisive and ruthless, he was not inferior to Yan Sanqi. He did not look like a recruit at all. In fact, Yan Sanqi did not even kill as many as him. Pang! A battle domain condensed from a huge amount of combat energy appeared. Wang Ye's battle intent erupted and enveloped all the devils. One against dozens, he still controlled the situation. Looks like they don't need my help. Zhu Bairuo looked around the battlefield. An endless stream of devil race experts came from all directions to support Pepino Planet, but it seemed that the superstar-level experts had yet to arrive. Do they want to exhaust our combat strength first? I'm afraid they're going to be disappointed. Zhu Bairuo's gaze fell on Wang Ye, who was killing everyone in the area. Until now, the other party had yet to show his true skills. This was just a warm-up. After all, he was the notorious White Lightning Yama. Boom! 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 Wang Ye was satisfied. After groups of kills, his potential points broke through the 4,000 mark, and then another wave came. The Spacelock battle domain covered the area, and he had the absolute geographical advantage. He was invincible. These devil race experts were not difficult to deal with. Almost all of them cultivated their physical bodies, and even their bloodlines were very similar. Very few cultivated their devil cores, a result clearly related to the stronger bodies of the devil race. Among the 8 great races in the cosmic, the devil race was the most proficient in the path of the physical body. In terms of innate physical conditions, the devil race could not compare to the dark race, who were born with the ability to control dark substance and dark energy. They could not compare to the divine tree race, who had vigorous vitality. They could not compare to the cosmic beasts, who were born from the creation of the cosmic. They could not even compare to some demon races that had the inheritance of cosmic beast bloodlines. However, the devil race's body had a very strong ability for development. In short, it had potential. The potential and malleability of their physique were extremely good. If they took it one step at a time, after passing through the reincarnation cycle and reaching the undying level, the devil race could even compete with the dark race. This was the path that the devil race was most proficient in. Boom! Lightning flashed and the saber was sharp. Wang Ye killed another Dark Energy Level 9 Devil Race Commander. Killed Dark Energy Level 9 Devil Race Commander. Potential points: 46.6 million. 50.2 million. Full power. No matter how skilled the other party was in the path of the physical body, they couldn't compare to Wang Ye, who was already the best at the dark energy level. Wang Ye killed like crazy. He was like a ferocious tiger that had escaped from its cage, pouncing on the weak sheep. Wherever his dual sabers passed, devil race experts were slaughtered. After killing dozens of devil race experts in 3 consecutive waves with the Spacelock battle domain, the number of devil race experts who came to support had decreased significantly. Even though devil race experts were not afraid of death, this was not a military camp battlefield. It was just an isolated 6-star life planet, so the number of devil race experts was limited. He actually killed more than me? This was the first time Yan Sanqi had seen Wang Ye like this. It was completely different from when he usually gave in to her and sparred with her. The current Wang Ye was like the bravest warrior on the battlefield, leading the charge without fear. It made her feel very intimate to him, like they were brothers who fought side by side. In addition to her initial closeness with Wang Ye, Yan Sanqi's heart was stirred by the time they spent together. What am I thinking? I'm just a slave. He won't take a fancy to me. Yan Sanqi scoffed and clenched her jaw. The inferiority in her heart grew even more, turning into monstrous anger as she vented it on devil race experts. Boom! Yan Sanqi's super body spell erupted as she faced the surging devil race experts. Combat energy and sword intent surged, forming a battlefield of slaughter. She's too reckless. Zhu Bairua followed Yan Sanqi closely. The use of the super body spell meant that Yan Sanqi had almost revealed half of her trump cards. Although it was understandable for her to use it as she was surrounded now, the best response was to defend and wait for an opportunity. Whether it was Wang Ye or him, they would quickly help. However, this had something to do with the way military camp members fought on the battlefield. All warriors would give their all, regardless of anything else. Unlike small teams fighting and helping each other, the military camp battlefield was basically a fight to the end. Soldiers exhausted the last bit of strength, burned the last bit of fighting spirit, and shed the last drop of blood just to kill as many as they could. He's here. Layers of mystical engravings lit up on the ability user weapon in Zhu Bairua's hand. He could feel it, the aura of a superstar-level expert. The other party had been hiding in the galaxy and hadn't made a move. The king of planet Pepino had arrived. He's finally out. Wang Ye was at ease. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal too many trump cards. Only when surrounded did he use the Spacelock battle domain to increase the killing efficiency. Currently, his potential points have broken through 7,000 and are still increasing rapidly. He was waiting for the one with the most potential points. The superstar-level Devil General. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The white origin of thunder exploded in all directions. Wang Ye no longer hid his strength. The surrounding devil race experts wailed, unable to resist the white origin of thunder. Their usually strong bodies seemed fake as they shattered in a single blow. One-hit spell. Boom! The energy of the white realm gathered, and Wang Ye's sharp saber attacked. He killed his way into the devil race army led by the superstar-level devil general alone. He used his tyrannical strength to create a huge gap in the army, causing all devil race experts to be shocked. Buzz, buzz, buzz. White lightning rolled and enveloped the devil race army. Wang Ye's stage 4 thunder fusion technique merged with the white origin of thunder, and he descended like a heavenly soldier. At the same time, rumble, rumble, endless origin of water gathered. With the origin core spell as the core, the surrounding space became chaotic. In the middle, Zhu Bairua's phantom appeared, and the light in his hand was dazzling. Water arrows condensed with pure dark energy shot out from different places. Chi, 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 an all-round attack. Every Devil Race expert was quickly locked onto, including the leader of the group, the superstar-level Devil General, He Luin. The only difference was that the weaker Devil Race experts could not resist the dark energy water arrows that appeared out of nowhere, while the superstar-level Devil General He Luin was fearless. After blocking the water arrows with one hand, He Luin's entire body was covered in a layer of black fog. His devilish energy was refined, and his dark substance was condensed. His body had already been refined to completion. Not only was his body comparable to pure dark substance, but he could already unleash dark power. Boom! The superstar-level fist attack showed the might of the Devil General. He had been lucky enough to survive the Great War 5,000 years ago. Back then, he was just an insignificant Devil Race commander who had hidden in Pepino Planet for thousands of years. He had finally broken through his limits and attained the might of a Devil General. But that was all. He lacked an evolution technique, opponents, and combat techniques. Over the past thousands of years, he had spread his seeds and successfully developed Pepino Planet into his territory, the Devil Race Great World. But he knew that this day would come. If the one who came was a Devil Race expert, he could still survive. If the person who came was a human expert, the chances were slim. However, he would not sit still and wait for death. The opponent was only at the dark energy level, so there was a chance. Devil General He Luin's face revealed a majestic expression as his dark power erupted forth. However, he was instantly suppressed. 6/10 of the Kuei cattle. Wang Ye's combat prowess was even stronger. With Zhu Bairua's support, he didn't need to waste his energy to deal with the minions. The thunder fusion technique erupted, and the saber intent transformed into the ruthlessness of a Kuei cattle. At this moment, its power was fully displayed. Even if there was no fixed saber move, no move was better than a move. With the integration of the origin of thunder, the power of the 6/10 of the Kuei cattle reached a terrifying level. Wherever the saber went, it suppressed Devil General He Luin's aura. Bang! 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 Wang Ye attacked continuously. Devil General He Luin turned from offense to defense, stubbornly resisting. As his soul burned, his body continued to transform. He was incomparably tough. An invisible power and willpower supported his explosive battle prowess. However, Wang Ye's attack had not reached its limit. The more he fought, the stronger the 6/10 of the Kuei cattle became. It fused with the white origin of thunder, and in an instant its power increased by dozens of times. Devil General He Luin's black face revealed a look of despair. The terrifying aura had suppressed him. The terrifying energy made him unable to resist. He was too naive. He had been isolated from the world for a long time, and he was now far inferior to a dark energy level human. Ah! Devil General He Luin let out an indignant roar, burning his soul to the limit and unleashing a crazy attack. Chi! A Kuei cattle appeared, its body covered in white lightning. It devoured Devil General He Luin. Boom! Chapter 335. Why do you sound sour? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Killed Superstar Level 1 Devil General. Potential points: 86.8 million. 91.8 million. Light flashed in front of Wang Ye's eyes. 5 million potential points. The Superstar Level expert had given him a generous reward. Wang Ye didn't stop. After killing the Superstar Level Devil General, he cleaned up the mess and killed the remaining dark energy level Devil Race commanders one by one. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. These dark energy level Devil Race commanders, who were mostly controlled by Zhu Bairua, welcomed the end. Boom! Wang Ye killed the last dark energy level devil and light flashed before his eyes. His potential points stopped at 96.6 million. The ground was filled with devil corpses, and the smell of blood permeated the air. The battle on Pepino Planet seemed to have come to an end. Yen Sanchi, who had exhausted all her strength, gripped her sword. She was filled with a faint layer of killing intent, and her eyes were cold. Zhu Bairua was still elegant, but his pale complexion showed that he had consumed a lot of energy. Not only did he use up a lot of his ability, but the move he used also had a high requirement for control. The only difference was that Yen Sanqi only had 20% of her strength left, while Zhu Bairuo still had 50% of his strength. He was still in a state of ease. As for Wang Ye, superstar-level energy appeared before, but it disappeared very quickly? All right, I understand. Continue monitoring. Wang Ye ended the call, which consisted of a report from the servant Wang Ye. The military camp's supernet radar had been installed on the Allwolf No. 3, and Wang Ye was always in surveillance mode. More superstar-level devil generals? Wang Ye was wary. Suddenly, time seemed to stop in an instant. A ghostly cold light appeared and went straight for the back of Wang Ye's neck. It was like a ghost in the dark night, baring its sharp fangs at the most dangerous moment after the battle ended, and everyone let down their guard. Die! The figure of Chihu King Akai appeared. His control over the path of time, coupled with his swift and fierce attack, shocked everyone. The black light nibbled away at the white lightning's energy, and the black blade slashed Wang Ye's body, sending blood flying everywhere. No! Yen Sanqi was hysterical, and her eyes turned red. The corners of Chihu King Akai's mouth curled into a cold smile. He knew that Wang Ye had white lightning armor, but he was prepared and was not afraid of the backlash. Chi! A white wheel origin pierced through the lower abdomen of Chihu King Akai at a close distance. It was unexpected and extremely fast. It was like a bullet that had been prepared long ago. It was fired at the moment when Chihu King Akai's attack erupted. Chi! 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 4 bullets in a row. At the same time that Wang Ye was cut in half, 4 pearls of white wheel origin pierced through Chihu King Aka's body. Immediately after, a terrifying white lightning explosion erupted. The violent explosion was accompanied by Yen Sanqi's anger. She turned into a stream of light and charged at Chihu King Aka. Go to hell! Yen Sanqi seemed to have transformed into a sword. A terrifying sword appeared in the air above her head. It exploded like a heavenly sword, releasing a terrifying sword intent. Powerful bloodline Yutian sword. With Yen Sanqi's outburst, the sword aura enveloped Chihu King Akai. He, who was already heavily injured by the white lightning, widened his eyes in shock when he saw the monstrous sword energy. He was instantly torn into pieces by the sword energy, and the white lightning exploded. He died tragically on the spot. Wang Ye! Yen Sanqi was filled with grief and indignation, and tears almost flowed out of her eyes. The emotions hidden in the bottom of her heart burst out without holding back, and she ran toward Wang Ye. Zhu Bairuo was very calm as he knew Wang Ye's background. The White Lightning Yama had white lightning armor, the Spacelock battle domain, and an immortal body. The sneak attack from the 5 great cosmic nations' families just now wasn't enough to kill Wang Ye. Instead, the other party had been tricked by the latter. When the other party got close, Wang Ye could use his treasure to pierce through the other party's defense. Everything went according to Wang Ye's plan. This captain was very cunning. He had to be careful. Yen Sanqi's last move was meaningless, other than showing her feelings for Wang Ye. How stupid, Zhu Bairuo said in his heart. Don't cry. I'm fine. Wang Ye quickly recovered. His cells reassembled and he returned to normal. He did not dare to delay as Yen Sanqi would be embarrassed. If he recovered slowly, wouldn't she have to find a hole in the ground and hide in embarrassment? It was already enough that she revealed her true feelings. After all, going beyond the limit is as bad as falling short. Ah! Yen Sanqi was obviously stunned. She was stunned for a moment. She had not expected herself to be embarrassed so suddenly. She had thought that Wang Ye had died in the ambush, so she had used her bloodline to avenge him. But she did not expect. Thank you. Wang Ye took the initiative to break the awkwardness. He had been looking forward to seeing Xiaobai embarrassed rather than Sanqi, as it would just be harming others without benefiting himself. Yen Sanqi was at a loss. What sword technique did you use just now? What a powerful sword energy. Wang Ye was very experienced, so he managed to pull Yen Sanqi back from wallowing in embarrassment with a few words. Yen Sanchi gradually returned to normal and started chatting with Wang Ye as if nothing had happened. Zhu Bairua shook his head. With his knowledge, Yen Sanchi was finished. She was innocent to begin with, and now she had encountered a veteran. She had already been manipulated into Wang Ye's shape. She had completely fallen. The Chihu family of the 5 great cosmic nations families. Wang Ye confirmed the identity of the attacker. Why is he here? Yen Sanchi frowned. For revenge and to snatch the treasure, Zhu Bairua said. How dare he touch my man? Yen Sanchi's eyebrows shot up in anger. Her man? Wang Ye and Zhu Bairua looked at Yen Sanchi at the same time. I'm talking about our team, Yen Sanchi said immediately. Wang Ye has a lot of treasures on him, especially the white lightning armor whose value is hard to estimate. It's enough for a family to take the risk. To have a treasure is the greatest sin. Things like this happen all the time in the cosmic, Zhu Bairua said. Let's report this to the general and punish the families of the 5 cosmic nations. Yen Sanchi said angrily. It's useless. They can push the blame away, saying that it's a personal vendetta, Zhu Bairua said. And it has nothing to do with the family. The family leader tried to dissuade him, but he didn't listen. He was blinded by hatred. The family leader was furious and expelled him from the family. You're very well versed in this. Wang Ye glanced at Zhu Bairua. I've seen too many such scenarios. He must have come from the Tatata galaxy, Zhu Bairua said calmly. He didn't ask the military camp for the coordinates, so it's hard to convict him. After all, the military camp is just a faction of the human alliance. They don't care about trivial matters. That's what they're aiming for, Yen Sanchi said angrily. It's all right. There's only one now, so they can shirk the responsibility, Wang Ye said calmly. But if there are more of them, the crime will be confirmed. That's also very difficult. Zhu Bairua looked at Wang Ye. It is difficult to punish them by relying on the military camp, but it is not necessarily the case for General Su. With General Su's personality, Wang Ye laughed. If the families of the 5 cosmic nations provoke him again and again, do you think he'll be able to take it? That's true, especially since you're his future right-hand man, Zhu Bairua said. Why do you sound somewhat sour? Wang Ye teased. Heh! Asterisk. Asterisk. Wang Ye and the other 2 spent a cosmic day sweeping through Pepino Planet. This galaxy had been completely occupied by the devil race. The architectural style, living environment, and cultivation ladder were all from the devil race. However, the development was average. The only superstar-level devil general was an old devil from 5,000 years ago. The strongest devil born on Pepino Planet could only cultivate to the dark energy level. The lack of a diverse devil race cultivation system made the development of intelligent life on this planet unsatisfactory. After they completed the investigation and confirmed the environment, Zhu Bairua uploaded all the data on Pepino Planet, and the mission recorder immediately updated. Mission time limit, 63 cosmic days. Mission progress, 68.32%. Mission reward, 12,446 battle credits. Wang Ye looked at the data. The progress of the mission was just as Xiao Bai had said. It had increased from 55% to 68%. But the most shocking thing was the mission reward. From the initial 446 battle credits, they had gained 12,000 battle credits. It's the battle credit for killing the devil race experts. It's a pity that they're natives, Zhu Bairua said to Wang Ye. If they were devil race experts on the battlefield, just the superstar-level devil general you killed would have given you at least 100,000 battle credits. This is something that Sanchi knows best. Yen Sanchi wiped her sword without turning her head. Superstar-level devil generals on the battlefield are not easy to kill. Not only are they protected by a large number of devil race commanders, but their combat strength is also much stronger than that of the native devils. I've only killed 3 superstar-level devil generals in hundreds of battles. Look how she was bragging. Wang Ye could hear the pride in Sanchi's words. Indeed, there was a difference in strength between ordinary devils and devil warriors, just like the human military camp and the cosmic nations families. Previously, when he was sweeping through the wormhole bases, The superstar level experts he killed were on a completely different level compared to Sanchi and Xiaobai. However, the superstar level expert who ambushed him this time was very strong. Not only was the other party at superstar level 6, but he was also proficient in ambushes and knew how to take advantage of opportunities. With the white origin of thunder alone, he might not have been his match. Unfortunately, the other party's actual strength was still inferior to his. We're now ranked 4th in the mission progress, Zhu Bairuo said leisurely. We're very close to the target. Wang Ye laughed. Xiao Bai's goal was to exceed 80% of the mission progress and enter the top 10. It was achievable. We were lucky to find the main planet quickly. It's a pity that there are too few of us and the road is too far, so limitations exist, Zhu Bairuo said. Right now, it's only because many teams haven't found the main planets yet, so we're in the front ranks. When all of them are done, we should be in 8th or 9th place. That being said, the battle credit reward will allow us to enter the top 5. He had a strong sense of victory, which Wang Ye didn't care about. As long as he didn't embarrass the Su Wolf Guard, it would be fine. The rankings were all fake while the battle credits and potential points were real. But next time, he wouldn't be so lucky as to encounter devils to gain potential points. The 5 cosmic nations families definitely have more tricks up their sleeves. Wang Ye was well aware. The other cosmic nations wouldn't just watch as the Red River Cosmic Nation made their move. However, it was very likely that they would act separately to increase the success rate. The ones sent would at least be intermediate superstar level or even supreme experts. This was the only way to ensure that they could kill him and obtain the treasure. Now that I have enough potential points, time to go and increase my combat prowess. Wang Ye arranged the tasks and entered the cultivation room. To entertain the guests who came all the way here to die. Chapter 336. A Gentleman Who Doesn't Revenge. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. In the cultivation room, Wang Ye activated his interface. Potential points. 96.6 million. This time, it was a bountiful harvest. His gaze quickly passed over the Primeval Universe Evolution Technique and Thunder Ancient Evolution Technique. Both of them, top-rank evolution techniques, required 100 million potential points to advance from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. He decided to postpone the upgrade since an immediate increase in combat prowess wasn't possible. Wang Ye focused on combat energy and the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle. Prioritize combat prowess. The control of the White Wheel origin was now proficient, and if his close combat abilities could be further strengthened, it would be a significant enhancement. Would you like to spend 32 million potential points to advance the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle to the next stage? Yes. Wang Ye instantly entered his space of consciousness. Transforming into a Kuei cattle, he comprehended the innate self. Soon, he seamlessly integrated the 5th intent, taking his understanding of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle to a higher level. Would you like to spend 200 million potential points to advance the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle to the next stage? No. Wang Ye promptly abandoned the idea of fully comprehending the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle and creating a new sword technique. Unless he left the center of the Milky Way, reaching the 5th stage of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle was already the limit in the short term. Creating a sword technique with these 5 stages was the most reasonable choice. Would you like to spend 30 million potential points to advance the combat energy to the next stage? Yes. On the battlefield, he had engaged in countless battles. The manipulation and utilization of combat energy had reached its peak, responding to his every whim. The mobilization of combat energy throughout his body was as effortless as a natural extension of himself. Countless sessions of cultivation had honed his combat prowess, and the long years of training passed swiftly. Combat energy, 9th stage. His combat energy was reaching the pinnacle. Wang Ye felt the changes in his body. The concentration and compression of combat energy within his body allowed for controlled eruptions at will. He could even unify his entire combat energy, unleashing the most powerful force. He noticed a familiar plus sign behind the 9th stage of combat energy. He hadn't reached the limit yet. Would you like to spend 300 million potential points to upgrade the combat energy? Yes. Insufficient potential points. Wang Ye didn't pay much attention to the familiar prompt. He was too familiar with the concept of upgrades. The cost was 10 times the current potential points. After an upgrade, it was essentially the strength of the next level. Once upgraded, his abilities would experience rapid growth. However, what would happen after the combat energy was upgraded? He was still uncertain. He only knew that he needed a considerable number of potential points. 2 top-rank evolution techniques required 200 million potential points. The 6 intents of the Kuei cattle also demanded 200 million. In addition to the combat energy upgrade, 700 million potential points, and that didn't even account for the enhancement of his ability spell. I should either leave the military camp as soon as possible and return to the 6-star life planet to purchase slaves, or head to the battlefield to kill enemies as soon as possible. Now, cultivation, increase combat prowess. Wang Ye's battle intent was resolute. He was ready for the challenge from the 5 cosmic nation families. Kong Liang planet. Let's take them on together, Xiongdan King Xiongba said, wielding a stage hammer. His towering figure stood like a mountain, looking down at Wang Ye and Yen Sanqi. A level 6 superstar level warrior, a genius powerhouse from the Xiongdan family, he was once recruited by a secondary human faction. Bearing the powerful bloodline of the Xiongdan family, he not only cultivated the path of the physical body but was also proficient in the strengthening and releasing types of abilities. No need. I can handle it alone. Wang Yi stopped Yen Sanqi. For her to unleash her full combat prowess, she had to use her bloodline, but each time she did so, it would cost her lifespan. Good, you're a true man, Xiongdan King Xiongba admired. Before we start, I'd like to ask, how many people did the 5 great cosmic nation families send over? Wang Yi inquired. 1 from each of the 4 great cosmic nation families. Xiongdan King Xiongba replied succinctly. With a thunderous roar, the battle domain erupted. However, this wasn't his combat energy but a treasure that created the battle domain. The heavy hammer resounded. Xiongdan King Xiongba launched a full-scale attack. Activating his bloodline, the ancient Xiongdan King Xiongba was covered in brown scales, resembling a giant spirit god. The roar carried overwhelming pressure, resonating with the battle domain. Xiongdan King Xiongba's combat energy exploded. Super body spell. Boom! The black hammer struck directly at Wang Yi, its force reaching its pinnacle. Yen Sanqi, watching from the sidelines, had a drastic change in expression. She gripped her sword tightly, ready to intervene at any moment. Morality had no place on the battlefield. There was only life and death. If Wang Yi were in danger, she would risk her life to save him, because they were comrades. Bang! The attack burst forth. The Spacelock battle domain shattered Xiongdan King Xiongba's battle domain, instantly overpowering the quality of his treasure. Wang Yi unleashed the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle and his 9th stage combat energy, confronting Xiongdan King Xiongba head-on. This was confidence. Saber's intent clashed with the bloodline, creating interwoven light and shadows in the void. No, the information is completely wrong. Xiongdan King Xiongba was shocked after their first exchange. Wang Ye's strength when he slaughtered the wormhole base was at least 10 times greater than now. Saber's intent, which he didn't possess before, not only wasn't a weakness but had become his trump card. Not to mention that his combat energy had reached its peak. As the battle continued, Xiongdan King Xiongba retreated instantly, resorting to an illusion spell. One couldn't judge a person by their appearance. Despite his rough exterior, he was meticulous, with high proficiency in illusion spells. However, in an instant, his illusion spell was shattered. Wang Yi faced no hindrance. The dark energy of the White Realm condensed and exploded, forming a one-hit spell. Boom! He forcefully repelled Xiongdan King Xiongba. Wang Yi swiftly followed up with Thunder Fusion technique. The potent attack of the White Origin of Thunder, coupled with the might of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle, was unmatched. The seemingly small figure was much taller than Xiongdan King Xiongba. Boom! 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 So strong, Yen Sanchi was overwhelmed. This was Wang Ye's true strength. In the cultivation room, he had always accommodated her. This opponent was even stronger than the first from the Chihu family. Yet, Xiongdan King Xiongba was still defeated. Wang Ye hadn't even used the White Thunder armor. He was too powerful. He is the pride of the colony planet. Yen Sanchi harbored admiration in her heart. In total, there are 4. Wang Ye received valuable information from White Thunder armor, but verification was still necessary. Having already killed 2 remained. Judging by the strength of the 2 encountered so far, the remaining 2 strength was also limited, within an acceptable range. Let's first collect some interest from the 5 great cosmic nation families. After the mission concludes and we return to the encampment, we can settle the score together. Wang Ye was never one to endure silently. Without strength or backing, endurance was a necessity. But now, with the power at his disposal, he was not one to let grievances go unsettled. Planet Onai. Wang Ye faced off against Inhang's Wahoo, the first advanced superstar-level powerhouse. Behind him, Yen Sanchi's expression turned serious. In the distance, Zhu Bairua had also arrived, seemingly out of nowhere. The 2 exchanged glances, understanding each other. If Wang Ye couldn't handle it, they would intervene. Your luck is quite good. Wang Ye looked at Inhang's Wahoo. I've already killed your 3 companions. You're the last one. Inhang's Wahoo's expression changed in an instant. They were all dead? No wonder he couldn't contact his well-connected friend, Xiongdan King Xiongba. Even Hurud Ols fell to Wang Ye's hands? Inhang's Wahoo found it hard to believe. The other 2 might be unaware, but he knew well that Hurud Ols, despite being only at the dark energy level, was a true super genius. A participant in the infinite world of Slaughter Arena and a 100-star expert. He joined the Kue Dao Society, a subtop human faction. Such a genius died at the hands of a human from a colony planet? He was very shocked. What about himself? Even Hurud Ols was dead. How could he possibly be a match for Wang Ye? While Inhang's Wahoo hesitated, Wang Ye had already taken action. The information he sought was confirmed, and the desired effect was achieved. All that remained was the battle. Wang Ye, unleashing his full power, facing the wavering Inhang's Wahoo, he quickly gained the upper hand. Even though their power levels were limited, the quality of the 2 treasures, mastery of the 6 intents of the Kue cattle, and the level 9 combat energy made Wang Ye's close combat prowess not just equal but superior to Inhang's Wahoo. It was even better. Boom! Wang Ye engaged in a near-perfect battle against the advanced superstar-level Inhang's Wahoo. A direct solo kills. Geniuses from the 5 great cosmic nation families. No more than this. Let's go. There's only one left, Wang Ye said to Yen Sanchi and Zhu Bairua before returning to Allwolf N0.3. 3 consecutive victories. The battlefield was triumphant, and his cultivation progressed effortlessly. On the 75th cosmic day of the exploration mission, Wang Ye, an ability user, broke through to the 5th level of dark energy. The stable white realm, the amplification of dark energy, and the expansion of the psyche were achieved. His strength steadily ascended. On the 93rd cosmic day, they completed the exploration mission. After exploring the last 5-star life galaxy and completing all the planned routes, Zhu Bairua also breathed a sigh of relief. Their luck was quite good for their first mission. After successfully discovering the main planet, although the planned route deviated slightly, it was within a manageable range. The plan, scheduled for completion in 90 cosmic days with a 10-day buffer, had been successfully concluded. Other than the attack by the 5 cosmic nation families on Wang Ye, everything else was under control. Well done. Wang Ye praised Zhu Bairua. For this exploration mission, he deserved the credit. The seemingly fragile Zhu Bairua was an all-around talent and efficient in handling tasks. However, his personality was a bit peculiar. Mission completion rate 85.3%. We should secure 8th place, Zhu Bairua said, looking at the mission recorder. Yes, quite stable. Wang Ye expressed even more satisfaction with their battle achievements. With tens of thousands of battle credits, They could earn a substantial amount from this wave of exploration missions. But there's still one person who hasn't shown up. Zhu Bairua looked at Wang Ye. The 5 cosmic nation families sent 4 warriors, but only 3 had appeared. There are 2 possibilities, Wang Ye explained. First, he's in the Pepino galaxy, hidden in more than 10 5-star life planets that we haven't discovered. It was impossible to discover all 155-star life planets in 100 cosmic days. A discovery rate close to 90% was already commendable. And the second possibility? Zhu Bairua asked gracefully. Wang Ye activated the radar display. Pointing to the border between the Pepino galaxy and the Tatata galaxy, he said, "I've already surveyed the galaxy connection point. There's a cosmic wormhole here. If I'm not mistaken, the 4th expert should be hiding here." Why? Yen Sanchi didn't understand. He wants to play it safe, Wang Ye explained. There's no need to risk offending the military camp, and he doesn't want to face me, whose strength is unknown. He must be the strongest among the 4, so he's hiding here and waiting for an opportunity. As long as the other 3 companions kill me, they'll return to this cosmic wormhole and directly seize the treasures. How shameless! Yen Sanchi frowned. Aren't they companions? Zhu Bairua smiled and said, "Where do the families of the 5 cosmic nations find companions? It's just a union of interests. Wang Ye, how do you plan to deal with him? Let him go." "Of course not," Wang Ye replied without hesitation, looking at the 2 of them. "We still have 7 days. Let's go and kill him. What do you think?" "No problem," the 2 agreed. Chapter 337. A Great Discovery. Editor, Nioibo Studio. 2 cosmic days later, at Tatata Galaxy, a radiant light flashed at the cosmic wormhole, and immediately after, the Allwolf N0.3 appeared. In an instant, the military camp's supernet radar dispersed, emitting electromagnetic waves. "No? Wang Ye and Zhu Bairua exchanged glances. There was a slight sense of surprise in their eyes. Regarding the 4th expert from the 5 cosmic nations hiding in this cosmic wormhole, they were in agreement. However, the result was somewhat unexpected. Could he have fled upon hearing the news? Yen Sanchi suggested. Wang Ye shook his head. The 4 experts have their agendas and little contact. Logically speaking, he wouldn't have learned about the deaths of the other 3 experts so quickly. What? Zhu Bairua looked at the radar projection, swiftly opening the surrounding map like a minesweeper, swiping their finger. Based on the current exploration progress, this wormhole is the most reasonable and the best ambush location. Could we have overestimated him? Perhaps he's hiding in the Pepino galaxy, in the dozen or so 5-star life planets that we haven't discovered. Yen Sanchi speculated. I can't rule out that possibility. Wang Ye nodded. But there are 2 other possibilities. Zhu Bairua had already planned out rows of routes. It resembled a complex electric net, with light spots of various colors above. We don't have much time left, he said seriously. There are still 5 cosmic days left. Wang Ye added, also the energy of Allwolf. And 0.3 hasn't been used, so we can test its durability. An Origin energy starship could travel faster than light speed but required a substantial energy expenditure. Their journey had been smooth, and they hadn't used it yet. Have you thought about it? The Tatata galaxy is much more dangerous than the Hatua galaxy. It's adjacent to the territories of the Devil race and Demon race, so there's a high likelihood we'll encounter experts from both races. Zhu Bairua said. Are you afraid? Wang Ye raised his eyebrows. Ignoring him, Zhu Bairua quickly planned a route on the radar. There are 3 routes, but we don't have enough time. We can only choose one. You decide. Wang Ye pointed at the projection. Refilter the wormholes on the map and keep the 3 routes. Instead of deducing his whereabouts based on military camp information, we should deduce his location based on public information. Zhu Bairua nodded and quickly operated. What are you talking about? Yen Sanchi looked at them in confusion. Wang Ye explained. Firstly, rule out the possibility that the enemy is still on the 5-star life planet or that they received the news and fled in advance. We'll continue to assume he's here, prepared to counterattack. How will he spend the several dozen cosmic days of the empty window? Yen Sanchi suddenly reacted. Exploring the surrounding galaxies. Wang Ye nodded. Exploration is a mission with both benefits and risks. The Utatata galaxy is currently a no-man's land. It's not a seven-star life galaxy, so it's not highly regarded. Only a few cosmic families, adventurers, and pirates explore it. Over 80% of the regions remain unexplored. Even considering the regions explored by the demon and devil races, nearly 50% of the territory is still unknown. Unknown meant possibilities. You never knew if you would suddenly come across a black realm or the remains of an ancient battlefield along the path. Discovering mineral planets, intermediate, and even supreme-level energy planets were within the realm of possibility in the cosmic expanse. You're saying he might have found something, so he didn't come back? Yen Sanchi quickly grasped the idea. It's also possible that he encountered the demon and devil races on the way and couldn't return, Wang Ye said with a smile. We're just trying to guess. But if it's as we've speculated, he might have made a significant discovery. At this point, Zhu Bairua had finished. There was more black fog on the map than before, and the information disclosed by the military camp to the public was only about half. Many of the 3 originally planned routes were now covered by the black fog. Wang Ye looked at the radar projection and quickly made a decision. The leftmost one. Wang Ye tapped his finger lightly, and Zhu Bairua nodded in agreement. This captain had a keen eye. In the cosmic expanse, planets of various sizes rotated in a rhythmic dance. Among them, a colossal blue-green planet stood out, radiating a potent life force that eclipsed its celestial neighbors. Not far from this blue-green planet, an inconspicuous starship was concealed. Emblazoned above was the emblem of the Silver Jade Cosmic Nation. Yukert goals. We've hit the jackpot. We've hit the jackpot. Huerta Ols couldn't contain his excitement. His golden hair billowed as he reveled in exhilaration. What does it mean to be the chosen one? What is the essence of great fortune? He embodied it. Earlier, he had meandered through the Utatata galaxy, initially finding nothing of significance. Calculating the timing, the other 3 fools were likely about to dispatch Wang Ye, prompting him to initiate his return. Who would have imagined? Altering his return trajectory, he stumbled upon something in the vast cosmic expanse, a 7-star life planet. It was utterly inconceivable. Situated in a lawless zone, the Utatata galaxy had been abandoned by almost all races, humans, demons, and devils alike. The fierce competition and the likelihood of it turning into a battleground were contributing factors, but the paramount reason was insufficient incentives. 50 million years ago, the Utatata galaxy was not a 7-star life galaxy, and it certainly wasn't one now. Ordinary 6-star life galaxies failed to captivate the attention of the 3 major races. However, who would have foreseen the birth of a 7-star life planet within the nascent Utatata galaxy? Hurut Ols promptly informed his clan. Subsequently, the Hurut family promptly dispatched their formidable experts. As an ordinary family within the Silver Jade Cosmic Nation, the Hurut family possessed merely one 7-star life star. But if they could seize control of this 7-star life planet, the family's prowess would undergo a metamorphosis. This was the Hurut family's opportunity. More significantly, it was Hurut Ol's stroke of luck. Wang Ye, that was trivial. Could it rival the value of a 7-star life planet? Could it compare to his future? Upon conquering this 7-star life planet, Hurut Ols would transcend the ranks of family heirs. With his potential and personal capabilities, he was more than qualified to ascend to the position of future family leader. There are still 7 cosmic days left. The family leader will lead the Hurut family's experts to arrive. Hurut Ols exulted, gazing into the distance at the immense blue-green celestial body. Their life had taken root. Yet, it wasn't humanity but rather the demon race that had emerged. His cosmic starship lacked the sophisticated radar of a military camp, limiting his exploration of detailed information. However, one certainty prevailed. The bluish-green planet harbored the auras of superstar-level powerhouses, and they were not singular, perfectly normal. This was the might of a 7-star life planet. Brimming with extraordinary life force, it gave rise to life forms with innate perfection. Coupled with the inherently rapid evolution of the demon race, it was effortlessly possible for them to ascend to the echelons of superstar-level demons. With his strength, he harbored no fear. Yet, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. All that was required was to patiently await the arrival of clan experts. After all, this secluded locale remained hidden from prying eyes. Abruptly, Hugh Ol's expression underwent a subtle change. Springing to his feet, he stared incredulously at the radar display. Above, a discernible image materialized. A starship. Starship Allwolf N0.3 traversed through successive wormholes, following the pre-planned exploration route. Wang Ye and his companions carried no burdens. The exploration mission was accomplished, with the completion rate steady at 85.3%, currently securing the 8th position. Moreover, within the 10 teams of the Sioux Wolf Guard, they claimed the top spot. In terms of battle credits, they currently held an impressive 4th position, showcasing their dominance. As a team exploring the outskirts of the Hatua Galaxy, their comprehensive completion rate stood out remarkably. Tomorrow is the mission deadline, Zhu Bairuo remarked, glancing at the time. Seems like there's not much hope. Wang Ye had just concluded his cultivation. While they hadn't found their target, no losses were incurred. Military camps had their protocols. When a mission's time limit expired, all teams were obliged to return, regardless of their location. Hence, only 1 day remained for their exploration. We can still explore 2 5-star life galaxies, precisely completing the planned route, Zhu Bairuo meticulously stated. Perfectionism and obsessive-compulsive disorder. Wang Ye internally voiced his complaints. Nevertheless, he appreciated this level of efficiency. Prepare to traverse the natural wormhole. 3, 2, 1. The intelligent voice resonated. Starship Allwolf N0.3 quivered slightly, devoid of any turbulence. A distance of 650 light-years vanished in the blink of an eye. Brightness filled their vision as they entered the next 5-star life galaxy. Suddenly, beep, beep, beep. The long-dormant military camp supernet radar emitted a crisp sound. Wang Ye and his companions, intrigued, directed their gazes toward it. Their expressions shifted. This? Even the usually elegant Zhu Bairuo was momentarily stunned. His mouth was slightly agape. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, brows furrowed. What a terrifying life force. Is this a 7-star life planet? Wang Ye was also astonished, widening his eyes. A monumental discovery. In comparison to the Pepino Galaxy's main star they had explored, the life force here exceeded it by tens of thousands of times. The disparity between a 7-star and a 6-star life planet. We've found a 7-star life planet, Yen Sanchi exclaimed, clenching her fists in excitement. Unlike Wang Ye and Zhu Bairuo, she didn't overthink. The outcome spoke for itself. Impossible. How can there be a 7-star life planet in the Tatata Galaxy? Zhu Bairuo murmured. It's possible. Wang Ye pointed at the radar projection. The life force in the Tatata Galaxy isn't sufficient, but the Hatua Galaxy is. The 2 galaxies are adjacent, and there's no clear division line between them. After the Big Bang, the life force from the Hatua Galaxy might have flowed into the Tatata Galaxy, resulting in the appearance of a 7-star life planet here. This is also why, to this day, all the exploration teams of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army haven't found the new Hatua planet. Because it's not in the original starfield of the Hatua Galaxy. Zhu Bairuo nodded. The division of galactic territories inherently lacked clear boundaries. It was simply an artificial division with the main star as the center point for calculation and statistics. The location of the new Hatua planet was within the Tatata Galaxy. However, if one expanded the boundaries of the Hatua Galaxy, it would still fall within the range. We've won. Wang Ye smiled at Zhu Bairuo and Yen Sanchi. 8th in mission completion rate? 4th in battle merits? No. After discovering the new Hatua planet, they were poised to ascend to the summit. Moreover, they led by an immensely significant margin. They would become the ultimate victors of this exploration mission. Chapter 338. He was giving someone a gift. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Prepare for a preliminary survey and gather information, Wang Ye commanded. Good. Jubairua's face lit up with a smile. Dual first place. In their first mission, they had already taken the lead among the numerous elite teams of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. Whether in terms of personal qualifications or mission evaluations, this would be a significant achievement. Including battle credits. Discovering a 7-star life planet was the highest reward in this mission. 1 million battle credits. As a team member, he could only receive 250,000 battle credits, half of what Wang Ye would get. However, it was enough to exchange for the position of sub-lieutenant. Yen Sanchi, who had fought on the battlefield for decades and killed 3 superstar-level experts, had accumulated only a few 100,000 battle credits. In the future, as long as her qualifications meet the requirements, she would immediately be able to command troops. Jubairua had always dreamt of becoming a marshal, so he gave up a life of luxury and excellent training conditions to join the military camp without any regrets. Though he looked fragile, Jubairua's heart was never weak. The guidance of fate, Wang Ye said, looking at the small red that appearing on the radar projection, smiling. This represented a starship, not far from the new Hatua planet. He could guess who it was. We have to thank him properly, Jubairua said with an elegant smile. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to find this place. How should we thank him? Wang Ye asked, smiling. Destroy his starship first, then send him on his way. You're quite ruthless, Wang Ye chuckled. But I like it. Let me handle it. Yen Sanchi had already stepped up to the control panel. These sneaky guys who wanted to ambush Wang Ye. She had long been fed up with them. On the hyperspace warp starship, Hurut Olza's expression was uncertain. Not long ago, he had just discovered a starship and immediately reported it to the family leader. The family leader, along with the clan's strongmen and elders, discussed and decided on the next steps. He wanted to see if they should report to the Silver Lake Galaxy military and seek refuge. He wondered how the discussion was going now. Suddenly, beep, beep, beep. The starship's radar suddenly sounded an alarm. Hurut Olz looked at it with confusion. He saw a military camp starship approaching at an extremely fast speed, its aura overwhelming. So fast. Hurut Olz was surprised. Had the family leader given up some benefits and reported to the Silver Lake Galaxy military? But the speed was too fast. Maybe it was originally nearby and then used the original energy starship to accelerate here. Hurut Olz speculated, not paying too much attention. The radar projection gradually revealed the entire starship. No, the icon above was incorrect. This is the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army starship. Hurut Olz's expression changed suddenly. He was shocked. Just as he was about to inform the family leader, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, because this starship was heading straight for his starship. What was going on? What did he want to do? Hurut Olz was a bit dazed. Normally, military camp starships wouldn't have any contact with universe country families like theirs, unless there were conflicts of interest. Do they want to silence me? Hurut Olz was taken aback, hurriedly initiating the starship. No, even if I know about the existence of a 7-star life planet, it won't affect their interests. Boom! In an instant, the starship shook violently. The energy shield was almost penetrated by the attack. The firepower of the military camp starship was terrifying. Swoosh! Hurut Olz quickly opened the hatch to escape. They were not on the same level at all. The cabin door opened, and Hurut Olz escaped. However, at that moment, a familiar figure appeared from the starship in the distance. It was extremely fast. Wang Ye! Hurut Olz's head exploded with a bang. How could it be Wang Ye? Why was he here? D***MN. Hurut Olz cursed. He understood. He was being used as a scapegoat. There was no time to think. To him, the top priority now was to kill Wang Ye. Everything else could wait. A sword light materialized in his hand, and Hugh instantly regained his composure. He possessed formidable combat prowess. Against other military camp powerhouses, he might not stand a chance. But against Wang Ye, he could win. Hugh golden hair floated in the air, and his hand exuded radiance. A surge of combat energy emanated, amplified by a layer of indigo battle armor, significantly boosting its power. 9-level combat energy. The fusion of sword intent and battle energy was flawless, exhibiting perfection. Being at the dark energy level didn't imply weakness compared to the superstar level. This was Wang Ye's first confrontation with an equally powerful opponent within the same tier. The last time was precisely that, an encounter. In the Black Realm, he had crossed paths with the young man of the Scorching Sun bloodline and in Jinshao. The golden-haired youth before him not only matched them but even surpassed them. With a single move, the true strength was revealed. Although only at the 9th stage of the dark energy level, the aura, sword intent, and combat energy, they completely surpassed the three who boasted the title of superstar-level weaklings. Unfortunately for them, he encountered Wang Ye. "Your spatial control is impressive," Wang Ye remarked, releasing the spacelock battle domain. The golden-haired youth's spatial control was at least at the 6th stage, and this proficiency indicated mastery of the advanced path of space. Spatial distortion. As anticipated, the spatial control intensified in the next moment. However, regardless of how formidable you were, treasures rendered you powerless. With the spacelock battle domain in effect, spatial distortion had no impact on Wang Ye. On the contrary, the surging combat energy sealed the space, putting Hugh in a defensive position. Humph! Hugh responded swiftly. The attacks of sword intent emerged from the space distortion. Ghostly and peculiar, the sharply cutting sword intent demonstrated his formidable offensive capability. A super genius from a cosmic family. Boom! Wang Ye's 9th stage combat energy, combined with the explosive spell, held no inferiority. The two engaged in rapid exchanges for several rounds. During the probing, the pace of attacks steadily increased. Leveraging the might of the spacelock battle domain, Wang Ye secured a gradual advantage. "It must be heart-wrenching for the clan to witness the demise of such a genius," Wang Ye remarked, gradually unraveling the blonde youth's tactics. He was cunning, delivering attacks from head to toe at a safe distance. With the distinctive sword intent and space distortion, he tactically launched attacks. This prevented direct engagement using the White Wheel origin. However, Wang Ye had eliminated any vulnerabilities. Even if the White Wheel origin couldn't strike directly, there was the saber intent, combat energy, and thunder fusion technique. "It's about time." Wang Ye's saber gleamed with intensity as he executed the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle. He had already discerned the opponent's background. Combat prowess erupted. The thunder fusion technique at the 4th stage, complemented by the white origin of thunder, instantly tore through Hugh defenses. Hugh repeatedly blocked. He speculated that Wang Ye might possess a close-range treasure. Hence he maintained a distance. However, with no treasures in sight, he witnessed Wang Ye's astonishing close-quarters combat ability, matching his own. Especially with the white origin of thunder, its high-dimensional power posed an even greater challenge for him. The most troublesome factor remained the spacelock battle domain. Without this treasure, he could have easily utilized the advantage of his spatial control to overpower Wang Ye. But now, the tables had turned in Wang Ye's favor. D***. Hugh remained at the dark energy level. If he couldn't suppress Wang Ye in terms of the realm, the treasure's disadvantage proved insurmountable, making it exceedingly difficult for him. He possesses 9th stage combat energy. Hugh found it increasingly challenging to cope. The substantial depletion of combat energy made it hard for him to sustain the potency of his attacks. His most proficient move included reaching the pinnacle of the 9th stage of combat energy. Combined with his top-grade dark energy level equipment, he maximized the advantage of his combat energy. However, Wang Ye had also attained 9th stage combat energy. The second move involved 6th stage spatial control and 3rd stage space distortion. Yet, all of them were disrupted by the spacelock battle domain. Now only the third one remained. Sword intent. Boom! Wang Ye grew bolder as the battle unfolded. Ol's sword intent scattered, and he sustained injuries. His complexion turned ashen. His sword intent failed to gain any upper hand. Wang Ye's saber intent, combined with the white origin of thunder, surpassed both his bloodline and sword intent. Restrictions were everywhere. His mental state crumbled. Ol's felt a sense of helplessness, akin to encountering a supreme expert in the infinite world of Slaughter Arena. The distinction was that losing in the arena didn't equate to death. But here, Wang Ye would undoubtedly not let him escape. From the moment they planned to kill Wang Ye and seize the treasures, it was destined to be a battle of life and death. However, they didn't anticipate that the ones who would lose were themselves. "My clansmen will avenge me," Ol's roared in anger as the battle reached its final moments. Then, his body was engulfed in endless white lightning, instantly consumed, and transformed into cosmic ashes. Wang Ye stood suspended in the air. Revenge? They were deluding themselves. They couldn't even secure their survival. Wang Ye thoroughly searched Ol's belongings, treating them as discarded items thrown into his internal world. Dark energy-level equipment was of no consequence to him. He might not be as wealthy as a country, but he was, at the very least, affluent. The numerous treasures obtained from slaying superstar-level experts alone could fetch a considerable sum. Not to mention the treasures from the Black Realm that he had snatched from the 5 cosmic nations. A cosmic genius. Nothing extraordinary. Wang Ye exuded confidence. In comparison to his time in the Black Realm, he was now an entirely different individual. The young man with the scorching sun bloodline, and Jin Xiao Luo Zhenggang, Madame Yen, those dark energy-level elite powerhouses he once looked up to were now surpassed. Back on Allwolf N0.3, Yen Sanchi gave Wang Ye a thumbs up. Zhu Bairua was busy analyzing and surveying the new Hatua planet in the distance with a serious expression. Wang Ye walked over, and in an instant, a watery light enveloped his body, washing away the scent of blood. "This guy," Wang Ye smiled. His gaze then shifted to the survey results. The preliminary survey confirms it's a 7-star life planet without a doubt, and a significant population of demons inhabits the planet. No technological tree, no cultivation system for demons. It should be a new life planet isolated from the external world, Zhu Bairua explained. But there are numerous superstar-level energy reactions. Wang Ye observed the military camp's supernet radar. Many demons possess faint cosmic beast bloodlines, with robust bodies and rapid cultivation in the early stages. Additionally, the 7-star life planet is teeming with energy, boasting perfect genes. It's only natural to find many superstar-level demon experts, Zhu Bairua added. Many superstar-level demon experts. Wang Ye grinned. He was concerned about running out of potential points, but now an opportunity had presented itself. Chapter 339, New Hatua Planet. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Beep. The preliminary investigation quickly concluded. This entire process had become quite familiar during the 100 cosmic days of the exploration mission. The next step involved uploading the data and synchronizing the mission records. Every 4-star life planet followed a similar routine. Zhu Bairua was preparing to upload the data when Wang Ye stopped him, wearing a puzzled expression. "I'll upload it after the comprehensive survey is completed," Wang Ye said with seriousness. Comprehensive surveys required entering the life planet for collection, verification, and an all-encompassing exploration. In the exploration mission, only the 5-star and the lone 6-star life planets required this level of scrutiny. "That's not appropriate." Zhu Bairua expressed a different opinion. New Hatua planet isn't like Pepino planet. It's likely to have many superstar-level great demons or supreme demonic beasts inside. The danger is too high for just the 3 of us. "Are you scared?" Wang Ye chuckled. "It's not about being scared or not," Zhu Bairua explained. "I just don't think it's necessary. New Hatua planet isn't part of our exploration mission, and there's no requirement for comprehensive exploration. Completing a comprehensive survey killing a superstar-level great demon or supreme demonic beast. The only difference is the additional battle credits, which are already over 1 million just from discovering and reporting it. But we've already pocketed 1 million battle credits just by reporting it. The benefits and risks are not proportionate, Zhu Bairua argued. We're only at the dark energy level, he continued. The risk is too high, and you don't know how many superstar-level great demons are present. It's still less risky than battling superstar-level demons on the battlefield, Wang Ye retorted. Besides, setting aside the battle credits, since we've discovered a 7-star life planet, completing a comprehensive survey is the duty of the exploration team. I don't think it's a good decision. Zhu Bairua shook his head. Of course, I don't think so either, Wang Ye thought. However, not seizing the opportunity for potential points in front of him would be inviting trouble. Killing a superstar-level powerhouse on the battlefield was extremely difficult. Now, not only were they isolated, but there was also no mature and complete cultivation system. The strength of the superstar-level great demons and supreme demonic beasts wasn't too formidable. Even if there were dangers, they were within a manageable range. What do you think, Sanchi? Zhu Bairua regretted asking the question as soon as he spoke. I think Wang Ye is right. Yen Sanchi's response didn't surprise Zhu Bairua. He couldn't help but sigh. Apart from her physical appearance not yet mirroring Wang Ye's, everything else about her had already become Wang Ye's. Since Sanchi also agrees, and you're the captain, I'll respect your decision. Zhu Bairua didn't press further and quickly switched to combat-ready dark energy-level equipment. In a military camp, having differing opinions was a commonplace occurrence. Military camp rules. Subordinates unconditionally follow superiors. On New Hatua planet, lush vegetation teemed with vibrant life. Gigantic trees, spanning tens of thousands of meters in height, vast oceans with no visible bottom, and the air saturated with rich life energy. New Hatua planet exuded an overwhelming vitality. This 7-star life planet was brimming with life. The demon race ruled this planet. Over thousands of years of the evolution of intelligent life, the New Hatua planet spawned various demon races, spreading across the entire planet. Without advanced technology, only the most primal and unadulterated power prevailed. In the Earth Otter tribe's territory, it was led by the superstar-level demonic beast, the Earth Otter King. It occupied nearly 5% of the planet's land area, and there were thousands of dark-level demonic beasts and countless cosmic behemoths. In the New Hatua planet, it was considered a relatively large race. Usually, they could be called overlords on land. Their powerful bodies and bloodlines allowed them to win battles of the same level. The existence of the Earth Otter King made them even more fearless of the other large tribes. But today, they faced a catastrophe. Boom! The Earth Otters let out sorrowful cries mixed with fear. The 3 alien experts who descended from the sky had killed their king with invincible power, especially the alien race expert who released the terrifying lightning strike. His tiny body contained a cosmic strength that was even more terrifying than that of a great demon. Killed superstar-level extreme level 1 demonic beast. Potential points, 34,600,000 to 39,600,000. Light flashed in front of Wang Ye's eyes. Immediately after, the Spacelock battle domain was released, enveloping the demonic beasts of Earth Otters. Kill! Zhu Bairua and Yen Sanchi were not inferior. One on the left and one on the right, they were like guardians, slaughtering the dark energy level demonic beasts. Even though they were all at the dark energy level, they had excellent equipment and were experienced on the battlefield. They were far stronger than those of the same level. Compared to the demonic beasts of the New Hatua planet that lagged, their strength was more than 1 level stronger. Killed dark energy level 7 demonic beast. Potential points, 39,600,000 to 41 million. Killed dark energy level 8 demonic beast. Potential points, 47.8 million to 50.2 million. Killed dark energy level 9 demonic beast. Potential points, 58.3 million to 61.9 million. Clear. It was a satisfying battle. In the blink of an eye, the battle prowess of the Earth Otter tribe which had dominated New Hatua planet for thousands of years, was greatly reduced. And this was only the beginning. Zhu Bairuo quickly recorded the data and completed the investigation. The three of them rushed to their next destination. Demon race, flying camel race, armored python race. One by one, the races on the continent suffered a devastating blow. Wang Ye had displayed his superior abilities as a captain. Every time, he would take over the kings of the demon races and the top dark energy level combat prowess. Yan Sanqi was in charge of clearing out the ordinary dark energy level demon experts, while Zhu Bairuo was mainly responsible for reconnaissance and recording. The division of labor was clear. Wang Ye's potential points shot up from 34.6 million. After exceeding 100 million, it quickly reached 150 million. He had earned so much. What was he doing on New Hatua planet? Wasn't it all for potential points? The hatred between humans and demons? What did it have to do with him? He still hadn't figured it out himself. There are very few great demons, Yan Sanqi said. We've already wiped out the territories of 5 large tribes. Only one of them was a superstar-level great demon. The rest were all extreme demonic beasts. No inheritances, only the natural evolution of life energy. In the early stages, the probability of extreme demonic beasts appearing is higher, Wang Ye explained. If there were demon cultivation inheritances creating a complete system, with established traditions and spell techniques, the chances of great demons appearing would be much higher than those of extreme demonic beasts. Demonic beasts and demon cultivators followed 2 distinct evolutionary paths within the demon race. Compared to human warriors and ability users, the distinctions were more apparent. Demonic beasts walked the path of stimulating their cosmic beast bloodline. They primarily focused on cultivating their physical bodies and unlocking their bloodline potential, relying more on themselves and the external environment. Demonic cultivators walked the path of transformation and gained insight into the cosmic universe. They were more similar to humans, creating cultivation techniques, perfecting various traditions, and having broader development prospects. This indicates that the appearance of superstar-level entities on New Hatua planet is relatively recent, Zhu Bairuo commented, jotting down notes. It aligns with our current detections. New Hatua planet was born less than 3,000 years ago, and the emergence of intelligent life occurred around 1,400 years ago. So, currently, there are more extreme demonic beasts. If another 1,000 years pass, with more great demons emerging, complete inheritances, and established cultivation techniques, the number of great demons will quickly surpass that of extreme demonic beasts, possibly even overwhelming them. Wang Ye nodded in agreement. Extreme demonic beasts lacked inheritances. Their cultivation depended solely on their conditions. Insufficient bloodline, inadequate potential, energy scarcity in the environment, and fierce competition could all contribute to fluctuations in the population of extreme demonic beasts. In contrast, great demons, much like humans, increased in number once they had inheritances and cultivation techniques. Although personal abilities were still a requirement, it was not as stringent as for extreme demonic beasts. Let's continue, Wang Ye said with a smile. The progress was exceptionally smooth. The Soul Ape Tribe's territory, the last and largest territory on the New Hatua planet, occupied 30% of the total area. At least 3 superstar-level great demons. Wang Ye cautioned the 2 of them. Be cautious. Understood. Zhu Bairuo and Yan Sanqi prepared for battle. Once a great demon appeared in a tribe, as long as they were willing to share their inheritance, the appearance of a second and third great demon would quickly follow. This was also why Zhu Bairuo had been hesitant to take risks before. Without fully understanding the situation, there could be an astonishing number of great demons on the newly born 7-star life planet. However, this time they didn't encounter any. Was it a coincidence? Zhu Bairuo's gaze turned towards Wang Ye, who was leading the way. It doesn't seem like it, Zhu Bairuo thought. He didn't show any hesitation, as if he already knew. Based on his understanding of Wang Ye, he was not a person to be taken lightly. Despite his seemingly reckless demeanor, he was meticulous and cunning. Wang Ye wouldn't engage in anything unless he was confident. It looks like I still don't know him well enough, Zhu Bairuo's evaluation of Wang Ye elevated another notch. This captain was even more formidable than his current understanding. They were rapidly approaching. The three great demons seemed to have anticipated their arrival, already gathering. The countless soul apes within the territory emitted roars, directly assaulting Wang Ye at the forefront. An exceptionally terrifying soul tremble spell erupted. Bang! Wang Ye almost burst apart as his psyche resonated with the soul tremble spell. Behind him, Zhu Bairuo's expression turned solemn, swiftly forming a white light shield and retreating. Amidst Yan Sanqi's battle cry, she charged towards the three great demons. Swoosh! Wang Ye's cellular structure rapidly reorganized. Bon! In an instant, a massive energy release from the white wheel origin. Like a wildfire, it descended upon the soul apes in the territory, resembling ability users. The mighty white origin of thunder quickly inflicted damage. In a blink, the space became distorted. Zhu Bairuo shot water arrows wildly, shrouding the group of soul apes, denying them a chance for a second soul tremble spell attack. Clang! Yan Sanqi single-handedly fought against three great demon kings. She unleashed her full combat prowess, showcasing the strength of an ensign. Wherever her sword intent reached, an overwhelming killing aura surged, reminiscent of battles against the demon race in the military camp. I underestimated them, they were prepared. Wang Ye, in dual-blade style, revealed his spacelock battle domain. His combat energy surged, aided by Zhu Bairuo's control, initiating a massacre against the group of dark energy-level soul apes. His peripheral vision focused on Yan Sanqi. In close combat, she had unleashed her strongest combat prowess. Facing three great demon kings not proficient in close combat, she had the upper hand. Quite formidable. Boom! 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 Wang Ye launched a full-scale attack. Potential points skyrocketed, breaking through the 300 million mark in no time. The gathered soul apes were numerous. This battle marked the highest consumption for Wang Ye and Zhu Bairuo since entering New Hatua planet. However, the absolute dominance in strength still prevailed. Killed Dark Energy Level 9 Demonic Beast. Potential points 321.4 million to 325 million. Lights and shadows flashed before Wang Ye's eyes. Suddenly, his heart trembled. Swiftly changing his form, he shot towards the three great demon kings like a sharp arrow. Soul Tremble spell reappeared. This time, the three great demon kings launched a joint attack on Yan Sanqi. Bang! A superstar-level Soul Tremble spell erupted. Wang Ye couldn't stop it. Yet, in an instant, Yan Sanqi's aura surged. Not only did the 3-in-1 Soul Tremble spell fail to kill her, but it also ignited her boundless fighting spirit. Where her sword went, it was unmatched. I underestimated her too. Wang Ye smiled and faced one of the demon kings. The 6 intents of the Kuei cattle, coupled with the white origin of thunder, displayed its strength advantage. Yan Sanqi, who had battled in the military camp for decades, had seen all kinds of situations. A mere soul tremble spell could be withstood by willpower alone. His two teammates were not to be underestimated. The battle concluded. It was yet another anticipated victory. Despite some minor interruptions, the outcome remained unchanged. Zhu Bairuo quickly surveyed and recorded. Wang Ye attended to Yan Sanqi's injuries. Something seems off. Yan Sanqi said, the three soul ape demon kings seemed to know we were coming. Yes, they had already gathered, waiting for us. Wang Ye recalled the first eruption of the soul tremble spell. His power was simply overwhelming. Had he not self-destructed swiftly, severe injury would have been unavoidable. How did they know? Yan Sanqi questioned. I'm not sure. Wang Ye replied. The soul ape tribe has considerable expertise in the soul. They likely sensed some danger from the changes on New Hatua planet. I know the reason, Zhu Bairuo said suddenly. Huh? Wang Ye turned his gaze. Just now, the planetary detector detected an unconventional presence. Zhu Bairuo's eyes gleamed brightly as he spoke seriously. What? Yan Sanqi inquired. A starship. Chapter 340. So, he was on the 5th level. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Following the guidance of the planet detector, Wang Ye and his companions quickly located a starship in the Soul Ape tribe's territory. It was well concealed, but it didn't serve much purpose. It's a demon race starship, Zhu Bairua identified at a glance. Looks like we aren't the first ones here, Wang Ye remarked. No wonder the three great demon leaders of the Soul Ape tribe knew about our arrival. It turns out a demon race member is hiding here, providing information. Then where did this demon go? Yen Sanchi asked in confusion. They might be in hiding, or perhaps they blended in with the dark energy level soul apes we just killed, Wang Ye explained. In an instant, four White Wheel origin shot out of Wang Ye's White Wheel Oblivion armor, penetrating the starship like armor-piercing bullets. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The white lightning quickly wreaked havoc inside the starship. Now, they can't escape even if they want to, Wang Ye stated. What's our next move? Zhu Bairua looked towards Wang Ye. Do I even need to say it? Wang Ye glanced at him. Immediately report to the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army, provide a detailed account of the entire situation, and most importantly, vividly describe how we discovered the demon race's clues and captured their starship. Didn't we only find an empty starship? Yen Sanchi questioned. You don't understand, Zhu Bairua explained to Yen Sanchi. This is a significant achievement. One is a new Hatua planet without an owner, and the other is a new Hatua planet guarded by a demon race starship. These are two different things. The three great demons we killed from the Soul Ape tribe were likely not natives but superstar-level demon generals. The other great demons and extreme demonic beasts we killed might have been recruited by the demon race. You're too shameless. Yen Sanchi's eyes widened. What? Zhu Bairua's mouth twitched slightly. Pointing at Wang Ye, he said, That's what Wang Ye just said. Did I? Wang Ye was surprised. Zhu Bairua remained silent. Where did this guy get his audacity? He didn't do anything good, yet he always made him take the blame. However, after this exchange, the battle credits he earned from discovering the new Hatua planet had doubled. For instance, the three great demons from the Soul Ape tribe. Originally, they were just natives with very few battle credits, at most tens of thousands. But now, if vaguely described as superstar-level demon generals descending from a starship, it made a significant difference. On the battlefield, the minimum standard for battle credits of demon race superstar-level demon generals was 100,000 battle credits. The virtual human cosmic would evaluate them based on their strength, threat, and danger level, ultimately awarding more than 100,000 battle credits. This included the other natives of New Hatua planet. Due to the involvement and instigation of the superstar-level demon general, they had ambushed their side just now, being considered accomplices, leading to a substantial increase in their battle achievements. In addition to the comprehensive survey of New Hatua planet, he had obtained complete information. 2 million battle credits they couldn't escape. Or even more. Thinking about this, Zhu Bairua felt a surge of excitement. Taking the blame was nothing. Could it be that he discovered something fishy early on, and that's why he explored New Hatua planet by force? This thought suddenly occurred to Zhu Bairua, and it was shocking. Yes, that was it. Otherwise, with Wang Ye's cunning, how could he be so reckless? It turned out that he had already guessed it. How did he know? Cold sweat broke out on the back of Zhu Bairua. Wang Ye could predict the future. I always thought that he was on the 3rd level, and I was on the 4th level, but I didn't expect. He's far ahead of me. Zhu Bairua took a deep breath and could no longer maintain his elegance. So, he's on the 5th floor. In the universe, the Hurut family starship was in flight. The family leader, Hurut Alfari, and the clan elders had just concluded a remote meeting. What? Unable to make contact. Hurut Alfari's expression changed abruptly, and he quickly inquired, How long has it been? For some time, a powerful figure in the clan replied. Even Olza's starship can't establish a connection. It seems that the supernet has been destroyed as well. He might have already. The speaker hesitated. The seasoned members of the clan knew that Ols, as one of the family leader's great-grandchildren, had displayed extraordinary qualities and potential since childhood. He was considered one of the future leaders of the family. Oles was a top-tier expert in the 100-star level of the infinite world of Slaughter Arena, and had joined the human subtop faction, the Kue Dao Society. He was the unparalleled super genius of the Hu-Root family. But now, it was too cruel. Hu-Root Alfrey's brow furrowed with a complex expression. As experienced as he was, he knew very well what had transpired. Given Oles's intelligence and character, it was inconceivable for him to falter at such a critical moment. Something must have happened to him. The incident involving Oles also meant that the 7-star life planet was at significant risk of exposure. Whether discovered by other cosmic humans or the demon and devil races, the Hu-Root family couldn't monopolize this substantial piece of territory. Because their strength was insufficient. A change in strategy was imperative. Immediately report to the Silver Lake Galaxy military and request protection. Hu-Root Alfrey closed his eyes, determination firm. Yes, family leader. Hu-Root Alfrey took a deep breath. A decisive action was necessary. Although they might not be able to devour this entire piece of territory, reporting immediately to the Silver Lake Galaxy military meant they could still claim a portion, as long as it wasn't preempted by another galaxy. Even if it didn't fill them to the brim, it was at least a substantial portion. Unfortunately, this was his talented great-grandson. Later on, he would ensure his grandson took more medicine, encouraging him to toil diligently day and night, sowing seeds of effort. Very soon, family leader, the Silver Lake Galaxy military has just sent confirmation. The clan expert reported, this new Hatua star was marked and named by the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army not long ago, during the time you were in a meeting with the clan elders. It has officially been included in the Hatua star system. The next step of the plan is about to be executed. We are a step too late. Swoosh! Hu-Root Alfrey's expression changed drastically, and he stumbled. His aged eyes dimmed, the world spun, and he fell back onto his seat, breathing heavily. It was over. Everything was lost. Nothing remained, let alone a small portion, not even a trace. By military camp regulations, even being marked a second earlier meant the matter was settled. The various Milky Way armies could only coordinate and provide aid. They couldn't compete for territory. Why had he been so greedy? Not only did he gain nothing, but he also lost a genius great-grandson. My grandson! Hu-Root Alfrey's tears flowed freely. In the new Hatua star. Yes. Jubairua's eyes lit up. He smiled and looked at Wang Ye. The announcement is out. Wang Ye checked the mission recorder. The top had also been refreshed. Mission time limit: 1 cosmic day. Mission progress: 1085.3%. Mission reward: 2233450 battle credits. Discovering the new Hatua star would directly reward 1000% of mission progress. 100% mission progress equated to 1000 battle credits. Originally, with mission progress of 85.3%, he would have obtained 853 battle credits. Now, he had earned a whopping 10,000 battle credits just by completing the mission. However, this was only obtained through the mission mechanism and was utterly negligible compared to the additional mission rewards. The real reward was 2.2 million battle credits. Among them, the discovery of the new Hatua star accounted for 1 million. Discovering the demon starship, killing the superstar-level demon general and his companions, resolving potential dangers, and various other achievements totaled an additional 1.2 million battle credits. Wang Ye smiled. As the captain, he could directly obtain 50% of the battle credits. Over 1 million. For someone like Sanchi, who had fought in the barracks for decades, her accumulated battle credits were only a few 100,000. In his very first mission, he had earned over 1 million. 1 million battle credits were enough to exchange for the lowest rank of general, second lieutenant. That meant he could be part of the 3,000-strong officers. Of course, he was only exchanging for a title at this point. Without the qualifications and experience to lead troops, he couldn't command forces on the battlefield. A good start. Wang Ye expressed his satisfaction. Even though he was still far from his goal of exchanging 100 million battle merits for achievement points, This mission had already exceeded expectations. It brought considerable recognition to General Su and the Su Wolf Guards, and it established Wang Ye's reputation. He had genuinely secured his place in the military camp. This was of utmost importance. Now besieged from all sides, he needed not to conceal his abilities but to showcase them in the military camp. The louder his reputation, the more cautious the enemies, both leading the charts far ahead of the second place. This is going to be exciting, Zhu Bairua commented with a half-smile. Wang Ye understood his meaning. Upon returning to the encampment, they would undoubtedly receive commendation and substantial rewards from Senior General Ku. This would be witnessed by all the personal guards and special forces participating in the pioneering mission. Envy, jealousy, and hatred would fill the air. No confidence? Wang Ye glanced at him. Not. Zhu Bairua lifted its chin. If our Su Wolf Guard had been assigned to the Outer Circle pioneering mission with a team of 3, we could have competed with the special forces for the first place. Pride. But Zhu Bairua appreciated it. Not attracting envy is mediocrity, Wang Ye remarked. We'll be returning tomorrow. There's still some time. You guys go back to Allwolf N0.3 and prepare. And what about you? Yan Sanchi inquired. I'll wander around. Wang Ye smiled. He had secured the potential points on land, but there were still many in the ocean. He couldn't afford to waste these potential points. This time, he intended to amass a substantial reward for himself. A bloody storm. The ocean of New Hatua Star experienced a gruesome day. A monster emanating lightning had cleansed the ocean of all great demons and extreme demonic beasts. All the forces within the ocean territory underwent a painful reshuffling. Every demon was gripped with fear. The name of the lightning monster was used by the higher demons to threaten the disobedient lesser demons. Allwolf N0.3, the starship, had assumed control of the supernet from the military camp. They were about to embark on their return journey. Yan Sanchi anxiously looked outside the hatch. Zhu Bairua glanced at the military camp announcement and mission recorder, occasionally revealing a knowing smile. On the screen, a countdown was displayed. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The moment he stepped into the cabin door, Zhu Bairua didn't bother looking back. A watery light enveloped Wang Ye, cleansing away the thick scent of blood. I'm back. Wang Ye chuckled. Yan Sanchi's worried expression transformed into a smile. You're quite punctual, Zhu Bairua said casually. The cabin door closed. The AL's voice echoed. Target, Hatua Star, Azure Mountain Milky Way Army Encampment. 3, 2, 1. Commence the journey. Chapter 341. Reward based on merit. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The journey from New Hatua Star back to the encampment took 15 cosmic days. However, there was no sense of urgency during the exploration mission. There was no need to constantly monitor the military camp's supernet radar. Everyone could finally relax. However, Zhu Bairua, who pursued perfection in the mission, remained in the main control position to prevent any accidents. With him around, Wang Ye felt reassured. Yan Sanchi quickly entered the cultivation room to cultivate. I'll leave it to you. See you in 15 days. Wang Ye greeted Zhu Bairua and entered his cultivation room. Looking at the tacit understanding between the two, Zhu Bairua smiled elegantly and did not mind. Now he was starting to like a boss like Wang Ye. It allowed him to display his talents. Not caring about anything was like caring about everything. Not only did Wang Ye give him considerable freedom, but he was also very reliable at critical moments. He took the lead to survey the planet and wipe out the superstar-level demons and devils. He did not hesitate at all when it came to important decisions. It made him feel at ease. It's not bad to have such a captain. Zhu Bairua didn't realize it either. Unknowingly, his opinion of Wang Ye had changed. In the cultivation room, Wang Ye opened his interface. A great harvest. From the 330 million potential points obtained from the Soul Ape Tribe's territory to the ocean of New Hatua Star on the last day. In the end, he closed with 556,800,000 potential points. It was quite shocking. It was 10 times more than what he had gained on Pepino Planet. Let's start with the dual cultivation technique. Wang Ye aimed at the two top-rank evolution techniques. The increase in strength was the most basic and the most immediate. At present, the training speed of both warriors and ability users has slowed down. Every cosmic day, the progress was only a little over 1%. Of course, it was much higher than the other dark energy level warriors in the cosmic. However, it was a little slow for him, who had long been used to quickly increasing his strength level. Activate upgrade. Do you want to spend 100 million potential points to increase the stage of the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique? Yes. Do you want to spend 100 million potential points to increase the stage of the Primeval Universe Evolution technique? Yes. Both of them had upgraded. An endless stream of high-dimensional cosmic energy surged into his body. At the same time, his strength increased rapidly. The top-rank evolution technique had been upgraded stage, bringing about an all-round sublimation. Level 6 Dark Energy Level Warrior, 67%. Level 5 Dark Energy Level Ability User, 75%. My cultivation speed has nearly doubled, and my efficiency has increased greatly. Wang Ye practiced the evolution method and was very satisfied. It wasn't far from reaching the next level. This was especially true for dark energy level warriors. They would soon be able to break through the second threshold and reach the 7th step. It allowed the life form to complete its evolution. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be able to fuse in new White Wheel Oblivion armor fragments and more White Wheel Origin the next time I return to the Black Realm. Wang Ye had an extreme desire to increase his strength. In the human cosmic, strength came first. Being born in a low background did not mean that there was no way out. However, if one was weak, they would die. Next stage, 1 billion potential points. Wang Ye looked at the requirements for the 5th stage of the two top-rank evolution techniques. There was no hurry. The next step was to increase his combat strength. He had 356.8 million potential points left. It was quite abundant. Thunder Fusion Technique, 4th stage to 5th stage. Battle Domain, 4th stage to 5th stage. Consuming 50 million potential points. In the space of consciousness, Wang Ye quickly assimilated the two. With steady growth, his combat prowess improved in all aspects, devoid of any weaknesses. Control of the battle domain directly influenced the potency of the Spacelock battle domain. The Thunder Fusion Technique stood as his current pinnacle combat prowess. Close combat capabilities were doubled. Onward. Spatial Control, 5th stage to 6th stage. White Wheel Origin Intent, 2nd stage to 3rd stage. Consuming 28 million potential points. These two leaned more towards cultivation. Spatial Control formed the foundation of the Great Path of Space, a gateway to comprehending any advanced path of space, including its usefulness in battle. As for White Wheel Origin Intent, it leaned towards control of the White Wheel Origin, providing a slight enhancement to combat prowess. Wang Ye hadn't touched upon the Dao existence within the Origin Intent itself. Remaining potential points, 278.8 million. Wang Ye had a plan in mind. Final upgrade. Do you want to spend 200 million potential points to upgrade the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle to the next stage? Yes. In the space of consciousness, Wang Ye transformed into a Kuei cattle, cultivating and comprehending the heavenly and earthly realms. The final stage of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle was the deepest and most powerful stage, faintly touching upon the path of the cosmos, harboring the mysteries of cosmic beasts. Though he hadn't reached that level of existence, the mere advancement in Saber Intent was astonishing. Peak Saber Intent. Swoosh. Returning from the space of consciousness, Wang Ye held the dual blades, fully integrating all 6 senses. As if 6 fragments had fused into one, converting the comprehension of individual Saber Intents into a collective understanding. Consciousness, body, and Saber all merged. Driven by Saber Intent, the image of the Kuei cattle manifested in his mind. Transformed into a Kuei cattle, Wang Ye instinctively wielded the war blade, moving it subconsciously, drawing close to heaven and earth, concealing the cosmic path. Although it was very vague, the execution of the saber technique seemed to flow as if it had naturally existed, much like an innate harmony. Repeating the movements, Wang Ye entered a state of selflessness. The accumulated experience from the exploration mission and the saber intense comprehension surged forth, evolving into an unstoppable saber technique. 6 intents of the Kuei cattle saber. 7 cosmic days later, the saber technique was complete. Wang Ye continued refining the details of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle saber technique, immersing himself in its practice. On the 10th cosmic day, mastery was achieved. 15th cosmic day, perfection. This is my limit. Wang Ye sighed. He had spent 15 cosmic days crafting the saber technique, incorporating everything he possessed into it. He opened his interface. He did not possess the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle saber technique. This was because, fundamentally, it was an evolution of the Kuei ox 6 intents. Different individuals could, based on their understanding of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle, create distinctly unique versions of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle saber technique. Countless variations, each one distinct. Yet, the common thread was the saber intent. When my life level increases or my comprehension of the saber deepens, my physical strength grows, and if I even touch the hidden heavenly Tao within the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle, the power of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle saber technique can be further enhanced. Wang Ye was acutely aware. However, at this current stage, he had already reached his limit. The plus symbol flickered after his consciousness descended onto the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle. Do you wish to spend 1.5 billion potential points to break the limit of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle? Yes. Insufficient potential points. What did limit break mean? The 7th intent? Or the complete 6 intents of the Kuei cattle saber technique? Wang Ye wasn't certain. Yet, he knew that at his current stage, having reached the limit of the 6 intents of the Kuei cattle saber technique, his combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. Even without unleashing the white origin of thunder, merely relying on his saber technique, he had already surpassed Yen Sanchi. Allwolf N0.3. Cosmic jump successful. We are about to arrive at the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army encampment. The AL's voice echoed. Wang Ye and the other two exchanged smiles. The first exploration mission had concluded successfully. Rumble. Allwolf N0.3 descended onto the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army encampment. This repurposed energy planet, once a temporary Hatua planet, was now formally named the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army encampment. Wang Ye could discern the transformations occurring on this energy planet. Countless starships were entering and departing. Numerous 10,000 soldier starships, laden with troops, departed from the encampment, bound for the new Hatua planet. The entire encampment radiated a unified will to fight, with soldiers and commanders displaying high morale, fully prepared for battle. We're about to engage in war with the demon race, Wang Ye remarked as he disembarked from Allwolf No. 3, flanked by Zhu Bairua and Yen Sanchi. Even without gathering intelligence, he was well aware that their discovery of the new Hatua planet was not exclusive. At the very least, there were still demons and possibly even devils who might intervene. Judging from the timeline, it seemed that both their side and the demons discovered the new Hatua planet at around the same time. However, the new Hatua planet was situated northeast of the Watata galaxy, closer to the Hatua galaxy. The demons, located far away in the Achuo galaxy, would need more time to gather their forces and arrive, making them significantly slower than the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. Therefore, the current advantage lay with the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army, allowing them to reach New Hatua planet ahead of others. The Azure Mountain Milky Way Army, having just retreated from the devil forces in the Yongshire galaxy, was determined to give their all and wipe away the shame. They proceeded to the martial arts field at the encampment. We're probably the last group of personal guards to arrive, Zhu Bairua remarked. The hero returning in triumph naturally makes the final entrance, Wang Ye chuckled. All teams had returned simultaneously, but since they were already in the Watata galaxy, their journey was naturally the longest. Clang, 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 clang. As they moved forward, soldiers stationed there brandished their weapons, creating a resonant clang. The imposing atmosphere covered the battlefield, exuding the essence of iron and blood. At this moment, The martial arts field was surrounded by soldiers at the dark energy level and cosmic level, forming a dense and countless outer circle. They encircled the personal guards and special forces in the middle. Wang Ye raised an eyebrow. At the forefront of the martial arts field, General Su stood resolute, accompanied by other myriad generals. Wang Ye spotted the other teams of the Su Wolf Guard and the army commanded by General Su assembling on the battlefield. Above General Su, an imposing figure covered in armor wielded a pitch-black giant hammer, emitting a terrifying aura that surpassed even Wang Ye's white wheel oblivion armor. A single strike from the pitch-black giant hammer could shatter an entire star. The dominant presence spread across the martial arts field, marking the arrival of a true king. Senior General Ku Yuanba. Tribune. Well done, Su Wolf Guard. Senior General Ku's stern gaze swept across the scene, and his thunderous voice resonated through the martial arts field. All eyes turned towards Wang Ye and his two companions, who had joined the Su Wolf Guard, making them the immediate focal point. Wang Ye keenly felt various kinds of gazes. There was admiration, envy, and even a sense of competition and unwillingness. Yet, the predominant sentiments were goodwill and joy. This was because the discovery of the new Hatua planet meant substantial rewards for every exploration team, 10,000 battle credits. This wasn't just an individual achievement but a collective effort of the entire exploration team. "We can begin," Senior General Ku declared with an icy glare. Rewards for the exploration mission in the Hatua galaxy will be distributed based on merit. The strategist beside Senior General Ku stepped forward. Mission progress, battle credit rewards, a tie for first place. Su Wolf Guard, third team, step forward. Chapter 342. This time, match the lines. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. First place in both the exploration mission. The appearance of Wang Ye and the other two immediately left the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army's Netherblue team, one of the three special forces, feeling disgraced. The special forces were the elites of the elites, and they were responsible for different missions. The Netherblue team was responsible for scouting and reconnaissance. The Netherblue team was tasked with search and reclamation. On the other hand, the Deep Blue team was responsible for rescue and assassination. In all exploration missions, the Netherblue team consistently secured the top spot. The only variation was which team within the Netherblue team would take the lead. Even in this recent exploration mission, among the top 10, the Netherblue team claimed 5 spots. In the top 3, they managed to secure the second and third positions. However, a rookie team managed to outshine them. While discovering the new Hatua planet was largely attributed to luck, the third team of the Su Wolf Guards didn't make their discovery in the Pepino Galaxy, as was their usual jurisdiction. Surprisingly, it wasn't even within the Hatua Galaxy. They discovered the new Hatua planet in the Tatata Galaxy. Who would have anticipated that? In stark contrast to the Netherblue team's loss of face, there was undoubtedly General Su standing in front of Senior General Ku. With a serene smile on his face and unable to close his mouth, General Su Zhongkai looked at Wang Ye as if he were gazing upon his godson, his pride unconcealed. That was what it meant to have a keen eye. That was what it meant to be open-minded in choosing people. It was all embodied in Su Zhongkai, standing alongside several seasoned senior generals. General Su stood tall and felt a sense of delight. These outdated senior generals only knew how to follow the rules. And what was the result? Defeat in the Yongshi Galaxy. It was time for a reshuffling of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. The third team of the Su Wolf Guards, Captain Wang Ye, team members Zhu Bairua and Yen Sanchi. The strategist's voice echoed crisply, resounding throughout the martial arts field. In the exploration mission of the Hatua Galaxy, they not only completed their assigned tasks but also discovered the new Hatua planet. They killed numerous superstar-level demon generals, thwarting the demon race's conspiracy and displaying outstanding performance. In addition to the original battle credit rewards, we are now awarding additional mission rewards as follows. Yen Sanchi, promoted from ensign to sub-lieutenant, can lead 1,000 troops. Zhu Bairua awarded the title of the Centurion, can lead Lu troops. Wang Ye awarded the title of ensign, can lead 300 troops. The recruits who had just joined the personal guards couldn't help but show envy. This was a title that they could directly obtain, without the need for military credit exchange. At first glance, Yan Sanqi received the most rewards. But in reality, Wang Ye and Zhu Bairua gained more. Especially Wang Ye. From a newly enlisted soldier to leading 300 soldiers as an ensign. Yan Sanqi had fought in the military camp for decades, participated in numerous battles, and went through life-threatening situations before achieving the rank of ensign. However, Wang Ye attained it in just one mission. I can lead troops? Wang Ye was also somewhat surprised. There were two ways to obtain a military camp title, which were exchanged for it from the battle credit vault or being directly conferred by the military camp. The latter was preferable. Not only did exchange for titles from the battle credit vault cost battle credits, but it also had additional requirements. For example, titles at the lieutenant level. Even the lowest rank of centurion required qualifications for promotion from decurion. So, even if Wang Ye could directly exchange for the title of sub-lieutenant with his accumulated battle credits, he would, at most, only be able to lead 10 soldiers like a decurion. But now, there was no need for that. He could directly lead 300 soldiers onto the battlefield. This was the achievement effect brought about by the discovery of the new Hatua planet. Yan Sanqi's eyes were filled with excitement. Being promoted from ensign to sub-lieutenant wasn't easy. Just the expenditure of 100,000 battle credits was already a substantial amount, and they still had to gain approval from the military camp. Below the general level, reaching sub-lieutenant was already at its peak. Moving up further would be the second lieutenant, requiring both command experience and a track record of achievements, not just qualifications. Zhu Bairua clenched his fists, a graceful smile on his face, reveling in his joy. This promotion had directly saved him 10 years. Experience needed to be earned. Without a background, special talents, certificates, or outstanding achievements, it typically took 10 years of experience in the military camp to be promoted to centurion. What a great start. Captain Wang Ye, awarded a full set of second lieutenant grade standard equipment, with a bounty of 1 million. Team members Zhu Bairua and Yan Sanqi were awarded a full set of lieutenant grade standard equipment, with a bounty of 100,000 each. The strategist's resonant voice echoed. The soldiers couldn't help but be envious. In the military camp, there were rewards for battle credits, but monetary rewards were rare. A bounty of 1 million, equivalent to $1 million cosmic dollars, was nearly the entire wealth of an advanced dark energy level expert. Even a bounty of 100,000 was already a substantial amount. As for equipment, it could be obtained through the exchange of battle credits. A complete set of second lieutenant grade standard equipment cost around 1 million battle credits. Lieutenant level standard equipment required 100,000 battle credits. The difference in cost was negligible when compared to exchanging for military titles. Thank you for the general's reward. Wang Ye and the other two bowed and expressed their gratitude. Senior General Ku nodded. He gave the three of them an extra glance, especially Wang Ye. He was highly satisfied. The timing was crucial on the battlefield. The demon race had already discovered the new Hatua planet. If not for Wang Ye, the demon race would have quickly invaded the Watata galaxy and seized control. Following that, the expansion would occur, gradually spreading out from the new Hatua planet center. At that point, with the devil race's Yongshir galaxy and the demon race's Achuo galaxy as support, the new Hatua planet would become impregnable. Without a 7-star life planet, the Hatua galaxy would be left as an empty shell. While the previous explorations might not have been in vain, the benefits would have significantly diminished. But the situation had changed now. They could occupy the new Hatua planet ahead of the demon race. Although a battle was unavoidable, considering the current circumstances, taking the initiative to establish a defensive perimeter around the new Hatua planet would provide them with a substantial advantage. There was a vast difference between the two. This Wang Ye is not just a talented individual, but also a fortunate commander. Report to Senior General. I'm willing to exchange a reward for some dignity. Wang Ye's voice suddenly echoed. Zhu Bairua and Yan Sanqi, who were preparing to step back, were momentarily taken aback. Yan Sanqi was still somewhat bewildered, But Zhu Bairuo immediately grasped the situation, giving Wang Ye a deep look. This guy was truly one to bear a grudge. He wouldn't accept any loss. Dignity? What dignity? Senior General Ku furrowed his brow. Wang Ye lifted his head, his eyes piercing. The dignity of the Su Wolf Guards, the dignity of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. What do you mean? Senior General Ku stared at Wang Ye. Wang Ye spoke with seriousness. To be honest, during my execution of the exploration mission, the families of the 5 cosmic nations sent 4 powerful individuals to ambush me. They completely ignored my identity as a Su Wolf Guard, a member of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. Really? Senior General Ku's expression turned ominous. I can testify. Zhu Bairuo and Yen Sanqi spoke up. Wang Ye continued. It was precisely because we clashed with the powerhouses from the families of the 5 cosmic nations that we entered the Watata galaxy and stumbled upon the new Hatua planet. However, I can't let this slide. Although I'm just a soldier, if I allow the families of the 5 cosmic nations to bully me without retaliation, it will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army and compromise our dignity. The families of the 5 cosmic nations have offended you. It's like inheriting 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Zhu Bairuo muttered inwardly. He could already anticipate what would unfold. If Wang Ye were just an ordinary soldier, his words might not be taken seriously. But now, he held the title of ensign personally conferred by Senior General Ku, was the standout figure in the exploration mission, and was the hero who discovered the new Hatua star. While it might not completely salvage the reputation of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army in the current situation, his words carried no less weight than those of 10,000 generals, especially since this guy shamelessly intertwined his matters with the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. Senior General Ku's expression grew solemn. The counselor by his side had already explained in detail the connection between Wang Ye and the families of the 5 cosmic nations. At this moment, the surrounding soldiers and personal guards also wore stern expressions, especially the members of the Su Wolf Guards. A common enemy. It ignited a burning fury. Wang Ye had certainly elevated the reputation of the Su Wolf Guards this time. To be oppressed by a mere cosmic nation family, how could he endure it? D***mn them. Quite audacious. After listening to the counselor's explanation, Ku Yuanba's eyes gleamed with a sudden rage, emitting an imposing aura. They think they can defeat my Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. Bang! The mixed black giant hammer emanated a chilling black light, and a terrifying aura was released. The power of the indestructible artifact resonated with Ku Yuanba's combat prowess, causing the atmosphere to instantly become tense. Ku Yuanba stared directly at Wang Ye. Take the reward given to you. I'll take this matter on your behalf. I dare not trouble the senior general, Wang Ye said. This is a private matter, and I should handle it myself. With the army about to set out, the senior general should not be distracted by such a minor issue. The battle with the demons is the top priority. What a skillful way to retreat to advance. You've said all the right things, Zhu Bairuo thought. This time, the 5 great cosmic nation families were probably in for a disaster. Yu Enjin, Ku Yuanba called out with an appreciative look. I'm here. A young man in white armor stepped forward from Deep Blue Team. He was handsome and had a commanding presence, sharing 70% of his facial features with Ku Yuanba, suggesting a blood relationship. I'm entrusting this matter to you. Handle it properly. Don't bring shame to the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army, Ku Yuanba ordered. Yes, Senior General. Ku Yuanjin nodded respectfully. His gaze shifted to Wang Ye, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Ye is under my command. I must be involved in this matter. I won't let him down, Su Zhongkai said, looking at Wang Ye. I'll have Commander Yu make arrangements. Take the Su Wolf Guards, be bold, and do what you need to do. I'll bear all the consequences for you. Su Zhongkai's voice was resolute, and he exuded a sense of pride. In this mission, Wang Ye had demonstrated his capabilities. As a general, it was only fitting for Su Zhongkai to make a stand. Thank you, General Su. Wang Ye bowed. Although this was a strategic move to win support, the commitment was genuine. Not only did he have the support of the Sioux Wolf Guards and General Sioux, but the entire Azure Mountain Milky Way Army had become his pillar of support since Senior General Ko committed. 100,000-strong army. It was time to settle scores old and new. He wasn't one to seek trouble, but he wasn't afraid to confront it either. For a long time, the 5 Cosmic Nation families had been like 5 relentless hounds, biting onto his clothes without letting go. Come on. This time, let's have a proper showdown. Weren't they just relying on their numbers and strong backing? Now, let's see who comes out on top. Chapter 343. I'm back. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. The rewards for meritorious service quickly concluded. In comparison to the rewards received by Wang Ye and his 2 companions, those from other teams were not worth mentioning. Especially the Netherblue team, there was no joy evident in their rewards. However, the other personal guards seemed relatively content. The discovery of Hatua Planet had earned them a solid 10,000 battle credits. On the battlefield, earning battle credits often required risking one's life. With the rewards concluded, it was time for the main event. The entire army was mobilized, just as Wang Ye had speculated. This time, Senior General Ku was determined to secure New Hatua Planet. With the new Hatua Planet as the center, the territory of the Hatua Galaxy would be rebuilt as an important battlefield against the demon and devil races. However, the immediate priority was the battle against the demon race. Capturing and defending the new Hatua Planet was of paramount importance. For the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army, which had suffered a disastrous defeat in the Yongshire Galaxy, there was no turning back. If defeated once more, not only would they fall completely under the dominion of the demon and devil races, but the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army would also become the laughingstock of the entire military camp. In this battle, victory was not just desired. It was mandatory. All of this had nothing to do with Wang Ye. New recruits participating in the exploration mission wouldn't be joining the battlefield for the time being to combat the demon race. They would primarily serve as a mobile unit for special missions. Moreover, he still had a significant matter to attend to: settling old scores. Commander Ku Yuanjin of the Deep Blue Team and Commander Yu Renjia of the Sioux Wolf Guards sat before Wang Ye. Even though both held higher ranks and reputations in the military camp, this special operation was conducted under the orders of Senior General Ku and General Sioux, serving as an auxiliary force with Wang Ye overseeing the operations. How do you intend to proceed? Ku Yuanjin looked at Wang Ye. It's simple: settling grievances and avenging wrongs. Wang Ye stated, when you're out in the world, you'll have to settle scores sooner or later. Aren't you afraid that once this matter blows over, they'll come after you for payback? Ku Yuanjin reminded. Wang Ye chuckled. After killing so many of them, do you think they'll spare me? As long as Senior General protects you, they won't dare to touch you again, Ku Yuanjin reassured. So, should I thank them for letting me off the hook? Wang Ye looked at Ku Yuanjin and joked, Commander, your personality doesn't resemble Senior General Ku's at all. I'm just offering a suggestion. Ku Yuanjin's calm expression maintained its composure. Thanks, Wang Ye said. I'm a bit simple-minded, I don't think too much, and I can't swallow this injustice. I only know tit for tat, using force to counter force, letting the evildoers suffer their consequences. Commander Ku, if there are no other issues, we can set off immediately. You call this simple-minded? The families of the 5 cosmic nations are all a bunch of idiots, Yu Renjia thought. However, this straightforward character was comparable to General Sioux. No problem. He agreed with Wang Ye's approach. It was never the style of the Sioux Wolf Guards to endure humiliation. I have no issues. All the Sioux Wolf Guards want to help you vent your anger and restore the face of the Blue Mountain Milky Way Army, Yu Renjia declared, standing firmly on Wang Ye's side without hesitation. They were allies. Ku Yuanjin glanced at Yu Renjia, nodded, and stood up. In that case, I'll prepare immediately. All right. Wang Ye smiled at Commander Yu. In the end, his people were the most reliable. Set out. 20 Origin Energy starships set off from the encampment. Among them, 10 belonged to the Sioux Wolf Guards and 10 to the Deep Blue Team. There was a total of 109 individuals. It might seem incomparable to the power of the 5 cosmic nations. However, each individual was an elite within the military camp. The strength of the Su Wolfguard's guards averaged close to that of Yen Sanchi. Each team had members stronger than Yen Sanchi, and their overall combat prowess was formidable. As for the Deep Blue team, it went without saying. 5 individuals working in harmony. A specialized unit responsible for the assassination and rescue operations of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. Comprised of talented and elite individuals carefully selected from the military camp. Not only were they stronger than the Su Wolfguards, but killing and combat were their specialties. Among them, there were some that Wang Ye had no confidence in defeating. Moreover, with Commander Ku and Commander Yu, 2 individuals of immeasurable strength, leading the way, they were more than capable of crushing the families of the 5 cosmic nations. All-Wolf number 3. The wormhole bases occupied by the 5 cosmic nations are mapped out completely. Zhu Bairuo quickly displayed the comprehensive map on the screen through the military camp's network. Wang Ye praised Zhu Bairuo repeatedly, acknowledging him as a reliable subordinate. His attention shifted to the screen, where over 100 wormhole bases now tightly surrounded the entire Black Realm. These past 100 cosmic days, they've been quite busy. Wang Ye's eyes gleamed. When he visited the military camp, there were still some openings in the encirclement, allowing for potential escape. Now, it was layer upon layer of reinforcement like a net closing in on the escaped fish. Dark energy level experts within had no means of escape. Because of you, Zhu Bairuo explained, the 5 cosmic nations have learned from their experience. They started by surrounding the outermost area and then gradually narrowed the encirclement. Though it takes a bit longer, it effectively avoids mistakes and potential dangers. Now, the remaining dark energy level experts are hiding in the cosmic nation, afraid to reveal themselves. As soon as they show themselves, they'll face a devastating onslaught, leaving them with no way out. Wang Ye nodded in understanding. The ruthlessness of the 5 cosmic nations was apparent. I'll repay them in kind. Wang Ye pointed at the screen. Since they enjoy encircling others, let them experience being encircled. Plan 20 routes and inform the 2 commanders to attack simultaneously. So ruthless, Zhu Bairuo thought. Merciful but skilled in warfare. Truly befitting a student from the military strategy department. Zhu Bairuo nodded in approval. He considered this a valuable lesson learned from Wang Ye. Hanta Galaxy, Bohan Planet. The leaders of the 5 cosmic nations gathered, having recovered from the recent painful defeat. These past 10 cosmic days have been quite fruitful. Absolutely. Numerous individuals vied to be captured. Quite satisfying. These cosmic humans are too naive. They think hiding in the cosmic nation means we won't find them. It's just a matter of time and effort. Exactly. We've taken control of all the wormholes. They won't escape from us, no matter how hard they try. The 5 leaders conversed jubilantly. Wave after wave of treasure harvests left them in an incredibly pleasant mood. Too bad. If only we had completed the encirclement earlier. The head of the Red River Cosmic Nation sighed. The other 4 leaders understood exactly what he meant. If only they had been a little earlier, the famous one wouldn't have escaped from them. Not only did he enhance his reputation, but he also brought disgrace to the 5 cosmic nations. He's lucky. The head of the Silverjade Cosmic Nation sneered. At that time, there were fewer strong warriors from his clan, so we couldn't stop him. Later, he found refuge in the military camp, making us unable to openly act against him. Let's take our time. When he comes out of the military camp, we'll settle the score. I don't believe he can hide in the barracks forever. The mortality rate in the military camp is so high. It's still uncertain whether we can find him. It's a pity he's equipped with an entire set of supreme-grade gear. Let him off for now and allow him to enjoy his freedom for a while. A small fry can't stir up much trouble. The leaders of the 5 families didn't want to dwell on Wang Ye. Bad omen. The mere mention of him made them uneasy. A greenhorn who had just emerged from obscurity had managed to disrupt the peace of their 5 great cosmic nation families. This grudge would be settled sooner or later. Suddenly, beep, beep, beep. The Cosmic Nation leaders' starry sky bracelets rang almost simultaneously. The faces of the 5 individuals, who had been chatting and laughing, immediately tensed up as they exchanged glances. What's going on? Spill it. 2. F***CK. 2. The expressions of the leaders of the 5 great families changed drastically. Their faces were a mix of shock and anger, tinged with an imperceptible trace of fear. It was him, the white lightning Yama who had once ruthlessly trampled over them. He had returned. Boom, boom, boom. The wormhole bases in the Haunted Galaxy were simultaneously bombarded, and a ruthless massacre ensued. They didn't even comprehend what was happening. The guards, standing agape, were completely unresponsive. Suddenly, an Origin energy starship descended. Attack, annihilation, obliteration, an overpowering firepower that crushed the base's defense systems. The magnetic waves destroyed the magnetic field and the supernet system. Untraceable super technology. And, one by one, military camp experts, fierce as wolves and tigers. They exuded a dense killing aura, seasoned by numerous battles. Their combat prowess was astonishing. Even a mere 5-person team was challenging to withstand. Each of them could take on 100 foes. The superstellar-level warriors guarding the wormhole base were instantly slain. Not to mention the dark energy-level guards with humble strength. The gap was like the heavens and earth. Wormhole base 186. Wang Ye led the way. Following him were Zhu Bairuo and Yen Sanchi. Inside Allwolf N0.3, Wang Ye piloted the starship, its radar enveloping the entire wormhole base. Chi, chi, chi. Wang Ye was unstoppable. Dark energy level guards fell one after another. It was reminiscent of his massacre in the wormhole base before. The difference was, back then it was a breakout. Now it was a homecoming. He was back. He returned with his brothers from the military camp. Employing the same tactics the 5 Cosmic Nation families used against him, he was returning the favor exactly. Too much information? Let's compare again. Advanced technology? Let's put it to the test now. Numerical advantage? Let's see again now. The 5 Cosmic Nation families were too feeble. Moreover, he was much stronger now than before. Ban! Wang Ye's 9th stage combat energy burst forth. In the void, the figure of a Kuei cattle appeared, emitting an astonishing aura. There was no dark energy or white origin of thunder. Even with just saber intent, he completely overwhelmed. The cosmic beast Kuei cattle roared with the might of heaven and earth. The ground shook violently as cosmic energy thunderously descended. 6/10 of the Kuei cattle saber. Wang Ye's attack descended. Boom! The formidable power devoured the leading Super Sacher-level expert, instantly slaying him. Behind him, Zhu Bairuo and Yen Sanchi's eyes gleamed brightly. The surrounding dark energy-level guards, observing the invincible Wang Ye, had eyes filled with fear and astonishment. Their faces turned pallid, silent as winter cicadas. He was too powerful. This was the legendary White Lightning Yama. The entire wormhole base fell into dead silence. Wang Ye picked up the Starry Sky bracelet from the hands of the superstar-level expert and dialed a number, speaking calmly, "I'm back." Chapter 344. I hope he will let us go. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Haunted Galaxy, Bohan Planet. The leaders of the 5 Cosmic Nation families had grim faces. Especially the head of the Red River Cosmic Nation, King Crimson Arkansas, was the most furious. Shaking his left hand, on Arkansas's Starry Sky bracelet, a familiar voice just appeared. Wang Ye. King Crimson Arkansas roared at the Starry Sky bracelet. However, the response he got was the disconnected beep. This bastard. Arkansas's face turned purple, unable to contain his anger. How dare he? What did he think he was? Provoking their 5 Cosmic Nation families. He was not afraid of death. Kill him. I must kill him. King Crimson Arkansas slammed the table, trembling with rage. But as he saw the leaders of the other 4 families looking at him with some mockery, his fury intensified. Before you shout that, take a look at the current situation, Inhang yawning coldly remarked. Hewart Newman opened the map projection, his face filled with concern. Sure enough, as red dots lit up one by one, everyone's eyes widened, and their faces turned pale. They were stationed outside the Black Realm, on the outer layer of numerous wormhole bases. All annihilated. What did this imply? They were encircled, just like how they dealt with those cosmic humans. The white lighting Yama had trapped them inside. He's ruthless. Hewart Newman gritted his teeth. He wants to capture us all at once. Inhang yawning touched his forehead, his chest heaving. Impossible, Arkansas raged. What capability does he have to do all this? It's the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. Xiongdan King Tulong spoke in a deep voice. Although I don't know how he did it, the ones attacking our wormhole bases are indeed the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. Moreover, among them is the strongest of the 3 special forces, the Deep Blue Team. Let alone ordinary dark energy level guards. Even if all the family's experts come out, we won't be able to touch them. Special forces. Elite troops from the military camp. The 4 had ashen faces, and the atmosphere was grim. Xiongdan King Tulong was right. Even if the 5 families combined their strengths, they had no chance of winning. But this was too unbelievable. Tulong, can you contact the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army? There must be some misunderstanding. Yes, Tulong. Your Xiongdan family has members in the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army, right? Can you ask what's going on? The military camp has always been neutral. We haven't offended the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. They have no reason. Halfway through his words, everyone's hearts skipped a beat. Not good. To kill Wang Ye and seize treasures, they had taken a risk and entered the Hatua galaxy not long ago. All the experts they sent were dead. Could it be that they offended the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army because of this? Things have already happened. It's useless to think about this. Why don't you think about how to protect yourself? Xiongdan King Tulong said in a deep voice, let's evacuate all the guards from the wormhole bases first to avoid unnecessary losses. Let's see the reaction of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army. I hope they vent their anger and leave. People usually don't remember minor grievances. The other 4 nodded. What if they come after us? Inhang yawning asked fearfully. Probably not. They don't have such deep-seated hatred. Xiongdan King Tulong hesitated. Not the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army, but Wang Ye does. He hates us to the bone. Hewart Newman gritted his teeth. The appearance of the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army is related to him. He will exterminate us. Everyone's faces darkened. If it was truly Wang Ye's doing, they were already on the edge of a cliff. But how did he do it? Hadn't he just entered the military camp? How could he mobilize the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army like a military camp general? If things have escalated to this extent, we can only seek help from the major families. Xiongdan King Tulong sighed and shook his head. But it might not be effective. 3 cosmic days later, the starship Allwolf N0.3 arrived at the deserted wormhole base. Wang Ye walked through the empty base with a calm expression. Before them, some of the other 19 teams had already reached the wormhole base. All of them were the same. After the first round of bombardment, the 5 Cosmic Nation families quickly backed down and withdrew from the wormhole base. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was their modus operandi. It's just as you estimated. Yen Sanchi sneered. These cowardly scoundrels, not a hint of decent resistance. Resistance requires comparable strength. Ju Bairua walked gracefully. As long as they're not foolish, they will evacuate the wormhole base and fly into cosmic space, hoping we spare them. Cosmic humans from the Black Realm think the same way, Wang Ye commented. But the 5 Cosmic Nation families continue to pursue complete extermination. The law of the cosmic is the survival of the fittest, Ju Bairua added. Yes, Wang Ye shrugged. So now I must enforce the cosmic truth. A bunch of weaklings. There's no escape for any of you. Pursuing them and eliminating them. When a cosmic warp starship encountered an origin energy starship with ample energy, it was a dead end. One was constrained to light speed, while the other could break through the light speed limit. Coupled with the military camp's supernetwork radar with an extensive range, the 5 cosmic nation families couldn't escape. Flight traces were discovered, orbits were decoded, and magnetic fields were detected. The Allwolf N-0.3 effortlessly caught up with one of the fleeing cosmic wrap starships and obliterated it. And this was just a small number in the onslaught by 20 teams. The Deep Blue team excelled in assassination. Capturing these fleeing people was child's play. In just a few cosmic days, they had hunted down the 5 cosmic nation families, causing them significant losses. This also made Wang Ye view Commander Ku Yuanjin in a different light. This guy was quite effective. Zhu Ruobai was also very helpful, managing overall planning and controlling the entire situation. Gradually narrowing the encirclement, they slowly consumed the 5 cosmic nation families, returning the favor in kind. Total rout. During this period, the 5 cosmic nation families were chased to the point where they had no way out. They couldn't escape. They couldn't resist. Backed by the 7 supreme factions of humanity, the military camp made them seem like imbeciles in terms of technology and information. The gap was immense. In the eyes of the Azure Mountain Milky Way army, their escape looked like a game of hide-and-seek. Wave after wave of sweeping attacks crushed the 5 cosmic nation families, leaving them with devastating losses. It's over. They won't spare us. We're finished this time. The Azure Mountain Milky Way army is insane. They won't stop until they've exterminated us all. How did it come to this? Who did we provoke? The land was filled with grief. All the pressure was placed on the heads of the 5 families. Yet, these leaders found themselves equally helpless. What is the stance of your big families? Hewart Newman inquired. They say we have to bear the consequences of our actions. Xiongdan King Tulong frowned. If it were any other power, the big families might have helped mediate, but dealing with the military camp, it's too difficult. Our big families on this side haven't responded yet. Inhang Yaning conveyed. But the situation doesn't look optimistic. The family head has instructed us to abandon our starships and scatter. Good idea. Hewart Newman's eyes brightened. The technology of the Azure Mountain Milky Way army primarily targets and attacks cosmic starships. While they can also search for cosmic humans, it requires extensive searches, consuming significant energy and time. Exactly. Inhang Yaning nodded. The Azure Mountain Milky Way army is gearing up for a major battle, and they won't waste much time on us small fry. They'll return after finishing their business. That's settled then. King Crimson Arkansas gritted his teeth. As long as there's life, there's hope. We have a substantial amount of Black Realm treasures. As long as we survive this, no matter the cost, I will kill that little scoundrel. Let's discuss revenge after surviving. King Crimson Arkansas spoke in a low voice. We've already been abandoned by our families. Don't provoke White Lightning Yama anymore. He's too terrifying. Agreed. I don't want to cross paths with him again. Inhang Yaning admitted, displaying fear. Me too. Hewart Newman shook his head. I hope he'll spare us and provide a way out. A way out? Non-existent. The arrow had been released and hit the bullseye. Spare them? Who would spare him? Wang Ye was never one to show mercy, especially when the 5 cosmic nation families relentlessly pursued him. It's almost over. Zhu Bairuo walked up to Wang Ye. Following his gaze, he looked at the radar projection on the screen. They were now close to the Black Realm. The remaining superstar level have abandoned their starship and fled, and the dark energy levels have hidden in the Black Realm, Wang Ye said, well aware of their movements. Unless the big families extended their aid, they didn't have many options. However, given Senior General Ke's character, he wouldn't bother with these cosmic nation families, especially during a wartime period. The first wave of the battle had already erupted on New Hatua Star. The Azure Mountain Milky Way army was at its peak. It's easy to search the starship, but finding the people is challenging, Zhu Bairuo commented. A widespread search takes time, and Deep Blue Team is almost back. They're needed in the upcoming battle against the demons. Did Commander Ku send you? Wang Ye glanced at him. Zhu Bairua smiled noncommittally. Thank Commander Ku for me. We'll collaborate again if the opportunity arises, Wang Ye expressed. All right, Zhu Bairua replied. Let the Su Wolf Guard go back as well, Wang Ye suggested. Zhu Bairua shook his head. Commander, you said he's not in a hurry. Take your time and settle the matter peacefully. Wang Ye smiled. His people were indeed different. It's almost done, just a few finishing touches, Wang Ye remarked. Huh? Do you still want to find the leaders of the 5 cosmic nation families? Zhu Bairua asked. Of course, Wang Ye affirmed. How can we let the masterminds go? Besides, they have a lot of Black Realm treasures. Taking those treasures and sharing them with our brothers would be a good idea. Zhu Bairua shook his head. But they must have hidden themselves well. Finding them will be difficult, and even if we do, it'll take a lot of time. It's not worth it. Don't worry, Wang Ye smiled. I have my ways. Chapter 345. Wang Ye. Do you have that kind of meaning for her? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Bloodline. Treasure hunting. After sending off the Deep Blue team, Wang Ye immediately began his search. The leaders of the 5 cosmic nation families had quite several Black Realm treasures on them, making it very easy for Wang Ye to use treasure hunting to search. In addition to the numerous treasures in the Black Realm, the 5 points with the strongest perception were quickly identified. The closest one was only about 1.5 light-years away from him. Although it was only a rough location, it was enough. The military camp's supernet radar could search an area extensively. Escape? That was impossible. This guy is too terrifying. Hugh Root Newman was hiding among a mineral planet covered in rocks and erupting volcanoes, massaging his feet in the rolling lava. He did not inform the rest of the clan. He wanted to let the White Lightning Yama kill him. The White Lightning Yama would only be appeased after he had killed enough. They wouldn't notice a small fry like him. The death of some clan members was not a big deal. He had a large number of Black Realm treasures on him. As long as he could return alive, the Hurut family would welcome a transformation. Going against the White Lightning Yama now was too irrational. Even Ols died at his hands. Although Hurut Newman was a superstar-level powerhouse, he was not on the same level as Hurut Ols, the genius that his family had carefully nurtured. At that time, he knew that the White Lightning Yama was not to be trifled with. However, he did not expect his revenge to come so quickly. Fortunately, I gathered all the treasures in advance. The losses weren't too great. Hurut Newman relaxed. If he couldn't win, he would admit defeat first and then plan further. If he really couldn't take this lying down, he could just take out one of the treasures and get someone to kill the White Lightning Yama. As long as he stayed low, there would always be a chance. Suddenly, Hurut Newman felt that something was wrong and suddenly raised his head. The sky above the volcano's crater was covered in a layer of shadow. A figure he never wanted to see had appeared above him. He was smiling at him. I found you. Bang! Hurut Newman's head exploded. Outside the volcano, Zhu Bairua and Yen Sanchi looked at Wang Ye in disbelief. How did he find him? Could it be that he had technology more advanced than the military camp's supernet radar? It was impossible. However, it was true that the other Su Wolf Guards could not find the heads of the 5 families. Wang Ye had found one in less than a cosmic day. It was not luck. Soon, Zhu Bairua was convinced once again. The second person in charge of the 5 cosmic nation families was discovered. He resisted symbolically and was immediately killed, contributing a considerable amount of Black Realm treasures. The third, the fourth, as if he were playing ghost hunting, Wang Ye pulled out the heads of the 5 families hiding in the vast starry sky one by one. No matter where they hid or how well they hid, it was useless. 7 days later. Impossible! How did you find me? King Crimson Arkansas's face was filled with fear as he looked at Wang Ye, who had descended from the sky. His entire body trembled. Kill Wang Ye? Seek revenge? He stood right in front of him. However, there was nothing he could do. He was like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Wang Ye's strength far surpassed his imagination. "You're lucky to have lived 7 more days," Wang Ye said with a smile. "The other 4 family leaders are long gone." King Crimson Arkansas's pupils dilated, and his face turned ashen. They were all dead. The alliance of the 5 cosmic nation families was like a joke. They had painstakingly surrounded the Black Realm, encircled the humans in the universe, and snatched treasures. In the end, not only were they all killed, but all the treasures also went to Wang Ye. Why were they greedy? "Let me go. I'll give you anything you want." King Crimson Arkansas instantly changed his expression and bowed to please him. "I want your life." Wang Ye couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. In an instant, the white wheel origin flew out rapidly. It shot straight at the fawning King Crimson Arkansas and landed inside his body. The terrifying white origin of Thunder's strength exploded. "Ah!" King Crimson Arkansas let out a miserable cry as he was struck by lightning. "The big families won't let you off." Wang Ye. Blood splattered as the white origin of Thunder exploded in his body. King Crimson Arkansas's body suffered extreme damage, and his life force was instantly destroyed, turning into nothingness. Big family? The Chimeng family? Wang Ye didn't care at all. He plundered the treasures of King Crimson Arkansas and placed them in the Black Realm. More than 10 pieces. Together with the other 4 people in charge, he had obtained nearly 50 Black Realm treasures. In the 5 cosmic nation families, this wave of monopolization was quite ruthless. Every Black Realm treasure was stained with the blood of the cosmic humans. "It's over." Wang Ye turned around and said to Zhu Bairua and Yen Sanchi, "There's still a small portion left." Zhu Bairua said, "There's no need." Wang Ye said, "Bloodline treasure hunting had its limitations. He couldn't find those small fries that didn't even have a single treasure on them. Using the military camp's supernet radar to search a large area was too time-consuming. It was more than enough to kill the leaders of the 5 families. He couldn't possibly lead the Sioux Wolf Guards to the 5 cosmic nations and directly destroy their homes. "Are you not afraid of their revenge?" Zhu Bairua said. "What's the use of being afraid?" Wang Ye smiled. Ever since he left the Blue Planet, he had been hunted down by the cosmic nation family. The way to obtain freedom was never to compromise and pin your hopes on the kindness of others. "I'm all alone and have nothing to worry about. If they come, I'll accompany them to the end. Let's see if they have a long life or if I'm tough enough." Wang Ye left. After entering the cosmic for so long, he had long understood. "Don't be a coward. Just do it," he thought. In the cosmic starry expanse, countless cosmic starships drifted aimlessly. They allied against the 5 major clans, exchanging information with each other. However, the results were not very apparent. The alliance's numbers kept dwindling. It signified that they still hadn't escaped the relentless pursuit of the 5 cosmic nation families. One after another, alliance members fell under the scythes of the 5 families. Yet they were powerless. Those who could escape had long done so. Those with influential backgrounds had already been taken away. Only those who were neither high nor low remained, including Jin Shao. Although she was the head of the High Cloud Sword Society, it was a small force incapable of competing with the 5 cosmic nation families. As for her strength, despite being confident in traversing the wormhole base, it proved futile. She knew that the 5 cosmic nation families had set up an inescapable trap. Passing through one meant being unable to overcome the second. Once her location was exposed, an endless encirclement awaited her. Like other members, all she could do now was wait. Wait for the 5 cosmic nation families to show mercy. Wait for a miracle that might come at an unknown time, because she had reached a dead end. Major news! It seems the 5 cosmic nation families have evacuated the wormhole base. Impossible! This must be their plot to lure us out. Exactly. These cunning devils. Don't be fooled. Continue hiding and outlast them in patience. But what's the point of hiding? In the end, escaping death seems impossible, doesn't it? Observing the despondent atmosphere in the group, and Jin Shao empathized. How long could they keep hiding? Would a miracle truly manifest? Suddenly, The group messages started to roll and became lively, and Jin Xiao curiously opened them. Brothers, I just received news from the outside. The 5 cosmic nation families have been sanctioned. Really? Who has the power to sanction them? It's the White Lightning Yama, the one who fiercely clashed with the 5 cosmic nation families. He's back for revenge. Impossible. The White Lightning Yama is alone. How could he possess such strength? White Lightning Yama, Wang Ye, and Jin Xiao had been out for some time. She knew that Wang Ye had escaped and fought countless battles with the families of the 5 cosmic nations, earning the reputation of White Lightning Yama. Afterward, he joined the military camp and found refuge. As a friend, she was happy for Wang Ye, but she hadn't contacted Wang Ye. Firstly, it was her own business. Secondly, Wang Ye had barely escaped death. He had no reason to come back and help her, nor could he help her. After all, he had narrowly escaped death. But was Wang Ye back? Why did he come back? Just as Jin Xiao's thoughts were wandering, the starry sky bracelet lit up. The familiar name startled her for a moment before she answered the call. The light descended, revealing Wang Ye's handsome figure, and Jin Xiao maintained her composure and smiled. Long time no see. Why didn't you tell me you were coming out? Wang Ye scolded. Yes. And Jin Xiao responded softly, unsure of what to say. I just completed the exploration mission and immediately came to find you, Wang Ye said with a serious expression. Looking for me? And Jin Xiao was startled. Her face changed. Don't come over. The families of the 5 great cosmic nations have set up a blockade. Don't come back. They are all dead. Wang Ye's voice was indifferent. Ah! And Jin Xiao didn't know what to say. She suddenly recalled the group's discussion and her beautiful eyes widened. Wang Ye nodded. Everything's settled. That's why I contacted you. Where are you? I came to find you. And Jin Xiao's head buzzed as she sent the coordinates. See you then. Wang Ye waved his hand and ended the call. What did he mean? And Jin Xiao was a little confused, no longer maintaining her arrogant and cold demeanor. Her thoughts quickly cleared up, and a faint smile appeared on her face. From a woman's intuition, she knew what Wang Ye meant, but she still felt a little uncertain. Did Wang Ye mean that for her? But if not, why did Wang Ye come back to save her? It couldn't be just for revenge on the families of the 5 great cosmic nations, right? If it was really what she thought. He's too good to me. And Jin Xiao was tempted. The universe was vast, and finding a man willing to sacrifice his life for her was rare. Her heart was filled with sweetness, a feeling she had never experienced before. And Jin Xiao smiled and opened the group chat. The news is true. White Lightning Yama has killed all the families of the 5 cosmic nations outside. We are safe now. Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The group erupted in excitement. Chapter 346. You're looking for a lover again, right? Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. They were free. The remaining members of the Anti-5 Clans Alliance felt like they had been given a new lease on life. Forced into a desperate situation by the families of the 5 cosmic nations, they initially held little hope and were just trying to survive day by day. However, a miracle unfolded. The arrival of White Lightning Yama was like that of a savior, rescuing them from imminent peril. The 5 oppressive mountains weighing on them were shattered one by one. He obliterated the wormhole base and defeated the powerful figures of the 5 families. It was a heartening sight. White Lightning Yama is truly a good person. Yes, I used to think he was only interested in wealth back in the Black Realm. I'm ashamed. I was so wrong. No one anticipated that he possessed such formidable strength, sweeping through the 5 great families. At that time, he was just a cosmic-level youngster, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached an unimaginable level. His progress is astonishing. By the way, why do you think White Lightning Yama returned? Is it genuinely just for revenge? Who knows? Why bother thinking so much? This is a life-saving favor. We must express our gratitude when we get out. Reading the messages in the group, and Jin Xiao's face lit up with joy. Certainly, Wang Ye didn't return for revenge. Given his meticulous and cautious nature, he wouldn't engage in such impulsive actions. It was for her. Seeing her friends praise Wang Ye, and Jin Xiao felt a sense of pride as if the praise was directed at herself. Combined with the little secret only she knew, it touched her heart, creating a sweet sensation. Suddenly, the roar of a starship echoed in the sky, and Jin Xiao looked up, her beautiful eyes sparkling. It was an Origin Energy starship from the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army, exuding dominance. The cabin door opened. A familiar figure appeared, waving at her, and Jin Xiao returned the gesture with a smile. In their second meeting, there was less ease and more restraint, a peculiar feeling that hadn't been present before. "Why are you here?" And Jin Xiao found herself asking a seemingly silly question. "I just wanted to see you." Wang Ye chuckled. "Why do you want to see me?" And Jin Xiao's gaze averted, her voice soft. Their progress was so quickly? Wang Ye hadn't anticipated this. Initially, he was merely trying to increase Jin Xiao's favorability. Considering Jin Xiao's personality, if 100 points were a perfect score, he might have gained 20 or 30 favorability points at most. Yet, judging by her current expression, he had gained at least 60 favorability points. "Looks like she was already in despair," Wang Ye remarked knowingly. Without being on the brink of despair, Jin Xiao wouldn't have opened up so readily. "I don't know either. I just really wanted to see you. I'm worried about you." Wang Ye smiled genuinely. "Maybe because we're companions." "Idiot," Jin Xiao scolded internally, feeling even more blissful. Perhaps Wang Ye, like her, had been dedicated to cultivation since childhood, making him a bit slow in this regard. "Are you not afraid of danger?" And Jin Xiao looked up at him. "With you around, we'll come through no matter how dangerous it is." Wang Ye sincerely looked into Jin Xiao's eyes, expressing concern. "Are you hurt?" "No, I'm not." And Jin Xiao shook her head. "I've been avoiding them since I got out. Besides, the 5 families don't have the power to harm me. If it weren't for their cosmic starships, I would have broken out of the encirclement long ago." Confident and rational, Wang Ye silently praised. And Jin Xiao was very wise. Being able to break through one level didn't mean being able to break through the second or third level. Just like his own experience before. If they hadn't joined the military camp, they would have faced continuous blockades. The powerful warriors sent by the 5 cosmic nation families would only become stronger until they killed him. "You can go back now. All the wormhole bases are gone," Wang Ye said with a smile. "The families of the 5 cosmic nations won't be able to cause any more trouble." "And what about you?" And Jin Xiao asked. "Are you coming back to the Cloud Sword Club with me?" That, certainly not." "What for? To enter the Cloud Sword Club?" "Nair still wanted to introduce me to her father." "Not for now." Wang Ye pointed to Allwolf N0.3 and smiled. "I'm an ensign now. I can't leave so casually." "Ensign?" And Jin Xiao was taken aback. "So soon?" "Yes. Otherwise, how could Wang Ye command the Azure Mountain Milky Way Army?" But this was too rapid. How long had it been since he joined the military camp? And Jin Xiao naturally didn't think Wang Ye was deceiving her. Moreover, subconsciously, she trusted Wang Ye, both in terms of character and ability. Wang Ye had already showcased extraordinary abilities in the Black Realm. The position of ensign was well within his capabilities. Given enough time, he could even become a senior general. "So, should I go back first and wait for you?" And Jin Xiao's voice softened as she uttered the last 2 words. "Yes." Wang Ye smiled brightly, opening his arms to embrace Jin Xiao's supple body. And Jin Xiao felt a bit stiff and uncertain, but she didn't resist. However, her hands hung in the air, unsure of where to place them. "See you then." Wang Ye smiled, bidding farewell to Jin Xiao and soaring into the air. "Take care." And Jin Xiao added, "If you need any help, find me." "Sure." Wang Ye's voice faded as he stood at the cabin door, waving goodbye. The hatch closed, and Allwolf number 3 took off. Watching Wang Ye leave, Jin Xiao couldn't completely hide a sense of disappointment, as if something was lacking. This was the first time she had felt this way in her life. Is this what love feels like? And Jin Xiao bit her lip, feeling both anxious and reluctant. After meeting in Jin Xiao, Wang Ye headed to his next destination. Why are you going to the Black Realm? Zhu Bairuo was somewhat puzzled. To root out the problem, Wang Ye said casually. So ruthless. Zhu Bairuo looked at Wang Ye. The families of the 5 cosmic nations were cornered by them, and many had already sought refuge in the Black Realm. They might carry treasures from the Black Realm. Don't you want a share? Wang Ye remarked. I don't mind. Zhu Bairuo operated swiftly, and the coordinates were soon set for the Black Realm. It's not far. We can make a quick detour, and we'll arrive in 1.5 cosmic days. Okay. Wang Ye nodded. Of course, he wasn't planning to annihilate them. The Black Realm was vast, and the warriors from the families of the 5 cosmic nations didn't have signs on their faces. They wouldn't recognize him even if they saw him. Moreover, these dark energy level guards were all rather destitute. Wouldn't picking a fight with them be a waste of time? The reason he returned to the back realm. On one hand, he intended to visit Wu Yuan to seize another opportunity. On the other hand, he wanted to share this good news with Lingling and Nanti. Now he was safe. In the cultivation room, Wang Ye opened his interface. Level 6 Dark Energy Warrior, 98%. More than 10 cosmic days had passed since they left the Azure Mountain Milky Way army base. During the intervals between besieging the 5 cosmic nation families, he diligently practiced, and now the breakthrough was imminent. Level 7 was the second threshold of the dark energy level. Although his cultivation speed had slightly decreased, and the fusion effect of his body with dark matter had begun to wane, the top-rank Thunder Ancient Evolution Techniques training effect only required a bit more effort, without encountering any genuine hindrances. 1 cosmic day later, 100%. The Thunder Ancient Evolution Technique completed its final round of training. His physical body reached a state of complete saturation. The fusion of cells and dark substances. The expansion and transformation of the Black Realm. His physical body, surging with energy, broke through the second threshold of the dark energy level. The cosmic energy merged, and Wang Ye immersed his entire being into the cosmic, akin to a sublime process. The surroundings became more intricate, and his understanding of the cosmic significantly heightened. The existence of higher dimensions, dark substance, and dark energy felt within reach, just beyond the cosmic barrier. The path of space became clearer. Wang Ye's 6-stage spatial control, combined with his current understanding of space, allowed him to subtly grasp the mysteries of space distortion. It seems, I can start comprehending. Wang Ye sensed his state. Although his innate talent wasn't exceptionally high, as his life level increased, his capabilities enhanced, and his comprehension of the heavenly Tao gradually elevated. This was crucial, because he only needed to touch the threshold. Just stepping into the beginner level was sufficient. The path of time. In addition to the path of space, Wang Ye experienced other sensations. Moreover, his heart palpitated even more. The cosmic comprised 4 fundamental components: matter, energy, space, and time. The path of time was the most challenging to comprehend. Once he grasped the path of time, reaching the beginner level of control signified that he had already stepped into the superstar level. I have a talent for manipulating time? Wang Ye was also surprised. He didn't harbor high expectations for his cultivation aptitude. His physical body was average, his soul was fair, and his spatial abilities were mediocre. The only exceptional aspect was his astonishing handsomeness and outstanding talent. However, he did not anticipate. His understanding of time seemed to be rather impressive. I can give it a try. Wang Ye had already crossed the second threshold of a dark energy level warrior. The sensation of saturation in his body vanished. In its place, a potent force and an unceasing flow of combat energy took over. The Black Realm, crafted from dark matter, resembled an energy reservoir that provided formidable combat power incessantly. A dark energy level warrior of the 7th level. High-grade dark energy life form. Wang Ye inspected his panel, stood up, and stretched his body. Felt incredibly comfortable. Life was evolving once more. The next stage would be achieving a superstar lifeform. With my current strength, breaking through to a superstar lifeform in due time. Although I may not compare to the formidable number 5, Xiaoyu, perhaps I can even contend with an ordinary black hole-level powerhouse. Wang Ye sensed his rejuvenated body and brimmed with confidence. An elevation in the foundation of his combat prowess. Unlimited potential. His physical form had ascended to the pinnacle of the dark energy level. This time, I might be able to attempt the fusion of 2 fragments of the White Wheel Oblivion armor. Wang Ye's eyes gleamed. He was eagerly anticipating it. The forthcoming surge in combat prowess. Arriving in the Black Realm. Allwolf N0.3 docked. This was the maiden experience for Zhu Bairuo and Yen Sanqi, instilling them with curiosity. The surroundings transformed, and a familiar sensation reappeared. The hatch opened, revealing Wang Ye. Armed with his prior experience, he now knew how to swiftly reach Wu Yuan. With a mere thought, the essence of white lightning materialized. The Black Realm quaked vigorously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the blink of an eye, the spatial surroundings became chaotic, and Wang Ye's figure vanished. Hey, where's Wang Ye? Yen Sanqi looked around. Off to find a sweetheart again, isn't he? Zhu Bairuo observed the spot where Wang Ye had disappeared. Once again, he had fallen for his deception. This guy harbored numerous secrets. Chapter 347. Satisfied. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. In the space of the white lightning ball, as soon as Wang Ye entered, he was greeted by the lingering image of Wu Yuan. All right, senior. I'm back again. Wang Ye grinned, completely at ease as if he were not an outsider. That's because he was the successor of senior Wu Yuan. Your progress in strength is quite rapid, the spectral Wu Yuan remarked, gazing at Wang Ye with a hint of astonishment. When he first entered the Black Realm, Wang Ye was merely a cosmic-level warrior. The second time, he had ascended to the 3rd level of dark energy, breaking through to become an ability user. But this time, he had reached the 7th level of dark energy, a warrior of advanced standing, a 5th level dark energy ability user, and now, he had even become a high-ranking advanced dark energy powerhouse. Wu Yuan sighed in admiration. Compared to other dark energy level powerhouses in the Black Realm, Wang Ye not only held his ground but even surpassed some. Choosing him as the successor seemed to have been the right decision. After entering the military camp, there will be more training, so my improvement will be faster. Wang Ye explained with a smile. Entering the military camp? Wu Yuan's spectral form nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, if you don't want to involve your brother Wu Tan and need to escape the pursuit of the 5 major cosmic nation families, joining the military camp is the only way. That might not be the case, Wang Ye thought. There were many alternatives, but joining the military camp seemed to offer better prospects for personal development. Oh, by the way, isn't the outside sealed off? How did you manage to get in? Wu Yuan's afterimage suddenly remembered. I fought my way in, Wang Ye stated bluntly. Are you out of your mind? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the 5 major cosmic family clans? Wu Yuan's spectral form questioned, perplexed by Wang Ye's audacity. They wouldn't dare, Wang Ye replied confidently. I've killed all the heads of the 5 major families. If they're not afraid of death and want to continue, I don't mind. After all, they are fragile, and I'm unyielding. Wu Yuan's spectral form fell silent. This successor of his seemed to have a touch of madness in his character. Joining the military camp is a good choice, Wu Yuan's afterimage sighed. It's better than being an aimless cosmic pirate. Although the military camp is part of the Human Alliance, it has the backing of the Human Sanctuary and the support of the 7 supreme human factions. It's relatively reliable. The premise is that you can make a name for yourself in the military camp. Does the rank of ensign count? Wang Ye asked with a smile. Not enough. At least you need to reach the general level. Wait, what did you just say? Wu Yuan's afterimage looked at Wang Ye in shock. You're not trying to tell me that you're already an ensign, are you? That's right. With enough battle credits, I should be able to ascend to the rank of sub-lieutenant after participating in a few more battles. Sub-lieutenant, the highest rank at the lieutenant level, commanding 1,000 soldiers. Wu Yuan's spectral form now understood why Wang Ye had become so bold. With the military camp backing him up, what did the 5 major cosmic family clans matter? You've joined the Milky Way Ace team? Wu Yuan's afterimage was shocked. No, it's the personal guard, Wang Ye answered honestly. I just happened to discover a 7-star life planet during an exploration mission, so I received some rewards. So that was the case. Wu Yuan's spectral form suddenly understood. That made sense. Joining the Milky Way Ace team wasn't that easy. You've done well. You haven't embarrassed me, Wu Yuan's afterimage praised. Keep it up. The military camp is not bad. Although it's high risk, most of the challenges are from the monster race and demon race. There are no other complicated troubles. You can focus on cultivation and rapidly increase your strength. All right, senior, Wang Ye responded. Come, let's integrate the 5th fragment of the White Wheel Oblivion armor, Wu Yuan's afterimage said, a glow emanating from his hand. In no time, a white light descended on Wang Ye. The 4 existing fragments of the White Wheel Oblivion armor attracted the 5th fragment, and their mystical engravings connected. In an instant, the 5th fragment fused seamlessly. Wang Ye winced. Here it came, that refreshing pain. However, with his current physique, fusing the 5th fragment of the White Wheel Oblivion armor didn't require much effort. Success came swiftly. The White Wheel Oblivion armor's energy surged. His defense had also ascended a notch. Continue. Wu Yuan's afterimage looked at Wang Ye. Of course, Wang Ye answered without hesitation. After all, he was aiming for the 6th fragment of the White Wheel Oblivion armor. 6 fragments, the normal limit for integrating at the dark energy level. As soon as he embraced it, Wang Ye felt a substantial burden. 10 times more painful and challenging than fusing the 5th fragment. Wang Ye clenched his fists tightly, veins popping, and his entire body's muscles and bones emitted cracking sounds. Time passed slowly. Not bad, the spectral Wu Yuan praised. Although Wang Ye's physical strength had not yet reached the maximum limit of the dark energy level, his resolute will enabled him to complete the fusion of the 6th fragment. A more robust physique, enhanced defense, and an even more potent white origin of thunder. Phew! Wang Ye sighed in relief. Finally, it was over. The 6 fragments of the White Wheel Oblivion armor had melded into one, boosting his defense and physical strength several times over. Most importantly, his thunderous physique became more outstanding, and the efficiency of cultivating the Thunder Ancient Evolution technique reached new heights. Now he could push towards the extreme of the dark energy level. Swish, swish, swish. Glistening white wheel origins hovered in the air. Wu Yuan's spectral form pointed at Wang Ye, and they shot towards him, embedding themselves into the White Wheel Oblivion armor. Wang Ye activated the White Wheel Origin intent. Vast and powerful energy from the White Realm was unleashed. 9, 10, 11. Wang Ye continued to absorb. The quantity of White Wheel Origins directly influenced the quality of the White Origin of Thunder, crucial for both offense and defense. But most importantly, it affected the Primeval Universe Evolution technique. The more absorbed, the faster his cultivation speed as an ability user would be. 18. Each piece of the White Wheel Oblivion armor was embedded with 3 White Wheel Origins. Not at the limit yet. Wang Ye opened his personal SAW interface. Would you like to spend 64 million potential points to upgrade the White Wheel Origin intent level? Yes. Wang Ye instantly entered the space of consciousness. In an instant, he comprehended the White Wheel Origin intent to the 4th level. The 18 White Wheel Origins on the White Wheel Oblivion armor became much easier to control. The pressure on his consciousness and the White Realm instantly diminished. The sudden change left Wu Yuan's spectral form somewhat bewildered. 4th stage? This was the White Wheel Origin intent. Even when he was at the 9th level of the Superstar stage, he had only comprehended the 4th stage of the White Wheel Origin intent. And now Wang Ye had already achieved it? While Wu Yuan's spectral form was shocked, he once again released the White Wheel Origins, shooting them towards Wang Ye. When Wang Ye first acquired the White Wheel Oblivion armor, he held back, because he wasn't truly deserving of it. At that time, Wang Ye wasn't worthy of this precious indestructible artifact, so Wu Yuan only gave him a portion. The second time he entered, becoming Wu Yuan's successor, Wang Ye was barely able to match this top-tier equipment. And now, this White Wheel Oblivion armor was tailor-made for Wang Ye. He was even more suited for it than Wu Yuan himself. With Wang Ye's current pace of cultivation, when he reached the black hole level, he undoubtedly achieved complete integration with this indestructible artifact, unleashing its full potential. As expected, humans with bloodline treasure hunters are different, Wu Yuan's afterimage remarked, revealing a benevolent smile. At present, he had no doubts about Wang Ye, his chosen successor. He was 120% satisfied. 36 White Wheel Origins. The realization of the fourth stage White Wheel Origin intent caused the White Wheel Origins integrated by Wang Ye to multiply instantly. Each piece of White Wheel Oblivion armor was embedded with 6 White Wheel Origins. The robust energy and the unending white origin of thunder were born. Wang Ye's current combat prowess reached new heights. How formidable was he now? There was no limit, mastering control over 36 White Wheel Origins, each equivalent to top-rank dark energy level equipment, invaluable in worth. Following this fusion, the cultivation speed of the primeval universe evolution technique would see a substantial boost, potentially catching up to the Thunder Ancient evolution technique. He bid farewell to Senior Wu Yuan. Wang Ye promptly headed to the spatial realm. Nanti's training ground. One person, one spear. Focused cultivation without any distractions. Over 200 cosmic days of rigorous practice, spanning 6 cosmic years. Compared to their last encounter, Nanti's strength had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Chi, the spearhead sliced through the air, distorting space. The spear technique, seamlessly integrated with the advanced path of space, was incredibly familiar. It felt like a return to the days of their competition on the blue planet. There was a distinct shadow of the demon annihilation spear technique within. Undoubtedly, this was Nanti's self-created spear technique. After more than 10 years in the cosmic, encountering various cultivation methods and comprehending the Great Tao, Nanti remained unwavering in walking his unique path. There was no dichotomy of good or bad, only whether it suited him or not. Perfect timing. Wang Ye unsheathed his saber, refraining from taking advantage of Nanti. He refrained from using the spacelock battle domain. The 6 intents of the Kuei cattle surged instantly, and a robust saber intent descended. Boom, boom, boom. It was an overwhelming and crushing dominance. Even with Nanti holding the advantage of spatial maneuvering, he quickly succumbed to Wang Ye's extraordinary prowess in all aspects. I'm done. Nanti declared defeat decisively, planting his long spear in the ground and taking a seat. I thought I had caught up with you, but I never expected the gap to be this wide. It's much wider than you might imagine, Wang Ye thought. He didn't wish to demoralize Nanti. Even if he exerted full force now, Nanti wouldn't stand a chance. Despite having already broken through the dark energy level, Wang Ye keenly observed Nanti's growth and progress in cultivation during this period of dedicated effort. You've made significant progress, Wang Ye acknowledged. Really? That's what I think too. Nanti's face lit up, shaking his head. Initially, I thought I was doing well, but after sparring with you, I realized I'm still limited in my perspective. You're already much more formidable than the dark energy level warriors from cosmic nation families, Wang Ye remarked. Is that true? Nanti remained doubtful. Yes, Wang Ye confirmed. Now that it's safe outside, we can leave. Nanti remained silent as if contemplating something. After a moment, he spoke. I don't want to leave. Surprised, Wang Ye asked. Why? One want to continue cultivating here, Nanti expressed. To quiet my mind and refine myself. Senior Wu Yuan has provided me with valuable guidance during his free time, and I've gained a lot from it. After leaving, you'll still have an excellent environment and conditions for cultivation, Wang Ye assured him. Money was not a concern for Wang Ye at this point. You don't understand. Nanti looked at Wang Ye. Being with you, no matter how hard I try, there's always a sense of dependency. Understanding, Wang Ye nodded. I'm different from Lingling, Nanti asserted seriously. I'm a man. I have my path to tread and dreams to fulfill. I want to defeat Yao, to become a formidable powerhouse. I respect your decision. Wang Yi smiled, refraining from further persuasion. Thank you. Nanti grinned, and they exchanged a fist bump. Between brothers, words weren't always necessary. Each person had a unique path to follow. That was the essence of being a man. Chapter 348. This is the place where I can show my strengths. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio. He left the Black Realm. However, Wang Yi wasn't the only one. He had brought Lingling along as well. In the Black Realm, where even accessing the internet was impossible, Lingling was bored. Now that she could finally leave this wretched place, he was overjoyed. Brother-in-law, you are too slow. Brother-in-law, you don't know. I'm so bored. One don't even have anyone to talk to. Brother-in-law, tell me about your adventures. Why did you join the military camp? Is it because there are beauties in the military camp? As soon as they got on the starship, Lingling started talking and couldn't stop. Zhu Bairua and Yen Sanchi were a little surprised by the way Lingling addressed Wang Yi. However, after Lingling explained, they came to a realization. Wang Yi came from a colony planet. Not only was he born on a colony planet, but he was also brutally oppressed and hunted down by the family of the cosmic nation. In a dead end that was almost impossible, he had forcefully opened up a path of survival and escaped. It was too difficult. Zhu Bairua admired Wang Ye's experience. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to find the way. The supernet and the double blockade of technology alone were not something that ordinary people could break through. Not to mention the cosmic nation family's power suppression and information imbalance. To be able to survive in such a situation, no one was ordinary. Yen Sanchi felt the same way about Wang Ye's experience. Yen Sanchi thought of her past, her family, and her hometown. It would be great if the colony planet she was born on had someone like Wang Yi who would risk his life to save them. They would be able to escape their fate, and their children and grandchildren would no longer need to become slaves. So, you joined the military camp to earn battle credits, exchanging them for achievement points, and redeeming the colony planets, right? Zhu Bairua asked. Right, all I need now is achievement points. Wang Yi said. Zhu Bairua sighed. This was a true genius. In less than 20 years, not only did he escape from the Cosmic Nation lockdown, but he even started from scratch and conquered territory. He did not doubt Wang Ye's wealth at all. Just the Black Realm treasure he obtained this time was enough for Wang Yi to buy countless colony planets. As for the battle points to exchange for achievement points, although the demand was huge, but in his opinion it was only a matter of time for Wang Yi. Based on what you're saying, your hometown is under the control of the Red River Cosmic Nation's Chimeng family. Zhu Bairua analyzed. It depends on whether the planet belongs to the Cosmic Nation or the Chimeng family. If the Chimeng family only wants to distribute the management rights, then it would be much simpler. But if it belongs to your family, it won't be easy for you to buy the colony planet from them, given your current situation with the Chimeng family. We'll deal with it as it comes. Wang Yi shrugged. He had to meet the purchase requirements first. There were 10,000 ways to buy Blue Star back. Return. The Sioux Wolf Guards swiftly and efficiently eliminated the enemy. Before the 5 Cosmic Nation families could even react, they had already been wiped out. The most aggrieved thing was that they did not dare to make a sound even after being destroyed. They could only swallow their defeat. This was the human cosmic. Whoever had the bigger authority had the right to speak. Bairua, distribute the bounty from the exploration mission to my brothers for me. Wang Yi said to Zhu Bairua. You can decide on the specifics. Aren't you afraid I might keep some for myself? Zhu Bairua glanced at Wang Yi. Keep a little more. Wang Yi chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. You deserve it. This time, Bairua had truly excelled in the exploration mission. Watching Wang Yi once again take on a hands-off approach and enter the cultivation room, Zhu Bairua felt indifferent. Unconsciously, he had grown accustomed to Wang Ye's behavior. $1,000,000 cosmic dollars, he was quite generous, Zhu Bairuo remarked, adjusting his robe. The water cleansed the shoulder that Wang Ye had patted. This favor had to be repaid. When someone does something for you, mere words of gratitude are not enough. Moreover, the treasures obtained in this mission were worth much more than a mere $1,000,000 cosmic dollars. Soon, cheers echoed through the starships. Wow! 10,000 cosmic dollars. It seems like each team member gets 10,000 cosmic dollars, and the captain gets 30,000 cosmic dollars. We hit the jackpot. Wang Ye is generous, sharing the entire bounty given by the senior general. Didn't he say he'd rather forego the reward to restore the dignity of the Azure Mountain Milky Way army? That's a true man, a man of his word, leading us even in battles against the 5 cosmic nation families. I wish I were on Wang Ye's team, just like Zhu Bairuo and Yen Sanqi. 10,000 cosmic dollars satisfied the recruits. In the military camp, earning money was harder than gaining battle credits. Intermediate-level dark energy experts generally had an estate of around 10,000 cosmic dollars. This reward elevated Wang Ye's reputation among the Su Wolf Guards. However, he remained indifferent to these matters. He only focused on cultivation. Wang Ye continued to advance in level. The integration of the new White Wheel Oblivion Armor Fragment and White Wheel Origin significantly boosted the efficiency of the Thunder Ancient Evolution Technique. Currently, the Thunder Ancient Evolution Technique progresses at about 1.5% per cosmic day, Wang Ye reported after a round of cultivation. Compared to when he fused with the 4 pieces of White Wheel Oblivion armor, the progress was about 0.3% higher. It was quite substantial. Most dark energy level warriors had a cultivation speed of less than 0.01% at the 7th level. Only those so-called geniuses surpassed 0.01%, but usually not beyond 0.1%. After a year of continuous cultivation, their progress would be around 1%. In 100 years, they would reach level 8. This speed was already impressive. Dark energy level experts had long lifespans, and this was the essence of evolution techniques. The difference was significant. The cultivation speed of a top-rank evolution technique, especially a stage-top evolution technique, can be described as extraordinary. The primeval universe evolution technique increases by more than 6% every cosmic day. Wang Ye was pleasantly surprised by the efficiency of the primeval universe evolution technique. With the integration of the 36 White Wheel origins, the cultivation speed of the primeval universe evolution technique had increased tremendously. From the original 2.8%, it had more than doubled. It's almost approaching the Thunder Ancient evolution technique. Wang Ye immersed himself in the process. Round after round of cultivation, the absorption of dark energy continued. The psyche was strengthened with vibrations. After 4 cosmic days, a 6th-level dark energy ability user. Without pausing, Wang Ye continued to push towards the 7th level. After the breakthrough, the energy demand of his psyche increased, gradually approaching the threshold of becoming an ability user. However, the primeval universe evolution technique remained swift and fierce. Every cosmic day, 2.9%, a rapid increase. Arriving at Station 3, the Su Wolf Guard soldiers returned to their positions. Each of them expressed their gratitude to Wang Ye with joyful faces. Those Su Wolf Guards who didn't participate in this mission looked on with extreme envy. Have you vented your frustration? Zhuagu Hongye sat on the bed with crossed legs, smiling at Wang Ye. Yes, I feel relieved now. Wang Ye lay on the bed without reservation. His hands naturally rested on the soft sheets, where he vaguely sensed something elastic. Sister Hong, you've scattered your things again. What do you mean, scatter? This is my room. Zhuagu Hongye rolled her eyes. Hey! Wang Ye propped himself up with both hands, sitting up and leaning against the headboard. Has General Su already set out with the army? We've already had 2 encounters with the demons. Zhuagu Hongye smiled sweetly. Thanks to your good luck, the Azure Mountain Milky Way army first ambushed the demons, catching them off guard. Then, General Su ambushed them at the wormhole, killing a wave of demon reinforcements and securing another victory. Not bad, General Su, Wang Ye praised. I didn't expect him to be so adept in the art of war. He only knows how to fight. He's clueless about the art of war. Zhuagu Hongye giggled. It was planned by the advisor department Wan Han. He and Commander Yu are a combination of military and civil talents, serving as General Su's right-hand men. Chief Advisor Tu Wan Han. Wang Ye had heard of him before. The battlefield was the ideal stage for military strategists and advisors to shine. However, the prerequisite was the trust of the general and commanders. What's next for us, the Su Wolf Guards? Are we heading to the battlefield? Wang Ye inquired. We'll be on the battlefield, but it might involve special missions. We won't necessarily lead troops in conventional warfare, Zhuagu Hongye explained. As personal guards, our strength lies in outstanding individual or small team combat, not large-scale army confrontations. Wang Ye nodded. How long do we have to wait? I can't say for sure. It might take some time, Zhuagu Hongye replied, supporting her chin with her hand, showcasing her alluring curves. What are your plans? Will you continue to stay with the third team of the Su Wolf Guards? What else? Wang Ye gazed into the abyss, because the abyss had been gazing back at him. Zhuagu Hongye gave him a teasing look and continued confidently. Considering the senior general personally conferred your title, and you haven't experienced the battlefield yet, especially with the ongoing battle against the demon race, I suggest you consult Commander Yu. Consider leaving the Su Wolf Guards temporarily to lead troops on the battlefield. This way, you can enhance your command abilities and gain more exposure to the military camp. Simultaneously, you'll deepen your understanding of the war against demons and devils. These experiences will be invaluable for you. Moreover, we currently have the upper hand. Your strength is formidable. And with General Su's support, your safety is assured. Wang Ye acknowledged her advice. He had already pondered over this during the return journey. Of course, you could also apply to join the advisor department, Zhuagu Hongye added. General Su won't have any issues with it. But Wan Han is quite ambitious. Given that you're a talent personally chosen by General Su, while I won't make things difficult for you, it might be challenging for you to showcase your capabilities in military strategy, especially as a newcomer without any achievements. Other generals might not readily accept your authority. However, if you can navigate through these challenges, joining the advisor department would be a place where you can truly leverage your strengths. Sister Hong has underestimated me. This is where I can truly showcase my abilities, Wang Ye affirmed, nodding. Thank you, Sister Hong, for your valuable advice. Go back and think it over. Make a decision promptly, Zhuagu Hongye suggested, looking at him. It's probably best not to linger with the Su Wolf Guards for now, as it won't contribute much, and it may hold you back. But I can't bear to leave Sister Hong, Wang Ye teased. Cut the act, Zhuagu Hongye playfully scolded him. I know you too well. You're daring in the wrong places. Now go. Nonsense, I've always been bold. It's just that the timing and circumstances aren't right. Wang Ye enjoyed the scenery, stretched, and left the room. The chapter involving the affairs of the 5 cosmic nations had concluded. Now he had to decide his next steps. Chapter 349, Star Cosmic Citizen 1. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. The camp, the battle credit office. There were many members of the Su Wolf Guard coming and going, mostly newcomers who had participated in exploration missions. They had earned a considerable amount of battle credits. Especially Wang Ye had discovered the new Hatua planet, bringing each team an additional 10,000 battle credits, which was a substantial windfall. These battle credits could be exchanged for various combat techniques and equipment. Wang Ye, brother Wang. Ye brother. Everyone warmly greeted Wang Ye. In the Su Wolf Guard, Wang Ye's reputation was higher than even the captain's, second only to Commander Yu. He had become quite popular. Not only did they receive battle credits, but they also received 10,000 cosmic dollars from Wang Ye. Refusing such generosity would be ungrateful. Wang Ye smiled and exchanged greetings with everyone, chatting occasionally to strengthen their friendships. Of course, this camaraderie was limited to interactions with female members. Crack. The door to his private room opened with a crack. Wang Ye entered and retrieved the commander's signet, which he had obtained by exchanging the soldier badge. He then placed it in the designated slot. In the human race's war military camp, there were 5 major titles, and he had now ascended to the second one. Beep. Verification was quickly successful, and Wang Ye entered the small virtual world of the human race's war military camp. His personal information appeared on the screen. Wang Ye, male. Affiliated with the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation. Title, Ensign. Battle credits, 1,127,578. Qualifications. Number 101 Exploration Mission. Led the 3rd team of the Sioux Wolf Guard as the captain. Achieved first place in mission progress and battle credit rewards. Discovered the new Hatua planet, and disrupted the demon race's operations. Wang Ye reviewed his achievements with satisfaction. His qualifications surpassed that of dozens of ordinary soldiers. The appointment as ensign by Senior General Ku was not without reason. With 1 million battle credits in hand, Wang Ye eagerly explored the possibilities. The utilization of battle credits in the human virtual cosmic had many similarities. For soldiers from humble backgrounds unable to apply for cosmic citizenship, gaining battle credits in the military camp compensated for their lack of status. This included the ability to exchange for equipment of varying strength levels and tiers. The military camp served as a track for the rise of lower cosmic humans. Wang Ye swiftly navigated through the options. Do you wish to exchange for 1 million battle credits? Yes. The consumption of 1 million battle credits at a ratio of 10,000 to 1 resulted in the acquisition of merit points. Finally, I have achievement points, Wang Ye exclaimed as he observed his starry sky bracelet. Linked to the cosmic bank and the human virtual cosmic, achievement points symbolized the contributions of cosmic humanity to their race. These points originated from various sources. 100 achievement points were a standard value. Regardless of their background, including those from colony planets and even slaves, as long as someone obtained 100 achievement points, they could apply to become a 1-star cosmic citizen, officially becoming a part of the cosmic human community. Of course, for Wang Ye, whose identity indicated the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation and hailed from a 5-star territory, achieving 100 achievement points qualified him to apply for a 2-star cosmic citizen. Considering that the achievement points came from the exchange of battle credits and he was still actively serving in the military camp, the approval rate for his application was nearly 100%. In just a few seconds, Wang Ye's application was processed. The human virtual cosmic approved the application, and his identity transformed. His authority and status were elevated. As a 2-star cosmic citizen, Wang Ye gained the ability to engage in various activities, such as purchasing colonial planets, managing mineral and energy stars, applying for cosmic companies, and trading in cosmic bonds. This status also conferred a certain level of respect within the cosmic community and the various cosmic nations. For those without grand ambitions, being a 2-star cosmic citizen meant leading a comfortable life in the universe. I've fulfilled 2 of the 3 conditions to buy Blue Star, Wang Ye remarked as he left the battle credit office and made his way to the equipment warehouse. However, the last condition was the most challenging, obtaining 10,000 achievement points. From his perspective, the most feasible approach was to start accumulating achievement points through battle credits. I've researched the advisor department, and the variation in obtaining battle credits can be significant, Wang Ye observed. To become the chief advisor, occupying Tu Wenhan's position, would yield a stream of battle credits with every notable contribution. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just by leveraging his strategic insight, he could accumulate substantial wealth. However, Wang Ye was aware that if he only lingered in the advisor department without being entrusted with significant responsibilities, his accumulation of battle credits wouldn't be as rapid as it would be on the battlefield. Leading troops on the battlefield has its limitations, Wang Ye acknowledged. In warfare, success depended on the coordination of the entire operation. Whether it was a soldier or a lieutenant, everyone had to adhere to orders and couldn't act independently. As an ensign leading 300 troops, Wang Ye fell under the command of the second lieutenant's team, facing predominantly dark energy-level demon commanders. Moreover, the number of battles was limited. Currently, their forces were not at a disadvantage. They even held the upper hand. As Sister Hong mentioned, Wang Ye's presence on the battlefield was mainly for accumulating experience and immersing himself in the war atmosphere. For a newcomer, the conditions were favorable. He didn't have to face dire situations, engaging in life-or-death battles against the demon and monster races. However, for Wang Ye it felt somewhat redundant. Contemplating this, Wang Ye proceeded to exchange for a set of standard second lieutenant grade equipment. It was quite ordinary, especially when compared to the supreme grade equipment covering him at the moment, including numerous pieces from superstar-level experts, the Spacelock Saber, and the White Wheel Oblivion armor. The second lieutenant grade standard equipment, valued at a mere 1,000,000 battle credits, seemed trivial in comparison. It does give off a commanding presence, Wang Ye commented as he donned the weighty battle armor and boots, taking a moment to appreciate the sensation. It invoked a feeling reminiscent of General Su, as if he had stepped onto a battlefield, radiating a grand and domineering aura. While the rank of second lieutenant was not achievable for now, playing dress-up in the equipment had its merits. Station number 3, the settled planet. Countless starships regularly arrived at the encampment. Li Gangzheng, the captain of the guards, diligently executed his duties, scrutinizing the starships and the cosmic humans coming and going. Suddenly, a starship docked in front. A young man, adorned in the standard armor of a second lieutenant, walked down. Chapter 350, Star Cosmic Citizen, 2. Translator. Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Hello, sir. Li Gangzheng and the guards saluted. Brother Li, you and I are of the same rank. There's no need for such a formal salute. Wang Ye smiled as he approached his sponsor. When he first met General Su, he was Brother Li's distant nephew. Li Gangzheng was momentarily stunned before realizing it. Wang Ye, D***, you've made something of yourself. Li Gangzheng was delighted. He opened his arms and gave Wang Ye a hearty hug, proudly shouting to his soldiers, "See that? This is my brother, Wang Ye, appointed as an ensign by Senior General Ku." All the soldiers looked at him with respect. Wang Ye's achievements had already circulated throughout the encampment, bringing great prestige to the Su Wolf Guard and the Third Army. Such tales of rising from the grassroots had always been the most popular. "Isn't he the distant nephew? Sir, how did you become brothers?" a soldier asked in surprise. Li Gangzheng's expression froze. "I'm his nephew and also a good brother." Wang Ye smiled, helping Li Gangzheng out of the awkward moment. "I have my achievement today thanks to Brother Li. Stick with Brother Li and work hard. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." "Yes, sir." The soldiers were impassioned. Li Gangzheng was grinning from ear to ear. He put his arm around Wang Ye's shoulder and walked forward. "Let's go. I'll take you for a drink." "There's no need to drink. I'm not into that." Wang Ye declined. Li Gangzheng laughed heartily. "You're indeed a talent from the military camp, always striving for improvement. Not like us, we're always thinking about going to a nice place, having a drink or two, and savoring the beauty. It's vulgar, unbearably vulgar." Wang Ye's mouth twitched slightly. Why didn't you say so earlier? He could choose not to drink the wine, but he still had to savor the beauty. So be it. I'm just unbearably vulgar. Wang Ye thought. "Brother, you must be here to visit Madam. Let's go, let's go." "I'll take you there," Li Gangzheng said with a smile. "All right then." Wang Ye felt regretful. They chatted happily along the way. Wang Ye had learned a lot from Brother Li, an ensign who had retired from the front line. He knew more about the current war on New Hatua planet and the power of an ensign on the battlefield. He had already made up his mind. "I'll have to trouble Brother Li for this period." Wang Ye took out a broken dark crystal and handed it over. "I should." Li Gangzheng's face turned serious. He immediately refused. "Who do you think I am? I can't accept this. Besides, I didn't do anything." "Don't be so modest, Brother Li. Just treat it as my treat. Later, You can bring the brothers out for a drink. Wang Ye insisted, stuffing the crystal into Li Gongxing's hands. I don't know when we'll meet again. Feeling the energy in his palm, Li Gongxing looked at Wang Ye and seemed to understand something. Have you made up your mind? Yes, I've decided. Wang Ye smiled and hugged Li Gongxing. He waved goodbye. See you again, brother Li. All right. Li Gang raised his hand to bid farewell. Watching Wang Ye's departing figure, he sighed. When he first introduced Wang Ye, he didn't think too much about it. He didn't expect Wang Ye to become famous in the military camp in the blink of an eye. He remembered that he had been in the military camp for thousands of years and was only a minor ensign. Wang Ye was now on the same level as him. Soon, he skipped 3 levels in one step. If it's him, there's no problem. Li Gongxing smiled as he played with the broken dark crystal in his hand and walked back. Everyone had different fates. Wang Ye was destined to be an elite among the people. As for him, he should enjoy himself while he could. Sun Harmony. The hatch opened, and Wang Ye returned to the familiar starship. After staying on Allwolf N0.3 for a long time, he still felt somewhat uneasy. On the starship, Lulu was studying starship knowledge, Ashang and Yumin were sparring in the training room, and Lingling was exploring the human virtual cosmic. It was a harmonious scene. Master! Lulu put down her book, expressing joy and shyness. Brother-in-law, you're finally back. Lingling took off her holographic helmet, joyfully running over. Hearing the commotion outside, Yumin, in the training room, opened the door, revealing a surprised expression. After chatting for a while, although Yumin had learned a lot from Lingling, hearing Wang Ye speak personally made her feel very different. Being there in person was truly heartening. With her hands supporting her chin, Yumin's pupils were filled with twinkling starlight. Wang Ye avenged Brother 16. Single-handedly, he annihilated the 5 great cosmic nation families. As a cosmic pirate, she admired a true man who was clear about right and wrong and dared to act. Lingling, pack up and get ready. Wang Ye suddenly announced. Go back. Lingling and Yumin were momentarily puzzled. Go back to where? I've already talked to Nair. She'll come to pick you up. Wang Ye explained. Now that there's no interference from the 5 great cosmic families, it's very safe. You don't need to worry about anything. Are you not coming back, brother-in-law? Lingling inquired with suspicion. I still have matters to attend to, Wang Ye stated. I'll be leaving the encampment soon, and I won't be back for a while. So you don't have to wait for me here. Go back to the Red River Cosmic Nation first. Why go back to the Red River Cosmic Nation? Lingling questioned. Aren't we supposed to go back to the Azure Mountain Cosmic Nation? Wang Ye looked at her. You have 3 tasks. I'll provide you with some funds. Firstly, establish yourself in the Red River Cosmic Nation. You can do anything, but you must be entirely independent, with no connection to me. Understood. Lingling, sharp-minded as always, instantly comprehended. You can build connections or engage in business. Profit or loss doesn't matter. What's crucial is finding a way to approach the Chimeng family and investigate the ownership of Blue Planet, Wang Ye instructed. Unlike him, Lingling was practically invisible to the outside world. She attracted neither attention nor animosity. Even her physical form wasn't her own. Yet, she was highly intelligent and capable of various tasks. She could be a contingency. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, an independent Lingling might still have the chance to reclaim the Blue Planet. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll have everything prepared before you return, Lingling assured, nodding. As for the 3rd matter, it concerns you, Wang Ye continued. Your original body, Shuling, likely hasn't perished. Otherwise, you might be severely injured, in a deep slumber, or your soul might have dissipated directly. However, she should have been sold as merchandise by the Monroe family. The buyer most probably resides in the Red River Cosmic Nation. You have a telepathic connection with Shuling. Follow this lead and try to find her main body. Money is not an issue. Yes. Lingling's eyes sparkled with hope. Her deepest desire was to reunite with her main body, After giving instructions to Lingling, Wang Ye promptly departed. The rest was no longer his concern. With Lingling's intelligence, Yu Min provided assistance. Coupled with Nier's influential background in the Red River Cosmic Nation, Lingling knew exactly what to do. He needed to finish his work as soon as possible and go back to his hometown. In his heart, he always longed for his hometown and his girlfriends. Of course, there was also the irreplaceable Blue Star. There's only one step left. Wang Ye returned to the camp. His days in the Su Wolf Guard were entering the countdown. Though reluctant to part with Sister Hong and Sanchi, he had a more crucial goal to achieve. In the room, Bai Jiruo and Yen Sanchi awaited him. Why are you in my room? Wang Ye looked at Bai Jiruo with confusion. Why not ask her since Sanchi is here too? Bai Jiruo cursed inwardly and explained, We have something to discuss with you. Seeking my opinion? Wang Ye glanced at Bai Jiruo and naturally sat beside Yen Sanchi. Bai Jiruo nodded. Sanchi plans to continue staying in the Su Wolf Guards, focusing on cultivation. I intend to take the position of an ensign, leading troops to New Hatua Star to participate in the battle against the demon race and gain experience. And you? Lead troops or join the advisor department? Neither. Wang Ye shook his head. What? Zhu Bairuo was slightly stunned. He glanced at Yen Sanchi. You're not planning to stay in the Su Wolf Guard to accompany Sanchi, are you? Why not? Yen Sanchi narrowed her eyes. Not exactly, Wang Ye clarified. Zhu Bairuo and Yen Sanchi were both taken aback. You? Suddenly, Zhu Bairuo's eyes lit up, and her expression changed. Don't tell me you're thinking of retiring. Yen Sanchi finished the sentence. Of course not, Wang Ye and Bai Jiruo said simultaneously. Wang Ye smiled and looked at the two of them. I want to join the Milky Way Ace team.